After Yan Ting's demise, he became bound to the system, tasked with traversing 3,000 realms to collect scattered fragments of souls. It is said that his target is a cataclysmic tyrant, a being of ruthless ferocity devoid of humanity, who resorts to violence at the slightest provocation. To successfully accomplish his mission, he must tread carefully and ingratiate himself with this formidable entity. Chapter 1. The ailing demoness, favored above all one. Yan Ting opened his eyes. Surveying his surroundings, he beheld pearl curtains, silken carpets, and the gentle waft of incense from a bronze censer, with a row of stunning maidens, each radiating distinct. Charmed, he initially believed he had assumed the role of an emperor, surrounded by a harem of enchanting beauties. However, upon unraveling the plot, he discovered that, like the others in the hall, he was merely a contestant in a selection of consorts. No, a selection of male consorts. In summary, this realm is marked by a deceased mother, a self-destructive father, and his own imminent demise. This is the kingdom of Yuzhao. The original protagonist's inept father, mediocre and of little merit, managed to secure a nominal third-rank official position through connections with the elderly emperor, having grown up alongside him. Previously, he had remained inconspicuous within the court, neither achieving great feats nor incurring significant failures. However, following the untimely death of his wife, he descended into madness, disregarding the emperor's attempts to engage him. He would refuse the emperor's toast, interrupt his speeches, and meddle in matters that did not concern him. The emperor, pushed to his limits, demoted him repeatedly, reducing him from a third-rank official to a seventh-rank officer. Still unwilling to accept his fate, he aligned himself with the first prince amidst fierce succession disputes, asserting that the first prince, being of the primary consort, had the rightful claim to the throne. Yet another unforeseen event transpired. Upon the emperor's death, it was the sixth prince, a son of a lesser consort whom the father had looked down upon, who ascended to the throne. His hopes dashed, he was demoted further from a seventh-rank official to a ninth-rank county magistrate. As the new emperor began to purge the former first prince's supporters, the inept father was consumed by anxiety, losing sleep and appetite. In a bid to appease the tyrannical new emperor, courtiers presented a multitude of beauties, yet the emperor, with exacting standards, found none to his liking, leaving the harem. Desolate, at this juncture, the father's intellect resurfaced. He pondered that if the new emperor had no interest in women, perhaps he would be inclined towards handsome men. Thus, he began to seek out striking young men, only to find that none compared favorably to his own son, Yan Ting. Although his son was frail and ailing, panting after a few steps and reliant on a millennium-old ginseng to sustain his life, sending such a fragile being to the unpredictable new emperor would likely lead to a dire fate. Yet, given his desperate financial situation, the family could no longer afford ginseng to prolong life. Facing death regardless, he decided to take a gamble. Thus, the original protagonist appeared in the Grand Hall, standing amidst the throng of beautiful maidens. According to the original narrative, the new emperor had no interest in either women or men, and the original protagonist was not chosen, succumbing to a fever amidst the chaos and, ultimately perishing. The inept father, too, could not escape fate, ending his days exiled to a barbarous land. Unable to bear the harsh conditions and labor, he chose to end his life by hanging from a withered tree, concluding a tragic existence. Father, your mission is to garner 100 points of affection from the new emperor, persuading him to willingly surrender his soul fragments. The system, known as Lulu, interjected at this moment. In the original plot, he never even set foot in the hall. Your first task is to meet him, to captivate him with your beauty. Yan Ting found it peculiar that the system referred to him as father. It felt somewhat presumptuous to that moment. A sound of approaching footsteps echoed from outside the hall. The youthful emperor traversed the shadowed corridor, his dark robes billowing in the gentle breeze. He brushed the fallen petals from his shoulder with a graceful hand, fingers elongated and well-defined, faint blue veins visible beneath his skin. Adorning his wrist was a string of white beads of indeterminate material, neither pearl nor white jade, enhancing the exquisite beauty of his hand. The new emperor, Pei Sun-ji, possessed a pair of rare heterochromatic eyes, one blue, one gray, as precious as a cat. However, his ascension was marked by brutality. He had eliminated all his brothers and married off his sisters. Today, he had shed blood in the marketplace, and tomorrow, the lotus pond would be filled with floating corpses. Those exiled could form a chain around the imperial city 3 times over. His hands were stained with blood, his throne built upon a mound of countless corpses. Consequently, the populace chose to overlook his remarkable appearance, branding him as the tyrant. His name alone instilled terror in the hearts of every citizen of Yuzhou. Even now, merely hearing his footsteps, the beauties within the hall trembled, fearing they would be chosen by the tyrant to remain in the palace, destined for a life of dread and despair. Before entering the hall, Pei Sunji observed the quaking figures of the maidens and felt a profound disinterest. His peripheral gaze inadvertently landed upon the only individual in the crowd who remained composed, Yan Ting, standing quietly, his back straight like a slender bamboo. From behind, he appeared distinctly male. Though his visage remained unseen, the elegance of his silhouette was apparent. Pei Sunji thought to himself, allowing his gaze to linger for but a moment, before carelessly retracting it, turning to the chief eunuch at his side and commanding, "Proceed to the imperial study." His voice was melodious, like snow on a tranquil mountain, resonant and crystalline. Yet, his tone was icy, devoid of any emotion, indicating his disinterest in any of the beauties present. The maidens collectively exhaled in relief, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped a perilous fate. The system Lu wailed in despair that he is leaving. "Father, what are you waiting for? Quickly, make him turn around." Yan Ting felt no urgency. After a brief moment of contemplation, he casually cleared his throat. The sound was soft, yet sufficient for Pei Sunji outside the hall to hear. He paused momentarily, turning back, and at that instant, Yan Ting pivoted, their gazes locking. Outside, the dappled sunlight filtered through the flowers, casting a mesmerizing glow upon Yan Ting's face. Ephemeral and radiant, if unaccustomed to the brilliance, his long, dark lashes fluttered like butterfly wings. His raven hair held up by a jade pin, clad in unblemished white, exuding an aura as pure as frost. His bone structure and complexion were flawless, akin to pear blossoms in full bloom. His beauty was unparalleled. Yet, whether it was his pallid skin, colorless lips, or fragile waist, they all whispered of a terminal illness, a fate not meant to endure long. Dressed in simple white, devoid of any excess color, he rendered those around him dull and overshadowed. Reduced to mere embellishments, a flicker of intrigue crossed Pei Sunji's eyes. The chief eunuch beside him, perceptive to the moment, remarked, "Your Majesty. That is the son of County Magistrate Yan Yuansheng, named Yan Ting, just turned 18 this year." It was unclear which word piqued his interest, but the typically stoic Pei Sunji finally displayed his first emotion of the day. A subtle smile curved his lips, an enigmatic expression gracing his features as his heterochromatic gaze settled upon Yan Ting. Devoid of warmth, commanding, "Let Yan Ting remain. The others may leave." Chapter 2. The ailing enchantress favored above all in the harem. 2. The beauties filed out gracefully, and the chief eunuch, discerning the mood, led the palace maids away. In no time, only the 2 of them remained within the hall, the stillness so profound that the howling wind could be distinctly heard. Yan Ting, frail and ailing, stood too long in the draft, his consciousness wavering. Fortunately, Pei Sun, tall and long-limbed, hastily entered the hall and seated himself in the main position, allowing Yan Ting to shuffle forward to a spot sheltered from the wind. Just as he steadied himself, a soft cough escaped his lips. His complexion had grown even more pallid, yet the corners of his eyes bore a delicate flush, his emaciated form swaying precariously as if on the brink of ethereal departure. Pei Sun lifted his gaze slightly, observing Yan Ting's sickly visage, and scoffed. "When I was 8, I caught a chill, and no remedy seemed to alleviate it." "Do you know what Yan Yuansheng remarked at that time?" Before Yan Ting could respond, he continued. "He said my unique heterochromia was an ominous sign, and that the chill was the heavens themselves coming to demand my life." Yan Ting grasped the reason behind the tyrant's decision to exile his worthless father to a distant land. But that was not all. As Pei Sun toyed with the beads adorning his wrist, He elaborated, "At 13, during the autumn hunt, my elder brother attempted to slay me amidst the trees. Do you know what your father suggested then?" With these words, he abruptly rose, advancing with deliberate slowness, each step resonating against Yan Ting's heartstrings, causing the latter's scalp to prickle with unease. At last, Pei Sun stood before Yan Ting, a smile gracing his lips. Yet his eyes glimmered with an icy demeanor. Yin Yuancheng proposed that rather than directly shooting me and bearing the infamy of fratricide, it would be wiser to push me off a cliff while I was alive, ensuring a death without witnesses. Though it remained a mystery what thoughts occupied the mind of the 13-year-old Pei Sun at that moment, or how he survived the fall, one thing was clear. The current Pei Sun likely harbored the desire to plunge a dagger into Yan Ting, subsequently beheading his father to use the head as a ball for sport, and perhaps even indulge in a game of exterminating his family to vent his frustrations. Given the unpredictable nature of his adversary, Yan Ting understood that even the smallest disturbance could provoke the wrath of fate, inciting chaos upon his household. Thus, he resolved to employ the most straightforward and effective tactic, feigning unconsciousness. He carefully positioned himself to ensure that he would collapse into Pei Sun's embrace. Fearing evasion, he swiftly leaned forward, his forehead colliding with Pei Sun's solid shoulder, producing a resounding thud in his ears. Whether it was the force of the impact or the fragility of his own body that could not withstand any harm, Yan Ting, who intended to feign fainting, truly succumbed to unconsciousness. Pei Sun, caught off guard by the sudden collapse into his arms, narrowed his uniquely colored eyes and grumbled, "Do not pretend to be dead." Observing the stillness of the figure in his grasp, he gently pushed Yan Ting, who tilted backward without any signs of pretense. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Just before Yan Ting could hit the ground, Pei Sun swiftly caught him, cradling him securely in his embrace. Having heard the name Yin Yuancheng, he pondered whether he should skin Yan Ting to craft a lantern or use his skull as a flower pot. Yet now, embracing the delicate waist of the other, Pei Sun's inner turmoil dissipated slightly. Lowering his head, he beheld Yan Ting's pallid yet still strikingly beautiful face, which evoked both admiration and ire. And his frustration ebbed away once more. What a fragile creature he was, so timid. Pei Sun lifted Yan Ting effortlessly, carrying him out of the grand hall. Traversing the long corridor and addressing the chief eunuch stationed at the courtyard gate, summoned the imperial physician. In a daze, Yan Ting felt a hand gripping his chin, forcing a viscous ginseng soup into his mouth. The broth was both pungent and thick, its bitter taste assaulting his senses. He had never encountered such a repugnant concoction, and instinctively clenched his teeth in refusal. Shortly after, the soup bowl was placed on the table with a dull thud. "Not drinking?" A cold voice echoed in his ear. "I shall dislocate your jaw." As the grip on his chin tightened, a dull ache resonated in his jawbone. Yan Ting, half conscious, reluctantly relaxed his clenched teeth, letting out a soft sound as he unconsciously enveloped the fingers resting near his lips. After a prolonged silence, the porcelain bowl was pressed back to his lips, and the bitter soup flowed in. His consciousness blurred, ultimately sinking like a solitary boat adrift on tumultuous waves, descending into the depths. When Yan Ting awoke, the sky outside had completely darkened. He drew aside the half-drawn bed curtains and surveyed his surroundings. It was a small loft, sparsely furnished, with an expansive emptiness to it. The lingering taste of ginseng soup remained in his mouth, the quality of the ginseng surpassing anything he had consumed before, filling him with warmth and restoring some of his strength. As he lowered one foot to the ground, the intricately carved sandalwood door swung open, revealing a young girl of about 13 or 14. She approached the bedside and cheerfully curtsied to Yan Ting. "Young Master Yan, I am Lolo, a palace maid. His Majesty instructed me to have the imperial kitchen prepare a meal for you upon your awakening." With a clap of her hands, eunuchs entered in a line, bringing forth an array of dishes, soon filling the table to capacity. Ginseng chicken, ginseng duck, ginseng stir-fried meat, and ginseng abalone. After this meal, one might expect to be replenished to the point of nosebleeds. Lolo, with a bright smile, placed chopsticks before Yan Ting, urging, "Please eat quickly, young Master Yan. Afterward, I shall take you to a delightful place." Seeing her expression, Yan Ting suspected that it might not be anything favorable. While pondering this, he picked up the chopsticks and leisurely took a piece of chicken, savoring it bite by bite. Lolo refrained from further urging. Once Yan Ting had finished and set down his chopsticks, she thoughtfully handed him a cup of warm ginseng tea. Noticing her respectful demeanor, Yan Ting felt assured that his stay in the palace was likely secured. Rounding up, he could almost envision Pei Sun presenting fragments of his soul, beseeching him to accept them. After finishing the tea, Yan Ting rose and followed Lolo through the garden and along a lengthy pebble path. Noticing they were straying further into desolation, surrounded by overgrown weeds and crumbling red walls. They had walked for quite a while, and despite having consumed so much ginseng, he still felt utterly drained. Just as he was about to cough, Lolo suddenly halted, raising her hand to point ahead. "This is the place, young Master Yan." Yan Ting followed her gaze. In the corner stood an artificially constructed rock formation, deliberately featuring a narrow entrance that required one to stoop to enter. Before the mountain, a stone tablet was inscribed with the words "dungeon" in an elegant, swirling script. Heavily guarded from the outside, not even a fly could escape. Occasionally, the air was pierced by heart-rending screams from within, sending shivers down the spine. Yan Ting pressed his lips together. Was this truly the so-called good place that Luo had mentioned? It seemed that the recent feast of ginseng was, in fact, a prelude to execution. Seeing Yan Ting lost in thought, Luo gently reminded him, "His Majesty has instructed you to proceed alone. I can only accompany you this far. Young Master Yan, remember to follow the path straight to the end, where the cell awaits you." The soldiers guarding the prison door had automatically parted to create a passage. The situation appeared dire. However, inaction was not Yan Ting's usual demeanor. He believed in confronting challenges head-on, and thus stepped forward. As one might expect, the dungeon was situated underground. Descending the staircase, the surroundings gradually dimmed, illuminated only by the flickering candlelight lining the narrow path. On either side of the corridor lay cells, each housing several prisoners. One individual, as Yan Ting passed, grasped at his garment, emitting a series of incoherent, agonized sounds. Beneath a tangled mass of hair, the hollowness of his eye sockets and the bloodshot redness of his pupils were starkly evident. With considerable effort, Yan Ting reclaimed his garment, observing closely that the man's tongue had been severed, which explained his inability to utter a coherent word. Most would be terrified by such a sight, but he merely wiped the blood from his sleeve and continued onward. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, he extended his hand to push open the cell door when a sharp sound sliced through the air. A bloodied whip landed at his feet, prompting him to instinctively take a step back. Before he could fully comprehend the scene before him, the acrid scent of blood assaulted his senses, causing his stomach to churn violently. He nearly succumbed to nausea. Covering his mouth and nose with his sleeve, he raised his gaze, only to find the cell filled with instruments of torture. In the center, a figure clad in black was bound to an iron frame, bloodied and battered by the whip. Pei Xuanji sat beside him, his slender, jade-like fingers gripping the whip. Upon sensing movement, he turned his head with an air of condescension. "You have arrived?" he inquired with a smile, gesturing to the empty chair beside him. "Please have a seat." Yan Ting cautiously approached the chair. Before he could settle down, Pei Xuanji struck the black-clad figure again with the whip. The fabric was shredded by the barbs, flesh exposed, and the man's pupils widened in terror as he coughed up blood, trembling momentarily before his head drooped limply, akin to a leaf falling in autumn. Yan Ting found himself in a predicament, unsure whether to stand or sit, struggling to ignore the overpowering scent of blood. He bit his pale lip and turned to Pei Xuanji, saying, "Your Majesty, once you are done with him, you cannot turn your wrath upon me." This was the first time Pei Xuanji had heard him speak. His voice was barely audible, delicate as a whisper. If one were not attentive, they might miss his words entirely. Accompanied by that frail, yet astonishingly beautiful visage, Pei Xuanji could not help but ponder whether a touch more ferocity on his part might frighten the young man to death right here. A smile deepened at the corners of Pei Xuanji's mouth, his heterochromatic eyes curving into a gentle arc. "Observe your behavior. Should you prove obedient, I would not mind granting you a cup of poison to relieve your suffering." Yan Ting was skeptical. Pei Xuanji had just fed him an abundance of ginseng, only to turn around and wish to poison him again. Was this not superfluous? The system, 6-6, suddenly interjected. The man in black is an assassin. The tyrant seeks to uncover who has instigated him, hence the severe interrogation. Father, given your delicate and fragile nature, he would be reluctant to harm you. Yan Ting took umbrage at this remark. Delicate and fragile? He considered himself a robust and stalwart man. Just then, a mouse scurried out from somewhere, squeaking at his feet. He detested such filthy, ugly, and furry creatures, and instinctively stepped forward to evade it. Unfortunately, he collided with Pei Xuanji, plunging into the latter's embrace. His nose meeting the hard chest, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from him. Once was not enough. Did he wish to employ the same tactic again? A slightly displeased voice from above interrupted him. Yan Ting paused for a moment before looking up. What had this man consumed to grow so tall? His own head barely reached the level of Pei Xuanji's shoulder. Truly, it was infuriating how comparisons could evoke such feelings of inadequacy. As he pondered this, he innocently blinked at Pei Xuanji. Your Majesty, you worry too much. I merely sought to evade the mouse. His eyes, slightly upturned at the corners, were the epitome of peach blossom beauty. When he gazed so intently at another, he appeared soft and affectionate, almost like a child seeking to be pampered. Pei Xuanji, meeting Yan Ting's gaze, felt an inexplicable agitation. With such peculiar eyes, he was destined to be bullied. Since childhood, other princes and princesses had mocked him as an ugly freak, and even the self-proclaimed sage who could commune with the divine often pointed at him disdainfully. Thus, he despised having others stare directly at his face. An icy aura enveloped him. Yan Ting, as if awakening from a dream, hastily extricated himself from Pei Xuanji's embrace and seated himself upon a chair. He sat with such force that he jarred his coccyx, and despite quickly covering his mouth, a brief sound of discomfort escaped him, resembling a child's whimper. Pei Xuanji turned his head, observing Yan Ting with his head bowed. Raven hair cascading forward to reveal a slender neck as delicate as porcelain. For some reason, he felt an urge to pinch it. So fair, it would surely leave a crimson mark with the slightest touch. His thoughts wandered until the black-clad assassin, roused from his stupor by pain, let out a wailing cry. I confess everything. Please cease the torment. His tears mingled with the wounds on his face, causing him to grimace in agony. Pei Xuanji snapped back to attention, rising to stand before the assassin, arching an eyebrow as he inquired, Then, do enlighten me. Who has commissioned you to assassinate me? Yan Ting propped his chin in one hand, curiosity piqued about which official, reckless enough to court death, had orchestrated this scheme. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the two, the assassin declared emphatically it was the county magistrate, Yan Yuancheng, who sent me. I am his servant. He threatened me with a contract of servitude to assassinate the emperor, and audaciously promised that he would treat my wife and children well, bestowing upon them a fortune of gold and fertile lands. The cell fell into an oppressive silence. Yan Ting was profoundly shaken. His inept father was so impoverished that he could not even afford ginseng. Where would he procure such wealth? This was clearly calumny. He immediately rose and inquired, You claim to be an assassin sent by the magistrate of Yan County, but your words lack proof. Do you possess any token? Did your majesty not notice? The dagger I wielded bears the character for Yin inscribed upon it. The cloaked figure retorted defiantly. Yan Ting was momentarily taken aback. Was this the very reason Pei Sun had summoned him to the dungeon? If this slanderous accusation truly fell upon his inept father, even the mightiest of monarchs would be unable to save him today. Furrowing his brow, he scrutinized the cloaked man. Any individual of sound mind would not boldly engrave their name upon a dagger when hiring an assassin. This is evidently a trap. Who is the true mastermind behind your assignment? Speak the truth without delay. The cloaked figure spat out the blood that had pooled in his mouth and asked earnestly, I am not fabricating tales. Moreover, have you observed the actions of the magistrate of Yan County? Does he strike you as a person of intelligence? Chapter 4. The sickly enchantress of the palace. 4. His reasoning was sound. Yan Ting found himself at a loss for a retort. Lowering his long lashes, he pondered for a moment before addressing Pei Sun. The servants of the Yin family bear tattoos of yin feathers on their shoulders. Your Majesty may remove his garments to examine him closely. Upon hearing this, a flicker of panic flashed in the cloaked man's eyes, revealing his lack of confidence. He deliberately raised his voice, attempting to bolster his courage. My father is the tattoo artist of a Yin residence. When I was a child, I was afraid of the pain, so he did not tattoo me. After a brief pause, he added frantically, I was indeed sent by the magistrate of Yin. Have I not fallen to such depths that I would still have reason to lie? As he grew increasingly agitated, it was evident that had his hands and feet not been bound by iron chains, he would have leapt up to bite. Yan Ting surveyed the surroundings, laboriously lifting an iron rod from the wall to strike him on the head, hoping to silence him momentarily. However, to his dismay, his strength proved insufficient to inflict any significant harm. The stout rod merely left a large bump on the man's head, with not a drop of blood shed. The cloaked man paused, then howled even louder, his piercing cries threatening to rupture eardrums. It was Pei Sun who could bear it no longer. He lashed out with a whip, striking the cloaked man's face, causing him to bleed profusely and lose consciousness, his eyes rolling back. Silence enveloped the space once more. Yan Ting glanced between the iron rod and Pei Sun's whip, inexplicably feeling a twinge of pain in his own face. He swallowed hard and began to defend himself. I beseech your Majesty to discern the truth. The Yin feather tattoo was a mere fabrication of mine, entirely fictitious. Moreover, he claims to be a servant, yet fails to recognize me. Furthermore, my father has squandered our family fortune, and all the household servants have long been dismissed. He could not produce even a handful of coins, let alone reward an assassin's family with a fortune of gold. Pei Sun listened quietly, uncertain of the veracity of his words, his gaze drifting downward to Yan Ting's attire. Though simple, the garments were crafted from the finest silk, flowing gracefully as he moved, adorned with subtly shimmering silver patterns, indicating their considerable value. Locking eyes with him, Yan Ting bit her lip as if making a daring decision, and tremulously extended her delicate, pale fingers to slowly loosen her garments. As her outer robe fell away, the tattered inner garment came into Pei Sun's view, stark evidence of the Yin family's current destitution. The fabric, washed to a rough texture and severely worn, barely concealed anything, allowing glimpses of her skin to show through, painting a scene of delicate allure. The outer robe was a precious jade bead bestowed by the late emperor, purchased at great expense, she murmured, gathering her shoulders, her fine lashes fluttering like butterfly wings. My father said that if I were fortunate enough to be chosen by your Majesty, it would be a tremendous blessing. If not, I could still return home in this beautiful attire with dignity. Pei Sun's gaze deepened as he mulled over her final words. Return home with dignity? More likely, it would be a dignified path to oblivion. The imperial physician who attended Yan Ting today had explicitly stated that her frail health stemmed from congenital deficiencies. Her survival depended solely on the millennium-old snow ginseng from the northwest. Even with a bowl of ginseng soup every 3 days, it would only prolong her life until she reached 20. Yet, she had gone nearly half a month without any, her body now severely depleted, rendering her vulnerable to the slightest ailment that could claim her life. Had it not been for the concoction Pei Sun had force-fed her, she would have had no chance to stand here and speak. Yin Yuancheng had not only failed as an official, but also as a father, allowing a once whole person to be reduced to this state. Pei Sun observed Yan Ting's waist, so slender and fragile. It seemed as though a mere pinch could break her. He ultimately averted his gaze, his voice devoid of emotion. Put your clothes back on. Instead of complying, Yan Ting even feigned an intention to remove her inner garment, entirely disregarding the damp, dark dungeon and the unconscious figure behind her. It was only when Pei Sun approached and firmly grasped her hand that she raised her tear-streaked gaze, pinching her thigh in an effort to summon 2 glistening tears. In the dim candlelight, her expression was one of confusion and fragility. Your Majesty, I have no other path to live. I beg for your mercy. 1 tear cascaded down her cheek, tracing the path over her snowy neck and delicate collarbone, ultimately staining her inner garment with a small patch of moisture. A droplet fell, splashing against the back of Pei Sun's hand, startling him momentarily. He maintained his impassive demeanor, as if untouched by her plight. Yet, within his mind, the system cheered exuberantly, oblivious to Yan Ting's presence, who gazed at Pei Sun with tearful eyes, akin to a soul long submerged in darkness, grasping the last glimmer of hope. It seemed she wished to reach out, to tug at Pei Sun's sleeve, but ultimately recoiled, fearing to intrude upon the heartless emperor, gingerly retracting her trembling hand. The candlelight flickered, on the verge of extinguishing. In the end, Pei Sun relinquished the whip in his hand, bent down, and retrieved the fallen outer robe, gently assisting Yan Ting in donning it. Rarely had he cared for another, as he was accustomed to being the one others catered to. Thus, after much deliberation, he ultimately fashioned a grotesquely hideous bow with a belt around Yan Ting's waist, somewhat marring the aesthetic. Only the feeble shed tears. 4 tears are the most futile of human expressions. He furrowed his brow in apparent impatience. Cease your weeping in my presence. I find it distasteful. Yan Ting chose not to respond, promptly stifling his tears as instructed. However, he did so rather abruptly, causing Pei Sun to halt his hand, poised to wipe away the tears in midair. His brow twitched involuntarily, and in a fit of vexation, he pinched Yan Ting's cheek, though it appeared devoid of flesh. It felt remarkably soft, quite pleasant to the touch. The warmth lingered on his fingertips as Pei Sun discreetly pinched it, a slight smile gracing his lips, unnoticed by himself, before he instructed Yan Ting to follow. As he lifted his foot to leave the cell, Yan Ting hurriedly interjected, "Your Majesty, shall we not continue interrogating the assassin? He truly is not sent by my father." His words were abruptly cut off by Pei Sun's retort. "This matter does not require your concern. Follow me." Thus, he had no choice but to fall silent and obediently trail behind. With Pei Sun's tall stature and long strides, and Yan Ting's frail constitution, it was inevitable that a considerable distance soon emerged between them. The delicate young master ought to be cherished. How could he be so easily abandoned? Yan Ting coughed lightly. Yan Ting coughed again. Yan Ting coughed persistently. The emperor, finally exasperated, halted his steps, frowning as he turned back, his expression icy and unapproachable, unmistakably displaying his impatience. Yet, when he lifted Yan Ting into his arms, his touch was exceedingly gentle. Was it truly necessary to cough so excessively after merely walking a few paces? He detested the overly delicate. Chapter 5. The ailing enchantress receives favor above all in the harem. Luo Luo had returned to her loft, idly waiting at the door, occasionally kicking pebbles or stretching lazily. Upon witnessing Pei Sun carrying Yan Ting, her jaw nearly dropped, her eyes wide as saucers, her curiosity aflame. She peeked inside, observing as Pei Sun placed Yan Ting onto the bed and prepared to depart. At that moment, Yan Ting, summoning his courage, tugged at his sleeve and eagerly inquired, "Will your Majesty visit me again today?" The belt Pei Sun had tied was not particularly tight, and with a slight movement, Yan Ting's outer garment slipped, revealing his smooth, delicate shoulder. The sun had already set, the clouds tinged crimson by the fading light. His fair fingers clutched the black sleeve tightly, the contrast stark. Uncertain of which action had pleased Pei Sun, the latter smirked and queried, "Who gave you the audacity to pull on me? Are you not afraid I will flay your skin and extract your bones?" Unfazed by the threat, and hearing no warning of a decrease in affection value, Yan Ting boldly replied, "My life was saved by your Majesty, and I leave my fate entirely in your hands." Pei Sun, in a good mood, adjusted Yan Ting's fallen garments, leaving him with the promise, "I shall visit you again later." He then turned and departed. Once the others departed, Luo Luo finally dared to step into the room, retrieving a handkerchief from somewhere to dab at non-existent tears. "Your Majesty hasn't smiled like that in ages." Such a familiar line. Yan Ting glanced at her, his lips twitching with discomfort. "Are you implying that I am the first man the Emperor has brought home?" "Oh." Luo Luo lost her grip on the handkerchief, which fluttered down to the ground. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "You finally realized it. Young Master Yan, you are indeed the first person the Emperor has brought to the Chun Shui Tower." Yan Ting, intrigued, asked, "Chun Shui Tower? Is it this place?" Luo Luo blinked her bright, almond-shaped eyes. This was the Emperor's residence before his ascension. Yan Ting paused, taken aback. It was no wonder he indeed discerned it. This place bore no resemblance to a prince's dwelling. The loft sat upon a solitary island, encircled by water, with only a wooden bridge connecting it to the shore. The bed was small, the room modest. A man as tall as Pei Sun-ji would scarcely fit, unable to stretch his legs. Living here, one would struggle to find a place to hang a noose. A surprising feature, however, was that the sides of the loft, being farther from the lake, could be transformed into a small garden once the surrounding rubble was cleared away. Yan Ting rested his chin on his hand, gazing through the half-closed window, his long lashes catching the evening glow. Luo, the sides of the loft are bare. Why not plant some flowers and grasses? Wonderful. Luo nodded enthusiastically. What would young Master Yan like to plant? The king of flowers, the peony? The four gentlemen, plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum? Or perhaps the lotus, which rises unstained from the mud. Yan Ting replied, no need to plant anything. Just turn the soil, water it, and add some fertilizer. Luo scratched her head in confusion. But that would only yield wildflowers and weeds. Exactly what I desire, Yan Ting stated matter-of-factly. Only the strong deserve to thrive in my garden. At his words, Luo suddenly understood and hurried outside, summoning the palace maids and eunuchs to move stones. Turn the soil and water it. Meanwhile, she stood aside, stroking her smooth chin, musing quietly that Yan Ting seemed to be someone who admired strength. What a fortunate coincidence. Pei Sun-ji, the sovereign ruler, was indeed the strongest man in the world. As night fell, Luo had the kitchen send over dinner, which was once again a ginseng feast. Yan Ting stared at it for a long time, utterly lacking the desire to eat. He finally raised his head and said, I only need ginseng soup every 3 days. I really don't require such nourishment. These dishes were prepared according to the Imperial Medical Institution's recipes, containing not only ginseng but also ground medicinal herbs. Luo insisted. The head of the institute personally guaranteed that even someone as delicate as you, young Master Yan, would, after 6 months of this diet, be able to run 10 miles in a single breath and carry a heavy cauldron without breaking a sweat. 6 months of this? Did I commit some celestial offense in my past life? Yan Ting responded with a lackluster enthusiasm. Sensing his disinterest, Luo lowered her voice conspiratorially. Young Master Yan, the assassin in the dungeon has confessed. He has no connection to Magistrate Yan, but is, in fact, under the command of Governor Chen Shao. Chen Shao? Yan Ting found himself at a loss. The narrative he had received was incomplete, devoid of information regarding this individual. The system promptly reminded him. Chen Shao and Yin Yuancheng both serve the former crown prince and have similarly offended Pei Sun-ji. Witnessing the tragic fate of the former associates of the Grand Prince, Chen Shao, in a bid to survive, resolved to betray his country. He orchestrated for an assassin to infiltrate the palace disguised as a gardener, threatening the lives of his wife and child to compel the assassin to carry a dagger inscribed with the character Yin, thereby shifting the blame to Yin Yuancheng. This diversion would draw everyone's attention to Yin Yuancheng, granting Chen Shao sufficient time to escape the kingdom of Yuzhou and venture into the neighboring kingdom of Xi'an, where he intended to present the intelligence he had amassed during his years in office, along with a detailed defense map of the imperial city, in exchange for wealth and prestige. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Yan Ting lowered his eyelashes. He resolved that Chen Shao must not be allowed to leave Yuzhou. When Pei Sun arrived, he found Yan Ting seated at the table, seemingly lost in thought, untouched food before him. Noting the lack of appetite, Pei Sun settled beside him and, bringing him back to reality, inquired about how the emperor planned to deal with Chen Shao. Surprised by the question, Pei Sun glanced at the maid, Luo, standing nearby, his brow slightly furrowed. I merely wish to inform young Master Yan of this matter, because I noticed his distress. She murmured, her voice dwindling as she slowly retreated, eventually disappearing behind the door. Yan Ting found this peculiar. While the other palace maids had reached adulthood, Luo, so young, had managed to ascend to a position of prominence among them, which seemed quite extraordinary. Furthermore, she had never referred to herself as a servant. Unlike the other maids who bowed their heads in deference, she boldly met Pei Sun's gaze, displaying no sign of fear. Her status was undoubtedly exceptional. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the system, aptly named Lu Lu, elucidated the matter. Luo Luo is the orphan of a general who perished fighting for the nation. The late emperor intended to take her, then merely 6 years old, as a consort to usurp the general's estate. At that time, the prince, Pei Sun, devised a plan for her to feign death, rescuing her from peril. Presently, she masquerades as a maid while effectively overseeing the entire secret guard. Moreover, an amusing tidbit emerged. Pei Sun had discreetly scattered the ashes of the late emperor, and the remains interred in the previous emperor's mausoleum were, in fact, those of the great general. Yan Ting could not help but click his tongue in disbelief. The late emperor's madness knew no bounds, even endangering a child. Fortunately, the conclusion was exceedingly agreeable. Chapter 6. The ailing enchantress favored above all. 6. Yan Ting commended Pei Sun's actions and then inquired, "Your Majesty has yet to inform me how you intend to deal with Chen Xiao." Although this matter fell beyond Yan Ting's jurisdiction, Pei Sun, observing his eager expression, replied, "Chen Xiao has fled. We must locate him before making any decisions." "Oh," Yan Ting nodded, casually reminding him, "Your Majesty, do take care. My father and Chen Xiao were once part of the Grand Prince's faction. My father has mentioned that although Chen Xiao hold a modest position, he is a confidant of the Grand Prince and possesses a detailed defense map of the imperial city. Are you implying that Chen Xiao would betray the nation?" Pei Sun laid his fingers on the table, rhythmically tapping as he responded, "I have already ordered a state of alert at the borders. He shall not escape." However, swiftly, he appeared to recall something, his expression subtly shifting. During the reign of the late emperor, a commercial treaty had been established with the kingdom of Xi'an, allowing merchants from both nations to traverse the borders freely as long as they possessed a token issued by the royal family, exempting their goods from inspection by officials. It was plausible that Chen Xiao might bribe a merchant, seizing this opportunity to escape. Pei Sun Ji, with an air of nonchalance, rose and addressed Yan Ting. "You should enjoy your meal. Shortly, I shall take you to a delightful place." Could this be the fabled unity of master and his servant? With a playful smile, Luo Luo suggested taking Yan Ting to a fun place, only to lead him to the dungeon. Where then would Pei Sun Ji take him? Yan Ting raised his chopsticks, glancing around without any appetite, and turned his gaze back to Pei Sun Ji. The latter stepped outside and quietly instructed Luo Luo, his voice hushed, vaguely mentioning Chen Xiao and the kingdom of Xi'an, though the details remained unclear. After giving his instructions, Pei Sun Ji returned to the room. Observing that the food on the table remained untouched, he raised an eyebrow. "Have you just begun to be picky now that your health has improved? Do you wish for me to feed you?" "I indeed require your Majesty's assistance to eat." Yan Ting winked at him, "But you need not lift a finger. Simply sitting across from me will suffice." Uncertain of his intentions, Pei Sun Ji complied and sat down, leisurely inquiring, "And then?" Yan Ting offered no reply, but directly picked up his bowl, simultaneously gazing at him as he shoveled rice into his mouth. He ate with such gusto that any signs of pickiness were entirely absent, his cheeks stuffed like a little hamster. Pei Sun Ji, typically lacking in patience, surprisingly waited quietly for Yan Ting to finish his meal, remaining completely still throughout. Only after Yan Ting had finished did he ask, perplexed, "Why?" "Because your Majesty is quite handsome. Simply looking at you allows me to eat more." Yan Ting set down his chopsticks and smiled at him. In over 20 years of life, Pei Sun Ji had been praised for his wisdom and diligence. Yet invariably, those who flattered him did so with pale faces, trembling as if he wielded a knife at their throats to compel their compliments. Yan Ting was different. He was the first to call Pei Sun Ji handsome, and the first to gaze at him with a smile while offering praise. Current affection level 15. An unusual feeling surged within Pei Sun Ji, one he could hardly identify. He repeated, "Handsome?" "Indeed," Yan Ting nodded. "Your Majesty's eyes are the most beautiful." Due to his unique heterochromia, he had endured countless grievances and ridicule throughout his life. Yet now, someone admired the beauty of his eyes. Current affection level 18. Seated opposite him, Yan Ting's gaze was sincere and devoid of pretense. Pei Sun-ji could not help but ask, "Do you not find my eyes peculiar?" Yan Ting pressed his lips together, a clever thought forming. "What is peculiar about them?" "Your gray eye is as vast as a towering mountain, while your blue eye flows like a river, signifying that you are a natural ruler, with the vast expanse of the realm firmly within your grasp." After a moment of flattery, presented in a tone akin to a brief essay, he added, with an air of grievance, "If we're to speak of the peculiar, my birthmark upon my waist is truly strange." This half-uttered statement piqued Pei Sun's curiosity. What birthmark? Although somewhat hesitant to disclose, he expressed his willingness to reveal it to His Majesty. Yan Ting, grasping Pei Sun's hand, approached the bedside, poised to loosen his garments. While casting anxious glances outside, "There's no one outside, is there?" The palace maids were stationed across the bridge, and without explicit orders from their master, they dared not intrude. Only Luo remained in attendance within the Shinshui building, previously dispatched for tasks, and now, outside the building, not a soul could be seen, not even a ghostly shadow. Once assured of their solitude, Yan Ting slowly began to unfasten his clothing, only to pause midway. His ears flushed crimson as if they might bleed. "I still fear that the birthmark may be seen by others. Could Your Majesty please lie down and let the bed curtains fall?" His reasoning was fundamentally flawed. With Pei Sun present, the palace denizens would prefer to distance themselves from the Shinshui building. Even if endowed with 100 times their courage, they would not dare approach. Strangely enough, Pei Sun heeded his request. He stepped onto the bed, and the curtains swayed gently downwards, not only obscuring their view, but also dimming the light. Inside the drapery, the ambience grew somewhat shadowy. Yet Yan Ting's skin was undeniably fair, resembling the finest porcelain, still radiant even in this oppressive gloom. As he revealed his partially concealed attire, Pei Sun raised an eyebrow. There was no birthmark to be found. The slender waist was impeccably clean, devoid of even a single blemish, though autumn had yet to arrive. The night air remained cool. Yan Ting's upper body was now unclothed, and he initially believed he could withstand the chill, but evidently, he had overestimated the resilience of his frail form. He attempted to pull the quilt over himself, yet as he reached out, Pei Sun seized his wrist, lifting it high above his head. He blinked, feeling Pei Sun's other hand caressing the soft flesh of his waist. The calloused fingertips felt strikingly distinct, as if an unceasing warmth radiated from that point, spreading through his limbs and imparting a delicate blush to his otherwise pale skin, reminiscent of peach blossoms washed by the rain. Yan Ting. Pei Sun softly uttered his name, those heterochromatic eyes locking onto him with the intensity of a wolf in the forest eyeing its prey, poised to devour. "Do you know the consequences of deceiving the emperor?" The crime of deceiving the emperor, undoubtedly, was a grave offense deserving of the annihilation of one's entire lineage. Yan Ting shook his head, seemingly anxious as he swallowed hard, the perfectly shaped Adam's apple rolling elegantly up and down. The atmosphere within the curtains fell into an eerie silence for a fleeting moment. Then the tyrant leaned in, an overwhelming aura of dominance enveloping Yan Ting, rendering him utterly motionless under the weight of his presence. Chapter 7. The ill and enigmatic concubine's favor reigned supreme in the palace. 7. All unfolded as Yan Ting had anticipated. Yet he could never have imagined that Pei Sun possessed such extraordinary talent, evoking a sensation of disarray, as though his very organs were shifting within him. His frail body could scarcely endure such tumult. He fainted and regained consciousness repeatedly, akin to a torturous ordeal. Dizziness and tinnitus enveloped him, the only sound clearly audible being the incessant beeping of the system. Current affection level, 20. Current affection level, 22. Current affection level, 24. Ultimately, all of Yan Ting's strength was sapped, cold sweat beating upon his forehead. Even the gentlest touch from Pei Sun-ji made him flinch like a startled bird. Current affection level, 30. His eyelids, heavy with fatigue, refused to lift. In a haze, he sensed someone dressing him, layer upon layer, with deliberate care. Moments latte. The individual lifted him effortlessly, seemingly heading toward a wooden bridge. After that, the events faded entirely from his memory. Yan Ting had assumed he could sleep for an entire day and night. Yet, he soon awoke amidst a jolt. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in the lavish interior of a grand carriage, the seats and floor adorned with soft woolen blankets, curled up beside Pei Sun-ji, his head resting on the latter's knee. The slightest movement brushed his cheek against the beads on Pei Sun-ji's wrist, sending an uncomfortable sensation through him. The carriage lacked illumination, but outside, the world was awash with light. The clamor of voices filtered through the carriage curtains, piercing Yan Ting's ears and intensifying his discomfort. Gritting his teeth against the ache coursing through his body, he propped himself up and peered out through the curtains, his pupils dilating in surprise. This was not within the palace, but rather in the bustling market beyond a royal city. The kingdom of Yuzhou had no curfew, and both sides of the road were ablaze with light. Various stalls stood shoulder to shoulder, people weaving among them. Some carried lanterns shaped like animals, others cradled children, while some nibbled on candied hawthorns, creating a scene of vibrant prosperity. Yan Ting was momentarily entranced, recalling that during their meal, Pei Sun-ji had mentioned taking him to a delightful place. Had he truly meant outside the palace? The carriage passed by a candied fruit shop, where the vendor had artfully displayed the treats at the entrance, their appearance rendered even more appealing by the glow of the lights. Hawthorn balls, candied bayberries, peach blossom cakes, and water chestnut cakes mingled their sweet fragrances, stirring a powerful hunger within him. Yan Ting instinctively touched his stomach, despite having eaten heartily at dinner. A gnawing hunger now overtook him, as if he could devour an entire cow. Pei Sun-ji caught a glimpse of his subtle movement and promptly called out, "Luo, Luo." The carriage came to a halt, and Luo Luo lifted the bamboo curtain of the door, peering inside. "Go purchase some candied fruits from that stall by the roadside," Pei Sun-ji instructed, adding thoughtfully, "and don't get too many hawthorns. We wouldn't want to feel hungrier." "Understood," Luo Luo replied, lowering the curtain and soothingly patting the horse's neck before leaping down from the carriage. A long line formed outside the candied fruit shop. She had no intention of waiting patiently at the end, but instead boldly cut in line. The person she bypassed was a burly bald man who, seeing her youth and small stature, was about to unleash a torrent of curses. Yet, before he could utter a word, Luo Luo smiled mischievously, her eyes crinkling, and revealed a pair of sharp little tiger teeth, simultaneously drawing a dagger from her left sleeve. The glint of silver caused the bald man to instinctively raise his hand to shield his eyes, all his foul language abruptly stifled in his throat. He took a step back in fright, trembling as he said, "What is a young girl like you doing playing with knives? Am I not allowed to ask you to return it first?" "Thank you." Luo Luo tilted her head slightly, retracted the knife, and rummaged through her right sleeve, producing some silver coins that she tossed to the bald man. "Here, distribute this among those behind me as my compensation." The crowd stirred, but she paid no mind, soon purchasing the candied fruits and skipping back to the cart, handing the packaged treats through the bamboo curtain. Yan Ting was momentarily stunned. To label Luo Luo as polite would be to overlook her line cutting. To deem her impolite would ignore her gratitude. Truly, she was a confidant of Pei Sun, adept at understanding the intricacies of imperial favor, balancing grace and authority. He clicked his tongue and reached out for the candied fruit. Just as he was about to make contact, Luo Luo suddenly withdrew her hand, sheepishly sticking out her tongue. "Look at my memory, I almost forgot." She pulled out a piece of ancient ginseng from her waist pouch, ready to crush it over the candied fruits. Yan Ting was flustered by the wind. While he could tolerate ginseng in his meals, adding it to sweets, surely that was inappropriate. "No," he voiced to halt her. Yet, his words seemed ineffective. Luo Luo paused, looking to Pei Sun for guidance. Yan Ting, belatedly realizing the situation, tugged at Pei Sun's sleeve, shaking it slightly. "Your Majesty, I beseech you, do not add ginseng to the candied fruits." His voice was inexplicably hoarse. This wretched body seemed poised to cough again, and he stifled it, his eyes reddening as if he might cry at any moment. Unable to bear it, Luo Luo cautiously suggested, "How about we do as young Master Yan says? He looks so pitiful." Yan Ting nodded, deciding to play along, but perhaps due to having cried earlier, he could not squeeze out even a single tear, no matter how hard he tried. Pei Sun silently observed him for a while before snatching the candied fruits from Luo's hand and placing them into Yan Ting's grasp. At last, he could savor a version of the sweet treat devoid of ginseng's flavor. The fragrant sweetness was sufficient to compensate for the toll his body had taken today. Lifting Yan Ting's spirits, the bamboo curtain was lowered, and Luo urged the horse onward. As he enjoyed the treat, Yan Ting then remembered Pei Sun beside him, picking up a sugar-coated sour cherry and offering it to his lips. Pei Sun coldly rejected, "I do not favor sweets." "Is that so?" Gaining confidence, Yan Ting felt rebellious stir within him. Today, he must make the tyrant taste something sweet. He popped the sugar-coated cherry into his mouth, nestled into Pei Sun's embrace, and tilted his head to kiss him. This time, Pei Sun did not refuse. Outside, the crowd bustled, while inside the carriage, their breaths intertwined, gradually igniting warmth. The emperor, known for his domineering nature, swiftly turned the tables, leaving Yan Ting with no choice but to acquiesce. Pei Sun's hand brushed against his wrist, the prominent beads pressing against Yan Ting's skin once more. After Pei Sun released him, curiosity got the better of him. "Your Majesty, I have long wanted to ask, what are these beads made of?" Pei Sun smiled. "Would you like to know?" Yan Ting nodded vigorously. Thus, the tyrant approached with an unexpected benevolence, whispering 2 words into his ear, revealing the answer: human bones. Chapter 8. The Ailing Enchantress. Favored among the harem. 8. The candied fruit in his mouth instantly lost its sweetness. Yan Ting was momentarily stunned, the pit of the Yongmei fruit sliding down his throat. And by the time he recovered, it was too late. He choked and coughed violently. Pei Xuanji patted his back, a faint smile gracing his lips. That statement was a ruse to deceive Yan Ting. The bracelet was not crafted from human bones. Instead, it was a prophecy from the national master, indicating that Pei Xuanji's naturally different eyes were an omen of misfortune, to suppress the malevolent energy within him. Rare, jade-like, white stone beads had to be carved and worn perpetually on his wrist. In his childhood, he had despised the weight of the bracelet and refused to wear it, only to be punished by the eunuchs of the old emperor, who whipped him with willow branches until he dared not remove it. Eventually, he grew accustomed to the presence of the beads on his wrist and never took them off again. Although much time had passed, Pei Xuanji could still vividly recall the pain from those lashes. However, it mattered little. On the day of his ascension, he personally thrust that eunuch into the fire, the anguished screams echoing in his mind, providing a grim solace to his twisted heart. Ah yes, when he sewed the national master's mouth shut with needles and thread. The cries were even more pitiful, surpassing that of the eunuch. Recalling such memories filled Pei Xuanji with a sense of delight. Noticing that Yan Ting had ceased coughing, he intended to reveal the truth about the bracelet. Yet, Yan Ting interjected with a question. "Your Majesty, whose bones were used to create it?" In those misty, peach blossom eyes lay curiosity, inquiry, and an eagerness to delve deeper, yet not a trace of fear. Pei Xuanji raised an eyebrow, surprised at his frail companion's unexpected boldness. Casually, he replied, 7 beads, of course, made from the bones of 7 individuals. Would you like to know who they are? Yan Ting was indeed curious, but had a more pressing concern. My father wouldn't be one of them, would he? He deemed himself unworthy. Pei Xuanji toyed with Yan Ting's fingers. Shall we transform your father into a human skin lantern? Hanging it outside the Chun Shui Tower. It would sway with the breeze. That is utterly unacceptable. Though my father is useless, such a cruel punishment is unwarranted. Yan Ting shook his head. Your Majesty, let's not discuss my father any longer. Let us return to the bracelet. Pei Xuanji, disinterested in continuing the charade, grasped his hand, pretending to remove the bead from his wrist to place them on Yan Ting's. What is this? Do you desire it? Yan Ting was unwilling. Wearing such a thing felt akin to toting around 7 corpses. Just as he was about to retract his hand, he suddenly seemed to recollect something and instead reached out with determination, his eyes sparkling. I want it. Pei Xuanji was puzzled. Aren't you afraid? Yes, Yan Ting replied, looking up at him with a pitiful expression. But this is the first gift your Majesty has bestowed upon me. I must wear it at all times, no matter what. Current affection level, 35. I was merely deceiving you. This is not human bone, but rather jade-like white stone. The tyrant chuckled softly, adorning Yan Ting's fair wrist with a bracelet. Then he noticed that the opponent's wrist was considerably thinner than his own. With a gentle flick of the hand, the bracelet would slip off. He untied the rope and retrieved 2 beads, readying them securely, finally managing to wear them properly. After this ordeal, Yan Ting gazed at the remaining candied fruits, utterly devoid of appetite, and rested his head on Pei Sun's knee to sleep. For the next 3 days, the carriage continued its journey. Yan Ting felt as though his bones were about to be jostled apart. And instead of having Luo crush the snow ginseng to mix with the food, he took to gnawing on the ginseng directly. He endured and endured until he could bear it no longer, finally asking, "Your Majesty, where exactly are we headed?" No sooner had the words left his lips than the carriage came to a halt. Pei Sun lifted the bamboo curtain, and sunlight rushed in eagerly. He extended his hand towards Yan Ting, announcing, "We have arrived." Yan Ting promptly placed his hand in Pei Sun's, allowing himself to be led down from the carriage. Before them stood a grand residence, flanked by 2 imposing stone lions at the entrance, exuding an air of magnificence. Pei Sun guided Yan Ting further inside, where they encountered numerous men and women clad in black, well-trained attire, each bearing a dagger akin to the one Luo carried. Yan Ting recalled that Luo was in charge of the secret guard, so these must be members of the same. Following their guidance, the 2 arrived outside a room. Luo, having brought the carriage to a stop, approached and pushed open the door, revealing a dark mass of individuals, all with their eyes closed, peacefully sleeping on the ground. Currently, all 13 merchants holding royal tokens within the Yuzhou territory were present here. Luo stated, "Everything is done in accordance with your Majesty's orders, and we have not raised any alarms." Pei Sun bent down and retrieved a token from one of the individuals, his calloused fingertips tracing the engravings, his heterochromatic eyes narrowing slightly. "Next, we need to assume the role of merchants to draw out Chen Xiao." Yan Ting was somewhat taken aback. Pei Sun was personally coming to capture someone. Chen Xiao's ancestral grave must be emitting dark smoke in response to such exceptional treatment. However, Pei Sun had just mentioned needing someone to pose as a merchant. Yan Ting eagerly volunteered, "May I take on the role? I have arranged for my subordinates to impersonate 12 of the merchants." Luo replied, "But we are still short one, which poses a challenge. This individual is quite dominated by his wife and rarely strays from her side. His wife recently suffered a serious illness and is often bedridden. Yet her personality is quite overbearing, notorious among the neighbors." After a pause, she continued, "The secret guards are all robust, and we truly cannot find a suitable candidate." As she spoke, she glanced at Yan Ting, who looked back at her. Yan Ting disregarded the descriptor of bedridden. Luo, you may not appear strong, but you can play the wife while I take on a merchant role. Wouldn't that be ideal?" There was a brief silence in the room. Pei Sun seemed to casually lower his gaze, his heterochromatic eyes dimming slightly. "If you portray a couple with her, then what role do I play?" His tone was calm, yet it inexplicably conveyed a sense of barely restrained anger. Yan Ting attempted to reason, "Your Majesty, as the supreme ruler, would it not be beneath you to play the role of a merchant? Moreover, Chen Xiao recognizes you. Your appearance would render our efforts futile." However, his words were evidently futile. Pei Sun grasped his chin and softly remarked, "Then it is settled. I shall play the merchant, and you shall portray my wife. As for Luo, she will assume the role of your personal maid." Luo obediently nodded, wishing she could kneel and bow twice, exclaiming, "Long live your Majesty." Yet, Yan Ting voiced his objections to Pei Sun's decree, "Your Majesty, I am a man." "And what of it?" Pei Sun dismissed the concern. "Apply some rouge, don a dress, and wear a veil. No one will discern your true identity." "No." Yan Ting vehemently shook his head, adamant, "I refuse to wear a dress." Ultimately, he succumbed to Pei Sun's insistence. Luo quickly immersed herself in the task, adorning Yan Ting in splendid garments, styling his hair beautifully, and inserting exquisite hairpins, all the while gently advising, "Madam Yan, you might as well accept your fate. Do not wear such a glum expression." Yan Ting gazed at himself in the mirror. One could not deny that even in women's attire, his visage seemed harmonious. His features were picturesque, with flowing black hair, and the elaborate adornments only accentuated his beauty, making him resemble a celestial being descending from the heavens. The only slight incongruity was his pronounced Adam's apple. Evidently, Luo recognized this issue as well, scampering out and returning with a fox fur, which she carefully draped over Yan Ting's shoulders. The soft fur around the collar discreetly concealed his neck, rendering the flaw invisible. Madam, Luo assisted Yan Ting as they stepped outside. The master is now taking you to the jewelry shop in the eastern part of the city. Their mode of transport remained a carriage, albeit one far less opulent than the previous one, lacking blankets on the seats. Yan Ting, already discomfort, boldly leaned into Pei Sun-ji's embrace. Before he could settle in fully, Pei Sun-ji detected a faint fragrance. Have you applied perfume? It's not perfume. Yan Ting adjusted himself comfortably in his arms. It's osmanthus hair oil. Do refrain from using it next time. It gives me a headache, Pei Sun-ji remarked. Yan Ting pursed his lips. The tyrant's demands were indeed numerous. The osmanthus hair oil was essential for securing stray hairs during styling. Without it, he would resemble a frizzy sea urchin. Nevertheless, acquiescing to the request, Yan Ting replied perfunctorily, "Very well, Your Majesty, I shall remember." Pei Sun-ji countered. "What did you call me?" Confused, Yan Ting nestled against him, observing the sharp contours of his jaw, and tentatively ventured, "Master?" No response. "Husband?" "Current affection value. 36. Husband. Husband? Current affection value. 37. Husband. Husband. Current affection value. 38. It seemed Yan Ting had discovered the key to refreshing the affection value. Just as he contemplated calling out a few more times, Luo's voice echoed from outside. "Master, madam, we have arrived at the jewelry shop." The carriage came to a halt in front of the jewelry store, blocking the entrance entirely, which quickly attracted a crowd of onlookers. "Is that not the Zhang family's carriage?" "Which Zhang family?" "The one that holds the imperial token, granting them free passage between Yu Zhao and Shiyin," accompanied by the echoes of their discussion. Luo strode forward with an air of indifference, standing outside the door and shouting, "Where's the shopkeeper? Bring forth your finest jewels for my lady to inspect." It was well known that the Zhang family was immensely wealthy, and upon witnessing it firsthand, the opulence was indeed extraordinary. Mrs. Zhang did not even disembark from her carriage, and the maidservants in the household regarded others with disdain, ignoring the murmurs of the crowd. Luo took the jewelry box from the smirking shopkeeper and presented it before the curtains of the carriage, saying, "Madam, how do you find these?" Just as Yan Ting was about to reach out to accept it, she suddenly recalled her persona as an arrogant and willful invalid. With a delicate wave of her hand, she sent the jewelry box crashing to the ground, its luster marred by the dirt and grime. Luo was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Turning to scold the shopkeeper, "Is this truly your best? What a collection of worthless trinkets! You've sullied my lady's eyes." The shopkeeper's smile stiffened, and as he attempted to offer an explanation, Luo threw a silver note in his face, commanding, "Take your wretched jewelry and vanish as far as possible." With the silver in hand, the shopkeeper recovered his sincere smile, though in his heart, he cursed Luo's ancestors. However, his demeanor remained unfazed as he picked up the silver note and the broken jewelry box, retreating back into his shop in defeat. Meanwhile, Luo climbed back into the carriage, exclaiming loudly, "If the lady does not fancy this establishment, we shall proceed to the next." The carriage rolled away, leaving behind a crowd still buzzing with excitement. Mrs. Zhang's temper was indeed appalling. Such exquisite jewelry, and she had no qualms about smashing it. With wealth comes the power to act as one pleases. With so many affluent individuals in the world, why shouldn't there be one more? In a corner, someone gazed intently after the departing carriage, and once assured of their safety, hastily followed. As they journeyed midway, Luo mysteriously lifted the carriage curtain and lowered her voice. "There is someone following our carriage, but it is not Chen Xiao. Should we apprehend them? If that individual were indeed an accomplice of Chen Xiao, Now would not be the opportune moment for capture. It was essential to ensnare them all without leaving any future threats. Pei Sun-ji, stating this, glanced at Yan Ting in his arms. Yan Ting, understanding the implication, replied, "Then you should disembark first, allowing me and Luo Luo to remain in the carriage and observe what that person intends to do." In truth, there were only two possible outcomes. Either Chun Xiao and his accomplices would come to curry favor, seeking to negotiate their escape from the kingdom of Yuzhao, or they would attempt to kidnap him as leverage, threatening to force him to comply. Pei Sun-ji furrowed his brow. "With your frail physique, if they intend to take action against you, you won't even have time to flee. Are you not afraid?" Naturally, fear was present. Yan Ting grasped the sleeve of his companion tightly. "But to alleviate His Majesty's burdens is my honor." In that moment, he appeared exceedingly obedient. Current affection level 40. Pei Sun-ji gently cupped his chin, caressing him with affection, chuckling softly. "My beloved is truly understanding and has won my heart." He then turned to Luo Luo, instructing, "Take good care of him." Luo Luo acknowledged, bringing the carriage to a halt at the Zhang residence. After watching Pei Sun-ji disembark, she steered the carriage to a more secluded location. The person trailing them could hardly contain their excitement. He thought to himself that the carriage now contained only a frail lady and an unarmed young maid, with few passers-by around, a perfect combination of favorable circumstances. He hastened forward to block the carriage, exclaiming, "Madame Zhang, please halt." Yan Ting lifted the carriage curtain, feigning surprise, and in a high-pitched voice said, "Who are you to dare obstruct the carriage of the Zhang family?" Upon seeing Yan Ting's face, the man couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He had long heard that Madame Zhang was a fiery yet ailing beauty, and now witnessing her in person confirmed that the rumors were indeed well-founded. Her visage and figure were unparalleled, even eclipsing the beauties of the capital. Yet, he inwardly muttered, "Why does this Madame Zhang bear a somewhat masculine resemblance?" His voice was barely a whisper, intended for his own ears. However, Luo Luo, with her exceptional hearing, immediately slapped the carriage board and glared, declaring, "On what grounds do you slander my lady here? My mistress possesses a beauty that can cause fish to sink and birds to fall, with an enchanting grace that captivates all who behold her. How could she possibly resemble a man?" Chapter 10. The Ailing Enchantress. Favored above all in the palace. 10. Luo Luo's outburst was too loud, prompting the man to hastily wave his hands. "Yes, yes, indeed. The lady is as beautiful as a celestial being. I must have misjudged. I implore you, esteemed ladies, do not hold my earlier words against me." He forced a smile, glancing around nervously while trying to maintain a facade of affability. Yan Ting cleared her throat a couple of times, lazily lifting her eyelids, maintaining her haughty demeanor. Her eyes filled with disdain. "What do you want?" The man introduced himself as Lu San, claiming his family was in the medicinal herb business. He wore a smile of ingratiation. "Might I inquire when the lady and the head of the Zhang family plan to set forth for the Western Yan Kingdom? Could you perhaps take me along?" Yan Ting's eyes sparkled as she subtly curled her lips. Lu San bore no scent of herbs, yet his hands were rough and calloused, particularly around the palms. His supposed business in medicinal herbs seemed a facade, more akin to that of a rogue accustomed to wielding blades. However, Yan Ting had no intention of exposing him. Instead, she feigned interest. "Medicinal herbs? Do you possess any rare varieties?" "Indeed, we do," Lu San replied cheerfully, retrieving a dried herb from his bosom and presenting it respectfully. As his gaze fell upon the token at Yan Ting's waist, his smile broadened. "Madame Zhang, this is a century-old Tian Shan snow lotus. My family also possesses a millennium-old Tian Shan snow lotus. Would you care to see it? If you agree to take me to the Western Yin, I shall gift you both as a reward." It was evident he had made preparations. The genuine Madame Zhang required Tian Shan snow lotus for her ailment. The prospect of a millennium-old snow lotus, a rare treasure, was enough to drive Madame Zhang to madness. "Is what you say true?" Yan Ting sprang up, her eyes brimming with excitement. "Do you truly possess the legendary herbs? Take me to see them. Do not fret, Madame Zhang. I shall lead you there at once," Lu San said, rubbing his hands together, revealing two yellowed front teeth, turning his gaze towards Luo Luo. Allow me to drive. You may accompany Madame Zhang inside. Humph, Luo Luo scoffed, rolling her eyes as she entered the carriage. Watching the curtain fall, Lu San's expression suddenly turned lewd as he lasciviously licked his lips. The original plan was to curry favor with Madame Zhang and gain the trust of the Zhang family patriarch in order to stealthily steal the token. However, with the token now adorning Madame Zhang and her man absent, matters became considerably simpler. Once he escorted the two charming beauties to Chun Zhao's residence for some amusement, he would seize the token and venture to the Western Yan kingdom, where endless wealth and glory awaited him. Lu San's lips nearly stretched to his ears as he hastily guided his horse along the increasingly secluded path. Inside the carriage, Yan Ting quietly inquired, "Surely His Majesty has dispatched someone to protect me?" Upon seeing Luo Luo nod, he discreetly opened the window to take a glance, puzzled as he remarked, "But I see no one." "Do not worry, my lady," Luo Luo reassured, patting her chest with a confident demeanor. "I assure you, not a single hair on your head will be harmed." Her unwavering confidence quelled Yan Ting's apprehensions, and he silently awaited their arrival at the destination. After an indeterminate span, the carriage halted beside a secluded mountain path. Surrounded by verdant hills, a dilapidated little courtyard nestled within the depths of a bamboo grove appeared uninhabitable. Having rained recently, the road was pitted and muddy. Yan Ting glanced at her pristine embroidered shoes and then at the filthy ground, finding it impossible to step down. At that moment, the ever-smiling Lu San suddenly changed his demeanor, drawing a small knife from his waist and barking, "Get down this instant, or don't blame me for taking action." Luo Luo let out an exaggerated scream and tremblingly sought refuge behind Yan Ting. Not yet having encountered Chen Xiao, Yan Ting had no intention of confronting Lu San, so she feigned fear and shed a couple of tears, saying, "I can give you money. Please do not harm me." "Enough of your nonsense." Lu San, delighted and satisfied at witnessing the beauty's tears, still gruffly urged the two toward the courtyard. As they approached the courtyard, a figure emerged from the house, disheveled and seemingly unbathed for quite some time. Yet, upon closer inspection, beneath the tousled hair, his complexion was rosy and vibrant, with sharp, perceptive eyes that indicated he was no beggar but had deliberately styled himself this way. It was Chun Xiao. "Brother, look who I brought back." Lu San greeted eagerly. "This is Madame Zhang. The token is on her. We can set off for the Western Yin at once." Chen Zhao's gaze swept over Yan Ting and inexplicably struck a chord of familiarity, though he could not recall where he had seen her before. He retracted his gaze and reproached Lu San. "Why did you bring these two women back? Why not simply kill them and dispose of them in the mountains?" Lu San scratched his head. "I thought we could enjoy ourselves a bit. Look at Madame Zhang. I've never seen someone so beautiful. And that maid? Her face is as tender as tofu. Her flavor must be delightful. You are nothing but a slave to your desires." Chen Xiao scolded bluntly, yet, despite his reprimand, his eyes could not help but dart back to Yan Ting. Lu San was not incorrect. Such beauty is indeed rare in this world. Yet, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered this individual somewhere before. Where could it be? He could not recall. "Since you, my sworn brother, are particularly intrigued by that beauty, why not take her for yourself? I shall entertain the little maid instead." Lu San, despite facing ridicule, wore a smile that resembled that of a loyal sycophant. Chen Xiao pondered for a moment and did not decline his suggestion. He gently reminded him, "Do conserve some strength. We still have a journey ahead." Upon hearing this, Lu San turned and stared intently at Luo Luo, nearly drooling. He reached out to grasp her. In that instant, Luo Luo, with a fluid motion, drew a dagger from her sleeve. This seemingly harmless young girl struck with lethal precision, targeting vital points. Lu San found himself utterly defenseless as she severed the tendons in his hands, rendering his arms powerless. Pain surged through him, just as he was about to scream. His leg tendons were also cut, and he collapsed to the ground, immobile. Yan Ting stood in shock. Chen Xiao was equally astonished. Regaining his senses, he attempted to seize Yan Ting, hoping to deter Luo Luo from further action. However, as he extended his hand, a feathered arrow shot through the air from beyond the bamboo grove, piercing his palm and leaving a bloody hole before embedding itself in the wooden door behind him. He fell to the ground in agony, frantically roaring at Lu San, "You incompetent fool! What kind of person have you brought back?" Chapter 11. The Ailing Demoness. Favored above all in the harem, 11. Lu San had already succumbed to unconsciousness, thus unable to respond to his queries. Chun Xiao writhed in pain, and in his turmoil, crouched by Yan Ting's feet, finally recalling where he had seen this person before. "You are the son of Yin Yuansheng?" His eyes widened, and his voice quivered, revealing disbelief. "Could it be that my plans have been uncovered? No, he is too dull. How could he possibly outwit me?" Footsteps echoed once more from outside. Chun Xiao assumed it was Yin Yuansheng and turned to regard the newcomer with indignation. To his astonishment, it was Pei Sun Ji. The emperor, surrounded by his guards, advanced with an air of authority, his tall figure silhouetted against the light. In one hand he held a bow, while the other received a few pages of paper from his aide. He appeared unperturbed, as if he were merely strolling rather than confronting traitorous officials. Approaching Chun Xiao, Pei Sun-ji forcefully tossed the papers at him, his tone nonchalant. "Minister Chun, you have embezzled disaster relief funds, deemed your lawful wife unworthy for her lack of offspring, and set her ablaze. You have allowed your brother Lu San to commit heinous acts, forcibly seizing women and extorting protection fees from local merchants, even killing 3 couples who failed to pay. I have not wronged you, have I?" The pages bore his transgressions inscribed in blood-red ink, leaving Chun Xiao without grounds for defense. Yet he defiantly retorted, "These deeds were committed during the reign of the late emperor. The ancestral decree states that upon the ascension of a new emperor, a general amnesty is to be granted. Thus, my offenses should be forgiven." Pei Sun looked down upon him with a mocking smile, akin to a lofty observer surveying a drowned dog without a home. "Ah, Chen Aiqing, your perspective is indeed astute. But have you forgotten how the people outside address me?" Chun Xiao suddenly found himself momentarily breathless. The title of tyrant attributed to Pei Sun was not entirely unfounded. While other emperors, upon ascending the throne, typically released all prisoners except for those sentenced to death to demonstrate their benevolence, Pei Sun, in stark contrast, executed all death row inmates beforehand. The remaining thieves had their hands severed, while robbers faced amputation of their feet. Those who gossiped had their tongues cut out. Voyeurs had their eyes gouged, and those who forced women were made eunuchs on the spot. In essence, anyone who fell into his grasp faced a grim fate. Chun Xiao thought to himself that he was likely doomed today. Suddenly, he bellowed with fervor, "Your Majesty, I wish to report Yin Yuan City for embezzling the tribute of exquisite 1,000-year snow ginseng from the southern barbarians." This act was clearly an attempt to share his impending doom with another. Yan Ting, who had been joyfully enjoying the spectacle, was taken aback, as the accusation unexpectedly fell upon his father, leaving him momentarily dazed. Upon reflection, he recalled that it was indeed a matter of some truth. However, at that time, it was due to Yan Ting suffering from a relentless high fever for 2 weeks, leaving the physicians of the capital utterly helpless. His father, unable to find a better solution, had no choice but to secretly withhold the snow ginseng. Ultimately, the entire ginseng had indeed found its way into Yan Ting's stomach, alleviating his fever. Yet, in this moment, Yan Ting chose not to explain. Instead, he remained silent, covering his lips as he coughed softly, his long lashes fluttering, appearing both aggrieved and pitiable. Observing this, Luo hastily tucked her dagger back into her sleeve, opened her pouch, and found only a single root of ginseng remaining. She quickly addressed Pei Sun, "Your Majesty, the snow ginseng I brought is all gone." In response, Pei Sun beckoned to the shadows behind him, and naturally, a concealed guard presented the snow ginseng that had been delivered from the capital hours earlier, respectfully offering it to Yan Ting. Yan Ting continued to remain silent, blinking his enchanting, watery peach blossom eyes, alternating his gaze between Chun Xiao and the snow ginseng, which he munched on right before Chun Zhao's eyes. Chun Zhao's mouth fell agape, a wave of helplessness crashing over him. What was this? How had the son of Yin Yuan City become entangled with the tyrant? The ginseng he was consuming was undoubtedly of the finest quality, and the tyrant had so easily bestowed it upon him. Hence, The common folks' assertion that Pei Sun was indifferent to women seemed to hold some truth. Was the tyrant indeed inclined towards men? Gazing at Yan Ting's visage, Chun Zhao's suspicion solidified, and he promptly altered his strategy, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Your Majesty, my son is a paragon of elegance and grace. Would you care to meet him?" He thought, since the tyrant was willing to pardon Yin Yuan City's transgressions for Yan Ting, perhaps he would extend the same mercy for his own son. Although he exaggerated somewhat, his son was not as handsome as Yan Ting. He was in good health, unlike the frail Yan Ting, who seemed delicate enough to perish with the slightest exertion. Qin Zhao's face was a portrait of desperation as he sought to seize this opportunity for survival. In his gaze, Pei Sun's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. "Your son?" he inquired, before once again beckoning to the figures behind him. Once again, a shadowy figure delivered an item. This time a square box enveloped in red cloth, obscuring its contents. "Take a good look," Pei Sun declared, as if disgusted, swiftly tossing the box before Qin Zhao. "Is this your son?" His tone was light, yet it sent tremors through Chun Zhao's body, causing his teeth to chatter. With an arrow piercing his left hand, he was unable to lift it, resorting to using his right hand to untie the red cloth. The more anxious he became, the more counterproductive his efforts were, prompting him to bite at the fabric in desperation. Finally, the cloth fell away, and he flung open the lid to reveal a human head lying within. Its hollow eyes bore a look of terror, clearly severed in a state of utmost fear. Chun Zhao completely shattered, tears and snot staining his face. But his throat betrayed him, unable to emit a sound. "Your son Chun Yun has strayed from the path, purchasing a residence on the outskirts of the capital, where he raised ferocious beasts. Under the cover of night, he would abduct ordinary citizens, throwing them into the beast's lair to witness their struggle before they were savagely torn apart for his amusement," Pei Sun stated. "How now? I have not wronged him, have I?" Chun Zhao lay helplessly on the ground, weeping profusely before finally managing to ask, with reddened eyes, "My son is clearly in the Western Yin Kingdom. How did you deceive him into returning?" Foreseeing impending doom upon Pei Sun's ascension, Chun Zhao had sent his wife and child to the Western Yin in haste. Human greed knows no bounds. He believed the tyrant would not trace his actions back to him, and, after much contemplation, chose to remain behind to amass wealth. Pei Sun regarded the impotent and furious Chun Zhao with a calm demeanor, chuckling softly. "All the money and treasures you sent to your wife and child were intercepted by the shadowy figures. With no wealth, Chun Yun, unaccustomed to poverty, would naturally return to you, Zhao seeking you. This search cost him his life, and you, too, shall not escape, for there will be a price to pay." Chapter 12. The Ailing Enchantress, favored above all in the harem. 12. Pei Sun glanced at Yan Ting. "My beloved, how should we deal with Qin Zhao?" Yan Ting swallowed the snow ginseng she had been chewing, approached Qin Zhao, and picked up the paper Pei Sun had carelessly thrown at him, examining it closely. Since Chun Zhao has burned his original wife to death, why not allow him to experience the sensation of being consumed by flames himself? She proposed. This suggestion was indeed astute. The defensive plans might be hidden somewhere within the premises. It would be far more efficient to burn the entire place down. Pei Sun chuckled softly, stepping forward to embrace Yan Ting, his voice taking on an unusually tender tone. "Indeed, my beloved, we are destined to be together." Faced with insurmountable despair, Chun Zhao surrendered completely, spewing curses like a torrent. The national master spoke true. "You are a cold-blooded monster with eyes of different colors. No wonder your wretched mother chose to leap from the tower. A creature such as you should not exist in this world." However, when he uttered the word monster, Yan Ting had already covered Pei Sun's ears. Luo drew a dagger, plunging it into Chun Zhao's throat, blood splattering as his curses faded into silence. As the principal party involved, Pei Sun remained remarkably composed, seemingly unfazed by Chun Zhao's insults. It was only when Yan Ting reached out to cover his ears that his expression shifted slightly, raising an eyebrow and inquiring, "My dear consort, what are you doing?" Displeased by the crude language, Yan Ting pouted, "Your Majesty, do not listen." In truth, Pei Sun had long since grown accustomed to such derision. Previously, the mockery from various princes and princesses had been far more venomous than Chun Zhao's words. He was utterly indifferent, for it was he who ascended to the throne, and ultimately he was the victor. Seated upon his high pedestal, why should he engage in petty quarrels with mere ants? Yet today, Pei Sun discovered the sensation of being cared for, and it was quite unlike anything he had anticipated. He had believed that his heart, riddled with scars, had long since perished, untouched by anyone's presence. The reflection of Yan Ting's worried face shimmered in his heterochromatic eyes, and he could hear the rhythmic thrum of his own heartbeat. Enough, Pei Sun gently tapped Yan Ting's nose. He is insulting me, not you. Why adopt such a woeful expression? Smile. Yan Ting's face fell even further. Having previously dared to disrespect the emperor, and now openly defying imperial decree in front of so many hidden guards, any other would likely have faced dire consequences. However, the tyrant seemed to have undergone a transformation, lifting the pampered Yan Ting and departing from the bamboo grove. Behind them, Luo directed the hidden guards to gather firewood. Casting a disdainful glance at the bloodied Chen Shao, feeling insufficiently vindicated, she stepped on his arrow-pierced hand and angrily exclaimed, "Being ugly is one thing, but having such a vile tongue is unacceptable. Perish already." She ignited the flames herself, standing guard with the hidden guards, awaiting the fire's extinguishment to search the courtyard once more, ensuring absolute safety. Meanwhile, Pei Sun carried Yan Ting to the side of carriage. Tethered, there was a majestic black horse, its coat gleaming without a hint of blemish, exuding an air of power. Pei Sun set Yan Ting down and asked, "Which would you prefer to ride?" This question momentarily left her speechless. The mere sight of the carriage made Yan Ting's head ache, and she had never attempted to ride a horse. Perceptive of her hesitation, Pei Sun mounted the black steed, grasped the reins firmly, and, against the backdrop of the setting sun, extended a hand toward her. "Come aboard." Yan Ting remained still. "What are you afraid of?" Pei Sun patiently coaxed. "I will not let you fall." Yet, she still hesitated. "My dear consort," Pei Sun chuckled, "I just thought of a splendid idea. Shall we dismember your father with 5 horses? At last, Yan Ting reached for him and was lifted onto the horse by the tyrant. It was then that Pei Sun noted an amusing observation. When riding slowly, Yan Ting would gaze around, admiring the scenery. When the pace quickened, she would huddle closer into his embrace. Consequently, he spurred the horse into a swift gallop. Upon returning to the Zhang residence, as he carried Yan Ting down, he noticed that the wind had tousled her hair, leaving her in a daze, as if her very soul had been scattered. Pei Sun opted to continue holding her as they approached the merchant's room. They all awoke, witnessing the emperor and hastily kneeling, fearful that even a moment's delay would lead to their execution. Pei Sun Ji raised his chin, gesturing for them to return to their respective homes. The others scuttled away in a flurry, leaving behind a man and a woman, hesitating, uncertain of where to go. Pei Sun Ji observed them and inquired, "Why have you not departed?" The man among the duo appeared on the verge of tears, despite his robust physique, adorned with a thick beard and a fierce visage. He trembled before Pei Sun Ji like a frightened quail. "Your Majesty, this is the humble abode of the common folk." Ah, he had forgotten. This pair was indeed the true master and mistress of the Zhang family. Pei Sun Ji, showing unexpected compassion, instructed, "Then prepare warm water for my beloved consort's bath." The Zhang family master promptly nodded in compliance, assisting his wife as they made their way outside. Mistress Zhang was indeed a frail beauty, gasping for breath after just a few steps, while her husband, filled with concern, gently patted her back, his eyes brimming with worry. Yan Ting peeked from Pei Sun Ji's arms, watching the couple retreat together, and couldn't help but exclaim, "The master and mistress truly share a deep affection." Pei Sun Ji turned Yan Ting's head to face him, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. "I and my beloved consort can also share such profound love." "Is that so?" Yan Ting's dark eyes twinkled with anticipation as he asked, "Would your Majesty be willing to assist me with my bath?" "Naturally," Pei Sun Ji replied lightly, making Yan Ting the first person since the founding of Yuzhou to be personally attended to by the emperor. Yan Ting was thinking of offering his body to further enhance his affection value. Yet, Pei Sun Ji was earnestly helping him bathe and wash his hair. Those hands, once capable of incapacitating assassins with a whip, now moved with exquisite gentleness, as if handling a rare treasure. Under such tender ministrations, Yan Ting soon cast aside his peculiar thoughts, drowsiness overtaking him, and he fell into a deep slumber without realizing it. Upon waking the next day, the sunlight streamed in just right, but Pei Sun Ji had already vanished. Yan Ting rubbed his eyes, and at that moment, Luo entered the room, saying, "Your Highness, His Majesty has returned to the palace ahead of you. He is considerate of your health and advises you not to worry, taking his time to enjoy the scenery on his way back." What? Pei Sun Ji has left? Yan Ting momentarily lost his focus before quickly regaining it. Wait a moment. What did Luo just call him? Chapter 13. The ailing enchantress, favored above all in the harem. She called him Your Highness? As he propped his palms against the pillow, something sharp pricked him. Yan Ting lowered his gaze to discover a bright yellow imperial edict lying there. Upon unfolding it, he was astonished to find it was an edict promoting him to the rank of consort. The densely packed words extolled him extravagantly, attributing virtues of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and talents he did not possess, forcibly attributing such commendable qualities to him. Yan Ting blinked, his gaze landing on the two most crucial characters. Pei Sun Ji had conferred upon him the title of medicine consort. It sounded curiously akin to enchantress. Yan Ting stretched lazily, carelessly tossing the imperial edict back to its original place. In a good mood, even the subtle dimple on his right cheek deepened slightly. The enchanting consort, indeed, seemed to be a perfect match for the tyrannical emperor. Unbeknownst to him, the news of Pei Sun's consort's appointment swept through the land of Yuzhou like a tempest. Among all, the citizens of the capital were the most well-informed, as within half a day they had uncovered every detail of Yan Ting's life. Even the tale of how he did not cry at birth until the midwife had given him a few hearty slaps. If I may say, Yin Yuan City truly is a remarkable talent. After a lifetime of trial and error, he had finally succeeded in securing a single honor. His son became the sole consort of the current emperor. What an extraordinary privilege. TSK. Given his current position as a county magistrate, his son would have only been entitled to a minor title. Yet, the emperor had directly bestowed upon him the title of consort, which could elevate to a noble consort and potentially to an empress, showcasing the emperor's affection. Who could have anticipated it? I had initially hoped to witness Yin Yuan City's misfortune, yet he turned the tables through his son. Alas, if only I could have a son as beautiful and delicate as a willow in the wind, then the days of wealth and grandeur would surely come to me. Contrarily, some held opposing views. Let's not forget, our emperor is not easily swayed. Perhaps this is merely a fleeting novelty. I shudder to think of the fate that awaits this medicinal consort when the emperor grows weary of her. Was it not said that she is a sickly beauty? Perhaps before the emperor tires of her, she may succumb to her own fragility, becoming nothing more than a fleeting memory in his heart. There were those who sighed, those who were envious and jealous, and others who were curious to see how this drama would unfold. Half of the onlookers did not hold high hopes for Yan Ting's future, yet that did not deter the officials who had previously offended Pei Sun from stirring up trouble. The tyrant is known for his fondness for handsome men, is he not? Thus, they sought out beautiful young men. Yan Ting is a sickly beauty? They would find even more ailing individuals, more fragile than he. As Pei Sun hastened back to the palace, weary from travel and deprived of sleep, he pinched the bridge of his nose in exhaustion. Tell them not to send any more people indiscriminately. Whoever dares to do so shall have their leg broken. The chief eunuch acknowledged, but his feet seemed rooted to the ground, his smile particularly forced as he lingered, evidently reluctant to speak further. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Pei Sun narrowed his eyes at him. What else is the matter? Your Majesty, the chief eunuch's face, wrinkled like a chrysanthemum shivering in the winter wind, trembled as he spoke. You might want to take a look. Rarely did he display such a lack of composure, and Pei Sun, filled with curiosity, proceeded to the Onqing palace where the beauties were gathered. Before he even entered, he was greeted by a chorus of persistent coughing. He paused momentarily, nearly convinced he had wandered into the imperial hospital. Pei Sun's brow furrowed as he stood before the heavy palace doors, peering into the chamber where a dozen men languished. their pallid faces clad in immaculate white garments, resembling lost souls wandering the mortal realm. Some bore dark marks upon their foreheads, others sported shadows beneath their eyes, and a few trembled so violently that they could scarcely remain upright. Upon noticing Pei Sun's arrival, they erupted into a cacophony of coughs, the air thick with expectorations that painted a scene both alarming and grotesque. Their affliction appeared grave. Pei Sun was not known for his benevolence, and his countenance swiftly darkened. Glancing down, he noticed one individual sprawled upon the ground, prompting him to inquire, what transpired here? The chief eunuch, wearing a look of desperation, entered the Anqing hall amidst the swirling phlegm and, trembling, extended his hand to check the pulse of the fallen man. Stammering, he uttered, "Your Majesty, it seems he has succumbed to illness. There is no breath left." The tyrant, whose emotions typically remain concealed, could no longer suppress his disdain. "Wherever these men came from, let them return whence they came, and do not linger here to offend my sight." Pei Sun clenched his palm, battling the urge to unleash his fury upon them. As for the officials responsible for their arrival, each will be fined 3 months' salary. The lifeless body on the ground was to be borne home by that official personally. The chief eunuch nodded vigorously, fearful of incurring Pei Sun's wrath. As he turned to depart, a thought seemed to strike him, and he added, "Ensure the Anqing hall is thoroughly cleaned, leaving not a speck of dust behind." Having given his orders, Pei Sun stormed into the imperial study, where his frustration simmered beneath the surface. Though anger was unwarranted, sleep was not an option, and the accumulated memorials required his attention. He seated himself at the desk and opened the thick stack of documents. The first was presented by the Right Chancellor, who claimed to have observed celestial phenomena and suspected that the Emperor's true match was soon to manifest. When had the Right Chancellor usurped the duties of the Astronomical Bureau? Pei Sun scowled, annotating the document with a cursory read before moving on to the second. This memorial came from the governor of Luqing, reporting the death of one of his subordinates. The deceased had lived a life of poverty, subsisting solely on greens and congee, and now it was said that he had endured so much suffering that he required a solid coffin to ensure a favorable rebirth. However, due to his immense weight of 600 pounds, a suitable coffin could not be found. Thus he requested that Pei Sun permit the felling of a millennia-old tree in the capital to provide solace to the man's family. Could one truly grow to such a size on a diet of mere greens and congee? It was an absurdity. Pei Sun cast the memorial to the floor in disgust. The next few documents were trivial matters, but the fifth left him reeling. The wives of the Minister of Rights and the Minister of Justice had become entangled with one another. Was this a matter of honor? Why must it intrude upon his awareness? His murderous intent surged uncontrollably. He needed to drag 2 individuals from the dungeons to face justice. As he rose to leave, a figure suddenly rushed toward him, colliding directly into his embrace. Since when did such uncouth individuals roam the palace, daring to confront me? Have they no regard for their lives? The boundless resentment could no longer be contained. Pei Xuanji sternly commanded, "Take him away and give him 20 lashes." His voice trailed off abruptly as he beheld the face of the person in his arms. It was Yan Ting. 20 what? Yan Ting raised his head in confusion. His disheveled hair and pale face slightly flushed, clearly having been buffeted by the wind. Pei Xuanji stared at him in a daze, not replying to the question, instead reaching out to stroke his head, as if to confirm whether this was reality or mere illusion. After a long pause, he gently inquired, "How did you return so quickly?" The anger had long dissipated, and his tone was soft, almost tender, as if afraid of startling the person in his embrace. "I urged Luo to ride swiftly to bring me back," Yan Ting replied with a smile, his peach blossom eyes curving into a beautiful arc. "Her horsemanship is certainly not taught by your Majesty. It was nothing short of terrifying. She nearly threw me into a ditch along the way. My stomach still feels uneasy. Only your Majesty's gentle touch can alleviate it." Pei Xuanji carried him inside and commanded the palace maid to close the door to the study. Sunlight filtered through the wooden window, casting chaotic patterns of floral shadows that danced on the floor. The tyrant, known for his ruthless disposition, placed Yan Ting at the table. Extending his hands, hands that had likely been stained with blood countless times, to gently massage Yan Ting's slightly sore waist from the prolonged riding. His voice unexpectedly held a hint of dryness. "After such a tumult, can your body endure?" "Of course not," Yan Ting replied. "But knowing I could see your majesty sooner makes every hardship worthwhile." He eagerly expressed his loyalty, exaggerating, "My shoulders ache terribly, your majesty." Pei Xuanji obliged and massaged his shoulders. "My legs are sore, your majesty." Again, Pei Xuanji attended to him. "My ankles hurt as well." Pei Xuanji soothed his ankles. "And my hair hurts a bit." The tyrant, who had a penchant for violence, paused momentarily, using his fingers as a comb to tidy Yan Ting's messy hair. He then slowly bent down, planting a kiss between Yan Ting's brows. Even after parting, a lingering warmth remained in that spot. Yan Ting felt a tremor in his chest. Oh dear, it was the right atrium receiving the venous blood from the entire body, pumped through the right ventricle into the pulmonary artery, where gas exchange occurred in the lungs, transforming into oxygen-rich arterial blood, sent to the left atrium via the pulmonary veins, then pumped throughout the body's organs and tissues by the aorta from the left ventricle. He nestled affectionately against Pei Xuanji, reminiscent of a fledgling returning to its nest. "Your Majesty, I am so happy to see you." Pei Xuanji embraced him tightly, his barren heart gradually being filled. "I am too." The consequence of riding at such haste was catching a chill. This illness, not overly severe, could be remedied with some medicine and a blanket to induce perspiration, leading to recovery. However, Yan Ting's extraordinarily frail body was a different matter altogether. The next day, he could not rise from bed and exhibited faint symptoms of fever, nearly reuniting with his long-deceased great-grandmother. Pei Xuanji personally fed him medicine, concocted with millennium-old snow ginseng, ancient snow lotus, and roots aged for eons, adding anything precious, not only to cure the illness, but also to fortify his health. The quality of medicinal herbs is directly proportional to their bitterness. A single sip can render one's tongue and throat devoid of sensation, akin to one of the 10 tortures. Yan Ting found it impossible to drink. Her head clouded by fever, curled up in her quilt, her eyes red as she gazed at Pei Xuanji. He gently coaxed, "Drink your medicine obediently, and I shall summon your father to the palace to keep you company." Perhaps due to her fever-induced confusion, Yan Ting sniffled and hoarsely inquired, "Your Majesty, do you intend to turn my father into a lantern to hang in the Qinshui Tower alongside me?" "I did not say I would kill him," Pei Xuanji replied, both amused and exasperated. "But he cursed you for having Yi Kong, claiming it to be an ill omen." "I'm unconcerned," he continued. "Yet he incited the crown prince to push you off a cliff. I choose not to hold that against him. Moreover, he stole the snow ginseng tribute from the southern barbarians. Even if he emptied the Imperial Medical Bureau, I harbor no objections." At last, Yan Ting was willing to drink her medicine. Careful not to scald her, Pei Xuanji blew on each spoonful before bringing it to her lips, watching intently as she swallowed. "Your Majesty," the chief eunuch outside urged, "it is time for court." Pei Xuanji handed the empty bowl to Luo Luo, rose to tuck Yan Ting in, and softly pinched her cheek. "Rest well. I shall return to accompany you after court." He departed, leaving the Qinshui Tower in silence, save for the chirping of 2 birds outside the window. As the effects of the medicine took hold, Yan Ting was drenched in sweat, her consciousness fading. She wished to sleep, but an indistinct sound of weeping lingered in her ears, evoking a sense of dread reminiscent of a horror film. Straining to listen, she realized it was not a figment of her imagination. With great effort, she opened her eyes and indeed saw Luo Luo crying. "Are you mourning for me prematurely?" Yan Ting asked, perplexed. No, Luo Luo produced a new handkerchief from somewhere, her sobs growing louder and more heartfelt. "The love between His Majesty and the Empress is so touching. I cannot help but weep." "Luo Luo," Yan Ting called, "if you truly have nothing to do, you may go play in a little garden and make mud pies." Luo Luo ceased her tears, tucking away her handkerchief, and scampered outside. Days passed, and tender shoots peeked through the barren soil, though it was difficult to discern whether they were wildflowers or weeds. This hint of green breathed a semblance of vitality into the otherwise lifeless Chun Shui tower. Luo Luo squatted before the new chutes. Meanwhile, the shadow guard stationed in the deserted area stood in stunned silence as their leader molded a figure from the mud. This is His Majesty. This is the Empress. This is me. With the cessation of tears, Yan Ting finally managed to rest for a while. Just as she was drifting into a deep sleep, a hand gently rested upon her head, caressing her hair. She thought Pei Sun Ji had returned. However, the next moment, a sigh broke the silence. Unmistakably not the voice of Pei Sun Ji. Yan Ting nearly leapt up in alarm, her body tense, as she opened her eyes to behold a familiar face. Father? The visitor was Yin Yuan Sheng, nearing 40 yet possessing an exceptionally youthful and handsome visage, devoid of wrinkles or gray hair, with time leaving no trace upon him. He stood there, exuding a temperament as gentle as jade, akin to Yan Ting's elder brother. Yet the moment he spoke, that aura dissipated into thin air. My child, had I known that the heartless tyrant would reduce you to such a wretched state, I would never have consented to send you to the palace. Chapter 15. The ailing enchantress, favored above all in the harem. 15. Father, that is not the case, Yan Ting hurriedly clarified. His Majesty has not mistreated me. I caught a chill on the way back to the palace. And how shall I account for your living conditions? Yin Yuan Cheng persisted. He bestows upon you the title of consort, yet provides you with such a dilapidated abode? Is this not a form of degradation? Yan Ting found it perplexing that his father frequently used the term degradation, which struck him as oddly unsettling. Father, please lower your voice. This is the residence of His Majesty before his ascension. His choice to allow me to stay here is, in fact, a form of affection. To his astonishment, 2 streams of tears suddenly cascaded down his father's face, who then pounded his knee in frustration. Look how he has degraded you. You have learned to find joy in suffering. Surely, you have endured much hardship within the palace. Yan Ting felt as though he was speaking to a brick wall. He had no desire to explain, but instead countered. Father, what heinous act has His Majesty committed to evoke such disdain from you? This inquiry struck a chord. Yin Yuan Cheng glanced around to ensure they were alone before lowering his voice, his expression grave. I once witnessed him push a eunuch into a well. Is that all? Yan Ting scoffed, considering the countless lives lost at the hands of Pei Sun. That eunuch likely did not even rank among them. You don't understand. Pei Sun was merely 7 years old at the time, an age meant for innocence. Yet he displayed a cruel nature, acting ruthlessly and without mercy. As Yin Yuan Sheng spoke, he appeared to be transported back to that moment, trembling at the recollection. The eunuch clung to the well's edge, weeping and pleading for Pei Sun to spare him. I implored as well, but he remained indifferent, even methodically prying the eunuch's fingers apart, coldly watching him fall. At this point, Yin Yuan Cheng's teeth chattered in fear. Afterward, he smiled and threatened me to keep the matter to myself, warning that if I breathed a word to the late emperor, he would expose my secret of stealing snow ginseng. From that moment onward, I knew that child was no ordinary being. Yan Ting lowered his gaze. So, this is why you cursed him during his illness and incited the crown prince to push him off the cliff? I admit, my curses were laced with personal grievance. However, urging the crown prince to push him off was clearly an attempt to save him, Yin Yuan Cheng responded. The crown prince, who usually pretends to be virtuous, wouldn't harm a fly. Yet that day, he sought to murder his own kin, and the arrows were smeared with deadly poison. If Pei Sun were to be struck, he would surely perish. Only by falling off the cliff could he have a glimmer of hope. History proved that the method chosen was indeed correct, for Pei Sun survived. Before Yan Ting could utter a word, mocking laughter echoed from outside. So, if that is the case, I owe my continued existence to Lord Yin. In an instant, Yin Yuanchang felt every hair on his body stand on end, his movements involuntarily slowing to a crawl as he gradually turned his head, acutely aware of the creaking of his own bones. Heart pounding, he beheld Pei Xuanji stepping into the light, his dark robe as oppressive as ever, rendering the emperor's figure ghostly, cold-blooded, and indifferent. Your Majesty. The earlier bravado of his scolding had vanished entirely. His knees buckled, and he prostrated himself before Pei Xuanji, exclaiming, I pay my respects to your majesty. Pei Xuanji approached him. Trembling uncontrollably, Yin Yuancheng felt an unsettling chill at his neck, struggling to catch his breath. Yet, Pei Xuanji appeared disinclined to acknowledge him, bypassing him entirely to stroke Yan Ting's forehead, no longer feverish. Yes, Yan Ting obediently nuzzled against his palm, treating Yin Yuancheng as if he were air. The medicine personally administered by your majesty is remarkably effective. After consuming it, all ailments have vanished. Though he spoke thus, his voice was thick with nasal congestion, indicating that his cold had not entirely abated. What a torment it was. Pei Xuanji produced a small trinket and placed it beside the pillow, something for you to play with. It was an intricately carved scent ball, its exterior crafted from gold, encasing a small sphere of medicinal powder adorned with long tassels. It resembled a toy for a cat. Nevertheless, Yan Ting joyfully accepted it, shaking it in his hand. At this juncture, Pei Xuanji seemed to remember the kneeling Yin Yuancheng, extending a hand with a faint benevolence. Lord Yin, please rise. Yin Yuancheng dared not move, fearing the next words might be, Lord Yin, please perish. Yan Iching? Pei Xuanji's smile was one of mockery. Shall I wait for you to rise with my assistance? Yin Yuancheng, not daring to accept his help, scrambled to his feet using all his limbs. Cowering, his head and neck withdrawn, despite possessing a strikingly handsome and upright visage. His posture was pitiable, betraying a cowardly demeanor devoid of dignity. Pei Xuanji stood, leveraging his height to look down upon him. Since Lord Yin has elucidated the matter of instigating the crown prince to cast me down a cliff, I shall today reveal to you why I pushed that eunuch into the well. A cold sweat dripped from Yin Yuancheng's brow. Pei Xuanji had even heard those words. He must have also heard the scathing insults. Perhaps, once the explanation was given, he would seek to sever his head. Amidst Yin Yuancheng's expression of despair, Pei Xuanji spoke coolly. That eunuch, under the directive of the second princess, tormented me, coercing me to crawl through dog holes, bark like a dog, and consume dog food. Thus, I deceived him into believing treasures were hidden in the palace, leading him to the edge of the well. At this point, Pei Xuanji smirked lightly. He begged for mercy, not out of remorse, but from fear of impending death. If I had spared him, he would not have spared me. With that, the misunderstanding was laid bare. Yin Yuancheng parted his lips, but found himself at a loss for words. To insult the heir apparent was a grave sin, let alone Pei Xuanji merely pushing the eunuch into the well. Even dismembering him into a paste to feed dogs would be deemed justifiable. The weight of guilt and indebtedness rendered Yin Yuancheng breathless. His prejudices and animosity had culminated in nothing more than a tragic misunderstanding. He recalled the venomous words he had spoken to the 8-year-old Pei Sun years ago, and his heart ached painfully. He truly deserved condemnation. Yin Yuancheng let out a long sigh, his lips moving uncertainly, at a loss for words to amend the past. However, Pei Sun had no intention of hearing his remorse. He waved dismissively, signaling to dismiss him. We have met, and the misunderstandings have been clarified. Lord Yin, please take your leave. Yan Ting nodded in agreement, sincerely wishing for Yin Yuancheng to live well and refrain from self-destructive behavior, soaring high in the sky and swimming freely in the sea, never to reappear in the palace. Yet, observing Yin Yuancheng's demeanor, Pei Sun's uniquely imaginative mind began to run wild, and he could not restrain his tongue. Your Majesty, are you about to mistreat my son again? Chapter 16. The Ailing Enchantress, favored above all in the harem. 16. If self-destruction were a talent, then Yin Yuancheng would be an unparalleled genius. Mistreat? Pei Sun echoed the words, his gaze unwavering. Lord Yin, do enlighten me on how I have mistreated your son. Yan Ting momentarily felt relieved of his aches and fatigue, eager to sit up and explain. Pei Sun covered his mouth, insisting, do not speak. I wish to hear your father's perspective. Yin Yuancheng did not disappoint. Although he had little success in his official duties, he was unparalleled in the realm of abstraction, unmatched by anyone. I raised this child myself. I know him best. Whenever he faces a slight grievance, he cries and throws a tantrum. Yet now, in such a weakened state, he merely curls up under the covers, not daring to utter a word of discomfort. Is this not mistreatment? Pei Sun raised an eyebrow. Meanwhile, Yan Ting finally broke free from his constraints, pointing outside and shouting, "Father, if you truly cannot find anything to occupy yourself, you could play in the mud with Luo Luo." Yin Yuansheng fell silent, casting a glance at Pei Sun's expression before hastily departing. Finally, with this formidable presence gone, Yan Ting tugged at Pei Sun's sleeve, noticing that he still stared at the door, cautiously inquiring, "Your Majesty, you are not truly angry, are you?" Hearing this, Pei Sun withdrew his gaze, pinching Yan Ting's face, his tone inscrutable. "Why would I be angry?" But then he added, "The messenger reported that he is struggling to make ends meet, lacking servants at home, and must personally handle chores like washing and cooking. Initially, I had intended to reward him, but it seems he can fend for himself with that clever mind of his. There is no need for me to worry." Those clever words certainly deserve to be placed in quotation marks. He was indeed upset. However, there was no need to bestow any gifts. For as long as Yan Ting remained the emperor's consort, those scheming officials would eagerly seek to curry favor with Yan Yuanqing. Yan Ting gently cleared his throat and then spoke earnestly. "My father is only in his 40s, in the prime of his life. Whether he starves or freezes to death is of no concern to your Majesty. For my sake, could you refrain from being angry with him?" Pei Sun's expression remained impassive. "Who said I am angry? I am perfectly well. It turns out that the tyrant, known for his ruthlessness, is capable of throwing a small tantrum. Is he truly not angry?" Yang Ting tilted his head in curiosity and asked, "Why does your Majesty not smile?" Pei Sun's gaze momentarily faltered as he replied, "It is in my nature not to smile, and I am naturally inclined to weep," Yan Ting retorted, pouting as he reached to wipe his eyes. Assuming he was genuinely crying, Pei Sun bent down, only to find Yan Ting revealing a countenance adorned with a smile. He wrapped his arms around Pei Sun's neck and planted a gentle kiss on his cheek, inquiring, "Are you feeling a bit happier now, Your Majesty?" Such superficial attempts were evidently insufficient. However, considering that Yan Ting was still unwell, Pei Sun merely pressed a kiss for a brief moment before caressing his glistening soft lips with his fingertips. "You have deceived me a second time. Let me ponder how to punish you." Despite his words, his expression was no longer as tense as before, and the corners of his mouth subtly lifted, indicating that Yan Ting's comforting methods bore fruit. Yan Ting, smiling, queried, "Your Majesty, are you not afraid of catching a chill being this close to me?" Pei Sun brushed aside the disheveled strands of hair from his forehead, stating, "I possess a robust constitution. Throughout my life, I have endured numerous ailments and emerged unscathed. It was a mere chill to fear." At this juncture, Yan Ting recalled certain narratives shared by System Lulu. It was said that the late emperor had a consort who, unable to bear children herself, covertly plotted against the imperial heirs. Whenever a prince or princess fell from favor, she would resort to sorcery to eliminate them. Given that your Majesty had faced illness so many times, could her influence be at play? It was not sorcery, but rather the negligence of the discarded princes and princesses that facilitated her schemes. Pei Sun recounted, "She once released venomous snakes into my courtyard, pushed me into a lotus pond, and even assigned a consumptive maid to attend to me. Yet, my tenacity has allowed me to survive." Indeed, his resilience was remarkable. One could only surmise that the consort, even in death, could not fathom why he was so difficult to eliminate. Noticing Yan Ting's keen interest in the tale, Pei Sun continued, "Would you care to know how she met her demise?" As expected, Yan Ting nodded eagerly. Pei Sun chuckled, "Of course, but you must kiss me first." Obediently, Yan Ting complied, his thirst for knowledge evident on his face. Thereafter, Pei Sun recounted events from the past. During that time, her treachery was relentless, and I was quite fearful. Thus, I would venture to the imperial garden at night, disguising myself to frighten her along her usual path. To my surprise, despite her numerous wicked deeds, she possessed an extraordinary cowardice. She stumbled over a stone and fell into the lotus pond. Her life was as fragile as paper. By the time she was retrieved, she had already become a corpse. Curiously, her cause of death was not drowning, but rather suffocation induced by sheer fright. In other words, she had literally frightened herself to death. And then what happened? Yan Ting inquired. increasingly intrigued. What other amusing tales do you have from your youth? Do you wish to hear? Pei Sun asked, twirling a strand of Yan Ting's hair around his finger. However, I must attend to state affairs in the imperial study now. It felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over Yan Ting's head, extinguishing all his fervor. He grasped the blanket in disappointment. Then, Your Majesty, please, if you wish to retain my presence, Pei Sun interrupted, his typically stern expression softening as if ice were melting. I could be persuaded to stay a while longer. After all, in this era of tranquility under the reign of Yu Zhao, the petitions that have been submitted can, at best, be described as matters of governance, and at worst, they resemble the trivialities of domestic life. For instance, there was the case of Minister Lu seeking assistance in naming his newborn son, or the incident where Minister Su fell while attempting to ride a horse upside down, resulting in a broken leg that required the physician's intervention, or the unfortunate demise of Inspector Liu, who choked on 6 flaky pastries. Those officials, seemingly idling away their time, perhaps hoped to witness a heart attack befall the emperor, seizing the opportunity to install a new ruler. Yan Ting pondered over his earlier remark. Should he remain, it would likely transform the people's perception of Pei Xuanji from that of a tyrant to a foolish monarch. And he, Yan Ting, would be branded as the malevolent enchantress threatening the stability of Yu Zhao's empire. Fear not, dear father. I have just verified that none of these governance matters hold any significance. Upon hearing this, Yan Ting resolved to fully embrace his title of enchantress. He nestled further into the bed, deliberately leaving space for Pei Xuanji. His peach blossom eyes, reminiscent of the gentle, languorous waters of Jiangnan, held a captivating curve that ensnared the soul. Your Majesty, would you be so kind as to join me here and share your tales? He extended a delicate hand, adorned with an exquisite string of rare jade-like white stones, accentuating its slender and fair beauty. Chapter 17. The Ailing Enchantress. Favored above all, 17. Pei Xuanji naturally lingered in the Shunshui Pavilion, recounting numerous amusing anecdotes from his childhood, remaining until the depths of night before taking his leave. Throughout their conversation, he never once mentioned his mother. Previously, Chen Xiao had spoken of how Pei Xuanji's mother leapt from the city tower, leaving Yan Ting curious about the reasons behind such an act. Thus, when he departed, the system, Lu began to narrate the story. His mother was born at the borders, and after losing her parents at the tender age of 13, she entered the palace as a maid. Assigned to care for the 10-year-old emperor, she shielded him from arrows, drank poison on his behalf, and they once pledged their lives to one another, vowing eternal unity. At that time, the old emperor's maternal family held little power, and in pursuit of the crown prince's position, he betrayed their vows and married another noblewoman. By that point, Pei Xuanji's mother had resigned herself to a life of solitude, yet the ascended crown prince, having tasted power, was unwilling to release her, forcibly taking her as a favored concubine. She, unwilling to endure such humiliation, wept daily. The old emperor, having initially showered her with affection, grew impatient over time, deeming himself capable of attracting any beauty he desired, no longer inclined to pursue her. Having fallen from favor, she was merely granted the title of a concubine after the old emperor's ascension, with others daring to trample upon her dignity. It was only on the day she bore a child that the old emperor, upon seeing Pei Xuanji's unusual eyes, perceived it as an ill omen, his disdain reaching its zenith, commanding her to pray at the royal temple to expel the child's malefic influence. Unexpectedly, she leapt from the city tower, taking her own life. Almost everyone believed she succumbed to despair after losing the emperor's affection upon giving birth to a child with unusual eyes, wishing to exchange her death for one last glance from the emperor. Yet, in truth, she had long wished for an end to her suffering. She endured the torment because the old emperor had promised her that if she obediently bore a child, she would be allowed to leave. The vows of eternal love were mere fabrications. The promise of her release was also a deceit. She thought that she would never escape from her cage for the rest of her life. Fortunately, there was another way to leave this place. She gazed at the towering castle and, without hesitation, leaped down. Those who betray sincere hearts deserve the gravest punishment, and those who repay kindness with malice are even more deserving of death. It is no wonder that the old emperor perished before reaching 50, his ashes even scattered by Pei Xuanji. Yan Ting clicked her tongue, reflecting on how her father had no standards, managing to socialize with such a person since childhood. They had met in humble beginnings. At that time, the old emperor was an unremarkable prince, and her father was a pitiable soul who, due to his peculiar mindset, struggled to make friends. They formed a bond, vowing to support each other throughout their lives. Back then, the old emperor was not yet a lustful and greedy man, nor was her father the abstract figure he had become today. Thus, it became clear her father's madness stemmed partly from the loss of his wife, and partly from witnessing his once playful companion transform into a capricious and tyrannical ruler. Consequently, old friends turned adversaries, diverging down separate paths. Yan Ting, deeply moved, noticed that the sky had grown late and called out, "Luo, Luo." Having played in the mud all afternoon, Luo Luo rushed in, asking, "Do you wish to dine or bathe, Your Highness?" Yan Ting shook her head. "I wish to inquire about the emperor's whereabouts." "The emperor is naturally in the study, attending to state affairs," Luo Luo replied, embellishing her words. "He works tirelessly until the early hours of the morning, and despite his exhaustion, he cannot afford to rest. He cares for the common people, but who cares for him? It is indeed a pity to be an emperor, rising before the rooster crows and sleeping later than a dog." Yan Ting lowered her gaze in contemplation. Pei Xuanji worked so hard. She felt compelled to do something for him. System Lu Lu had mentioned that Pei Xuanji's mother grew up at the border, where the most common fare consisted of stir-fried shredded potatoes with lamb and braised beef with taro. She resolved to showcase her culinary skills for Pei Xuanji. Without delay, Yan Ting bit into a snow ginseng, feeling invigorated, and instructed Luo Luo to take her to the imperial kitchen. She sent the cook away, leaving the spacious room to her own devices. Searching through the ingredients, she found beef, lamb, and potatoes, but alas, no taro. Thus, braised beef with taro would have to wait, though she could still prepare stir-fried shredded potatoes with lamb. Yan Ting peeled the potatoes, transforming the fist-sized, smooth tubers into oddly shaped fragments, reduced to half their original size. She attempted to cut them into shreds, but her trembling hands betrayed her, resulting in uneven potato sticks. Mixed in with the haphazardly chopped lamb, she cooked them together, only to find that while the potatoes were tender, the lamb remained raw. Yan Ting had no choice but to remove the potato sticks from the pan and continue cooking the lamb. The fire blazed too high, and as the oil in the pan evaporated, she added a bowl of water. As the stew simmered, the sautéed potato sticks grew cold, prompting her to add them back into the pot for reheating. The potatoes quickly turned to mush, releasing an unappetizing odor when combined with the lamb, culminating in a pot of unidentifiable slop. However, that was not the most pressing issue. Sparks from the pan ignited the firewood, and soon the entire imperial kitchen was engulfed in crimson flames. Yan Ting was pulled out by Luo Luo, standing not far away, one hand resting on his forehead, gazing towards the direction of the imperial kitchen, his peach blossom eyes reflecting the fierce flames. This was troublesome. What punishment awaits for arson? He recalled that if it was intentional, one would receive 50 lashes, if accidental, 30. Those lashes were embedded with sharp nails. A mere touch could leave one grievously wounded. Blood streaming down, his frail body could scarcely endure more than 2 blows. Lost in such thoughts, a hand ruffled his hair, carrying a hint of reprimand, tousling his silky black locks into disarray. Yan Ting turned his head and saw Pei Xuanji standing beside him, having appeared there unbeknownst to him. The other seemed unperturbed, merely raising an eyebrow, seemingly perplexed as to why Yan Ting would want to set the imperial kitchen ablaze. Eunuchs and palace maids rushed in with buckets to extinguish the fire. Noticing Pei Xuanji remained silent, Yan Ting took the initiative to admit his fault. "Your Majesty, it is all my mistake." "Very well." Pei Xuanji smiled. "Then you shall receive 30 lashes in the punishment chamber." What a heartless man. Just in the evening, he had tenderly held him in his arms, calling him his beloved concubine, yet now he was expected to witness his punishment. Yan Ting pouted and took a step forward, only to be embraced by Pei Sun-ji around the waist, unable to move an inch. Flames licked the rooftop, tiles crashing down in a cacophony, each sound symbolizing a depletion of the palace's wealth. Luo felt a pang of sympathy. However, Pei Sun-ji was unfazed, simply gazing at Yan Ting with a smile. His heterochromatic eyes, capable of surveying the vast expanse of the realm, were now entirely captivated by the figure before him. Was the food from the imperial kitchen truly so unpalatable that it incited his beloved concubine to set fire to the place? This indeed served as a fine excuse. Coincidentally, Yan Ting did not wish to confess that he had stirred up chaos in the kitchen to prepare a meal for the other. He stubbornly asserted, "Yes, I came here to vent my frustrations." Yet he had forgotten about Luo. "That is not the case," she interjected, determined that Yan Ting's efforts should not go in vain. "Your Majesty, you may not know, but the Empress is deeply concerned about you working late into the night. So she came to the imperial kitchen intending to prepare a meal for you, although the dish was not completed and the room caught fire. Her love for you is genuine." She clasped her hands, her eyes brimming with tears, blinking vigorously. If Pei Sun-ji were not the emperor, she might have dared to enforce a lasting bond between the two. Upon hearing this, Pei Sun-ji first grasped Yan Ting's hand for inspection. It bore no cuts from blades, nor any burns from oil. His fingers remained pristine, almost dazzlingly white, with only a faint blush at the tips. The kitchen may have been in ruins, yet he had shielded himself remarkably well. Perhaps this was a peculiar talent. Pei Sun-ji released his hand, gently caressing his cheeks with his fingertips. "It appears I am not fortunate enough to taste the dishes made by my beloved concubine." Yan Ting cleared his throat twice, attempting to mask his embarrassment as he continued to speak. "However, my beloved concubine is fortunate today, for you shall enjoy the meal prepared by me." It was not until this moment that Yan Ting realized that within the diminutive Chunshui Lu, there was surprisingly a kitchen. Luo brought over the ingredients salvaged from the royal kitchen, which included a solitary radish, 2 potatoes, and an assortment of meats from chicken, duck, pig, and sheep. She surveyed the ingredients and remarked, "The Empress originally intended to prepare stir-fried shredded potatoes with lamb. We have both potatoes and lamb here." Upon hearing the dish's name, Pei Sun-ji was momentarily taken aback. The residents of the capital often found lamb to be pungent, masking its flavor with an abundance of spices to render it tender and flavorful through stewing. Only those from the border regions could truly appreciate the dish of stir-fried shredded potatoes with lamb. He lowered his gaze and feigned indifference as he casually mentioned, "This dish was my mother's favorite." Yan Ting nodded in acknowledgement. Pei Sun-ji understood her intent. A person who had never cooked before was suddenly inspired to prepare a meal solely to please him. Yet, he found himself unable to relish that particular dish. Just as his mother had grown up in the borderlands, savoring sheep's milk wine and reveling in the boundless grasslands, he had been born into the square confines of the imperial city, his character imbued with cunning and deceit, driven by relentless ambition. He was not a child of hope, but rather a source of shame for his mother. Ultimately, Pei Sun-ji prepared the meal, yet he deliberately avoided the potatoes and lamb. As Yan Ting ate, she discreetly observed his expressions, noticing he seemed less than pleased. Thus, she exaggeratedly proclaimed, "Your culinary skills are remarkable, Your Majesty. I have never tasted such exquisite dishes in my life." Her theatrical performance captured his scattered thoughts, and he turned his gaze to her, offering a faint smile. Yan Ting smiled in response. However, once he had finished his meal and wiped his mouth with a cloth, he suddenly realized the cause of Pei Sun-ji's earlier smile. The cloth was streaked with soot. He approached the bedside, took up the copper mirror from the cabinet, and, upon closer inspection, discovered his nose was smeared with ash, with 3 symmetrical streaks of soot adorning each cheek. It dawned on him why Pei Sun-ji had touched his left and then his right cheek. It was to help him smooth out the ash. The esteemed Emperor Yu Jun was, in fact, quite juvenile. Yan Ting cleaned her face and turned to Luo, asking, "Why didn't you tell me? I was completely unaware. What a splendid day it is." Luo slowly retreated, quickly vanishing around the corner outside the door. Yan Ting could only turn her gaze back to Pei Sunji, being an emperor accustomed to commanding the entirety of affairs. It was unlikely that he would exhibit any sense of insecurity. He rapped on the doorframe, and immediately a shadow guard entered, presenting a box wrapped in red cloth. The last such box had contained a severed head. Yan Ting blinked, fearing that upon opening it, her father's head would glisten ominously before her eyes. Yet, under Pei Sunji's gesture, she cautiously untied the red cloth and abruptly lifted the lid. Fortunately, it was not a head, but rather a collection of peculiar little trinkets, a mechanical bird, a butterfly pendant crafted from feathers, and an assortment of rare gemstones scattered throughout. Alongside the previously gifted hollow incense ball, it truly resembled a trove of feline toys. These treasures are tributes from the southern barbarian states. Enough for you to amuse yourself for a while. Pei Sun remarked, the affairs of state remain unfinished. I must attend to them. Yan Ting interjected, Your Majesty. I may be greedy, but I do not desire these trifles. I seek greater treasures. Pei Sun raised an eyebrow in surprise. What do you wish for? The greatest treasure is Your Majesty. Yan Ting approached him, reluctantly grasping his hand. I want you. The evening breeze swept through the Chanshui Tower, the lake reflecting the luminous moonlight, intertwining soft silver glimmers with rippling waves. Current affection level, 70. Ultimately, Pei Sun took Yan Ting to the study. He tackled the piled-up state affairs while Yan Ting brought over a small stool to sit beside him, assisting in grinding ink. It was a scene that could be deemed harmonious and beautiful. Yet as he ground the ink, he lulled himself to sleep, his head drooping dangerously close to the inkstone. Pei Sun swiftly reached out, pulling him into his embrace, playfully pinching his cheek. My beloved, Yan Ting. Yet, despite his calls, the sleeping beauty remained undisturbed. Pei Sun could only hold him close, continuing to attend to state matters. After enduring the strain of holding him, he finally completed the last memorial. The chief eunuch promptly approached, eager to inquire whether Pei Sun intended to rest alone that evening or return to the Chanshui Tower. Before he could utter a word, Pei Sun gestured for silence, then nodded towards the lantern, instructing him to light it. The chief eunuch understood, bowing obediently as he held the lantern aloft, guiding Pei Sun back to the tower. That entire night, Yan Ting slept exceptionally soundly. Upon awakening, she found herself greeted by a sunlit day, clear and cloudless. As per routine, Pei Sun had long departed for court. Yan Ting accepted the washcloth and mouthwash from Luo Luo, who inquired, What would you like for breakfast, Your Highness? I'm not hungry, she replied, setting down the cloth. Luo Luo, I wish to visit the palace once inhabited by Consort Qian before His Majesty arrives. Consort Qian was Pei Sun's biological mother. Luo Luo was taken aback. No one has lived there for over 20 years. The weeds in the courtyard are taller than you. What purpose do you have in going there? Yan Ting did not respond, merely insisting, I want to go. Please take me there. When Pei Sun had mentioned Consort Qian the previous night, his expression had been notably off. The death of his mother was a lingering thorn in his heart. Yan Ting hoped that by visiting, she might uncover some clues to help Pei Sun untangle his emotional knots. Chapter 19. The Ailing Enchantress. Favored above all in the harem at his request, Luo Luo ultimately led her to that place. The once resplendent palace had long lost its luster. The entire courtyard shrouded in silence deep within the imperial city, even the sunlight failing to penetrate. Luo Luo unlocked the door, only to discover that the interior was surprisingly clean, contrary to expectations of rampant weeds. Even the fallen leaves were merely a thin layer, indicating recent visitors. She scratched her head in confusion. Strange, the secret guards are everywhere in the harem. How did I not know who has been here? Under her puzzled gaze, Yan Ting pushed open the half-closed door and stepped inside. Pei Sun often visited alone, but he never entered. He merely sat beneath the eaves or on the steps. Listening to the system's prompt, Yan Ting pushed open the door. The room was desolate, completely stripped of its belongings. Not a single clue could be found, not even a strand of hair. Yet Yan Ting remained undeterred, pacing back and forth on the floor. When he unexpectedly discovered that a stone tile in the corner produced a sound distinct from the others. Beneath it lay emptiness. He called for Luo to come in and pried open the stone tile. Indeed, something was concealed within, a box wrapped in red cloth, a stroke of fortune. Upon opening the box, he found a small tiger head hat and tiger head shoes, meticulously embroidered with precision and care. Suddenly, he looked up, locking eyes with Luo, who was visibly astonished. Could these be made for the emperor by a noble? The shock on Luo's face was unmistakable. Had it not been for you, your highness, they would have likely remained hidden forever. Yan Ting grasped the box and rushed outside. Even his frail body could not hinder his speed as he dashed back to Chun Shui building, once again landing accurately in Pei Sunji's embrace. Why must you always be so reckless? I had not finished speaking, Pei Sunji said, but his words halted when he noticed the box in Yan Ting's arms. Your Majesty, look. Yan Ting presented the box to him. I found these at your mother's residence. For a fleeting moment, Pei Sunji's mind blanked, and he reached out incredulously, his fingers brushing over the tiger head hat. After a long pause, he finally heard his own voice, trembling and light as if it had drifted from afar. I believe she despised me. You are her child, bearing her blood. Perhaps she resented the late emperor, but she would never resent you. Yan Ting gazed up at him, offering solace. These items were crafted with her own hands. She once looked forward to your birth. Yet, for her, freedom was paramount. That is sufficient. Pei Sunji embraced Yan Ting tightly, his fingers clenching around the box, as if he were both weeping and smiling. Knowing she does not hate me is enough. On that day, he shared many tales with Yan Ting. He explained that, after ascending the throne, he refrained from posthumously honoring his mother, wishing to spare her any constraints. He had sent her ashes to the frontier, burying them on a mountainside adorned with wildflowers, hoping she would find peace in death. There was one more thing. He unfastened a jade pendant from his waist and placed it in Yan Ting's hands. According to the palace maid who cared for my mother, this was always worn by her. Now, I bestow it upon you. Current affection level, 80. I will cherish it. Yan Ting smiled at him. The unburdened Pei Sunji ultimately prepared a dish of stir-fried potatoes with lamb for Yan Ting. However, upon tasting it, Yan Ting found the flavor quite peculiar. Despite Pei Sunji's culinary skills, the lamb remained tough and gamey, failing to harmonize with the potatoes, creating a disjointed beauty. After a single bite, he felt as though he had transformed into a sheep, galloping across verdant pastures. Yan Ting chewed through gritted teeth, yet stubbornly praised, Your Majesty, your culinary prowess has reached an astonishing level. You can make any dish delectable. Really? Pei Sunji, maintaining his composure, added a generous piece of lamb to Yan Ting's bowl. Then you should eat more. Yan Ting ultimately yielded, casting a pitiful glance in his direction. It's not that delicious. Really? Pei Sunji grasped his hand, snatched the chopsticks with his other hand, and tossed them onto the table. Then, tenderly caressing Yan Ting's slender fingers, he intertwined their hands in a manner that brooked no refusal, his voice as gentle as flowing water. That's right, you need not deceive me to please me. From now on, should there be anything you dislike or wish not to do, you may tell me directly. When he lowered his gaze, his heterochromatic eyes, fringed by delicate lashes, softened the sharpness of his countenance, imbuing even his austere features with a hint of warmth. Yan Ting gazed at him earnestly for a moment and inquired, If there is something I wish to do, may I share it with your Majesty? Of course, he replied. The Emperor's word is as good as gold, granting him the privilege of indulgence. Thus emboldened, Ing raised his head with anticipation. I wish to kiss your Majesty. Surprised by the boldness of the request, momentarily paused, yet he indeed bent down to meet him at eye level. The approaching Molo had intended to enter the room, but as she set foot inside, she overheard this exchange and quietly retreated, closing the door behind her. With a flick of her sleeve, she departed without taking a single cloud with her, concealing her achievements and reputation in silence. The light dimmed abruptly, and Yan Ting wrapped his arms around his neck, planting a kiss at the corner of his lips. Following this, lifted him effortlessly, striding toward the bed. Though it was Yan Ting who initiated the encounter, he seemed to anticipate his forthcoming actions and exclaimed in alarm, Your Majesty, I am still unwell. It matters not, replied Bifidor, removing the jade hairpin from Yan Ting's hair. allowing his silken black tresses to cascade down, filling the bed. A bit of sweat will hasten your recovery from this chill. Yan Ting shrank to the corner of the bed, recalling the harrowing experience from days past, still feeling anxious and apprehensive. Your Majesty, I fear I may infect you with this illness. Even if your constitution is robust, it cannot withstand such turmoil. Patient, unperturbed, leaned closer, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Not only is my constitution resilient, but other aspects are quite formidable as well. What brazen words! A faint blush crept over Yan's ears, as though facing a formidable foe. You just stated that I could tell you anything I dislike or wish not to do. How can you now go back on your word? It seems you are correct, he conceded. However, regarding this matter, it is not within your power to refuse. The Emperor's favor enveloped Yan Ting with an unmistakable assertiveness, overwhelming him. In tears, Yan Ting was tossed and turned, his gaze vacant as he stared at the bed curtains, his consciousness drowning in a sea of desire, his fingers trembling as they curled together. He finally understood the meaning of the adage, one who does not court death shall not meet it. Chapter 20. The Ailing Enchantress. Favored above all in the palace, 20. In the end, Ishinger not only lingered with him in the consuelo, but also carried the frail, helpless figure into the imperial study. He had slumbered for a while, and upon awakening, he found Pei Sun's hand resting on his waist, while the other was perusing a memorial, showing no signs of annoyance at the inconvenience. Thus, Yan Ting, feeling at ease, nestled closer into his embrace, inadvertently catching a glimpse of the text on the memorial. Recalling the decree that forbade the imperial consorts from interfering in state affairs, he averted his gaze. However, Pei Sun grasped his chin, compelling him to continue reading. My beloved, how do you suggest we handle this matter? Since Pei Sun had invited him to look, Yan Ting felt no hesitation and boldly picked up the memorial to read it openly. It was a report from the Shadow Guard, alleging that the Marquis of Chongqing was guilty of corruption and selling official titles. The Marquis of Chongqing? Yan Ting remarked. Isn't he the one who helped His Majesty recruit troops and ascend to the throne? Indeed, therein lies the dilemma. A light penalty would render the Marquis unrepentant, while a heavy one would dishearten a loyal minister. Yan Ting pondered for a moment, just about to speak when a eunuch's announcement interrupted. Your Majesty. The heir of the Marquis of Chongqing requests an audience. How fortuitous! Just as they were to deliberate on how to deal with the father, the son had arrived. Yan Ting set down the memorial and settled like a boneless figure in Pei Sun's arms, bearing an expression of amusement. Yet, when the so-called heir of the Marquis of Chongqing entered, his keen perception made him immediately sense something amiss. What met his eyes was a vibrant shade of red. The youth bounced in with a lively gait, his garments fluttering like blooming petals, a sight to behold. The heir, Lu Qian, age 17, had been raised with utmost care, akin to a treasure gem. A flower grown in a greenhouse, untouched by the ravages of storm, had blossomed into a carefree, willful, and proud character. He smiled with his eyes crescent-shaped, as if he were not there to pay respects to the emperor, but to reunite with a long-lost lover. As he was about to utter a word, Lu Qian suddenly choked on his words, his eyes widening slightly, fixating rigidly on Yan Ting nestled in Pei Sun's embrace. He had heard tales of the emperor's new, beautiful, delicate consort. Lu Qian presumed that Pei Sun was merely indulging in a fleeting whim, entertaining a pet, and had not truly regarded the individual in earnest. Yet now, witnessing it firsthand in such a significant place as the imperial study, where Pei Sun not only permitted Yan Ting's presence, but also held him affectionately, even without regard for others, shattered his assumptions. The smile faded completely. He gripped his palm tightly to suppress the urge to explode in anger. Yet his gaze seemed rooted, unable to tear away from Yan Ting's face, his eyes brimming with hostility. He ceased to smile, while Yan Ting, in contrast, wore a subtle smile, turning to Pei Sun with a playful demeanor. Your Majesty, this young lord seems to share quite a bond with you. Naturally, Lu Qian bit his lip in a forlorn manner, resembling a discarded little wife. Yet his tongue remained sharp. His Majesty often visits the Marquis of Chongqing's residence to see me. Our connection is certainly envied by others. Connection? Yan Ting mulled over the term, lifting his gaze to Pei Sun. Just then, Pei Sun lowered his head towards him, whispering, "Do not heed Lu's nonsense. I'm not familiar with him. My visits to the Marquis of Chongqing's estate are solely to see his father. However, it is evident that he harbors feelings for his majesty, a fact I have observed keenly." Yan Ting does not perceive the young lord as a worthy rival, yet she feigns indignation. "I must ensure he understands that the affection of his majesty is mine to cherish alone, and no one else shall dare to encroach upon it." As anticipated, her words delighted Pei Sun Ji. His temperament is hardly amiable, and I implore you, my beloved, do not let him provoke you to tears. The two drew closer together, lowering their voices as if engaging in clandestine whisperings. Lu Qian, growing anxious and at a loss for words to interrupt them, watched as Yan Ting straightened her slightly disheveled attire and rose from Pei Sun Ji's embrace, stating, "Your Majesty, I wish to find a place to converse with young Master Lu." Her voice, hoarse and feeble, was a blatant provocation to Lu Qian's ears. Pei Sun Ji raised no objections. The palace teems with hidden guards, and Lu Qian could not intimidate Yan Ting. They exited in succession, with Lu Qian, emboldened by his robust health, strutting ahead, leading Yan Ting towards the lotus pond. A gentle breeze caressed the lake's surface, creating ripples. Yan Ting, feeling a chill, coughed lightly. Upon hearing her sound, Lu Qian abruptly halted. Gone was the pitiful demeanor he had displayed before Pei Sun Ji. He lifted his chin defiantly, his eyes brimming with disdain, and spat out, "Is this feigned fragility your ploy to seduce his majesty?" Yan Ting paused, leisurely regarding him, choosing silence as her response, even as if performing a soliloquy. Lu Qian continued unabated. "I once believed his majesty had no affection for men, thus I buried my feelings for him deep within. Little did I anticipate that he would take you as a male consort. I too must declare my intentions to him and aspire to be crowned as empress. As for you, if you kneel and plead for mercy now, perhaps I might grant you a chance at survival." Lacking true prowess, his bravado was none the less grandiose. He spoke of the position of empress as if it were within his grasp. Why not aim for the heavens? Yan Ting smiled innocently, as if chatting in her own courtyard, her tone light and casual. "That will not do. The throne of empress is mine alone, and his majesty shall be solely mine." Seemingly taken aback by her audacity, Lu Qian faltered before regaining his composure. "What are you, really? Your father has offended his majesty, while mine is a loyal minister who aided in the ascension of the throne. In terms of lineage, you cannot compare to me." Observing Lu Qian's outburst, Yan Ting remained calm, effortlessly provoking him further. "How peculiar. Who wishes to compete with you over family status? His majesty loves me, not my father." "You wretched creature." Lu Qian spat words without thought, laughing in fury. "Do you know why I brought you to the lotus pond? If you intend to push me in, you ought to reconsider. With my fragile constitution, a plunge into the icy waters would surely spell my demise. And you and your father would bear the charge of plotting against a consort." Pausing, Yan Ting leaned in closer to Lu Qian, kindly suggesting, "You might as well jump in yourself and accuse me of pushing you. In that case, I would be guilty of attempting to harm a young lord." Realizing his scheme had been unveiled, Lu Qian's face shifted colors, cycling through shades of green, purple, and ultimately flushing crimson. However, he remained unconvinced, entering the fray himself, believing that Yan Ting's few words could elucidate matters to Pei Sun. Lu Qian gritted his teeth, casting his gaze upon the tranquil emerald waters of the pond. It was said that many had perished within, their bodies retrieved only after having been bloated from drowning. Yet the lotus blossoms thrived ever more beautifully each year thereafter. The esteemed young lord was evidently ill-prepared for the encounter. Fortunately, Yan Ting, ever eager to assist, extended a hand and pushed him into the depths below. Chapter 21. The ailing and enigmatic concubine's favor reigned supreme. 21. Lu Qian was caught off guard, swallowing a mouthful of icy pond water, disregarding the nausea that threatened to overwhelm him, as the terror of drowning sent him into a frantic struggle. His legs cramped, rendering him immobile, and his arms lacked the strength to fight against the water. In a desperate bid for survival, he called out to Yan Ting, Please help me. I do not wish to perish." Observing Yan Ting's indifference, he added, with tears streaming down his face, "If you save me, I shall never contest for the emperor's favor again." Yet, Yan Ting remained unmoved. Just as it appeared that Lu Qian would indeed drown, the concealed guards, who had been lying in wait, leapt into the pond and rescued the half-lifeless Lu Qian. Once he breathed the fresh air again, his expression reflected the relief of survival, only to be followed by violent retching, as he sought to expel every last remnant from his stomach. His long, dark hair, saturated with water, clung to his cheeks, and his crimson attire was besmirched with duckweed and mud, rendering him a wretched figure, akin to a ghost that had just emerged from the depths. After expelling the contents of his stomach, he finally raised his eyes to Yan Ting. The timorous demeanor he had displayed while pleading for mercy had vanished entirely, replaced by a fierce blaze of jealousy and the joy of vanquishing a rival. "You are finished," he declared to Yan Ting, and then turned to the guard who had supported him, shouting, "Hurry, take me back to the emperor's study. I must inform his majesty of the misdeeds of his favored concubine." The guard, unaccustomed to such insolence, had never encountered this level of arrogance, even from the commanding officer, Luo. Moreover, his sole duty was to protect Yan Ting, leaving him no obligation to attend to Lu Qian. The only reason he had intervened was to prevent the heir of Chongqing Marquis from drowning within the palace, as it would surely invite trouble. Now, faced with Lu Qian's outburst, he promptly released his hold and retreated into the shadows, disappearing without a sound. Without support, Lu Qian fell to the ground, his eyes stinging painfully from the midday sun. Struggling to rise, his glare at Yan Ting was venomous, and he trudged toward the emperor's study. Laboring under the weight of mud that had filled one of his shoes, his gait comically uneven, at long last he arrived at the emperor's study, intending to enter and lament his plight, but was halted at the door by the chief eunuch. "Young lord, how did you return in such a state? You should first bathe, lest you offend his majesty," the eunuch admonished. Lu Qian was obstinate. He needed Pei Sun to witness his disheveled appearance firsthand to better evoke sympathy. A child raised in luxury held no regard for anyone, and he pushed against the eunuch, exclaiming, "You, a eunuch, dare to obstruct this young lord." The grand eunuch's expression shifted subtly. Despite being seething with rage, he maintained a facade of a smile, resolutely obstructing Lu Qian's path, unable to withstand his pressure any longer. Lu Qian muttered an expletive under his breath and, resorting to a more desperate measure, knelt at the entrance with a resounding thud. He called out at a distance to Pei Sun, "Your Majesty, Yan Ting has pushed me into the lotus pond. Were it not for my fortuitous survival, I would have truly met my demise at his hands. Your Majesty, I implore you to seek justice on my behalf." After his outburst, tears streamed down his face, revealing a vulnerability that starkly contrasted with his earlier defiance against the grand eunuch. Inside, Pei Sun finally lifted his gaze from the memorials, but instead of acknowledging Lu Qian, his eyes fell upon the leisurely approaching Yan Ting. The grand eunuch stepped back, showing no intention of hindrance, allowing Yan Ting to enter the chamber unimpeded. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Qian felt his teeth nearly crack from frustration. Fortunately, Pei Sun still held the Chongqing Marquis in high regard, for as soon as Yan Ting reached the imperial desk, he inquired, "Did you push him?" Lu Qian had devised a plan. He intended to seize the moment when Yan Ting denied the accusation, to rush in while the grand eunuch was distracted and cling to Pei Sun's leg in tears. First, he would lament his own grievances, then articulate the injustices faced by the Chongqing Marquis, ultimately invoking his father's contributions to Pei Sun's ascension. This way, even if Pei Sun wished to favor Yan Ting, he would be compelled to provide a satisfactory resolution. Alas, reality proved harsh. Lu Qian could scarcely believe his ears when Yan Ting nonchalantly nodded, conceding, "Yes, I push him down." Lu Qian was left speechless. A multitude of words lodged in his throat, his body abruptly stiffening in disbelief, as if caught in a tempest. What was this? How dare Yan Ting? Had he not once saved Pei Sun's life? Biting his lip, Lu Qian finally regained his scattered thoughts, his gaze fixed intently on Pei Sun, eager to discern how the matter would be addressed. Yet again, reality dealt him a crushing blow. Pei Sun neither chastised Yan Ting nor offered restitution to the Longxi Marquis. Instead, he merely curled his lips into a subtle smile, taking Yan Ting's hand and examining it with a distinct hint of affection in his tone. Has my beloved recovered? Do you now possess the strength to push someone? Lu Qian was once more taken aback, for reasons he could not fathom. He felt like a mere jester amidst a cast of meaningful characters. He alone felt superfluous. His earlier act of feigned grievance had transformed into genuine sorrow, and with tear-filled eyes, he called out to Pei Sun, "Your Majesty." Upon hearing this, Pei Sun appeared to finally acknowledge Lu Qian's presence. Turning to Yan Ting with a question, "Why did you push him?" Was this a sign of him seeking justice for Lu Qian? A sigh of relief escaped Lu Qian. It seemed the emperor still held the Longxi Marquis in regard, albeit belatedly. He clutched his garment tightly, poised to leap into action. Yet, to his astonishment, Yan Ting retaliated. Young Master Lu claimed that his sachet fell into the water. That sachet was a cherished keepsake from his brother, of great significance to him. He hesitated by the pond's edge for quite some time, too fearful to retrieve it, so I intervened to assist him. As she spoke, Yan Ting sincerely blinked her eyes, wearing an expression of utmost innocence. "If your Majesty does not believe me, you may summon all the hidden guards by the Lotus Pond and inquire whether young Master Lu has been gazing at the water surface." Lu Qian nearly choked on his own blood. Indeed, he had been stealthily inspecting various corners of the Lotus Pond. But this was only due to his disdain for the murky water. He intended to find a slightly cleaner spot to jump in and frame Yan Ting for it. Little did he know that this seemingly delicate Yan Ting, who appeared as if she might topple with a mere gust of wind, possessed a wealth of cunning and had already devised a countermeasure. Pei Xuanji chuckled. "So, it seems this is merely a misunderstanding? My beloved consort only wishes to assist the young master." He was spouting nonsense. Lu Qian dryly attempted to clarify. "My fragrance pouch." The words abruptly ceased as an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Instinctively, Lu Qian reached for his waist, only to find that the pouch, which had been securely fastened there, was inexplicably absent. His fragrance pouch had indeed vanished. Chapter 22. The Ailing Enchantress. Favored above all, 22. A chill spread from his spine to the very marrow of his bones, leaving Lu Qian's mind in utter disarray. When had he lost the pouch? He had no clue. Yet, at this moment, he could no longer focus on framing Yan Ting. Instead, he turned and dashed toward the Lotus Pond. Fixated solely on one thought, his brother's keepsake could not remain submerged in such filthy water. He had to retrieve the pouch. Observing his hurried departure, Yan Ting coughed lightly. Feigning concern, "I should go check on young Master Lu. I hope nothing has befallen him." As she lifted her foot to leave, Pei Xuanji grasped her hand, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper that only the two of them could hear. "My dear consort, is it true that his pouch has fallen into the pond?" Although phrased as a question, his expression unmistakably conveyed that he was well aware of the truth. Yan Ting met his gaze for a moment, contemplating whether to lie or speak honestly. After a brief deliberation, she raised her hand, allowing Pei Xuanji to see the pouch quietly resting within her sleeve. She had taken it surreptitiously when she had pushed Lu Qian. Long before they had approached the Lotus Pond, the system had already informed Yan Ting of Lu Qian's past, revealing that the pouch was his most treasured possession. Thus, she had devised this plan. However, she was uncertain how Pei Xuanji would react if he discovered she was not as harmless as she appeared. A notification chimed. Current affection value, 85. He is enjoying this. The tyrant is secretly reveling. He would be delighted if you were like a dodder vine, seemingly harmless, yet capable of strangling a towering tree. Now, she had him figured out. He liked her even more. Yan Ting feigne innocence. I only wish for the young master to learn a lesson and behave properly in the future. Pei Xuanji suddenly realized that even the most docile, clingy kitten could possess sharp and formidable claws. However, he did not desire a mere obedient kitten. What he sought was a companion capable of standing by his side and governing the realm of Yuzhou together with him. He smiled as he released his hand, reminding Yan Ting, Lu Qian has an elder brother who is 10 years his senior. After the unfortunate demise of his brother, the Longshin Marquis, having endured the agony of losing a son, indulged Lu Qian excessively, nurturing him into a foolish and wicked individual. Only now has the Longshin Marquis realized that he can no longer continue to pamper him, but the ingrained nature of such indulgence cannot be altered overnight. If you succeed in reforming Lu Qian, the Marquis will be profoundly grateful to you. Yan Ting was somewhat taken aback. From Pei Sun's words, he discerned a deeper implication. The Longshin Marquis is a close minister of the emperor, and Pei Sun is encouraging Yan Ting to take the initiative to approach the Marquis, which is clearly an act of delegation. Yan Ting's biological father is akin to a pile of useless mud, leaving him in a precarious position, devoid of any solid foundation. By placing the capable Luo, who oversees the secret guards, at his side, and now allowing him to incorporate the Marquis under his command, Pei Sun is cultivating his ambition and capabilities, enabling him to stand tall beside the emperor. Exchanging glances, Pei Sun knew that Yan Ting had grasped his intent and lowered his voice to inquire, "Do you desire wealth and fame?" Yan Ting nodded. Pei Sun further asked, "Do you wish to hold dominion over life and death?" Yan Ting nodded again. This time, a wider smile graced Pei Sun's lips. "Do you aspire to become empress and govern the realm alongside me?" Yan Ting nodded vigorously. "Then go forth." Pei Sun's gaze shifted towards him, now infused with not just affection, but also a hint of admiration. However, refrain from pushing the child into the pond again. After all, that water has indeed been tainted by corpses, and bones still lie at the bottom. Understood. Yan Ting took a few steps outward, but then turned back to Pei Sun. The emperor had promised that he could openly express any thoughts or desires he harbored. Thus, Yan Ting, feigning a small tantrum, said, "But what if I still wish to give Lu Qian a good beating? If he becomes more malicious and insists on pushing me into the pond, I might not even have the chance to converse with your majesty." Upon hearing this, Pei Sun rose, bemused, and pinched his cheek. "Do you truly believe the secret guards are ineffectual? Today, it was because it was Lu Qian who fell and that they maintained their composure and took their time to retrieve him. Had been you, your garments would scarcely have touched the water before they whisked you ashore." As he said this, he slightly bent forward to add, "But if you truly wish to strike him, wait until he leaves the palace and snare him in a sack. Call upon Ing 12 and Wang Ci and give him a good thrashing." Ing 12 is the secret guard who was previously scolded by Lu Qian by the Lotus Pond, and Wang Ci is a high-ranking eunuch. Pei Sun, ever considerate, knew that Yan Ting lacked the strength to fight and had thoughtfully arranged for 2 assistants. Yan Ting suppressed his amusement. "I understand, your majesty. I shall not disappoint you." He then exited the imperial study and made his way to the Lotus Pond. The pitiful young heir was searching for the sachet left by his brother. Previously, overwhelmed by fear, the more he struggled, the more exhausted he became, leading to the illusion of nearly drowning. Now, enduring his terror, he stood in the water once more, only to find that the water barely reached his shoulders. After fishing for a considerable time, nearly freezing and losing sensation, he managed to retrieve some bones, but still could not find the item he sought. Yan Ting gazed silently for a moment. After all, Pei Sun had only instructed him not to push anyone into the pool. And now Lu Qian had jumped in of his own accord. It was not his concern. Observing Lu Qian weeping pitifully, his face awash with tears and snot, and startled by the bone in his hand, he could no longer maintain his composure and suddenly leaned back. Only then did Yan Ting signal for Shadow 12 to haul him back to the shore. He unfastened his fox fur coat and tossed it to Lu Qian. Though his own garments were still damp, the coat provided little warmth. Lu Qian's face turned pale with cold, appearing more wretched than Yan Ting, who was frail and sickly. His eyes were swollen from crying, devoid of life as they stared blankly at the water, until, as if recalling something, he furiously shifted his gaze to Yan Ting, exclaiming, "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I would never have lost the sachet." Yan Ting raised an eyebrow, maintaining an impassive demeanor. Pei Sun had indeed been correct. Lu Qian was both foolish and wicked. Reduced to such a pitiful state, he still had the energy to hurl insults. Yan Ting swiftly drew the dagger that Shadow 12 carried, raising his hand in a threatening gesture. This sudden action elicited a scream from Lu Qian, akin to a pig being slaughtered. Powerless to stand due to the cold, he could only crawl forward in a contorted manner. The blade eventually rested against Lu Qian's neck, rendering him motionless, his body trembling uncontrollably, whether from fear or cold. He could not tell. Yan Ting adjusted his face, inquiring, "Do you still dare to complain?" Lu Qian, trembling in fear, shook his head, his throat bobbing nervously, too intimidated to meet Yan Ting's gaze. After a brief pause, seeing that he indeed did not dare to speak, Yan Ting patted his head, commending, "Good child." Chapter 23. The ailing demon concubine, favored above all. 23. Yan Ting was clearly only a year older than him. Yet, Lu Qian did not dare voice a single objection. After all, the dagger was pressed against his skin. Any mishap could cost him his life. Fortunately, after patting his head, Yan Ting sheathed the dagger. Lu Qian collapsed onto the ground, too frightened to continue crying, merely staring blankly at the surface of the pool, tears cascading down. He appeared quite pitiable. However, Yan Ting felt no stirrings of sympathy. In fact, he was almost inclined to laugh. A gentle breeze stirred, and Lu Qian regained some strength in his limbs, staggering to his feet, only to attempt another leap into the pool. Yan Ting seized him, saying, "So many people have perished in this pool. There are water ghosts within. They do not dare to emerge at noon, but the sun is about to set. If you jump in now, you will surely drown." This was, of course, a fabrication. Yet Lu Qian turned pale at the words, trembling as he cried out, "What should I do? The sachet is my brother's keepsake. It is incredibly important to me. I must retrieve it." "Do not worry," Yan Ting reassured. "There are bird-catching nets in the garden. Have the shadow guards fetch one. With that, you can stand on the shore and retrieve the sachet." Upon hearing this, Lu Qian hastily looked towards Shadow 12. "What are you waiting for?" Yet, he realized that if he spoke so bluntly, the shadow guards would likely walk away as before. Thus, Lu Qian adopted a particularly cautious tone. "My lord, could you assist in retrieving the net?" Ing 12 silently gave a thumbs up to Yan Ting from behind. Truly a commendable lady. With ease, she transformed the overbearing young lord into a well-mannered and considerate individual. He nodded and proceeded to fetch the net as instructed. Yan Ting, not idle herself, approached Lu Qian, softening her voice to disarm him. "Is the sachet an heirloom from your brother?" At the mention of his brother, Lu Qian seemed to have an abundance of words. "My brother was exceptional. He could compose poetry at 3, wield a sword at 5, and hit a target 100 paces away by 10. He is my greatest idol. If he were still here, the position of young lord would never have been mine." As he spoke, his lips unconsciously drooped. "But I lost the sachet he left me. He must be very disappointed in me." "Do not fret, you will surely find it." Yan Ting assured, discreetly adjusting her sleeves. Yet, Lu Qian found no solace in her words and felt an urge to reproach her instead. However, upon noticing the dagger in her hand, he quickly subdued his thoughts. Ing 12 returned with the net, and Lu Qian took it, standing by the lake to fish repeatedly until darkness enveloped the sky, yet he remained empty-handed. It was of course impossible to retrieve it, as the sachet lay hidden within Yan Ting's sleeve. Even if the pond were drained, the silt at the bottom excavated, and the lotus pool turned upside down, the sachet would remain elusive. Lu Qian appeared to have lost all strength and means, discarding the net, his eyes swollen and red, resembling 2 ripe peaches. "Do not be sorrowful," Yan Ting said, patting his shoulder. "Return home for now. You may continue your search tomorrow." Lu Qian, feeling utterly defeated, hardly registered her words and trudged toward the palace gate in a daze. Once he was out of sight, Yan Ting instructed Ing 12, "Have someone impersonate a Taoist on his path and ask if he has lost something significant. Then inform him that if he performs 100 good deeds, the item will naturally return to him." The shadowy guard accepted the command and departed, while Yan Ting made her way to the imperial study. As twilight descended, the biting cold pierced her, and her hands and feet grew numb, an ominous feeling of faintness creeping in. She regretted her earlier carelessness. Had she known, she would not have given the fox fur to that little brat, Lu Qian. Stopping in her tracks, she cupped her hands to her lips to exhale warmth. only to find even her breath was frigid. The sensation of fainting intensified, and as she surveyed her surroundings, she was about to call for a guard when she spotted a flicker of light ahead. Narrowing her eyes, she confirmed it was not a mere figment of her imagination. The light swayed in her gaze, growing larger and closer. Logically, it should have been clearer at this proximity, yet her vision blurred increasingly. Cursing her own wretched state, Yan Ting suddenly leaned forward. Then, someone rushed toward her, wrapping their arms around her waist, pulling her into a warm embrace. For a brief moment, her chaotic thoughts cleared, and she beheld Pei Sun's worried face. Thankfully, she had not fallen to the ground. With that thought, she nestled into Pei Sun's embrace before succumbing to unconsciousness. After Pei Sun's departure, a throng of palace maids holding lanterns stood frozen in place. The leading eunuch letting out a piercing scream. "Your Highness!" The person had not perished, so why the commotion? Pei Sun cast a stern glance at him, summoned the imperial physician to the water's edge pavilion. The eunuch, drenched in cold sweat, complied without delay. It was hardly his fault. After all, Yan Ting appeared to be on the brink of death, and his sudden collapse bore the semblance of demise. He pretended as if nothing had happened and scurried away in the opposite direction. Pei Sun cradled Yan Ting in his arms and, upon returning to the pavilion, enveloped the latter's frigid hands within his own to provide warmth. The physician, evidently roused from a deep slumber, arrived with disheveled hair resembling that of one struck by lightning, dark circles under his eyes, and an expression fraught with grievance. Yet, upon reaching the bedside, he immediately transformed into a diligent and meticulous figure, carefully checking Yan Ting's pulse and prescribing medicine, standing by patiently until the latter regained consciousness. The one tasked with concocting the medicine was Luo, while lamenting Yan Ting's plight, intensified the flame to brew a potion that was both bitter and potent. When she brought the concoction over, Yan Ting recoiled at the scent, refusing to part his lips even in unconsciousness. Luo inquired, "Your Majesty, what did you do when your Highness refused to take the medicine earlier?" Pei Sun pondered for a moment. Previously, he had resorted to threats, vowing to dislocate the other's jaw. But now, gazing at Yan Ting, who lay motionless in his embrace, he hesitated to apply any pressure, merely letting his fingers rest gently upon the other's cheek. Noticing the emperor's silence, the physician cautiously spoke, "Your Majesty, I possess a method." As Pei Sun turned to him, the physician retrieved a silver needle, thick as a hairpin, from his medical kit. If this needle is inserted into a certain acupoint, it will rouse the unconscious in an instant, infallible in its efficacy. Pei Sun's heterochromatic eyes fixated on the needle, a vein on his temple twitching slightly. "Do you intend to kill him?" The physician, taken aback, prostrated himself. "Your Majesty, if you doubt my medical skills, you may find a comatose individual for me to demonstrate." At these words, Pei Sun's gaze swept the room, pausing momentarily before landing on the leading eunuch. Chapter 24. The ailing and enchanting consort reigns supreme among the harem. The eunuch's body trembled. Before he could concoct an excuse to flee, Luo had already leapt up to strike him at the nape of his neck. Instantly, darkness enveloped him, and his body fell uncontrollably. A suitable subject had been procured. The physician swiftly approached, targeting the acupoint atop the eunuch's head, plunging the needle in with fluid precision, devoid of hesitation. A piercing scream ascended to the heavens, echoing like a wraith around the water's edge pavilion, lingering long after. The eunuch, convulsing, awakened from his stupor. With every movement, blood gushed from the site where the needle had penetrated, trickling down his contorted face, marred by pain. Even Yan Ting, previously unconscious, was roused by the harrowing cries, his long lashes quivering before he opened his eyes in bewilderment. Seeing this, Luo hurriedly thrust the bowl of medicine into Pei Sun's hands, then covered the eunuch's mouth, exclaiming to the physician, "You are truly a miraculous healer. Let us depart. I shall escort you back to the Imperial Medical Department." She led the chief eunuch and the physician outside, dismissing all the palace maids lingering in the courtyard, thus providing Pei Sun and Yan Ting with a moment of solitude. The evening breeze howled past. Yan Ting seized the medicine bowl and drank its contents in one swift motion. Indeed, as Luo had aptly noted, the physician's skills were remarkable. Just after finishing the potion, the fog in his mind lifted, and a sense of relief washed over him. As he set the bowl down, he heard Pei Sun's probing inquiry. Why did you give the fox fur to Lu Qian? Why such reckless disregard for your life? At that time, the sun blazed fiercely, and I had no inkling it would turn so cold this night, Yan Ting replied, discreetly glancing up at Pei Sun's expression. Your Majesty, my head aches. As anticipated, the moment he feigned illness, Pei Sun's reprimand ceased, replaced instead by gentle pressure on his acupoints. Yan Ting reveled in the emperor's attentive care, and after a considerable time, he tugged at Pei Sun's sleeve, signaling him to pause. With a proud glimmer in his eyes, sparkling like dew-kissed peach blossoms, he declared, I have effectively subdued Lu Qian for the time being. Tomorrow, your Majesty should summon the Marquis of Chongqing to the palace for a meeting with me. His spirited determination left Pei Sun no room for refusal. With the emperor's approval secured, Yan Ting felt a profound sense of satisfaction. No longer needing to concern himself with the Lu family, he redirected his focus entirely onto Pei Sun. Your Majesty, have today's state affairs been resolved? Not yet. Then may I offer my assistance? Pei Sun bent down, placing a soft kiss on his lips. Do not rush. First, tend your health. It was evident that he genuinely cared for Yan Ting's well-being. Not wishing to burden him further, Yan Ting obediently replied, Very well. I shall rest now and not trouble your Majesty. However, once Pei Sun had departed, he immediately rose and, upon Luo's return from the Imperial Medical Department, eagerly inquired, Luo, do you know how to cook porridge? No, I do not, Luo responded, her expression turning peculiar. Your Highness, you are not contemplating another kitchen disaster, are you? You silly girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Yan Ting playfully tapped her forehead, emboldened by his own reasoning. It is precisely because I cannot cook that I wish to learn. With someone observing, he was confident the kitchen would not ignite, finding some merit in his argument. Luo called out, summoning the palace maids, eunuchs, and guards, who promptly flooded into the cramped space. The small room could scarcely accommodate such a throng, and as the door threatened to burst, Yan Ting's eyelids twitched in alarm. Those who cannot cook may leave. Half of the crowd departed in disgruntlement, leaving at least 30 still present. He wished to send more away, but was halted by Luo. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers with their wits combined equal zhuge. So with over 30 cobblers, we shall surpass 10 zhuge. With their assistance, your Highness, your culinary skills will surely flourish. Yan Ting pressed his lips together, offering no rebuttal, and together with Luo, they entered the kitchen. Clearly, the kitchen could not accommodate so many people, but fortunately, there was a window. Thus, over 20 individuals directed from outside, while a dozen guided Yan Ting closely. They chattered excitedly, with Luo summarizing their suggestions, which Yan Ting executed diligently. Washing rice, boiling water, and adding the grains. Each step was meticulously followed according to their collective guidance. The strength of a multitude is indeed formidable. This time, not only did the kitchen escape disaster, but Yan Ting also managed to prepare a bowl of white porridge that looked remarkably presentable. Splendid, your Highness! Luo exclaimed joyfully, twirling in circles. You should take this porridge to His Majesty at once. He will undoubtedly be moved to tears. However, Yan Ting directly thrust the bowl into her hands. You should go instead. If he learns that I did not go to bed obediently, he will only worry about my health. Luo was taken aback. Yan Ting, feeling concerned for Pei Sun's late-night toil, had specially made the porridge for him. Yet, Pei Sun wished for Yan Ting to rest more and restore her spirit and health. What else could it be if not love? Tears welled in her eyes, and just as they threatened to spill into the porridge, Yan Ting promptly produced a handkerchief to dry her tears. Hurry now, otherwise the porridge will grow cold. And remember, do not tell him that I made it. Regaining her composure, Luo dashed out of the building. Meanwhile, Yan Ting summoned those who had just taught her how to cook, retrieving some gemstones from the small box that Pei Sun had previously gifted her, distributing them among the group. They received such grand rewards merely for a few spoken words. Overwhelmed with gratitude, they knelt before Yan Ting, showering her with extravagant praises until they exhausted themselves, after which they departed to wait by the bridge. As Yan Ting settled into bed, Luo arrived at the imperial study, placing the bowl of white porridge on the emperor's desk. Pei Sun lifted his gaze briefly, his brows furrowing slightly. What was the purpose of her bringing a bowl of porridge? Was there some underlying reason? Luo, remembering Yan Ting's instructions, quickly stated, "This is the porridge I made for your majesty." However, this assertion elicited a dismissive response from Pei Sun, who coldly remarked, "I shall not partake." Feeling disheartened, Luo altered her claim. "Actually, this is a late-night snack from the imperial kitchen." Yet, this did not sway Pei Sun, who remained indifferent. Repeating his earlier statement, "I shall not partake," Luo realized her options were dwindling. There was but one way to ensure Yan Ting's efforts would not be in vain. She cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, "This is personally prepared by the Empress." Pei Sun finally lifted his head, moving the bowl closer to himself and stirring the thick porridge with a spoon. Though his tone was reproachful, the corners of his mouth curved upward involuntarily. He cared for someone. That someone equally cared for him. There was no joy greater than this in the world. At that moment, the slumbering Yan Ting seemed to hear the system's notification chime. Current affection level, 90, Chapter 25. The ailing and pampered demoness holds supreme favor in the palace, 25. Yan Ting thought she might be dreaming. However, upon waking, the system, Lulu, confirmed that the affection level had indeed risen so high. At this rate, in less than half a month, I could complete the strategy. Yan Ting lowered her long eyelashes, lost in thought. It feels too smooth, as if the system, Lulu, could not help but probe further. As if what? As if, Yan Ting squinted against the light filtering through the window, pondering, as if it is not I who am strategizing against him, but rather he who is strategizing against me. The system, Lulu, fell silent. Yan Ting had thought she had inadvertently uncovered a clandestine secret, but in the next moment, a palace maid gently knocked on the tightly closed door, inquiring softly, "Your Highness, are you awake?" The Marquis of Changshin requests an audience. Upon hearing this, Yan Ting hastily rose, donned her attire, and seated herself on a chair behind the screen, instructing the maid, "Please let him in." As the door opened, the Marquis of Changshin, standing beyond the screen, bowed respectfully, addressing her, "This humble servant pays his respects to your Highness." His demeanor was impeccably courteous, neither servile nor arrogant. A stark contrast to his ineffectual son. Yan Ting summoned the maid again, requesting her to present a sachet to the Marquis. Upon seeing the familiar sachet, the Marquis was taken aback. Ever since his indulgent son returned home the previous night, he had been clamoring to perform good deeds, helping maids with their chores, aiding young servants in moving items, and rising before dawn to distribute gruel to beggars on the street. It was well known that Lu Qiyin detested the sight of beggars, considering them filthy and repugnant. This radical transformation left the Marquis perplexed. Yet, gazing at the sachet, he began to grasp the underlying reason, incredulously asking, "Your Highness, did you use this sachet to encourage my son to do good?" "Indeed," Yan Ting replied, taking a sip of tea, her voice calm and measured. "When you believe his character has improved, place the sachet beside his pillow while he sleeps." The Marquis understood, acknowledging her assistance with gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness. Your kindness has greatly aided me, and I am at a loss for how to repay you." However, Yan Ting was not one to be easily dismissed with mere words of gratitude. She set down her teacup, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "There is another matter for which I have summoned you today, Marquis." The Marquis, not lacking in discernment, recognized that Yan Ting had a father who was a source of considerable worry and that she, with her limited power, sought a formidable ally. Hence her desire to educate his son in hopes of securing the support of the Marquis house. Yet, he was aware of his advancing years and was reluctant to take such considerable risks. Should he choose to align himself with Yan Ting, he risked suffering alongside her if she were to fall from grace. He anticipated that Yan Ting would offer various incentives to win him over, and began to ponder the most appropriate way to decline. However, he was taken aback when Yan Ting spoke plainly Marquis. His Majesty is already aware of your corruption and the trade of official titles. Stunned, the Marquis staggered back a step, nearly losing his balance. How could this be? He had been exceedingly cautious. Recently, he had sensed his reflexes slowing, his capabilities waning, and felt the weight of his advancing age, prompting thoughts of retiring to his homeland. Yet, the entire Marquis depended solely on him, and his only son was a prodigal. Thus, he had to discreetly skim off some benefits to secure his own future. Now that Yan Ting was privy to this information, it was certain that Pei Sun had also discovered it. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as panic set in, and he turned to Yan Ting, tentatively asking, "So, Your Highness, what is your intention?" Yan Ting dispensed with any further circumlocution, stating directly, "If you assist me in attaining the position of Empress, I will help you resolve the transgressions you have committed." The Marquis could only think that she had lost her senses. After a prolonged silence, he exhaled a deep breath, attempting to reason. "Your Highness, historically, the father of an empress has at least held the position of a fourth-rank official. While such a position is indeed alluring, it is not easily attained. Without substantial backing, one can swiftly descend from lofty heights into the mire. Yet your father, Lord Yan, is merely a ninth-rank official." Before he could finish, Yan Ting, unperturbed, interrupted him. "If my biological father is inadequate, I can always adopt a foster father. I find you rather suitable, my lord." The Longxi Marquis was momentarily at a loss for words, almost gasping for air. Struggling to restrain the twitching corners of his mouth, he continued, "But you are a man. Since the founding of the kingdom, there has been no precedent for a male empress." Yan Ting remained undeterred. "If there is no precedent, then I shall become one. My lord, would you be willing to assist me in this endeavor?" At this point, the Longxi Marquis was drenched in sweat. To be candid, upon hearing that the impervious Pei Sun had taken a male consort, he had sensed that Yan Ting was no ordinary individual. At this very moment, his conviction was only strengthened. However, Yan Ting's ambition was monumental. The last time the Marquis encountered someone with such modest means yet grand aspirations, it was Pei Sun. Back then, he was young and impetuous, daring to gamble against the heavens, aiding Pei Sun in eliminating rivals to ascend to the throne. Now, however, he could not afford to be so reckless. He could not place the Marquis and his son in jeopardy. The Longxi Marquis bowed his head in contemplation, seeking a compromise. Suddenly, he saw Yan Ting rise from behind the screen, a cup of tea in hand, emerging with a radiant smile, standing before him. "Your lordship possesses keen insight. Among so many princes, you chose His Majesty. Now, it is far simpler. His Majesty has only me as a consort. If you do not select me, whom else would you consider?" In an instant, the Longxi Marquis was dazzled by this unparalleled beauty. He had heard the strategists within his household speak of this male consort's allure, but he had been skeptical, thinking that all humans had the same two eyes and one mouth. No matter how beautiful, how exceptional could one be? Now, having witnessed it firsthand, he willingly admitted his narrow perspective. Dressed in a simple white robe, with disheveled black hair, Yan Ting stood there holding the teacup, radiating a grace that surpassed earthly beauty. His exquisite features, skin fairer than snow, subtly hinted at a fragile delicacy, yet this did not seem out of place. Rather, it lent him an ethereal quality, as if he had stepped out from painting. This astonishing beauty rejuvenated the Longxi Marquis by a decade, rekindling his youthful vigor. He gazed intently at Yan Ting, as if trying to etch every detail into his memory. Yan Ting chuckled softly, extending the cup of tea towards him. "Have you considered, my lord? Shall we take a gamble together? With such extraordinary charm, why conceal it?" The Longxi Marquis accepted the tea with his own hands, drinking it down in one gulp, his gaze fervent as he declared, "I am willing to serve your highness with utmost loyalty, ready to sacrifice everything." Chapter 26. The Ailing Enchantress, favored above all in the palace. He had a premonition that just as his previous bet on Pei Sun had brought unprecedented prestige to the Marquis, placing his trust in Yan Ting would surely restore the former glory of the Longxin house. The gambler, having wagered everything, found himself in a position of considerable advantage, largely due to Yan Ting's countenance, which afforded him a 7/10 probability of success, complemented by a 3/10 ambition. The Marquis of Changshin could scarcely conceive of a reason for defeat. Upon departing from the Chanshui Tower, his gait was notably lighter, and even his previously despondent expression was touched by a hint of mirth. By afternoon, the news of Yan Ting being acknowledged as his godson had spread throughout the capital, bringing him joy, though it was not universally welcomed. Yin Yuancheng, weary from travel, hastened to the palace. As he entered the Chun Shui Tower, he silently pulled the curtains and threw them over a beam, tying a noose as if to hang himself. Yan Ting hurriedly intervened, perplexed, and asked, "Father, what are you doing? I thought you no longer acknowledged me as your father." Yin Yuancheng, in a fit of tears, lamented, "For such a momentous affair as recognizing a godfather, why did you not consult me first?" Seeing his father's pitiable state, Yan Ting offered a handkerchief to dry his tears, gently persuading him, "My acknowledgement is driven by personal gain, not genuine affection. You remain my only true kin." Upon hearing this, Yin Yuancheng ceased his weeping and, with a look of skepticism, inquired, "Is that truly the case?" Yan Ting nodded earnestly, his gaze sincere. Consequently, Yin Yuancheng reigned in his despondence, gazing at his son with a heartwarming sense of gratitude. At that moment, Luo, who had been standing nearby, lowered her voice and interjected, "Your Highness, the handkerchief you just used to wipe Lord Yan's face was actually meant for cleaning the table." This prompted Yin Yuancheng to once again plunge into despair, stretching his head toward the noose, exclaiming, "You clearly do not care for me. I knew you thought of me as a failure and would never wish to be my son." A wave of dizziness washed over Yan Ting, and his frail body swayed precariously. Noticing this, Yin Yuancheng ceased his cries and quickly supported him, inquiring with concern, "Are you all right, my son?" Yan Ting shook his head, gazing intently at his father for a long moment before finally saying, "I was in the wrong, failing to inform you in advance, which caused you distress, father. The deed was done. No amount of remorse could change that." Yin Yuancheng sighed softly, "It is not your fault. Had I been more capable, you would not have needed to seek a godfather." After a brief pause, he continued, "However, for such a significant matter, it is only right to inform your mother. Let us leave the palace together and pay our respects at her grave." Imperial concubines were not permitted to leave the palace at will. The emperor's granting of passage for Yin Yuancheng was already a tremendous favor to the Yin family. Just as Yan Ting was about to speak, Luo interjected, "If the princess wishes to leave the palace, I will go to His Majesty and procure a token for you." Her tone was so casual, as though this were an utterly commonplace affair. "Will His Majesty permit it?" Yan Ting asked, lacking confidence. "Of course," Luo reassured, patting her chest. "His Majesty is aware of your frail health and wishes for you to take some air. He would be delighted to grant your request to leave the palace." With that, Yan Ting felt reassured enough to let her fetch the token. Luo was swift in her task, returning just as quickly, accompanied by Pei Sunji. His appearance elicited a variety of reactions from those within the Chun Shui Tower. The palace maids hastily retreated, while Yan Ting stepped forward in surprise to greet him, and Yin Yuancheng shrank back, wishing to find a hole to hide in. "Your Majesty, what brings you here?" Yan Ting blinked, her enchanting peach blossom eyes reflecting the shimmering starlight, stunningly beautiful. "I heard Luo mention that you intend to leave the palace to pay respects to your mother." Pei Sun held Yan Ting's hand and said, "Fortunately, I have nearly concluded today as state affairs and can accompany you." "That would be splendid," Yan Ting replied with a radiant smile, then turned to inquire of Yin Yuancheng, "Father, do you not agree?" What a foolish notion, Yin Yuancheng thought, feeling a tightening in his chest at the prospect of sharing a carriage with Pei Sun, his vision beginning to blur. He would rather meet his end here. Yet, as a subject, he felt a sense of duty towards Pei Sun. After considerable deliberation, he managed to force a smile that was more painful than tears. What the lady says is indeed true. Pei Sun cast a fleeting glance at him before quickly averting his eyes, instructing Luo to fetch a thick cloak to wrap Yan Ting snugly. Sensing something, Yan Ting curiously asked, "Does your Majesty wish to take me riding?" "Indeed," Pei Sun said, helping Yan Ting don her hood. unable to resist pinching her cheek. My beloved is indeed astute. He took her hand and led her out, where the dark guards had already brought forth the prized steed. Stationed on the other side of the bridge, Pei Sun mounted the horse and then lifted Yan Ting onto it. Witnessing their figures galloping away, Yin Yuan Cheng stood there. Bewildered, mouth agape, what about me? Do not fret, Lord Yin, Luo Luo said, placing her hand above her brow and standing on tiptoe to peer into the distance. After a while, a carriage slowly came into view, and she gestured for Yin Yuan Cheng to proceed, relieved to avoid sharing a carriage with the tyrant. Yin Yuan Cheng felt a sense of ease. However, upon lifting the curtain, he found 5 brawny dark guards already seated inside, each equipped with blades. Their expressions cold and eyes sharp, exuding an air of intimidation. Yin Yuan Cheng's hand remained poised at the curtain, instinctively taking a step back, only to be pushed forward by Luo Luo. Lord Yin, why are you hesitating? We must hasten, or we shall not catch up with His Majesty and the lady. At her urging, Yin Yuan Cheng could only muster the courage to sit among the guards, hunching his shoulders and daring not to breathe, longing for the journey to end swiftly and this silent torment to conclude. Considering Yan Ting's well-being, Pei Sun rode at a measured pace. As they passed through the palace gates, the carriage caught up closely behind them. Yan Ting's birth mother had expressed a desire to see the moon each day before her passing, leading Yin Yuan Cheng to bury her at the summit of the highest mountain on the outskirts of the capital, so she could bask in the first rays of moonlight each night. They galloped through the bustling market and then exited the city gates. The sound of hooves striking the gravel road outside the capital was crisp and melodious. For reasons unknown, Yan Ting's eyelids began to flutter uncontrollably, and despite her efforts to blink, the spasms only grew more frequent. Suddenly, they halted. This mountain is planted by me. This tree is nurtured by me. If you wish to pass, leave behind a toll. 5 burly men wielding large sabers blocked their path, their fierce demeanor intimidating. Yan Ting knew that every time Yin Yuan Cheng appeared, he inevitably brought along a series of mishaps. With a resigned sigh, he closed his eyes briefly, but could not restrain himself from addressing the imposing man. How does one plant a mountain? How does one nurture a tree? You lot got it all wrong. You are illiterate. Chapter 27. The ailing demoness in favor of the 6 palaces. The men of the Han dynasty stirred restlessly at his words. Why bother with so much? Just let it be known that we are bandits. They exclaimed. Look at you, all high and mighty with your education. Brothers, let us slay that tall man and capture the frail one who dares to speak. Let us indulge ourselves. With blades in hand, they charged forward. From the cart behind, Yin Yuan Cheng heard the commotion and, lifting the curtain, glanced out in terror. Be careful, my son. Father is coming to protect you, he cried, trembling as he rushed out, only to lose his footing and tumble to the ground in a most undignified manner. In a flash, the hidden guards sprang into action. He barely registered the shadows flitting about before the bandits fell, their throats slit, collapsing lifelessly to the earth like discarded dogs. Not far away, a lookout among the bandits, witnessing the demise of his comrades, turned to flee. Pei Sun, unhurried, accepted the bow and arrow from Luoluo, drawing the string back and aiming steadily. The lookout ran a considerable distance, believing himself safe at last, and pausing to catch his breath, tears streaming down his face. Brothers, wait for me to notify our comrades on the mountain to avenge you. Before he could finish his plea, an arrow pierced his heart with deadly accuracy. He could not even utter a cry before his breath left him. Luoluo, holding a telescope gifted from a small foreign nation, witnessed the man fall and immediately cheered. Your Majesty's archery skills have truly improved. To take a life from 100 paces is remarkable. Pei Sun remained impassive at her praise, merely passing the bow to her before lowering his gaze to Yan Ting in his arms. Sensing his attention, Yan Ting quickly glanced up and tentatively echoed Luo's words. Your Majesty's archery skills have truly improved to be able to take a life from 100 paces. Though she had changed not a single word. Pei Sun's lips curled slightly upward as he leaned closer to whisper in Yan Ting's ear, One day, I shall teach you. Yan Ting thought to himself that such words were best left unexamined. His frail body likely could not even draw a bow, let alone hit a target beyond 30 paces. Yet, despite his internal musings, a bright smile graced his face as he affectionately nuzzled against Pei Zuntzizi, replying obediently, "All right." As the two exchanged sweet words, Luo observed them with starry eyes. The hidden guards returned to the cart, leaving no one to attend to Yan Yuanqing's plight. He lay sprawled on the ground, face to face with one of the corpses, the ghastly wound exposed, blood spurting forth and splattering his face. His stomach churned violently as he weakly extended a hand, gasping, "Is there anyone to help me?" At that moment, all attention turned to him. Luo lifted him back into the cart, wiping the blood from his face and handing him a water pouch made of deer hide. Yan Yuansheng took a sip, feeling the oppressive anxiety ease slightly. As he was about to express his gratitude, Luo suddenly changed her demeanor, pointing an accusing finger at him. "Do not speak any further. You have completely ruined the pleasant atmosphere." Despite being shorter than Yan Yuanqing and young enough to be his daughter, she emanated a commanding presence that overwhelmed him. Under her firm gaze, Yan Yuansheng indeed fell silent, remaining utterly dejected and voiceless until they reached the gravesite. Suddenly, he straightened his back and stepped out of the carriage with solemnity. The gravestone, tarnished by the elements, drew his gaze downward. He repeatedly wiped it clean with his sleeve, gently caressing the inscriptions upon it. Luo took the fruits and incense she had prepared from the cart, but was halted by Yan Ting. "Allow me." He carried the offerings to the grave, arranging them meticulously before lighting the incense, while the system narrated the tale of the deceased in his mind. "Your mother was remarkable. Born in a humble village, she mastered the art of medicine through sheer determination. To save money for her clinic in the capital, she even tested her own remedies, ultimately developing a pill to combat the plague. She achieved her dream of becoming a renowned healer, yet her self-experimentation left her with numerous ailments, and her lifespan dwindled to mere years. Undeterred, she planned to wander the world with the savings she had amassed, unaware that she would encounter Yan Yuansheng seeking her help. Yan Yuansheng, who was impotent, faced pressure from his parents to take a concubine and from the emperor to accept beautiful maidens. Yet he possessed no carnal desires and refused all. Witnessing his peers flourishing with families, he resolved to seek a cure for his condition. But the moment he laid eyes on your mother, he was suddenly restored. He realized he was not ill, but merely had not met the right person before. Thus began his fervent pursuit of her, and with his handsome visage, he ultimately won her heart. The couple soon welcomed a child, and she diligently continued her medical endeavors, even creating a potion to extend her life. Just as their lives began to flourish, tragedy struck. A patient she had saved became addicted to gambling, losing his entire fortune and suffering a grievous injury, with his home set ablaze. He bore no resentment toward himself or the casino, but directed his hatred toward the one who had saved him. While Yin and his wife were out, the gambling addict ambushed them, plunging a knife into her abdomen. "Why did you save me? If I had died then, I would not have fallen into this addiction, and my home would not have burned. Do you understand? My parents were inside, burned alive. This is all your fault. If I suffer, so shall you." Yan Yuansheng rushed to seize the knife, but it was too late. The woman who had just moments ago nestled tenderly in his embrace now lay lifeless in his arms. She lacked the strength to utter many words, merely brushing his cheek with her bloodied hand, expressing her wish to be buried where she could behold the moon. That day, the ordinarily gentle Yan Yuansheng unleashed his fury upon the gambler, striking him over 30 times. Yet it was futile. He could not bring his beloved wife back. He was engulfed in sorrow, yet the old emperor stood beside him, uttering callous remarks. She was merely a woman. Her death is inconsequential. After all these years of intimacy, are you not weary of her? You must summon your spirits and assist me in my duties. In the future, whatever woman you desire, I shall procure for you." Yan Yuansheng contemplated the idea of stabbing the old emperor, much like he had done to that gambler. However, he ultimately restrained himself. Assassinating the emperor would implicate his parents and children. Instead of erupting in silence, he bottled up his anguish, allowing it to manifest as illness. He began to spiral into madness, indiscriminately attacking everyone around him. Chapter 28. The Ailing Enchantress. Favored above all, 28. Even after descending from a once prominent third-rank official to a mere ninth-rank minor position, Yin Yuancheng harbored no regrets. The only thing he lamented was his failure to intercept that gambler in time. A light drizzle began to fall from the sky, the raindrops merging into fine threads that pooled into shallow puddles, creating ripples that spread outward. The rain came unexpectedly. Luo, unprepared without an umbrella, urged urgently, "Your Highness, the items have arrived, and the people have come. You should hasten to the carriage. Do not let the rain ruin you." Yan Ting's health was already precarious. If he caught a chill, it would only exacerbate his discomfort. Under her worried gaze, Yan Ting knelt and bowed his head toward the tombstone. Upon rising, he realized something was shielding him from the rain. In astonishment, he looked up to find Pei Sun standing beside him, raising his sleeve to shield him from the wind and rain. "Your Majesty," Yan Ting blinked in surprise, but what astonished him further was Pei Sun's next action, as he lifted his garments to kneel before the tombstone. This act left both Yin Yuancheng and Luo in shock, and even Yan Ting reached out to stop him, saying, "Your Majesty, you must not. Whether in life or death, all subjects belong to Pei Sun. It is only fitting that others kneel before him. It makes no sense for him to kneel before another." Pei Sun gently grasped Yan Ting's outstretched hand and softly replied, "She is your mother. She deserves my reverence." With that, he genuinely knelt before the tomb in front of all those present. Subsequently, he lifted Yan Ting and placed him back into the carriage. The horse could no longer be ridden. Yan Ting was already barely alive from the breeze, and being exposed to the rain would only worsen his condition. Yet, Yin Yuancheng hesitated to board the carriage, clinging to the tombstone and insisting, "You may leave. I wish to stay here and accompany her for a while. She despises rainy days." Luo, left with no choice, turned to Pei Sun and said, "Your Majesty, please take the lady back first. I will remain here with Lord Yan. Once the rain ceases, I will escort him back to the palace." Observing her slender arms and legs, her face flushed from the cold wind, Yan Ting felt a pang of compassion. "Let my father remain here alone. This mountain should be quite safe." No sooner had he spoken than he was met with a harsh reality. From the mountain's base came the sound of horns and chaotic footsteps. The bandits' companions had discovered the body and, disregarding the rain, rushed up to seek their vengeance. Several hidden guards emerged from the carriage, swiftly drawing their daggers. 5 men faced off against more than 50 bandits, yet they handled the situation with remarkable ease. Luo joined the fray, her petite figure weaving effortlessly among the bandits, swiftly severing the throats of several men. Pei Sunji had initially intended to remain uninvolved, yet a diminutive and inconspicuous bandit evaded their notice and attempted to clamber through a window. As he lifted the curtain, he was met with a pair of heterochromatic eyes, his expression shifting to one of shock, rendering him speechless. Such eyes existed only in the world's most tyrannical visage, that of the despot of Yu Zhao Kingdom. Realizing the peril too late, he emitted a frightened shriek, but before he could flee, Pei Sunji had already twisted his neck. The sound crackled sharply, startling Yan Ting into an involuntary shiver as he stared in awe at that slender, elegant hand, so capable of delivering fatal force in an instant. He could not fathom why such a powerful hand would be so gentle when it brushed against his head. "Did I frighten you?" Pei Sunji inquired, tenderly wiping the dampness from Yan Ting's hair, his tone laced with concern. "Let us return. We should leave the shadow guards with your father, lest another wave of bandits arrives and harms him, who is utterly defenseless." Yan Ting found this reasoning sound. Thus, they requested only one shadow guard to drive the carriage and descended the mountain. However, the rain grew increasingly torrential, rendering the muddy roads treacherous and nearly impassable. Even the horses struggled for traction. For safety's sake, the shadow guard suggested to Pei Sunji, "Your Majesty, there's a house ahead. Let us rest there until the rain subsides." Pei Sunji did not object, allowing the guard to halt the carriage outside a thatched cottage. He called out, "Is anyone home?" Chickens clucked beneath the eaves, indicating habitation, yet despite the guard's repeated calls, no response came. Just as he was about to push open the fence, the cottage door creaked open, revealing a frail, shuffling old woman. The guard halted his actions, politely addressing her. "Granny, the rain is too heavy for travel. May my lord and lady seek shelter in your home for the night?" For reasons unknown, the old woman remained at the threshold, gazing intently at the direction of the carriage. The guard pressed his lips together, preparing to repeat his request, when Yan Ting lifted the curtain and spoke. At her age, an old woman may struggle to see or hear clearly. Perhaps the distance and the din of the rain hinder her understanding. "I shall speak with her." Among the three present, one a shadow guard skilled in the art of decapitation, and the other a notorious tyrant. It was indeed Yan Ting who was best suited for such negotiations with the old woman. He leaped from the carriage, deftly plucking a taro leaf from the fence to shield himself from the rain, and dashed into the yard to stand before her. In the gentlest tone, he leaned closer to her ear and said, "Granny, it is raining outside, and our carriage cannot move. Could you kindly let us stay for the night?" The elderly woman, slow to react, took her time before finally speaking. "Oh, the young man in black just mentioned that his lord and lady wish to take shelter here." As she spoke, she scrutinized Yan Ting closely. Though she could barely discern his silhouette, she smiled, saying, "You must be that young man's master, yes? Please ask your lady to come in. I have just prepared ginger soup." Yan Ting nearly choked on her own saliva. After much hesitation, she shyly replied. Her ears flushed. I am that lady." "Huh?" The old woman appeared quite taken aback. Although her vision was poor and her hearing not very sharp, surely she could not mistake a woman for a man? Surely she could not confuse a woman's voice for that of man? She wished to draw closer for a better look at Yan Ting when Pei Sun dismounted and walked in along the fence. The old woman could still only discern a silhouette, vaguely noting that Pei Sun was considerably taller than Yan Ting. Seemingly understanding something, she chuckled and patted Pei Sun on the back, not forgetting to call to the concealed guard outside. "You should come in as well and have some warm ginger soup to ward off the cold." The guard stood in stunned silence. What had just transpired? Had that old woman's hand truly just patted Pei Sun's back? According to the third rule of the guard regulations, any person who touches the emperor without permission shall be executed on the spot. The guard silently drew his sword. Just as he was about to spill blood, Pei Sun shook his head at him, signaling for him to step aside, unaware that her head had nearly met the ground. The old woman cheerfully entered the room, bringing out the prepared ginger soup, serving each person a bowl without favoritism. Pei Sun's bowl happened to have a small chip. He frowned, and the guard, noticing the change in his expression, drew his sword again. According to the 13th rule of the guard regulations, anyone who causes the emperor to feel offended shall be executed immediately. But just as he was about to act, Pei Sun again shook his head, this time directing him to retreat behind the house, where he squatted with a few chickens raised by the old woman. Yan Ting offered her bowl to Pei Sun and whispered, "My bowl is fine. Your Majesty, please drink." "No need," Pei Sun replied. "You drink quickly. Do not catch a chill. Otherwise, in this desolate place, it will be difficult to find a doctor when you fall ill." Yan Ting understood that falling sick would indeed be troublesome, so she obediently drank her ginger soup and, fearing it would not be enough, hurried inside to ask the old woman for another bowl. Pei Sun remained standing under the eaves, staring intently at the chipped bowl. It was not that the soup was unpalatable. Rather, it stirred memories within him. In his childhood, his second elder sister had once placed a similarly chipped bowl before him, filled with moldy rice porridge, insisting he finish it or face the punishment of having the only eunuch willing to serve him beaten to death. The taste of that porridge had faded from his memory, yet he still recalled how, when he presented the empty bowl to his sister, her smile had been a grotesque distortion, and she had still ordered the eunuch to be executed. A gentle nudge on his shoulder brought Pei Sun back to the present, and he saw Yan Ting, having finished her soup, eagerly pointing towards a spot inside the house. "Husband, look." Following her gesture, he noticed a bough hanging on the earthen wall, its craftsmanship rudimentary, the bough's body marred with grooves, and the string appearing quite coarse, suggesting it had seen better days. Yan Ting recalled the last time Pei Sun mentioned his intention to teach him archery and decided to strike up a conversation with the old woman. "Madam, whose bough is this?" The elderly woman took a considerable amount of time to comprehend his question, eventually looking up at the bough on the wall, seemingly lost in memory. before quickly lowering her head. It belonged to my son. Your son? Yan Ting gazed into the small courtyard, where wild weeds thrived and the dilapidated fence appeared to have weathered many years of neglect. Has your son not returned for a long time? His curiosity grew. If there were a male heir in the family, it seemed implausible that they would be in such a dire state. My son has passed away. The old woman shook her head. A few years back, he committed a crime and was executed by the tyrant. Yan Ting was taken aback, coughing unexpectedly, while Pei Sun paused, his expression inscrutable as he regarded the old woman. I raised my son with great difficulty, and due to our poverty, he struggled to find a bride. In his frustration, he took out his anger on me, his old mother beating me and even abducting a girl from the streets, hoping to consummate their union. At this point, she sighed, her voice tinged with resignation. Originally, he hadn't harmed her yet. At most, he would have received a sentence of 3 years or so before being released. Yet, that girl had the audacity to obstruct the emperor's carriage. And this matter reached the tyrant's ears, leading to the immediate decree of my son's execution. Yan Ting coughed even harder. Pei Sun set down his ginger soup bowl, gently patting Yan Ting's back to help him breathe easier, casually remarking, "It seems that the tyrant is indeed quite ruthless." To their astonishment, the old woman replied with fervor, "Pa, who says the tyrant is wicked? He is quite benevolent." As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeve to reveal a scar on her arm that twisted like a serpent. At that moment, I intervened to prevent my son from harming that girl. But in his rage, he no longer recognized even his own mother and brutally attacked me. Had he not died, I would have eventually met my end at his hands. The rain seemed to have lessened. She looked out into the courtyard, where the moss on the ground glistened with moisture, vibrant and full of life. I am content as I am now, living independently and self-sufficiently. Though I cannot say life has been exceptionally good, at least I have enough to eat and a place to rest. Yan Ting ceased his coughing and fixed his gaze upon her. Then, dear madam, what do you think of his majesty? Unaware that the tyrant stood before her, the old woman sincerely assessed, well, he may be a bit harsh in his actions, but he is far better than his father. During the reign of the late emperor, I toiled in the fields all year and often went hungry. Since he ascended the throne, taxes have eased considerably, and life has gradually improved. During festivals, I can even afford a bit of meat. At this point, she chuckled, her tone earnest. He is a good emperor. In just 6 brief words, she conveyed more than 1,000 phrases could. Madam, may we borrow this bow for a while? Yan Ting felt an overwhelming joy, even more so than being praised himself. He reached up to retrieve the bow, taking Pei Sun's hand with the other as they dashed outside. As the clouds dispersed and the rain ceased, revealing a clear sky, they ran to a place where they could no longer be seen. Yan Ting stopped, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he looked at Pei Sun. Did you hear that? She praised you as a good emperor. Pei Sun raised an eyebrow, replying nonchalantly, I govern according to my own intentions, never concerned with the opinions of others. Is that so? Yan Ting precariously balanced on a nearby stone, barely matching his height. It was evident to me that His Majesty seemed to be in slightly better spirits than before. It was perplexing, having grown accustomed to the demeanor of an emperor. He rarely allowed his emotions to surface, and few occurrences could provoke such fluctuations in his temperament. Regrettably, Pei Sun Ji was oblivious to his own expression, and with no mirrors in sight, he regarded Yan Ting's eyes as his reflection. As their faces drew ever closer, their breaths nearly entwined, Yan Ting revealed a triumphant smile and gently kissed the corner of Pei Sun Ji's lips. However, upon attempting to flee, his joy turned to dismay as he stumbled on the slick mud beneath him, almost losing his balance. Fortunately, Pei Sun Ji swiftly caught him in his embrace, averting the calamity of a fall. My emperor, Yan Ting exclaimed, peering out from Pei Sun Ji's arms, his dissatisfaction evident. You are holding me too tightly. Aware of his delicate nature, Pei Sun Ji nonetheless felt an inexplicable urge to hold him even closer. Yan Ting's frail body could scarcely bear such pressure. He struggled for breath, fearing he might suffocate if this continued. Emboldened by the comfort he had found, he boldly addressed the emperor by name. Pei Sun Ji, please release me at once. Pei Sun Ji appeared taken aback, narrowing his uniquely colored eyes. Yet his hands unconsciously loosened their grip. Who granted you the audacity to address me so? Let me ponder. Shall I sew your mouth shut with needles and thread, or pour boiling oil down your throat? Chapter 30. The Ailing Enchantress. Favored above all in the palace. 30. How petty to be irked merely by the use of his name. Yan Ting hastily shielded his mouth, only to be interrupted by the system's notification sound. Current affection value. 91. Oh, how curious. It had increased. Had he secretly relished this? The remnants of his fear evaporated entirely. And in that moment, Yan Ting seemed to sway an invisible tail, brimming with pride. It is you who bestowed upon me this courage, Pei Sun-ji. He deliberately elongated the final syllables, calling his name in a coy and affectionate manner. Current affection value. 92. Yan Ting anticipated this outcome, wrapping himself around Pei Sun-ji like an octopus, reluctant to let go. Just as he was about to speak, the sound of a blade being drawn caught his attention. Turning his head, he spotted a hidden guard, who had silently appeared behind them from the corner of the wall. According to the guard's 38th directive, no one was permitted to directly address the emperor by name. Failure to comply warranted immediate execution. Upon seeing the dagger in the guard's hand, every ounce of courage drained from Yan Ting. Fortunately, before the guard could approach, Pei Sun-ji commanded, "Stand down." The guard's mind was in turmoil. Hadn't His Majesty just threatened to sew the lady's mouth shut and pour hot oil down her throat? Why, when it came time to act, did he suddenly seem reluctant? Deflated, he thought that today, his antics by the lady and Yan Ting were nothing short of a wild dance upon the emperor's head. Yet Pei Sun-ji appeared inexplicably lenient, showing no inclination to reprimand their mischief. Indeed, love can blind one to reason. The guard turned to retreat towards the henhouse, and with his courage restored, Yan Ting shouted after him, "If you truly cannot find anything to occupy your time, go play in the mud. Do not interrupt my rendezvous with His Majesty." The guard had initially intended to continue his vigil alongside a few hens. At this moment, having listened to his words, he fell silent and strode directly into the mountains, with no one to disturb them. Yan Ting contemplated the task at hand. Did His Majesty not mention a desire to teach me archery? Armed with only a single bow, Pei Sun-ji snapped a slender bamboo pole nearby, sharpening one end against the stone. Drawing the bowstring, he aimed at the ground for a test, and the bamboo pole sank deeply into the muddy earth, causing Yan Ting to unconsciously widen his eyes in astonishment. Though the bow was crudely crafted and the string somewhat slack, its power was not insignificant. Pei Sun-ji remarked as he pulled the bamboo pole from the ground and handed both the bow and pole to Yan Ting, stating, "A little looseness may be advantageous for you. Give it a try." Filled with determination, Yan Ting envisioned himself as an archer of great renown, mirroring Pei Sun-ji's stance as he drew the bowstring. Wait, he thought, didn't he say the string was loose? Why can't I pull it? Taking a deep breath, he exerted immense effort, finally managing to draw it back a fraction. At that moment, Pei Sun-ji pried his fingers apart, and, as expected, the bowstring left red marks on his fingers, glaring against his fair skin. Yan Ting blinked. "What is it, Your Majesty?" "Do not practice for now," Pei Sun-ji said, gently massaging the red marks. "When we return to the palace, I shall teach you properly, and arrangements will be made for protective gear to prevent injury." Very well. Yan Ting sensed that even with all his might, he could not shoot the bamboo pole far. Being told to stop provided him with a convenient excuse. He relished the moment as the emperor tended to his injury, when suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he exclaimed, "Your Majesty, look over there." Pei Sun-ji looked up and followed his gaze to see a vividly colored wild chicken among the trees, its long, beautiful tail feathers shimmering as it clucked. Before long, Pei Sun-ji took Yan Ting's hand, drew the bowstring back, and the sharp bamboo pole flew through the air, striking its wing with precision. The chicken let out a shriek, flapping helplessly as it watched the two approach. Yan Ting squatted before it. "This chicken is truly magnificent, like a phoenix. Let's take it back to the palace to raise." Before he could finish, Pei Sun-ji interrupted softly. "This type of chicken damages crops and preys on the young of wild birds. Yan Ting quickly shifted his stance. But the soup it would make must be delightful. I am hungry, Your Majesty. The two returned to the thatched cottage with the chicken. Though the elderly woman was frail and slow, her eyes not as sharp. The prospect of meat invigorated her. Swiftly, she dispatched the chicken and plucked its feathers, and within an hour, the once majestic wild chicken transformed into a pot of fragrant chicken soup. It was no wonder she had used a broken bowl for ginger soup earlier. Her household possessed only 4 bowls, 2 of which were chipped. This time, Yan Ting volunteered to serve the chicken soup, giving the intact bowls to Pei Xuanji and the old woman, while reserving the damaged ones for himself and his stealthy companions who had ascended the mountain. He scooped both wings and legs into Pei Xuanji's bowl and presented it. Eat the chicken legs for vigor and the wings for soaring high. What a peculiar reasoning. Pei Xuanji replied, maintaining his usual demeanor. Yan Ting, uninterested in his retorts, lifted the bowl and took a delicate sip. The soup contained merely a touch of salt and some ginger to mask the fishy taste, yet was astonishingly delicious, prompting him to let out a sigh of delight. Indeed, food devoid of medicinal herbs is truly exquisite. However, in the next moment, Pei Xuanji tossed a piece of snow ginseng into his bowl. As the ginseng met the warmth of the chicken broth, it released a rich aroma of herbs. Yan Ting felt utterly disheartened. He picked up the ginseng with his chopsticks, intending to toss it into Pei Xuanji's bowl, but was thwarted as Pei Xuanji grasped his face, signaling him with a look to obediently consume the medicine. To preserve his prideful visage, Yan Ting succumbed to the pressure and begrudgingly finished the ginseng, draining the bowl of soup. It was better to comply for now. Pei Xuanji eased his grip and gently caressed Yan Ting's cheek, his touch so light it felt almost flirtatious. Although he was aware that the old woman's gaze was not particularly benevolent, Yan Ting still felt a twinge of embarrassment at their open display of affection before her. He hastily retreated and ladled several pieces of chicken into Pei Xuanji's bowl. Just then, a booming voice resonated from outside the courtyard. Old woman, what are you stewing at home? It smells delightful. Yan Ting instinctively turned to see a middle-aged man swaggering in, clad in coarse linen, with a face full of excess flesh and a fierce countenance, exuding an air of hostility. As he scrutinized the man, in turn, appraised him, leeringly whistling. Oh, old woman, you've got a visitor. This pretty boy is quite the sight, with eyes that are truly striking and a nose that is perfectly shaped. Simply exquisite. As he spoke, he noticed Pei Xuanji beside Yan Ting. Seeing that the latter did not turn his head, he continued, Hey, pretty boy, I'm calling you. Turn around and let me see how you look. Pei Xuanji lowered his bowl of soup, narrowed his eyes, and turned to meet the man's gaze. Chapter 31. The frail demoness favored above all 31. Caught off guard by such a pair of mismatched eyes, akin to being targeted by a cold serpent. The middle-aged man recoiled in fright and stumbled backward, slipping on the courtyard's moss and landing in an undignified manner. Just as he was about to rise, a dagger was pressed against his neck, and Shadow Guard, having returned from the mountains, crouched beside him, expressionless, uttering 2 words, Don't move. Only then did the middle-aged man grasp the gravity of the situation, his fear causing him to lose all composure. Tears and snot streaming down his face. I beg for your mercy, Your Majesty. Had I known you were here, I would never have dared to disturb you. Pei Xuanji exhibited little reaction, blowing gently on the chicken soup as steam enveloped him, his long lashes casting a veil over any emotion. In contrast, the old woman, upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, sprang to her feet, her aches forgotten, her movements suddenly sprightly. Why, Your Majesty? She gasped, finally recalling the vague whisper she had heard about the current emperor taking a male consort. Now, looking at Pei Xuanji and Yan Ting, did it not perfectly align with the notion of the emperor and his male consort? Remembering how she had referred to Pei Xuanji as a tyrant earlier, she felt her head spinning with dread. Trembling, she bent her knees to kneel, but Yan Ting swiftly caught her. Grandmother, does this man often bully you? The esteemed individual inquired, and the old woman, naturally, spoke without reservation, though her voice, once steady, was now stammering. He is a rogue in this vicinity, lacking a home of his own, treating everyone else's abode as his own, taking whatever he pleases. Those who dare to defy him will face a brutal beating. Yan Ting nodded to herself. He is indeed vile. Pei Sun-ji sipped his soup, his tone exceedingly calm. Then let us eliminate him. The shadowy guard, having received the command, swiftly severed the man's throat. Before he could utter a plea for mercy, he had already become a fresh corpse. To avoid staining the courtyard, the guard opted for a method that minimized bloodshed, efficiently disposing of the body without leaving a trace. The old woman trembled in fear, her mind racing with thoughts of her own demise, wondering if she would be dragged out and buried like that rogue or left to decay within the house. At that moment, Yan Ting cheerfully called out to her, "Grandmother, why do you stand there? Please, make yourself at home." But this was indeed her home. She dared not speak, hesitating whether to sit down, when Pei Sun-ji suddenly rose. He had anticipated the rain would linger, yet since it had ceased, there was no reason to stay. He turned to Yan Ting. "Let us return to the palace." "Very well." Yan Ting set down her bowl, took his hand, and bid the old woman farewell. "Goodbye, grandmother," though it was likely they would never meet again. As Pei Sun-ji led Yan Ting outside, the shadowy guard returned just in time after burying the body. Once in the carriage, Yan Ting could not restrain her curiosity. "Your Majesty, your haste to depart was actually to spare the grandmother from feeling uncomfortable, was it not?" "Who said that?" Pei Sun-ji remarked indifferently, smoothing the creases of his sleeve. "I merely found her dwelling too dilapidated." "Is that so?" Yan Ting nestled into his embrace, causing the previously smooth sleeve to crumple again. "But the rain has long stopped. Why did you not mention leaving earlier?" It was clear he had contemplated departing only upon seeing her so frightened. Pei Sun-ji feigned obstinacy. "I cannot abide her demeanor. If I remained any longer, I would be compelled to strike her down." "You would not," Yan Ting comforted, rubbing against him. "Your Majesty is not a cold-hearted monster with the tone, nor a tyrant, but rather the finest emperor of Yuzhou, who, while unyielding against the wicked, would never unjustly harm any good soul. With your presence, the realm of Yuzhou stands firm and prosperous, allowing the people to thrive. Father, stop flattering. You've coaxed them into a placid state." The system 6-6 could not help but retort, yet Yan Ting seemed oblivious, continuing to snuggle within Pei Sun-ji's embrace. In his role as emperor, Pei Sun-ji held true to his responsibilities. No one had the right to speak ill of him. He listened intently, keen to hear who dared to gossip. As she nestled closer, Yan Ting suddenly sensed something amiss, blinking in confusion. Upon looking up, she heard Pei Sun-ji instruct the shadowy guard, "Stop the carriage." An ominous turn of events. "Your Majesty," Yan Ting swiftly disentangled herself from his embrace, sitting up properly, cautiously inquiring, "Are you planning to return to that grandmother's house to rest for the night?" Pei Sun smiled and instructed the shadow guard, "Keep your distance. No one is allowed near the carriage." Yan Ting wished to follow the shadow guard, but was seized by Pei Sun, who pulled him back and pressed him against the wooden boards of the carriage. His heart pounded like a drum as he attempted to struggle, but his efforts proved futile. The evening glow filtered through the bamboo curtains, gently swaying with the movement of the fabric. Pei Sun's large, defined hand caressed Yan Ting's cheek with a delicate touch. Yet the heat radiating from him felt as if it might scorch Yan Ting's skin. Just as Yan Ting tried to voice his thoughts, Pei Sun suddenly leaned down and captured his lips in a kiss. His mind went blank, as if fireworks had erupted before his eyes. His eyelashes trembled violently as he attempted to speak, only to be silenced by Pei Sun's kiss. In broad daylight, on a public road, although the carriage curtains provided some concealment, the situation was still far too brazen. Yan Ting felt as though his soul had left his body, enveloped in a thin mist. Spring's colors shimmering around him, as if he had been thoroughly bullied. This submissive display greatly pleased Pei Sun, who was in high spirits and initially intended to cease his advances. However, fate had other plans. Yan Ting's hand inadvertently struck the carriage window, causing the jade-like white stone bracelet on his wrist to emit a dull sound. Suddenly, Pei Sun recalled that he had removed 2 beads from the bracelet earlier, because Yan Ting's wrist was too slender to accommodate it. Now, he retrieved those very beads from the carriage's hidden compartment. Yan Ting froze, seemingly guessing Pei Sun's intentions. He desperately shook his head. I do not want this. Pei Sun raised an eyebrow, taking in his expression. Does my beloved wish for me, or for the beads? Yan Ting desired nothing but to return to the palace, lie on a small bed in the Chun Shui pavilion, and indulge in a blissful sleep. Yet, the emperor's question demanded an answer. After a moment of agonizing deliberation, he wrapped his arms around Pei Sun's neck, silently conveying his response. Faced with the affectionate embrace of his beloved, Pei Sun was not one to hesitate. He pulled Yan Ting in his arms and whispered with a chuckle near his ear. I suddenly recalled that the imperial physician mentioned that the jade-like white stone can absorb internal dampness and nourish the body. Hence, I intend to use those 2 beads to create you another bracelet. My beloved, why do you display such an expression? What are you thinking? Chapter 32. The ailing enchantress's favor reigns over the 6 palaces. 32. Having shed his trousers, only to be met with such a revelation? Now, even if he wished to flee, it was far too late. He wept pitifully, forced to endure the emperor's unyielding affection. His neck bore bruises of varying shades, and he felt dizzy, his waist weak and legs sore, unable to move, sleeping from dusk until the following afternoon. Little did he know, the morning court had been a scene of great turmoil. First, the Marquis of Changshin knelt deeply before Pei Sun, proclaiming, Your Majesty, the nation cannot be without an heir for even a day. I implore you to quickly establish the medicinal consort as empress. Then, the elder left chancellor erupted in vehement opposition. Nonsense. Historically, there has never been a precedent for a man to be made empress. The Marquis must be out of his mind. Following this, supporters from both sides began a cacophony of heated debate, drowning each other out in the ensuing uproar. Only the right chancellor yawned repeatedly, prompting both factions to inquire in unison about his stance. What is the right chancellor's opinion on this matter? The right chancellor, feigning profundity, stroked his pale beard and, with fingers pinched, resembled a roadside oracle. Do not rush. Last night, I observed the celestial signs. He elongated his tone, and all fell silent, breathlessly anticipating his revelations. He then stretched languidly, as if at home, and continued, Last night, while gazing at the stars, I discerned that I am currently under a malign influence and must not linger outdoors. Otherwise, I might incur a calamity. With that, he bowed slightly to Pei Sun. Your Majesty, I implore you to allow this old minister to return home and avoid disaster. Pei Sun nodded slightly, tacitly granting his request. The assembly was left in stunned silence as they watched him depart the court at a leisurely pace. At that moment, the Grand General of the Tiger Band inadvertently dropped his tablet, awakening everyone from their stupor and igniting a new round of heated debate. This is utterly preposterous. I believe the Marquis of Changshin must have lost his mind to propose such an outrageous notion. It is utterly laughable. The medicine consort is of impeccable character, diligently overseeing the inner palace on behalf of your Majesty, though she may lack merit. Her efforts are not to be dismissed. Why should she not be eligible for the title of Empress? Overseeing the inner palace? Aside from her, who else is there? I believe your Majesty should consider adding more consorts from whom to select a worthy woman to assume the responsibilities of Empress, thereby ensuring a flourishing lineage. The left chancellor is correct. His granddaughter is 18, renowned throughout the capital as both the most beautiful and the most talented maiden. If your Majesty were to behold her, you would undoubtedly be charmed. The uproar below resembled that of a bustling marketplace, while Pei Sun, seated upon the dragon throne, remained indifferent, lowering his gaze and preoccupied with the cord in his hands. After braiding the red thread, he affixed a small golden bell and strung together jade and white stones, finally giving shape to his creation. When he lifted his gaze, the court fell into an uncanny silence, as the ministers discerned that the emperor had no intention of engaging with them, prompting them to hush. Pei Sun squinted slightly. Why did they not continue? Knowing he was listening, the ministers, invigorated, resumed their vehement denunciations. The left chancellor rushed to the pillar, feigning the intent to dash his head against it. Today, this old minister offers his life as counsel, beseeching your Majesty to depose the medicine consort and welcome women from across the realm into the palace. His disciples cried out in despair, swiftly restraining him, as the assembly erupted into tears. The Marquis of Changshin scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. "You old fool, always threatening to die for your convictions. After so many attempts, the pillar has only suffered superficial damage, and you have never truly succeeded in your endeavors. It is utterly pointless." The Minister of Rights, who had never been on good terms with the Left Chancellor, could not refrain from sarcasm. "Left Chancellor, please cease your futile attempts. At your age, if you were to strain your back, what then?" The two factions were on the brink of conflict. When Pei Sun cleared his throat softly, and the previously raucous court fell into silence, the Left Chancellor ceased his assault on the pillar and stood properly. Hearing Pei Sun casually inquire, "Who just mentioned that the Left Chancellor has a granddaughter?" Upon mentioning his granddaughter, the Left Chancellor immediately broke into a smile, a blend of pride and affection. "Your Majesty, I indeed have a granddaughter, who has been remarkably clever and endearing since childhood. She excels in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and moreover, possesses considerable insight into archery." His assertion was a candid indication of the perfect match between his granddaughter and Pei Sun. Pei Sun, with a slight smirk and his uniquely colored eyes shimmering, casually remarked, "I suddenly recall that the ruler of Shiyan has expressed a desire to wed Princess Yuzhao, seeking a marital alliance to foster harmony with Yuzhao." The Left Chancellor froze, his hair standing on end. Long before Pei Sun ascended the throne, all the princesses had been sent off for political marriages. Now, there were no suitable princesses left. Had he just suggested that his granddaughter serve as a proxy in such a union? This was unacceptable. Weak-kneed, the Left Chancellor abruptly knelt before Pei Sun, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I suddenly feel a bit faint. I implore you to allow me to seek medical attention at the Imperial Hospital." Pei Sun, dismissively waving his hand, allowed him to depart. The Left Chancellor, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly scurried away, though not toward the hospital, but rather at the swiftest pace back home. He needed to secure a suitable match for his granddaughter within the day to prevent Pei Sun from contemplating a political alliance through her. With the principal supporter gone, the remaining dissenting officials exchanged uncertain glances. At this moment, Pei Sun's gaze swept over them, landing on the Deputy Minister of Revenue. "If I recall correctly, Minister Jiang has a daughter?" The named official, startled, fell to his knees, his head knocking against the ground with a resounding thud. "Your Majesty, my daughter has been raised in indulgence and arrogance, utterly unfit to bear the weight of a marriage alliance." Tears streamed down his face. But Pei Sun merely cast him a fleeting glance and said, "Then you may leave." At that moment, the deputy minister felt the word leave had never sounded so melodious. He indeed departed hastily, and those who had previously rallied in support of the Left Chancellor swiftly sought excuses to slip away. Thus, only the officials led by the Marquis of Changshin remained in the court. It was only then that Pei Sun sat up straight and inquired, "What did Minister Liu say earlier?" The Marquis of Changshin declared emphatically, "The state cannot be without an heir for even a day. I urge your Majesty to promptly establish the medicine consort as empress." Pei Sun lifted his gaze, surveying the assembly. "So, does anyone oppose this matter?" Naturally, no one dared to dissent, as those who might have done so were no longer present. Pei Sun, achieving his desire, beckoned the grand eunuch at his side to step forward. "Convey my edict. Appoint Yan Ting as empress with the title Yan, and hold the grand coronation ceremony in 7 days." Before the ceremony commenced, Yan Ting needed to return home, undergo a series of intricate proceedings, and then be carried in a grand palanquin to the palace, where she would kneel before the ancestors of Yuzhao and conduct a heavenly offering. However, the Yan family was currently impoverished. Yin Yuansheng had long sold their residence in the capital and now rented a dilapidated courtyard on the outskirts of the city, plagued by leaks and peeling walls. Such a residence is hardly befitting of Yan Ting's stature. Consequently, the Marquis of Changshin took it upon himself to procure a new abode for the Yan family, one situated in a prime location, expansive in size, and adorned with vibrant red peonies, exuding an air of festive cheer. Yin Yuansheng, a former retainer of the crown prince, found himself isolated in the court. lacking allies and wielding little influence due to his lowly rank. The Marquis encouraged him to rest while he busied himself, acting in the capacity of Yan Ting's godfather, overseeing the decoration of the new home, inviting esteemed ladies, and coordinating with the ceremonial officials, all conducted with impeccable organization, according to the Yuzhao rites, prior to entering the palace. Yan Ting was to humbly kneel in the ancestral hall for 3 days, beseeching his ancestors for blessings to ensure a smooth life ahead. However, due to his frail constitution, he could scarcely endure half an hour, let alone 3 days. The Marquis, mindful of this predicament, sought to persuade the court lady of etiquette to grant Yan Ting the favor of sitting instead of kneeling during his supplications. Unexpectedly, the envoy from the palace was Luo Luo. Without needing his prompting, she had already prepared a soft cushion for Yan Ting to sit on, alongside a small table laden with delicacies procured from the market. This grape is exceptionally sweet. Do try it, Your Highness. This milk cake is quite delightful. You must taste it as well. Luo eagerly recommended, addressing Yan Ting with a tone reserved for children despite her own youth. Upon noticing the Marquis, her gaze sharpened, and she lowered her voice to issue a warning. Why does the Marquis come uninvited? You surely know what is appropriate to say and what is not. The Marquis bowed to her, and without hesitation, he spoke. I have personally witnessed that although Her Highness is frail, she kneels with utmost sincerity. Such devotion is bound to move the heavens and earn ancestral protection. After hearing his words, Yan Ting adjusted his posture slightly, coughed delicately, and took a grape to calm his nerves. The Marquis continued, however, the matter of bestowing the title of Empress is of great import. I wish to enter the palace to request additional personnel to safeguard Her Highness, lest her royal health be endangered. That will not be necessary, Luo replied, lifting her hand. Suddenly, over 30 hidden guards surged into the once quiet courtyard, encircling the Marquis in a manner that left no room for escape. The Marquis silently wiped away a cold sweat, realizing that the Emperor had anticipated such a move. He felt fortunate indeed, as Yan Ting was a figure of significance to Pei's son. With the watchful eyes of the guards upon him, he carefully extricated himself, instructing the maids and young servants in his household to keep their distance from the ancestral hall, to avoid the sight of Yan Ting indulging in delicacies there, which would be disrespectful to their ancestors. As night deepened, Yan Ting, drowsy and on the verge of sleep, was approached by Luo, who whispered conspiratorially in his ear, Your Highness, there is someone lurking outside. Should we kill them or bring them in? Yan Ting yulned, mustering a modicum of alertness as he propped his chin on one hand, casting his gaze towards the door. On a day of such great joy, it would be better to avoid bloodshed. Bring them in for me to see. Understood, Your Highness, Luo replied, and swiftly drew a dagger from her sleeve. Moments latte. She tossed a figure into the room. The individual groaned in pain, instinctively curling up in fear, casting a timid glance at Yan Ting, tears streaming down their face. Their expression a tumultuous blend of envy and admiration. Lu Qiyan, why have you left the food to come here? Yan Ting, intrigued, approached him, noticing that his hands were tightly clenched. She could not help but inquire, what do you hold in your grasp? Luo also observed this and attempted to pry open Lu Qiyan's hand, only to be evaded. In retaliation, she feigned an intention to slice his hand with a dagger. Alarmed, he shouted, I am the heir of the Marquis of Chongqing. How dare you, a mere palace maid, threaten me? Upon hearing this, Luo seemed to find it amusing. She tapped Lu Qiyan's face with the dagger, remarking, even if the Marquis of Chongqing were present, he would respectfully address me as Miss. You, a mere heir, dare to wield your influence before me? The dagger merely grazed the strands of hair by his cheek, severing them effortlessly, a testament to its sharpness. Fear surged within him, compelling Lu Qiyan to release his grip, revealing a small fragrant pill nestled within his palm. Having been clutched for too long, it was dampened by perspiration, exuding an unusual fragrance. Among the shadow guards, there were those well-versed in pharmacology. Luo knocked on the doorframe and called out 26. The summoned shadow guard entered, snatched the fragrant pill from Lu Qiyan's hand, and inhaled it at his nose. declaring, "This is home-hewn incense. When ignited and placed in an incense burner, it will cause anyone who inhales its scent for an extended period to break out in red rashes all over." Luo's brow furrowed as she coldly regarded Lu Qiyan. "Did the Marquis of Changxin send you to harm the Empress?" "It has nothing to do with my father." Lu Qiyan, flustered, hastily explained, "This was solely my doing. I harbor a grudge against Yan Ting and do not wish for him to ascend to the position of Empress, which is why I devised such a scheme." Yan Ting understood. Lu Qiyan's words were likely rooted in truth. The Marquis of Changxin was a clever man, and he was already aware that the courtyard was teeming with shadow guards. The guards wielded their swords without mercy, and it would be foolish to send his precious son into such a predicament. Furthermore, Yan Ting and Lu Qiyan indeed had a history that warranted resolution. Yan Ting retrieved Luo's dagger and squatted before Lu Qiyan. "Are you not going to continue your noble deeds? Do you not wish to reclaim the fragrant pouch your brother gifted you?" The pouch never fell into the lotus pond. You took it," Lu Qiyan retorted, his teeth grinding. "You handed it over to my father, who, seeing my sleepless nights, could not bear to deceive me and returned it. You had someone impersonate a Taoist to deceive me, forcing me to venture out at dawn to perform good deeds. You are shameless." Yan Ting paid no heed to the insults, directing his gaze from Lu Qiyan's face down to the pouch at his waist. Sensing Yan Ting's scrutiny, Lu Qiyan tightened his grip on the pouch, wary. "What trickery are you planning now? I assure you, this time I will not lose it. Is that so?" Yan Ting smiled, his eyes gleaming with mischief. In an instant, Luo seized Lu Qiyan's hands while the shadow guards restrained his legs, rendering him as helpless as a fish on a chopping board. Yan Ting meticulously pried open Lu Qiyan's fingers and liberated the pouch from his waist. Simultaneously, he donned an innocent expression, blinking innocently. "What now? You seem to have misplaced it again." Chapter 34. The ailing concubine's favor reigns over the 6 palaces with his vital point firmly seized. Lu Qiyan swiftly transitioned from a visage of indignation to one adorned with tears. "What do you intend to do? You shall not touch my sachet. Otherwise, I shall extract your tendons and flay your skin." Does the young master not comprehend his precarious situation? Yan Ting, with a smirk, pinched his cheek and replied, "What you ought to do now is to kneel and beseech me to spare your sachet and the residence of the Changxin Marquis." Outside, the Changxin Marquis hurriedly arrived, and upon witnessing the scene in the ancestral hall, he nearly gasped for breath. He slid to his knees before Yan Ting, bowing 3 times with fervor. "Your Highness, my son is young and lacks understanding. Please show mercy and do not hold it against him." Before Yan Ting could respond, Lu Qiyan voiced his discontent for the Marquis. "Father, why do you demean yourself before him? It is evident that he has leveraged his status as your godson to ascend to the position of Empress. Otherwise, with his lineage, he would not even qualify as a favored concubine. He should be the one kneeling before you. Be silent. You have truly been spoiled by me." The Changxin Marquis nearly faltered in his kneeling. "Do you think I alone could accomplish this? It is clearly His Majesty who has been orchestrating things behind the scenes. Ultimately, it is because he cherishes the Empress, solely devoted to her, that she has attained the title." Lu Qiyan fell silent, yet remained obstinate, biting his lip in defiance. Luo flung the red incense pill before the Changxin Marquis, sneering, "I advise you, my lord, to contemplate whether your son has been swapped at birth. Otherwise, how could a man of your intellect have produced such a dullard who concocts schemes to harm the Empress and tarnish the Marquisate?" Lu Qiyan's face flushed crimson. "Is this palace made mad? How dare you question my identity? I am my father's son. No one has the right to speak of me." No sooner had he spoken than the Changxin Marquis struck his forehead with a resounding slap. Exasperated, "Do not speak. Miss Luo is a descendant of the former Grand General and a trusted confidant of His Majesty. How dare you raise your voice before her? Apologize to her and the Empress at once." Having never been struck by his father, Lu Qiyan was evidently shaken by the blow, remaining dazed for a considerable time, his tears cascading more profusely. "Why are you crying? You are nearly weeping away your fortune." Yan Ting continued to pinch his cheek, casually remarking, Since the Changxi Marquis has failed to properly educate young Master Lu, I shall take it upon myself to discipline him. I assure you, I will return to you a well-behaved and amiable son." Lu Qian, however, was unwilling. Yet, gazing at the sachet in Yan Ting's hand, his refusal faltered, and he looked at the Changxi Marquis with a pitiful expression, filled with hope. "Father, you will not agree to this, will you?" The Changxi Marquis closed his eyes. Previously, having witnessed Lu Qian perform good deeds for 2 or 3 consecutive days, he believed the child had indeed changed for the better. However, once the sachet was revealed, Lu Qian immediately reverted to his former self, treating others with sharpness and vulgarity, now entangling himself with someone he could not afford to offend. Had the Changxi Marquis not allied with Yan Ting earlier, the entire Marquisate would likely suffer the consequences of Lu Qian's foolish actions. Yan Ting spoke the truth. His heart was too soft, rendering him incapable of proper discipline. Long Xinho took a deep breath, as if resolutely committing to a decision. Upon opening his eyes, he knelt deeply before Yan Ting, expressing his gratitude with the words, "Your humble servant thanks you, my lady. With your capabilities, you will surely enable my son to reform and start anew." Unbeknownst to him, Lu Qian was taken aback by his father's genuine abandonment. His eyes widened in disbelief, his lips quivering, yet no words escaped his mouth. Only when Long Xinho rose to depart did he belatedly reach out to retain him, weeping inconsolably. "Father, please take me with you. You cannot leave me here. Yan Ting will torment me to death." As he cried, his face was awash with tears, causing Yan Ting to lose interest in pinching his cheeks. Instead, she merely shook the fragrant pouch in her hand, warning him word by word, "If you cry again, I shall cast this into the fire." The night was cool, and Luo had kindled a charcoal basin nearby. Should the fragrant pouch fall in, it would soon be reduced to ashes. Lu Qian dared not weep any longer, his pride utterly discarded, watching helplessly as Long Xinho departed. Trembling, he turned his head, casting a fearful glance at Yan Ting. "Didn't I teach you a lesson last time? Why do you never learn?" Yan Ting smiled currently, yet her words plunged Lu Qian into despair. "Now, you must choose. Will you remain by my side as a maid, or become a eunuch?" As a dignified man, how could he ever consider being a maid? Becoming a eunuch was even more unfathomable, a state that was neither male nor female. At last, Lu Qian relented, shaking his head vigorously like a rattling drum. "My lady, please spare me. I assure you, I shall never offend again." "That is not an option," Yan Ting replied, her smile unwavering. Yet her pronouncement sent chills down Lu Qian's spine. "Today, you must choose between being a maid or a eunuch." Beside them, Luo had already produced a clean handkerchief, gently polishing the dagger, her gaze fixed on Lu Qian, ready to transform him into a eunuch at any moment. With no alternatives left, he yielded. "I shall be a maid. Please do not threaten me with a knife." Yan Ting nodded in satisfaction. "This choice is yours." Luo tucked the dagger away, cackling gleefully. "In that case, I shall help the young master dress splendidly in a maid-ess attire. With 2 little braids and adorned with velvet flowers, you will surely look exquisite." "No, I refuse to be dressed as a maid." Lu Qian screamed in anguish, akin to a slaughtered pig, yet the more he struggled, the more determined Luo became. She dragged him forcefully to the adjacent room of the ancestral hall. Somehow managing to silence Lu Qian, his cries abruptly ceased. Inside the ancestral hall, only Yan Ting remained. He nibbled on a pastry and sipped milk, feeling utterly bored and increasingly drowsy. Just as he was about to lean on the table, he noticed the candlelight flickering around him. Thinking it was a draft and intending to call for someone to close the door. Turning around, however, he beheld a familiar figure. He suspected he was hallucinating. With the ceremony of conferral imminent and numerous affairs at hand, Pei Sun should be engaged in the palace, mingling with officials, and could not possibly be present here. Rubbing his eyes, yet the scene before him remained unchanged. Pei Sun leaned casually against the doorframe, clad in black that nearly merged with the heavy night. Yet his face emerged defiantly, vibrant and rebellious, particularly his striking mismatched eyes, one blue, one gray, rendering his presence impossible to overlook. At this moment, the tyrant, cloaked in the night, concealed all his brilliance. His sharp brows and eyes resembled melting ice and snow, leaving only a gaze filled with tender affection. Noticing Yan Ting's prolonged stillness, a flicker of hurt crossed his expression. "What? Are you not welcoming me?" As soon as the words fell, Yan Ting swiftly stood up, his white robe swept by the wind, light as a butterfly fluttering in the breeze, diving into Pei Sun's embrace. Chapter 35. The Ailing Enchantress. Favored above all others, feeling the warmth of his presence, he tilted his head back, a thin layer of mist gathering in his peach blossom eyes, his heart racing wildly within his chest. In a voice so soft it seemed almost playful, he asked, "Your Majesty, why are you here?" Instantly regretting his question, he realized it was somewhat unnecessary. Pei Sun had come for him, surely not merely to enjoy the scenery. To his surprise, Pei Sun raised an eyebrow and replied, "I am here to admire the scenery." Yan Ting's expression fell, the corners of his eyes reddening as he fixed a piercing gaze upon him, on the verge of tears. Witnessing such a sight, Pei Sun chuckled softly, drawing him closer and gently coaxing, "I came to see you, worried you might find it uncomfortable here. Concerned the shrine might be too cold, and anxious you might go hungry." "I'm not a fool," Yan Ting retorted, his mood lifting as he inquired. "But have you been eating well and sleeping soundly? What, do you think I'm a fool?" The moonlight was just right, and the evening breeze caressed them. Before him stood the one he cherished. Pei Sun bent down as if to kiss Yan Ting's face, but at that moment, the wooden door adjacent to the shrine was kicked open. Pei Sun paused momentarily, and when he turned to look, he was nearly blinded by the sight. Luo emerged, dragging out Lu Qiyan, who was disguised as a palace maid. His face was smeared with layers of powder, appearing paler than someone who had been dead for 3 days. His lips were painted the brightest red, resembling a gory maw capable of devouring the children of others. Though he was not robust, wearing the maid's attire seemed a challenge, the sleeves and hem far too short, creating an absurd appearance, especially as he wept. Tears streamed down his face, smudging his makeup and rendering him ghostly. Pei Sun averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight. Yet, Lu Qiyan seemed to have found a savior, collapsing to his knees, sobbing as he pleaded, "Your Majesty, please save me." The princess took my fragrance pouch, dressed me like this, and even pinched my face. How can you bear to watch me suffer such humiliation? Upon hearing this, Pei Sun was compelled to look at his face once more. Beneath the layers of makeup, it was clear that his face was indeed swollen, unmistakably having been pinched. However, his ludicrous appearance struck Pei Sun as amusing, causing him to raise an eyebrow and respond, "Young Master Lu, remember to eat more in the future." Even as Lu Qiyan racked his brain, he could not fathom the meaning behind those words, staring blankly. "Huh? What I mean?" Pei Sun spoke softly. "Is that you are too thin. My empress's grip would surely hurt her." Enough. In this heartless world, he would never love again. Lu Qiyan felt darkness closing in around him. At the moment before fainting, Luo swiftly pulled him away, not forgetting to offer a smile to Pei Sunzi and Yan Ting, saying, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, I shall make him disappear at once." Watching the two leave the courtyard, Pei Sunzi withdrew his gaze, quietly observing Yan Ting in his arms, eager to resume their interrupted moment. Just as he leaned in to kiss her, Yan Ting covered her mouth, glancing around nervously, hesitating to speak. "There are so many hidden guards here." "It's fine," Pei Sunzi reassured. Grasping her wrist and lowering his voice, they wouldn't dare look. Seemingly convinced, Yan Ting relaxed her tension, reaching out to wrap her arms around Pei Sunzi's neck, rising onto her toes to kiss him. Just as their lips were about to meet, 2 barks echoed from outside the courtyard. This house did not have any dogs. Yan Ting, puzzled, fixed her gaze on the source of the sound, only to see a head peeking sneakily over the courtyard wall. It was Yin Yuanshan. Clearly startled by Pei Sunzi's presence, he trembled and, terrified, attempted to flee. However, the nearest hidden guard seized him, bringing him forward. Noticing the basket he was carrying, Pei Sunzi lifted the cloth covering it, revealing an assortment of fruits and pastries. Yan Ting also noticed, her surprise evident. "Father, did you come bring me food?" Lord Chongqing was known for his hands-on approach, not allowing her to assist, let alone approach the ancestral hall. With tears welling in his eyes, Yin Yuancheng, feeling aggrieved, replied, "He is not your biological father. He cannot be overly attentive. I feared you might go hungry, so I thought to bring you some food under the cover of night." Despite his current pitiful demeanor, Yan Ting felt a warmth in her heart as she accepted the basket, turning to the guard still holding Yin Yuancheng and saying, "Release him." The guard retreated, and Yin Yuancheng quickly straightened his clothing, looking at Pei Sunzi in confusion. "Isn't the left chancellor presently throwing a fit outside the imperial study? How could your majesty be here?" At his words, Yan Ting's gaze also fell on Pei Sunzi. Her curiosity piqued. "Is that so? Does the left chancellor still oppose my becoming empress?" He was notoriously rigid, adhering strictly to rites and ancestral teachings, intolerant of any deviation. Pei Sunzi narrowed his eyes. Gazing towards the south, towards the imperial city, "It matters not. I have already sent the right chancellor to persuade him. I trust he will soon come to his senses and abandon his obstinacy." Meanwhile, unbeknownst to the left chancellor, who was kneeling solemnly at the door of the imperial study, there was no one inside. Regardless of whether he spoke or remained silent, he continually implored, "Your Majesty, please retract your decree. If a man is made empress, chaos shall surely ensue in the realm." His pleas were heartfelt and vigorous. Even at his advanced age, his voice resonated strongly, creating echoes around him. As for the right chancellor, appointed to persuade him, he was leisurely seated under the eaves, munching on seeds and sipping wine, seemingly indifferent, watching the left chancellor with a grin. Frustrated by the right chancellor's gaze, the left chancellor could no longer contain his anger, shouting, "Did you not predict ominous signs in the heavens, advising against venturing outside, lest you encounter calamity? Then why are you still sitting here? Go home. The emperor sent me to persuade you. As long as you remain here, I cannot return home." The right chancellor gazed at the heavens, extending his hand to point at a particular star in the night sky. "Behold," he exclaimed, "the brilliance of the imperial star shines resplendently, signifying that Her Majesty the Empress is indeed the emperor's true match. With her presence, the realm of Yu Zhao shall flourish. The populace will revel in joy and unity. And for the next century, we shall witness a period of unparalleled prosperity." The left chancellor, lacking knowledge of astrology, felt only discomfort in his eyes from the star's glare. He retorted dismissively, "What a fine chancellor you are, spending your days pondering these ethereal matters. You might as well become a national master." "I dare say, being a national master would be rather leisurely," the right chancellor mused. "One would merely need to stand and gaze at the stars each day, sit and divine a few omens, and spend the rest of the time as one pleases, without the obligation to attend court." The right chancellor, with a shrug, lamented, "Alas, the emperor has suffered greatly from the machinations of the former national master, abolishing that position. Otherwise, left chancellor, perhaps you might propose it to His Majesty for consideration? I have a profound understanding of the celestial arts, and could surely assist him in aligning with the will of heaven, bestowing blessings upon the world." Chapter 36. The ailing and enchanted consorts, favor reigns over the harem. Seeing the right chancellor's eccentric demeanor provoked the left chancellor's ire, who shouted without a trace of respect, "Get lost!" Yet, rather than retreating, the right chancellor descended from his perch and approached. Just as he was about to speak, the left chancellor, who had knelt and felt dizzy, leaned forward and inadvertently collided with the right chancellor. Caught off guard, the right chancellor fell, his head striking the unforgiving stone floor, blood streaming forth in a gruesome display. He wiped his face, fixating on his bloodied palm, then erupted into 3 maniacal bouts of laughter, exclaiming, "See, I foretold a calamity of blood, and lo, it has come to pass." The now stabilized left chancellor fumed. "You have utterly disgraced the noble lineage. Do you possess no semblance of dignity as an official? Take a good look at yourself. What sets you apart from a common charlatan on the street?" At the mention of charlatan, the right chancellor's smile froze, and he ran his tongue over his molars. "I prophesy that you too shall encounter a calamity of blood today." "What?" The left chancellor's expression turned to one of disbelief. Yet, in an instant, the right chancellor's fist flew toward him. With a sudden impact, The left chancellor's eye turned a deep shade of purple, and disbelief morphed into fury as he leaped 3 feet in anger. "You old fool. How dare you strike me?" The two, whose combined ages exceeded 120, now fully revealed their enmity, exchanging blows with reckless abandon. The chief eunuch observed the spectacle from a distance, pondering the peculiar foresight of the emperor regarding their impending conflict. Once the two had become bruised and exhausted, he finally intervened, producing a pre-written imperial edict. The left chancellor and right chancellor have displayed utter disregard for the law, engaging in open violence within the palace, which has had a profoundly negative impact. Considering you are both pillars of the state, you are each confined to your homes for half a month to reflect upon your actions and rectify your conduct. At that moment, the left chancellor recalled the pressing matter at hand. If they were truly confined for half a month, the position of Yan Ting would be irrevocably secured, leaving no room for negotiation. He opened his mouth to speak, but the chief eunuch swiftly gestured for him to depart. "Left Chancellor, you must hurry back. His Majesty has summoned several esteemed officials to the palace for a discussion, and they are likely to arrive shortly. Should they see you in your current state, your reputation will be irreparably tarnished." Upon hearing this, the left chancellor could only relent, casting a fierce glare at the right chancellor before awkwardly departing with his head cradled in his arms. Oblivious to the turmoil, the right chancellor, with his face resembling that of a bruised pig, addressed the grand eunuch, proclaiming, "I have fulfilled the task entrusted by His Majesty." His nose still bled, causing the grand eunuch to feel a rush of alarm as he reached for a handkerchief to assist him, but the right chancellor deftly evaded, departing with a hearty laugh. The grand eunuch, observing his retreating figure and glancing at the handkerchief in his hand, wiped the cold sweat from his own brow. He had long been perplexed as to why His Majesty would elevate such an eccentric and enigmatic individual to the position of chancellor, but now he began to comprehend. Not far away, several officials approached, and the grand eunuch, drenched in sweat, fervently hoped for the swift return of Pei Sun. Meanwhile, Pei Sun was accompanying Yan Ting to gaze at the moon. Yin Yuan Cheng had long been dismissed, leaving only the two of them in the courtyard. The world around them silent, illuminated by the bright full moon on this rare, clear night. The emperor sat on the steps, with Yan Ting nestled in his embrace. The Marquis of Chongqing, displaying remarkable tact, ignited fireworks, and the colorful bursts illuminated Yan Ting's eyes, scintillating with brilliance. He tightened his grip on Pei Sun's hand, shifting to face him directly. Amidst the thunderous cacophony, he leaned in, planting a kiss at the corner of the emperor's lips. Pei Sun gently caressed Yan Ting's flowing, soft black hair, and when Yan Ting attempted to pull away, he held onto the nape of his neck, kissing him once more. Their breaths mingled, filled with fervor and tenderness. As the fireworks faded and tranquility enveloped them, Pei Sun reluctantly released him, brushing his calloused fingertips against Yan Ting's glistening lips. "I must depart. There are many awaiting me in the imperial study." Yan Ting nodded, striving to maintain an understanding demeanor, yet his downcast brows and eyes betrayed his melancholic spirit. With only 3 days remaining, it was not as though they would never see each other again. Pei Sun coaxed him, "Show me a smile." Yan Ting attempted to muster a semblance of cheer, managing a smile that was more sorrowful than joyous. Pei Sun, taken aback, cradled Yan Ting's face in his hands, scrutinizing him carefully before softly suggesting, "How about this? Let us pay homage to heaven and earth in the courtyard and become an ordinary couple for once." At these words, Yan Ting momentarily set aside his sorrow, incredulously asking, "But ordinary couples bow to each other when they marry. Are you aware of this, Your Majesty?" During the grand ceremony for the empress's enthronement, such a practice was absent. As the emperor, one could only bow to heaven, earth, and ancestors, never to his own wife. Pei Sun did not respond, instead leading Yan Ting by the hand to the courtyard. With no one else present, he called out himself, "First, we bow to heaven and earth. Second, we bow to our ancestors. Now, we bow to each other as husband and wife." At this point, Yan Ting curiously blinked, wondering if Pei Sun would indeed bow before him. However, he was compelled down by Pei Sun's firm grip, and the emperor followed suit, their foreheads colliding. In an instant, the weight on Yan Ting's heart dissipated entirely. He laughed, rubbing the spot that had been struck, his eyes curving into crescent shapes. "Your Majesty, you should return. Don't keep everyone waiting. Is there not one more step?" Pei Sunzes embraced his waist, his mismatched eyes reflecting Yan Ting's face, feigning confusion as he inquired, "What is it? I seem to have suddenly forgotten." Entering the bridal chamber, Yan Ting blurted out, only to quickly realize his faux pas. In a flurry of panic, he glanced around, nearly shaking his head in disbelief. "How can this be? We are in the ancestral hall, with our forebears' tablets watching over us. Is that so? After such a prolonged kiss, did our ancestors witness it?" Pei Sunzes had merely intended to amuse him. He gently grasped Yan Ting's head, gazing at him quietly for a moment before declaring, "Then I shall return to the palace." Yan Ting's head was immobile, so he blinked his glistening peach blossom eyes at him. "On the day of the coronation, I wish to present your Majesty with a surprise." As for the nature of this surprise, he opted to keep it a mystery. Understanding his intentions, Pei Sunzes refrained from probing further. He embraced him once more before turning away. His silhouette remained elegantly upright, but this time, the flickering candlelight softened the dark fabric of his attire, casting a gentle glow that dispelled the initial chill of solitude. Yan Ting watched him, the sound of the system's notification chiming in his mind. "Current affection value, 100, congratulations, Father, for completing the task." Had the Gongid task truly reached its conclusion? Yet, the surprise he promised Pei Sunzes and the coronation ceremony still awaited realization. In that moment, an inexplicable sense of emptiness and panic surged within Yan Ting. He feared he might be extracted from this realm. However, after a brief silence, the surroundings showed no signs of alteration. Unable to contain himself, he inquired, "Can I remain here?" "Of course, Father," the system replied. "There are 3 nodes. The first is to leave after the coronation. The second, according to your initial brief lifespan setting, is to pass away 2 years hence. And the third is to accompany him for a long life. Father, you may choose to depart from the realm at any of these nodes. My suggestion is to promptly venture into another realm, as you will ultimately be pursuing the same individual's fragmented essence." Yan Ting pondered deeply. "Who is that person?" "Truly? It is my father." Yan Ting was taken aback. "My biological father?" "No, my adoptive father. I am his cherished pet." Nearly choking on disbelief, Yan Ting grew more perplexed. Then the question arises, why do you call him father and me dad? The system 6-6 vanished without a trace. After a prolonged silence, with no answer forthcoming, Yan Ting returned to the ancestral hall. When Luo and Lu Qian returned, he instructed them to set up a makeshift cooking station within a room. The fragrant smoke wafted through the ancestral hall, causing the Marquis of Chongqing to believe a fire had broken out. He hastily rushed over, only to find Yan Ting cooking inside. This scene, so discordant with the established decorum, visibly startled him. Leaning against the doorframe, his eyes wide with disbelief, he struggled to articulate, "Your Highness, if you are hungry, you could simply send for someone to serve you. Why engage in cooking yourself? My culinary skills are lacking. I wish to practice before the coronation," Yan Ting replied, lifting the spatula to scrape at the taro that had stuck to the bottom of the pot. "Please fetch a cook from the border, as I wish to learn how to prepare taro stewed with beef." From the border? The Marquis of Chongqing suddenly realized that the emperor's birth mother hailed from the frontier. This border region is renowned for 2 signature dishes, stir-fried shredded potatoes with lamb and stewed beef with taro. The former boasts a unique flavor that is quite challenging for most to appreciate, while the latter, though somewhat more palatable, can easily turn into a mushy mess if not cooked with precision. Understanding this, the Marquis nodded repeatedly, assuring, "Rest assured, Your Highness. I shall immediately send someone to find a chef, ensuring your culinary skills soar before the coronation ceremony." As he spoke, he lifted his foot to depart. Meanwhile, Lu Qian, who was peeling taro, deliberately made a great commotion. When the Marquis's gaze fell upon him, he instantly assumed a tearful expression. Unfortunately for him, this time the Marquis did not indulge him as he had in the past, but rather steeled himself and walked away, unable to hold back his tears. Lu Qian was promptly met with a slap on the forehead from Luo, who gritted her teeth and threatened, "Focus on peeling. Don't even think about slacking off." Upon exiting the courtyard, a young servant approached the marquis, inquiring, "My lord, what exactly is happening with the smoke from the ancestral hall? Should we seek assistance to extinguish it?" "Extinguish what fire?" The marquis turned to glance back before replying. "You go spread the word outside the marquisate, proclaiming that the sight of Her Majesty the Empress kneeling in devotion has moved the heavens, hence the smoke from the ancestral hall." 3 days passed swiftly. Yan Ting emerged from the ancestral hall, encircled by palace maids and eunuchs. Being male, he was spared the burden of a heavy phoenix crown, with his hair simply tied back and adorned with a hairpin featuring long, flowing tassels. His ceremonial attire, however, was layered extensively, akin to a tightly wrapped dumpling, making it somewhat cumbersome to walk. As dusk fell, after listening to the officials proclaim the edict and receiving the Empress's seal, he was carried in a palanquin to the palace gates amidst the blessings of noble women. The spring air was vibrant, with lush foliage enveloping the imperial city in a lively embrace. The crimson carpet unfurled along his path, vivid and striking, resembling flames that burned fiercely. The civil and military officials knelt on either side, and Yan Ting casually surveyed his surroundings before fixing his gaze upon the figure he had long yearned for. Standing steadfastly atop the 9-tiered steps, according to protocol, Pei Sunch should have awaited him there. Yet, to the astonishment of the gathered officials, the emperor descended the steps, took Yan Ting's hand, and ascended the platform together, overlooking the entire imperial city. The ceremony commenced, and the officials bowed in submission. As the proceedings unfolded, Yan Ting felt himself sway unsteadily. Pei Sunch discreetly slipped a piece of snow ginseng into Yan Ting's palm, allowing him to maintain his composure until the end. Having become the empress, Yan Ting could no longer reside in the modest Chenshui Tower, but was to take up residence in the Kuan-Ning Palace. As night deepened, the two returned to the palace hand in hand. Pei Sunch dismissed the palace maids, intending to attend to the duties of the day, but noticed Yan Ting retrieving a box from beside the bed. From within, he produced a bowl of stewed beef with taro, its warmth preserved by the flickering candle beneath. Yan Ting eagerly presented it, awaiting his partner's appraisal. Pei Sunch studied the dish for a long moment before bursting into laughter, asking, "Is this the surprise you spoke of?" "Indeed," Yan Ting replied proudly. "I not only have a knack for kitchen disasters, but I can also cook. Are you not pleasantly surprised, Your Majesty?" "Quite surprised indeed." Pei Xuanji picked up his chopsticks and sampled a piece of taro, a smile softening the cold sharpness of his gaze. "Delicious indeed. Your Majesty should indulge a bit more." Yan Ting counted on his fingers. "I also learned other border dishes, like braised big green worms, boiled snake meat, and steamed." His voice abruptly ceased as Pei Xuanji lifted him into his arms, kissing him tenderly as he carried him to the bed. Their breaths intertwined chaotically, indistinguishable from one another. Layer upon layer of clothing offered minimal resistance as Pei Xuanji unwrapped them like gifts, piece by piece. Finally, his calloused fingertips brushed against Yan Ting's delicate collarbone, akin to a butterfly's wings. In a low murmur by his ear, Pei Xuanji confessed, "But right now, I desire not the dishes but you." There was no room for Yan Ting to refuse. Their lips met, a harmonious fusion of flesh and spirit. As the sun climbed high, Pei Xuanji neglected the morning court session. Upon awakening, Yan Ting was greeted by dual-colored eyes. Momentarily startled, he nestled his head into Pei Xuanji's embrace and softly declared, "Your Majesty, I wish to grow old together, never to part." This was not just a declaration to Pei Xuanji, but also a message to System Lulu, revealing his wish to remain until the third node. "All right, dear father, I shall return to seek you after a century." Meanwhile, Pei Xuanji gently clasped Yan Ting's hand, their fingers interlaced, embodying the unity of emperor and empress. After reaching maturity, Yan Ting returned to the general's residence, becoming a female general, with the command token of the secret guards falling into his hands. As for Lu Qian, he was forced to don the attire of a palace maid daily, witnessing the blissful romance between the emperor and empress, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. Yan Yuancheng resigned from his official duties, traversing the splendid landscapes with his wife's jade hairpin in hand. The Marquis of Changshin finally rose to prominence, his household basking in glory, yet the gambler remained unrelenting, wagering that Pei Xuanji would favor but one. Thus, he selected a well-behaved child from the Liu family's collateral branch and sent him to the palace to amuse Yan Ting. The outcome proved once more that his gamble was astutely placed. After the emperor and empress departed from this world, the throne was inherited by that child, propelling the Liu family to unprecedented heights. Yet, Liu Qian was not among the fortunate. He spent his life as a palace maid, and upon finally witnessing the demise of Pei Xuanji and Yan Ting, he too succumbed to excitement and passed away. As promised, System Lulu arrived, ushering Yan Ting to the next dimension. Chapter 38. The ill and feigned young master is the center of affection. 1. With a thud, Yan Ting opened his eyes only to tumble down the spiral staircase, landing flat on the ground, inadvertently greeting the person before him. Before he could cry out in pain, a pair of legs, longer than his own life, came into view. Looking up along those legs, he beheld a tall, slender youth, around 18 or 19 years old, effortlessly casting a shadow over him. The youth possessed striking features, particularly his elongated, beautiful eyes, brimming with emotion and charm. Yet, a closer inspection revealed that his dark, deep-set eyes resembled still waters, devoid of ripples, with long lashes casting a slight, mocking glance. Yan Ting shifted his gaze from the youth's face to survey his surroundings. The opulent villa, adorned with priceless antique vases and paintings, exuded an air of extravagance, unmistakably indicating this was a modern realm. System Lulu, though delayed, had finally arrived. "Father, I'm here. I shall now transmit the plot to you." Fragments of fragmented memories surged into my mind, still capable of being succinctly encapsulated in a single phrase. The melodramatic saga of a false heir entangled in a pure enmity with the true heir. Yan Ting is the false heir, while the true heir, Qi Yu, stands before him. Originally, the matriarch of the Qi family gave birth to a healthy male infant. Yet the family's nurse bore a child afflicted with a congenital heart defect. This disparity filled the nurse with envy, as she perceived the little master as monopolizing all the blessings. His parents were affluent and handsome, and he was free from ailments, possessing from birth what others could only aspire to attain through a lifetime of toil. In stark contrast, her own child entered the world with a heart condition, lacking the financial means for treatment, and burdened by a drunken father, leaving his future uncertain. Why, she pondered, was fate so blind? Consumed by a profoundly imbalanced mindset, her malicious thoughts accumulated over time, leading her to resort to unscrupulous measures to carve a path for her child. On the day of the little master's third birthday celebration at a hotel, amidst the chaos of the gathering, she orchestrated the abduction of the little master through traffickers. In the aftermath, despite the Qi couple's exhaustive efforts, they could not recover their son. In their despair, the nurse brought Yan Ting to the Qi household, under the pretense of wishing to alleviate their sorrow, hoping they might find some solace in Yan Ting. Upon seeing this charming and adorable child, born on the same day as Qi Yu, the couple immediately embraced him as their godson, channeling all their guilt and affection towards him. Henceforth, he supplanted Qi Yu, becoming the young master of the household, enjoying the finest bedroom and indulging in sumptuous feasts, while Qi's parents sought medical treatment for his heart condition, purchasing the most expensive remedies for him. Following the nurse's death due to illness, the couple lavished even more affection upon him, ensuring that if he desired the stars, they would not hesitate to procure him the moon. He basked in this comfort, treating the Qi family as his own, under the illusion that he would inherit all their wealth, convinced that the world revolved around him. Until, many years later, the true heir, Qi Yu, appeared at their doorstep. Yan Ting was alarmed. In a desperate bid to remain within this household, he resorted to every possible means, employing the utmost artifice to ensnare Qi Yu, scheming to displace him. Yet the false heir, who had long indulged in pleasure and neglected his studies due to prolonged illness, could barely muster a total score of 250 across all subjects, rendering him no match for the true heir. His clumsy machinations not only failed to harm Qi Yu, but drove Qi's parents further away. Ultimately, he was cast out, reduced to a beggar on the streets. In a bid to redeem himself and secure employment, he fell victim to a deceitful intermediary, sold to northern Myanmar, where his kidneys were harvested, leaving him to perish without a trace. And now, this marks the inception of all tragedies. He deliberately tumbled down the stairs, intending to frame Chi-Yu. Pain crept upon him with a chilling awareness. Having fallen from such a height, it felt as though his bones were shattering, causing Yan Ting to furrow his elegant brows in distress. Outside the villa, the sound of a car arriving echoed. The Chi couple had returned. Chi-Yu, who had remained motionless, suddenly curled his lips into a brief, sardonic smile. This sound successfully drew Yan Ting's attention back to him, their gazes meeting once more. Chi-Yu could already envision the moment his parents opened the door. The false young master, who had usurped another's place, would undoubtedly weep and lament. I desire nothing but to stay here and accompany my godfather and godmother. Yet, Chi-Yu, why did you push me away? Contrary to his expectations, Yan Ting did not cry out in pain. Instead, he struggled to rise. However, his elbow, having collided with the staircase's protrusion, was evidently injured, leaving him unable to stand. As he writhed on the ground in a dark, distorted manner, Chi-Yu raised an eyebrow, perplexed by the charade Yan Ting was attempting to play. After a moment of struggling, Yan Ting relinquished his futile effort to rise, enduring the sharp pain radiating from his elbow, and extended a hand toward Chi-Yu, simultaneously offering a radiant smile. "Brother, could you lend me a hand?" In that instant, Chi-Yu was nearly dazzled by his captivating beauty. Undeniably, Yan Ting was exceptionally handsome. With refined and delicate features, short chestnut hair slightly curled, round eyes, and a soft contour that exuded an innocent, harmless demeanor. Perhaps due to the pain, the corners of his eyes were slightly reddened, adding a touch of delicate nobility, clearly a pampered young master unaccustomed to hardship. The hand he extended was long and fair, flawless, with a faint pink hue at the knuckles, utterly exquisite. Yet, Chi-Yu merely experienced a fleeting moment of distraction, lacking any intention to assist. He crossed his arms, his expression indifferent. "I do not have a brother like you." The beauty strategy proved ineffective. Indeed, they were born on the same day, with Yan Ting arriving a mere half a minute before Chi-Yu. Maintaining his smile, Yan Ting cautiously addressed him. "In that case, shall I call you a you from now on?" Chi-Yu, unrelenting, cast a low gaze upon him. "Are we that familiar?" His resolve was unyielding. Yan Ting took a deep breath, abandoning hope in the other, realizing that relying on heaven or earth was not as dependable as self-reliance. He continued to writhe on the ground, suddenly noticing his legs were completely numb. He must have suffered a fracture, explaining his inability to rise. Truly a disastrous start. Sniffling, Yan Ting lamented to himself. The footsteps at the door grew increasingly nearer, and Chi-Yu, feeling flustered, ultimately stepped forward to lift him from the ground. With the world spinning, Yan Ting suddenly tumbled into Chi-Yu's embrace. In a bid for revenge for his earlier refusal to assist, he pretended to inadvertently tilt his head, colliding his forehead with Chi-Yu's chin. Ouch! Chi-Yu winced in pain, yet did not release his grip, lowering his head to frown at Yan Ting in his arms. The system's voice echoed. Current affection value, 20. Yan Ting felt as if struck by lightning. No, could it be that this thing could even have a negative value? Chapter 39. The frail false young master is the beloved of all. 2. The sound of the door opening resonated. The master and mistress had returned. "Young master, you must have been waiting for long." The butler entered and, upon witnessing the scene before him, felt a sudden lump in his throat. Just 10 minutes prior, Chi-Yu had arrived, claiming to be the long-lost young master of the family. The butler, noticing the small mole at the corner of his eye that matched the young master's exactly, promptly invited him inside, while heading to the courtyard to call the Chi family couple. Now that the family has returned, it seems they are on the verge of a joyful reunion. Yet, what are these two young gentlemen doing in each other's embrace? Could it be that the master and mistress have yet to recognize their kinship, leading these two to bond in a brotherly affection that is profoundly moving? The butler, with a perplexed expression, fell into contemplation as Mr. and Mrs. Chi hurriedly entered, leaving the 5 individuals to exchange glances. Ultimately, it was Chi-Yu who first regained his composure and released his grip. However, Yan Ting had already sustained a broken leg, and without something to lean on, he would surely fall. Thus, at the very moment Qiyu let go, Yan Ting instinctively reached out to hold him, maintaining their intimate posture before the three onlookers. Mr. and Mrs. Qi, along with the butler, were left in a state of bewilderment. To avoid any misunderstanding, Yan Ting gently coughed a couple of times and explained. Upon learning that my godfather and godmother's son had returned, I was overwhelmed with joy and accidentally fell down the stairs, and it seems my leg is broken. Why did he wait until now to mention such a significant incident? Mr. and Mrs. Qi quickly gathered around to assess his injuries, seemingly rendering their recently found son. Qiyu, a mere outsider in the moment. Yan Ting interjected, "My injury is of little consequence, dear godfather and godmother. Your family reunion is of utmost importance. Please allow the butler to escort me to the hospital." Although his tone was sincere, his voice was too soft, coupled with a pained expression that almost evoked a sense of insincerity. Qiyu, observing this, slightly pursed his lips and lowered his gaze, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the system within Yan Ting's mind remarked, "Given that expression, it appears he views you as a deceptive intruder, undermining his family. It seems he has an aversion to such deception. Perhaps you should consider a different approach." An aversion to deception? Yan Ting covertly glanced at Qiyu from the corner of his eye, feeling an insatiable urge to challenge this perception. Ultimately, the family of four boarded the vehicle, taking Yan Ting to the hospital for treatment of his leg, while also planning to conduct a paternity test with Qiyu. Inside the car, Mrs. Qi embraced Yan Ting, her heart aching as she gazed at the son she had lost for 15 years, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. He had been so small when he went missing, easily cradled in her arms, and now he had grown into such a tall young man. The 3-year-old Qiyu had been lively and cheerful, always wearing a smile. Yet now, he exuded an aura that repelled strangers, his expression cold and distant. Qiyu sat by the window, watching the fleeting scenery outside, his long, thick eyelashes casting shadows over his eyes, which sparkled with fragmented light as he pondered in silence. Mrs. Qi hesitated, several times attempting to engage him in conversation, yet unsure of how to begin. It was Yan Ting who, with a deliberate cough to capture everyone's attention, finally asked, "You, where have you lived all these years?" Where had he lived? Just turned 18, he should have grown up carefree under the care of his parents. Yet Qiyu's lips curled in a sardonic smile, his eyes reflecting a maturity beyond his years. Sanshui Village. Have you heard of that place? Nestled in a remote valley, surrounded by towering mountains. Once a person is sold there, the chances of escape are nearly non-existent. Seated silently in the passenger's seat, Qi's father smoked his cigarette without uttering a word. Beside Qiyu, his mother was already in tears, softly sobbing. She could scarcely fathom the anguish her beloved son had endured over the years. Summoning her courage, she finally embraced him. There was no need for a paternity test. The moment she laid eyes on him, she was certain. He was undeniably her flesh and blood. The unique spiritual bond between a mother and child is unerring. Amidst her stifled sobs, Yan Ting reached out to grasp Qiyu's wrist, offering gentle comfort. Let us not dwell on sorrowful matters. Now that Yu has returned home, his godparents will surely make amends, and the three of us will share in familial bliss. Upon arriving at the hospital, Qi's father accompanied Qiyu for the paternity test, while his mother stayed with Yan Ting for her examination. Qiyu bore varying degrees of abrasions on both elbows, and his right leg was indeed broken, necessitating a cast. As the doctor tended to his wounds, Qi's mother was anxious. "I shall check on Ayu. Xiao Ting, please wait a moment. I will return shortly." Yan Ting obediently nodded, but when the doctor completed his work, Qi's mother had yet to return. Fearing something had gone awry, Yan Ting leaned on her crutch and ventured outside. This was a private hospital, and the corridor was sparsely populated. Unfortunately, one of the few individuals present happened to recognize Yan Ting. "Ah, isn't this young Master Yan? I just saw your godfather and godmother heading to the paternity testing department. Could it be that they have found their son?" Yan Ting lifted her gaze slightly, following the voice laced with derision. Before her stood a brash figure with striking purple hair, handsome, yet regrettably lacking in taste, clad in a leather jacket and studded shoes. resembling a roguish delinquent. Recalling the narrative, Yan Ting recognized him. Zhao Ling, her pursuer. Rejected in his affections, he had harbored resentment, seeking every opportunity to undermine her. Now that Zhao Ling was aware of the true heir of the Qi family's return, he would likely become even more brazen in his bullying. Just as she anticipated, Zhao Ling's opening words dripped with insults. With a true young master back, you are destined to become a mere lost dog. However, if you're willing to utter a few soft words, I might consider overlooking past grievances and keep you. Yan Ting remained composed. Noticing Zhao Ling clutching several sheets of paper, she leaned in with curiosity and exclaimed, "Kidney deficiency? Is that the reason for your visit to the hospital?" Although the crowd was small, the mention of those words drew their collective gaze toward Zhao Ling. His face flushed crimson, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, as he crumpled the paper and tossed it into a nearby trash bin, shoving Yan Ting aside. What kidney deficiency? Do not spread such alarmist nonsense. Having anticipated such a scene, Yan Ting steadied herself. Yet, as her peripheral vision caught sight of an approaching figure, she suddenly altered her course. Leaning back dramatically, she feigned a state of panic, tears brimming in her eyes, her expression one of delicate innocence and vulnerability, as if on the verge of collapse. But rather than meeting the unforgiving wall, her head was gently caught by a steadying hand. Chapter 40. The feeble young master is the center of attention. 3. Those watercolored eyes revealed a hint of surprise at the opportune moment. Yan Ting blinked his moist, long eyelashes, his gaze trembling as he looked up in astonishment to see Qi Yu standing beside him, still wearing that indifferent and unfeeling expression. Yet, the hand that supported him was steady and reassuring. With the strength of the other, Yan Ting managed to stand firm. Tears flowed freely. A mixture of vulnerability and just the right amount of stubbornness, akin to a delicate white flower that, despite enduring the storms, still grows upright. Indeed, I have occupied the position of the young master of the Qi family, yet I have never wished to usurp Qi Yu. He looked at Zhao Ling, his expression pitiful and aggrieved as he sniffled. I do not understand why you harbor such malice towards me. Stop pretending to be the big bad wolf. You were the one who told me that everything belonging to the Qi family would be yours, and you wish for Qi Yu to never return. Zhao Ling sneered. How dare you deny it? The original owner had indeed uttered such words. But what did it matter to him? Suddenly, Yan Ting collapsed into Qi Yu's embrace, his limbs trembling uncontrollably, fingers shaking as they gripped the fabric of the other's sleeve, his expression one of utmost pain. His heart condition had not fully healed. Any sudden exertion or emotional upheaval could trigger an episode. Help me, he raised his tear-streaked face, summoning his last ounce of strength. His voice barely a whisper. My medicine is in my pocket. Seeing him on the verge of fainting, Qi Yu searched his pocket, retrieved the vial of medicine, and took out a pill to feed him. After consuming the medication, the suffocating sensation gradually dissipated. Yan Ting fell asleep in Qi Yu's arms, his small face as pale as paper, even his lips devoid of color. Yet, this did not diminish his beauty. He remained breathtakingly exquisite, akin to a delicate and valuable doll displayed in a cabinet. As he gazed, Qi Yu inexplicably felt a desire to wipe away Yan Ting's tears. However, he ultimately restrained himself, lifting his sharp brows to fixate on Zhao Ling, demanding, "What is going on?" Zhao Ling laughed maliciously. "He is ill, heart disease. If you hadn't given him the medicine just now, he might have died." Before Qi Yu could respond, Zhao Ling added with glee, "You have no idea how he has flaunted himself in the Qi family all these years, eating and living off your family. As if the Qi family should change its name to Yan. He will certainly contend for the family fortune. Why save him?" Qi Yu frowned. Zhao Ling, relishing the drama, continued to embellish. "Do not be deceived by Yan Ting's seemingly fragile and innocent appearance. He is quite venomous. I confessed my feelings to him, and while he outwardly refused me gently behind my back, he insulted me as a toad aspiring to eat swan meat. I advise you, do not show mercy to such a person. Otherwise, one day he might suddenly bite you, and you will find no place to weep." Upon hearing this, Qi Yu lowered his gaze to Yan Ting in his arms. His tear-streaked face, though sleeping, remained picturesque, fragile, and easily shattered, evoking a strong protective instinct. He then looked up at Zhao Ling, whose purple hair was striking and flamboyant, at first glance resembling a 1,000-year-old eggplant turned into a spirit, and upon closer inspection, a peculiar sight indeed. Was he mistaken in his accusations? Chi Yu scoffed. If you're not the toad seeking the swan, then what are you? You, with good intentions. He offered advice, only to be met with sarcasm, a reaction that anyone would find intolerable. Zhao Ling, feeling a surge of anger, clenched his fists, but at that moment, Chi's parents arrived. The Chi and Zhao families shared a long-standing friendship, and as Zhao Ling simmered down, he shot a fierce glare at Chi Yu and the unconscious Yan Ting in his arms, warning in a low voice, "Just you wait." With that, he departed, clutching the still painful area of his body. It was that troublesome lad again, who spent his days meddling with little Ting instead of attending to serious matters. Chi's mother, watching him leave with indignation, remarked, "His father is so kind, yet how did he raise such a reckless son?" Chi's father remained silent, merely reaching out to Chi Yu, asking, "Are you tired? Let me hold little Ting. We should head home." The results of the paternity test had arrived, confirming without surprise that Chi Yu was indeed their child. Though Chi Yu considered relinquishing his hold, the unconscious Yan Ting clutched his sleeve tightly, making it impossible for them to part. Thus, he had no choice but to carry Yan Ting in his arms, assuring his parents, "It's fine, I can manage." In the car, Chi's mother used a tissue to wipe Yan Ting's face and proposed, "We plan to host a welcome home banquet for you, inviting friends and distinguished families to introduce you to them. Would you be willing to attend?" Chi responded quietly. Despite his cool demeanor, Chi's mother remained unperturbed. She tentatively reached out to gently stroke his head. Noticing he offered no resistance, she continued, her eyes nearly welling with tears. "You must have endured so much hardship over the years. When we get home, will you share your experiences with me?" Feeling the warmth of her palm, Chi Yu's body stiffened slightly, but he eventually nodded. Unable to contain herself any longer, Chi's mother wept freely. Time does not diminish beauty. Nearing 40, she still radiated the same vibrant charm she possessed over a decade ago, now tempered with a touch of grace and serenity. She reminisced about many moments from Chi Yu's childhood, recalling the foods he disliked before the age of 3, the places they had visited, and the landscapes they had seen. However, those memories had grown hazy in Chi Yu's mind, and her voice lulled him into a drowsy state. Suddenly, she remarked, "I was initially worried about your relationship with little Ting, but seeing you two so affectionate eases my mind." Instantly, his drowsiness dissipated, and the typically composed Chi Yu lost his ability to mask his emotions, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. "When have I ever been affectionate with him?" he exclaimed. "Just earlier at home, he fell, and you went to assist him. In the hospital, you did the same." Chi's mother blinked innocently, "And he is currently in your arms. Does that not qualify as affection?" Chi Yu, disinterested in further explanation, chose silence instead. Upon reaching their destination, he was taken aback to find that the butler had transformed the villa into a splendid spectacle in such a short time. A red carpet lined the path, flanked by balloons and flowers, while 6 housekeepers formed 2 lines, holding confetti cannons, greeting them with a unified shout, "Welcome home, young master." Chi momentarily lost himself in thought. He was truly home now, welcomed not by the dilapidated wooden hut and the fierce demeanor of his foster parents. Instead, it was a bright and tidy villa, warm and beautiful. He would no longer endure beatings or be treated as a mere outlet for someone else's frustrations. In his arms, Yan Ting let out a soft whimper, startled by the sound of fireworks, nuzzling against his arm like a kitten, her chestnut hair becoming tousled. Without pausing to think, he quickly carried her upstairs and gently placed her on the bed. In Chapter 41, the frail young master, who had feigned illness, was the center of adoration. Though the action of placing her down might have seemed rough, it was indeed quite gentle. It was not out of a sudden awakening of conscience in Chi Yu, but rather a fear of being too forceful and inadvertently causing her distress. He carefully pried apart her fingers that clutched at his sleeve and turned to descend the stairs. Chi's mother awaited him on the sofa, pouring him a glass of water, eager to hear about his life over the years. Unbeknownst to Qiyu, Yan Ting had been feigning unconsciousness. As he descended the stairs, she quietly tiptoed out of bed, making no sound, and hid behind the staircase to eavesdrop. I was sold to a couple in Sanshui village by human traffickers. They had been married for many years without children, and when they first brought me home, they treated me kindly, despite their poverty, always willing to cook meat for me daily. Listening to Qiyu's words, Qi's mother felt a flicker of relief in her heart, as long as he had not suffered. However, the eavesdropping Yan Ting sensed that an unexpected twist was imminent. Indeed, Qiyu shifted his narrative. When I was 7, my adoptive mother gave birth to a younger brother, and my status in that household plummeted. They provided me with only a meager meal while expecting me to manage all the household chores and care for my brother. If anything displeased them, they would take their frustrations out on me with a rattan stick. Qi's mother opened her mouth, her eyes brimming with boundless guilt and sorrow, and she embraced him once more, weeping. After her tears subsided, she finally inquired, "How did you manage to escape?" Qiyu paused for a moment and, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "That day, I went to the fields to tend to the vegetables, as usual. My adoptive parents and brother were resting at home. For some reason, the house suddenly caught fire, and they perished in the blaze." He spoke lightly, but Yan Ting, peering from behind the staircase, distinctly caught the enigmatic twitch of his lips in a place unseen by Qi's mother. Although it was the height of summer, she felt an icy chill wash over her, sending goosebumps across her skin. Qi's mother remained oblivious, soothingly patting Qiyu's back. Her voice choked with emotion. "You're back now, and from this day forth, no one shall ever bully you again." Qiyu remained silent, prompting her to continue. "Your father has already gone to arrange for your schooling, planning to enroll you in Xiaoting school, so you can look out for one another. I have instructed the housekeeper to procure your daily necessities. Let us hurry upstairs to see which room you prefer." Before he went missing, he had resided in a children's room for the convenience of the nanny. Now, that room remained unchanged since his disappearance, but he had grown. It would be unreasonable to continue residing in such a small space. Yan Ting, not intending to maintain her pretense of unconsciousness, remained still in her spot. As the others ascended the stairs, she took the initiative to say, "The room I occupy has the best sunlight. It was originally prepared for Qiyu by my godmother. Now that it has returned to its rightful owner, I shall move next door and vacate the room." The inconvenience of moving around was palpable, prompting Qi's mother to chide. "Moreover, the doctor has advised that you should bask in the sun more often for the sake of your health. It is beneficial for your bones." Yet, Qiyu abruptly interrupted the tender scene between mother and son, folding his arms with a nonchalant demeanor. "All right then, you move." He was convinced that Yan Ting was playing a game of subtlety, clearly reluctant to relocate, yet feigning generosity in a bid to elicit his mother's sympathy and firmly establish roots in this home, leaving no room for anyone to remove him. With this thought, Qiyu scrutinized Yan Ting's visage, unwilling to miss a single micro-expression. It was then that he realized how strikingly beautiful Yan Ting was, possessing an androgynous allure. Particularly captivating were his round eyes, which, under the corridor's sunlight, shimmered like translucent glass, clear and ethereal. Coming to terms with his momentary daze, Qiyu stepped back and coughed lightly to regain composure. At that moment, Yan Ting turned to enter the room, leaning on his cane, limping as he began to move items. Qi's mother quickly interjected, "Xiaoting, do not overexert yourself. Please sit down and rest. Even if you must move, there is no need for you to do it yourself. Let the maids handle it." She intended to offer further counsel when her phone suddenly rang. It was her secretary, notifying her of an issue at the company that required her immediate attention. "Do not worry, godmother. You and I will discuss this further. You need not concern yourself. Please attend to your own matters." Yan Ting casually linked his arm with Qiyu's, smiling brightly as he added, "We are fine together. We won't quarrel over a room." Qiyu pressed his lips together. Though he said nothing, he did not withdraw his hand, tacitly agreeing with Yan Ting's words. Observing this, Qi's mother nodded and hurriedly exited. It was not until the sound of a car engine echoed from outside the courtyard that Qiyu coldly withdrew his hand, arching an eyebrow at Yan Ting, curious about his next move. Under Qiyu's gaze, Yan Ting picked up a toy from beside the door, saying, "You can sit. I will finish moving shortly." Shortly? Qiyu watched as Yan Ting made numerous trips back and forth, taking half an hour, yet managing to relocate only a few scattered items. He felt a sense of bewilderment, for throughout this process, Yan Ting displayed not a hint of impatience, as if he genuinely wished to clear the room for Qiyu's occupancy. This person seemed far from the despicable character he had envisioned. As another load was brought inside, Qiyu grasped Yan Ting's hand and declared, "No need. You may continue to reside here." The room was flooded with sunlight, and he, accustomed to the dim and damp confines of the kitchen, found the brightness painfully overwhelming. Noticing Qiyu squinting slightly, Yan Ting approached with his cane and drew the heavy curtains, dimming the interior. "Is this more to your liking?" he asked earnestly. "Rest assured, everything that belongs to you shall forever remain yours." As he spoke, Yan Ting sniffled, seemingly holding back tears, his voice trembling. "You know, I have a heart condition. I cannot support myself. If I leave this home, it would mean certain demise. I do not wish to compete with you for anything. I merely want to survive." His large eyes, when tears fell, released them in heavy droplets, reminiscent of pearls slipping from a broken string. Seeing him cry, Qiyu instinctively averted his gaze, feeling a profound discomfort. Could it truly be a misunderstanding on his part? Did Yan Ting genuinely slip down the stairs today due to mere clumsiness? Were the words spoken and the gesture of relinquishing the room to him entirely sincere? Current affection level 0. Qiyu surveyed his surroundings, noticing a box of tissues on the table, and hurriedly approached to take one. However, from the corner of his eye, he inadvertently caught sight of a striking splash of red in the corner. He picked it up, revealing a peculiar doll with an unsettlingly grim smile. Its back adorned with a note bearing his name, Qiyu, inscribed in a crooked manner. The doll was pierced with numerous needles, resembling a hedgehog, and its grotesque visage only heightened the eerie atmosphere. He paused for a moment, glancing at Yan Ting. Tears brimmed in Yan Ting's eyes as he returned Qiyu's gaze, and it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. Chapter 42. The weak pretender is the beloved. 5. An oppressive silence enveloped the room, the sound of needles falling audible. "You must listen to my defense," Yan Ting cried in a flurry, discarding his crutch and hopping on one leg to his side, snatching the doll from his hands. Yet, the evidence was undeniable, and his mind raced to concoct a dry excuse. "What if I said that this was actually meant to assist you with acupuncture? Would you believe me?" Qiyu furrowed his brow. He did not believe it, nor did he wish to. Instead, he rummaged through the room for further incriminating evidence. Soon retrieving another doll from the wardrobe, its belly ripped open, cotton spilling out, with the name Qiyu scrawled on a note affixed to its back. Yan Ting, with a stiff resolve, insisted, "It merely burst its seams on its own. It has nothing to do with me." Qiyu shot him a sharp glance. Then, he unearthed a flattened doll from beneath the bed, this one boldly displaying the words, "Qiyu was crushed by a car." Yan Ting had utterly lost the desire to explain, primarily because there was no space for explanation. He threw himself into Qiyu's embrace, clinging tightly and refusing to let go, sobbing uncontrollably. "These are the mistakes of my childhood. Please don't despise me any longer." Even in such distress, he looked remarkably endearing. His chestnut hair was tousled, a tuft sticking up adorably, swaying gently with his weeping. "Stop crying. Do you want my parents to think I'm bullying you?" Qiyu remarked with a hint of annoyance, though his actions remained tender as he handed him a tissue. Yan Ting cautiously released his grip, using the tissue to dab away his tears, then proposed, "If you're unhappy, why not change the names on the backs of these dolls to mine?" "I'm not that childish," Qiyu sighed deeply. "This time, I'll 1T hold it against you. But if I discover any more of your little schemes, I have plenty of ways to evict you from this home." "All right." Yan Ting breathed a sigh of relief, eager to continue moving his belongings, pointing to the crutch discarded by the door. "Could you please help me bring that over?" Qiyu glanced over. "You needn't move anything. This place will be yours to stay. I'll sleep next door." "That simply won't do," Yan Ting declared with righteous determination. "What is yours rightfully belongs to you. I cannot occupy something that belongs to you. How about this? You stay for now, and once my leg heals, I'll gradually move my things out. Chi looked at the bed. The blanket was a soft pink, adorned with little cat patterns, evoking a sense of childlike wonder. He was just about to refuse when Yan Ting, bouncing with energy, dashed outside to swiftly retrieve the fallen cane and then close the door. With the corridor's faint light extinguished, the room was plunged into complete darkness. Yan Ting made his way to the adjacent room. Dad, he has already said he doesn't want you to move out. Why must you give your room to him? The system, Lulu, inquired earnestly. At this moment, it mattered little. He ruffled his disheveled hair, thinking that they would inevitably share a bed in the future. That made sense. After a while, the housekeeper ascended the stairs with the purchased daily necessities, assisting in arranging the room. When mealtime arrived, with Chi's parents temporarily unable to return, only Chi Yu and Yan Ting were left at the table. This family thrived on spice. The housekeeper assumed Chi Yu would enjoy the heat as well, thus preparing hot pot. However, Yan Ting did not miss the slight furrow of Chi Yu's brow. If Chi Yu had described his previous living situation as stifling, where he endured sporadic meals, his stomach would surely not tolerate overly spicy food. Auntie, Yan Ting suggested, could you please change the soup base to a clear broth? The housekeeper, puzzled by his sudden shift in preference, glanced at Chi Yu and promptly understood, hurrying to the kitchen. Yan Ting also stood up, taking the bowl of chili away from Chi Yu. I will prepare a new dipping sauce for you. Do you have any dietary restrictions? For instance, no scallions or garlic. Chi Yu remained silent. He could not fathom how the other party had deduced his aversion to chili without him uttering a word. In his silence, Yan Ting assumed he had no restrictions and limped toward the kitchen. The housekeeper attempted to assist him, but he gently declined, insisting, "It's fine, I can manage." He took great pleasure in being self-sufficient, preferring to carry things himself, even if it meant walking awkwardly rather than burdening others. Zhao Ling had claimed he was domineering in this household, yet it hardly seemed the case. As Chi Yu pondered this, he heard the housekeeper muttering nearby. What on earth is wrong with young Master Yan? He usually requires assistance, even for putting on shoes or washing his hair. Yet today, he is frighteningly independent. Could it be that young master returned and has caused a disturbance in his mental state? The voice was soft, but Chi Yu's hearing was keen, and he caught every word. Narrowing his eyes, he fixated on Yan Ting as he emerged from the kitchen, carrying a bowl of fresh dipping sauce. There were no chili peppers, nor even garlic. Even more perplexing, Yan Ting not only knew of his aversion to chili, but also seemed aware of his distaste for garlic. Yan Ting would naturally not disclose that it was the system Lulu who informed him. Once the housekeeper brought the new soup base to the table, Yan Ting promptly shooed away all the unnecessary onlookers, then poured the ingredients into the pot. His phone buzzed. It was a video call from Chi's mother. As soon as Yan Ting pressed to answer, her worried voice came through. There has been a little trouble with the family business. Your godfather and I might not return for a few days. Xiao Ting, how are you getting along with you? Just as he sought an ally, one appeared at his doorstep. With a legitimate reason in hand, Yan Ting beamed as he leaned closer to Chi Yu, raising his phone high to showcase the scene of their shoulders touching to Chi's mother. Don't worry, godmother, we get along splendidly. I like him very much, and he likes me too. Upon finishing, he deliberately nudged Chi Yu's shoulder, eagerly asking, right? Chi Yu showed no consideration and silently turned his head away. Nevertheless, Yan Ting remained undeterred. Upon noticing that the shrimp in the pot had cooked, he skillfully used a slotted spoon to lift them out, dip them in the sauce, and, with his own chopsticks, offered them to Chi Yu's lips, exclaiming, "It's truly delicious, you must try." Yet, Chi Yu was still unwilling to turn back. Yan Ting placed his phone on the table and tugged at his sleeve, pleading with a pitiful tone, "Just one bite, please. My godmother hopes for our harmonious coexistence. She has cried many times today. Let us not cause her further sorrow." Upon hearing this, Chi Yu finally turned to look at him. His display of affection was utterly disarming. His voice was gentle, sweet as honey, and his eyes shimmered with tears like a startled fawn, making him appear quite vulnerable. Chi Yu opened his mouth. Yan Ting raised his phone again, showcasing the tender moment of feeding him to the person on the other end of the video call. After ending the call, Yan Ting unconsciously bit the end of his chopsticks and peered into the pot to see what else was cooked. Chi Yu observed this little gesture with keen interest his pupils dilating slightly. Was this akin to an indirect kiss? In the following minutes, Qiyu ate with distracted thoughts, while Yan Ting relished the feast before him, having never experienced such a rich array of flavors in the past. This ordinary hot pot felt like a royal banquet to him. Throughout the meal, he exclusively wielded the slotted spoon, serving himself vegetables and Qiyu meat. Tirelessly industrious, like a little bee despite his injury. His diligence eventually bore fruit, as the affection meter fluctuated, finally registering a positive number. Once they had eaten their fill, Yan Ting signaled for the housekeeper to come and clear away the remnants, simultaneously extending a hand toward Qiyu. My leg is inconvenient. Could you assist me upstairs? As Qiyu turned to look at him, Yan Ting quickly added, well, if you are unwilling, I shall not press you. When had he ever shown reluctance? As he spoke, Yan Ting had already reached for the staircase, preparing to leap up on tiptoe. Seeing the potential danger in this, Qiyu could not bear to watch. He picked him up effortlessly and strode upstairs with steady, powerful steps. Upon setting him down, Yan Ting's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as he leaned on his cane, making his way to the room with the best light. Qiyu grasped his hand, asking, did you not offer this room to me? Are you having second thoughts now? No. Yan Ting shook his head. My toothpaste and toothbrush are still here. I need to retrieve them. This room had its own bathroom and toilet, and he limped over to collect his toiletries before bringing back the new ones prepared by the steward. Having done so, he showed no signs of leaving. Noticing Qiyu watching him, he confidently explained, I still need to fetch my pajamas. Please wait a moment. This constant moving around was indeed troublesome, Qiyu thought, contemplating whether he might simply relocate to another room. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught something, and he froze in place, utterly transfixed. Yan Ting had turned around, unabashedly lifting his shirt to remove his pullover sweatshirt. The delicate and smooth curve of his back, illuminated by the light, appeared almost blindingly white. The indent of his waist was subtle, his figure soft and flexible enough for a single hand to envelop it entirely. Adorning his neck was a silver chain, though, due to his position, the shape of the pendant remained a mystery. Soon after, Yan Ting emerged from the wardrobe clad in sleepwear, covering his pristine skin completely. He turned his head, and the bulky, fluffy pajamas accentuated the smallness of his face. Qiyu finally discerned that the silver chain around his neck bore a tiny diamond in the shape of a crescent moon. Good night, Yan Ting smiled at him, picked up his discarded hoodie, and exited the room. The night was tumultuous with thunder and lightning. Rain pelted against the glass windows, the air thick and humid. Qiyu tossed and turned, unable to find rest. He pulled back the curtains to gaze at the night scene in the courtyard. The streetlights still shone, their orange glow flickering through the rain, reminiscent of the devastating fire that had claimed many lives. Lost in thought, he was suddenly jolted by a knock at the door. As he approached, the door swung open to reveal Yan Ting's head peeking in. I seem to be having trouble adjusting to the bed. I can't sleep in that room. Without waiting for a response, he squeezed himself inside. The door was barely ajar, and he struggled to fit through, unaware that his sleepwear had snagged on the doorknob. Perplexed by the exertion it took, Qiyu silently observed him for a moment before finally showing a hint of kindness, helping him free the caught fabric. Oh, Yan Ting exclaimed, a look of realization dawning upon him. Thank you. He then entered the room, discarded his cane, and flopped onto the soft bed with a contented sigh, rolling joyfully twice. Noticing Qiyu preparing to leave, he hastily inquired, where are you going? Where else could he go? With the bed occupied. He naturally intended to sleep next door. Don't go, Yan Ting suggested. The bed is so large, we can sleep together. Yet, Qiyu's steps did not falter, and he was on the verge of disappearing through the door. Yan Ting, feeling aggrieved, called out with a strained voice, you, please don't go. It's not that I'm having trouble adjusting. I'm just afraid of the thunder. At this, Qiyu finally turned back to regard him. He revealed a fragile, pitiable expression, biting his exquisitely beautiful yet pallid lips, his fingers clenching the blanket beneath him until his knuckles turned white. You know I have a heart condition. I can't handle stress. Just then, a flash of lightning split the sky, followed by a resounding clap of thunder, illuminating the night outside momentarily like daylight before plunging it back into darkness. Yan Ting seemed genuinely frightened, shrinking into himself, large round eyes shedding tears that dampened his long lashes, resembling a frightened kitten. Though Chiyu's mind was still undecided, his legs moved uncontrollably towards Yan Ting. Once seated at the edge of the bed, Yan Ting immediately burrowed into his embrace, quietly sobbing. Overwhelmed with tenderness, Chiyu gently patted his back, saying, "You need to let go." Yan Ting looked up, his tears flowing even more fiercely, opening his mouth to speak. But before he could utter a sound, Chiyu softly explained, "I'm going to close the door and the windows." "TSK, TSK," Yan Ting almost laughed, though he ultimately managed to suppress it. Still maintaining her pitiful demeanor, she softly inquired, "Aren't you leaving?" Unfazed by the turmoil within her, Chiyu gently grasped her wrist, assuring her, "You should sleep. I will return shortly." Reluctantly, Yan Ting released him and nestled into the blankets, curling up into a small ball. Chiyu rose to close the doors and windows, and upon returning to the bedside, he contemplated before lifting the covers to lie down. The bed was spacious, as if a vast river divided them. Yet, just as he adjusted his sleeping position, Yan Ting burrowed into his embrace, affectionately nuzzling against his chest. Chiyu contemplated pushing her away, but was met with the chill of her hand, devoid of warmth. For a fleeting moment, he wondered if he had encountered a ghost. Not only was her hand icy, but her feet were also cold. The only warmth came from her soft, gentle breaths against his chest. After some deliberation, Chiyu ultimately chose not to push her away, instead resting his hand on her slender waist. Sleep eluded him, and with her in his arms, it became even more elusive. As the thunder outside softened, he cautiously asked, "Are you still afraid? If you're no longer frightened, I shall sleep in another room." Silence ensued. Chiyu paused, then reached for the small bedside lamp with his free hand, illuminating the scene before him. He beheld Yan Ting, sound asleep in his arms, her serene visage adorned with long, delicate lashes that fluttered slightly, as if lost in a sweet dream. How would he feel deceived again? Did she truly appear to be someone who feared thunder? Chapter 44. The sickly air is the beloved of all. 7. Chiyu attempted to extricate himself, but the slumbering Yan Ting clung to his hand with tenacity, thwarting his efforts. Reluctantly, he surrendered. He endured a sleepless night until the following morning, when he finally managed to slip away while Yan Ting turned in her sleep, quietly getting out of bed to wash up. By the time the sun had risen high, Yan Ting awakened languidly, only to find Chiyu absent from her side. Rubbing her eyes, she struggled to rise, only to recall her broken leg. Deciding against descending the stairs, she instructed the maid to bring her breakfast. The villa was eerily quiet. After sipping her milk, Yan Ting inquired, "Where is everyone else?" "The butler has gone to deliver clothes to the master and mistress," replied the maid. "Young Master Chiyu has gone to school." "School?" Yan Ting nearly choked on her milk. If Chiyu spoke the truth, then Sanshui village was indeed remote and desolate, and her adoptive parents only provided her with scraps. It seemed unlikely that he had ever attended school. Surely, they should first hire a tutor to impart basic knowledge before sending him off to a proper institution. Yan Ting harbored deep suspicions. Perhaps Chiyu was illiterate. Yet, in the next moment, reality smacked her in the face. Her phone buzzed, and a friend request notification appeared on WeChat. Upon opening it, she saw a dark profile picture and a name consisting solely of a period, making it impossible to discern the individual's identity. Fortunately, the accompanying message clarified the sender's identity, boldly stating the name Chiyu. He was not illiterate after all. Surprised, Yan Ting stroked her chin, and while accepting the friend request, she added a note for Chiyu. "Husband. Husband, your medication fell out of your pocket yesterday. I placed it on the bedside table for you. Did you see it?" Yan Ting glanced at the bedside table, and indeed, the medication was there. "Yan Ting, I saw it." After replying, he eagerly stared at the screen, hoping to see what Chiyu would say next. However, the status remained as typing for an extended period, and even as the screen dimmed, no message arrived. After finishing his milk, Yan Ting gestured to the housekeeper to leave, then illuminated his phone, his fingers swiftly dancing across the keyboard. "Yan Ting, how have you been at school? Have you made any friends? Are you managing to keep up with your studies?" There was a response from the other end. "Husband, not bad. A mere 2 words. yet they exuded an inexplicable sense of indifference. Yet, Yan Ting felt helpless with his leg in a cast. He couldn't rush to the school to check on Chiyu. He sighed deeply. To his surprise, Chiyu sent another message. "Husband, what about you? Is your hand and leg feeling any better?" Yan Ting was taken aback. The elbow injury had ceased to hurt after receiving treatment at the hospital, while his leg remained largely numb. An idea struck him. He rolled up the loose pant leg, revealing his uninjured, intact leg, and snapped a photo to send. At that moment, Chiyu, having lunch in the school cafeteria, received the photo, causing him to fumble his chopsticks, which clattered to the floor. A shiver ran down his spine as he glanced around. Fortunately, being a private school, most students were affluent and seldom dined in the cafeteria. The spacious setting was sparsely populated, and no one seemed to notice the commotion. Chiyu cleared his throat nervously. Yet, his gaze uncontrollably returned to the screen. Fixating on that leg, so fair, slender, and elongated, devoid of excess flesh, exquisitely smooth, with a hint of rosy hue at the ankle, while the remainder was concealed beneath the quilt, hidden from view. Lost in a trance, he suddenly realized what he was doing and hastily turned off the screen, his heart racing. After regaining composure, he gritted his teeth and sent a message. "Husband, I was asking about your injured leg. What did you send me?" "Oh, Yan Ting, image." JPG this time, he finally sent a picture of the injured leg. Through the thick plaster, Chiyu could discern little. And after a moment of silence, he began to edit his message. "Husband, well, make sure you rest." Regardless of how Yan Ting responded, he closed his phone and took a guilty sip of soup. Current affection level, 5. Hearing the system's notification, Yan Ting felt a wave of happiness wash over him, a smile creeping onto his face. Chiyu's suggestion for him to rest uplifted his spirits even further. He stretched lazily, contemplating whether to take a nap or go for a stroll when his phone buzzed again. Assuming Chiyu had sent another message, he eagerly opened WeChat, only to find a message from someone else. "Hi Tian Kong. Where's the money? Who is this?" With curiosity, Yan Ting clicked on the profile picture, revealing a sunlit beach and ocean, suggesting it belonged to a middle-aged person. As I opened the friend moments again, I was nearly dazzled. This individual had only 10 posts in total, 9 of which were ostentatious displays of wealth. He showcased himself racing down the street in a limited edition sports car, shared a video of himself savoring red wine aboard a cruise ship, and posted photos of cash strewn across a bed. Yan Ting found it peculiar that someone so affluent would ask him for money. The system provided an answer. "Dad, this is your father. Ever since you moved into the Chi family, he has shamelessly demanded money from you." The original owner feared that he would cause a scene, tarnishing his reputation in the eyes of the Chi couple, and thus regularly sent him 50,000 as hush money each month, along with gifts during holidays. The luxury cars and cruise tickets he flaunted in his moments were actually adult gifts from the Chi couple to the original owner. Yan Ting raised an eyebrow as the other party impatiently called. Upon answering, a robust voice erupted from the receiver, as if saliva could splatter Yan Ting's face through the phone line. "Where's the money? Do you even acknowledge me as your father? Believe me, I'll come to the Chi family right now." Yan Ting remained unfazed. The voice continued to roar. "If you don't want me to come find you, hurry up and send me the money. I'm in trouble. I don't have a single cent in my account, and the bathhouse staff refuse to let me leave." "Which bathhouse?" Yan Ting feignen nonchalance. "What does it matter to you? This is none of your business." The other party spat back, only to soften his tone upon remembering the money was still unreceived. "It's the Daydream bathhouse in the east of the city. I've fallen into a trap. They want 30,000 to let me go. Are you sending the money to my account, or will you deliver in person? I only have cash right now. Don't rush. Be patient, and I'll bring the money over shortly." While responding, Yan Ting glanced at the recording button on his phone, which had already been activated when the call began. Once he had calmed the other person's emotions, he hung up and smoothly reported to the police. "Hello. I wish to report illegal criminal activities occurring at the Daydream bathhouse." He also sent the recording as evidence. This would be sufficient to have that individual spend at least half a month in jail, leaving him no time to harass Yan Ting. Yan Ting yawned, raised the blanket over his head, and went back to sleep, slumbering until evening. The school attended by Chiyu and Yan Ting was euphemistically termed an elite academy. But in truth, it was a mere sham institution. As long as one poured money into it, anyone could enroll. Most young masters and ladies languished there, while some didn't even attend, merely holding a nominal place, planning to study abroad after graduation to embellish their resumes. As the saying goes, all that glitters is not gold. Few cared to stay in the dorms, and when the time came, Uncle Wong prepared to pick up Chiyu. Yan Ting accompanied him, carrying a thermos of chicken soup made by the nanny. When Chiyu emerged from the school gate and opened the car door to see him, unbidden images of last night's delicate waist and today's mesmerizing legs filled his mind. Current affection level, 6. Yan Ting. He hasn't even spoken yet, and the affection level has already risen. Are you that pleased to see him? Although surprised, he instinctively revealed a sweet smile and handed over the thermos. You must have had a tough day at school. Drink the soup while it's hot to replenish your energy. Current affection level, 7. Chiyu sat down beside him, swiftly took the thermos from his hands, and opened the lid to take a glance. Did you make this? Of course not. However, answering this way would likely displease Chiyu. Yan Ting placed a hand over his heart, feebly leaning against Chiyu, letting out a soft whimper. Sure enough, Chiyu could no longer concern himself with the soup's origin and hurriedly supported him. Did you bring your medicine? It's nothing. No need for medication. Yan Ting leaned against him like a limp doll, his breath erratic, his eyes glistening with moisture. I just feel a bit unwell. I'll be fine after a short rest. Chiyu chose not to disturb him further, staring blankly at the crown of his head. Outside, the light flickered intermittently, and amidst the dancing shadows, Chiyu tentatively reached out, gently stroking the top of his head. Current affection level, 8. Another stroke. Current affection level, 9. Once more. Current affection level, 10. The school was not far from home, and they soon arrived at their destination. Chiyu wore a slightly regretful expression. Even he himself could not fathom the source of his regret. Uncle Wong, the driver, parked the car and opened the back door, intending to wake Yan Ting, who was still asleep. Chiyu shook his head, signaling for silence, and then carefully lifted Yan Ting out. He walked steadily, and the slumbering Yan Ting showed no signs of waking, burying his face in Chiyu's embrace, his sleeping visage as serene and tranquil as ever. Laying him on the bed, as he looked up, Chiyu spotted 3 dolls he had retrieved from another room the previous night. The one that had been pricked and turned into a hedgehog had its needles removed. The one that had been gutted was sewn up with crooked stitches. The one that had been flattened was stuffed with cotton, now plump and round. During the time, Yan Ting had left his room and returned last night. He and T slept at all but had been mending these dolls. It was difficult to articulate the feelings swirling within him. In the darkness, Chiyu's gaze trembled as he cautiously reached out to pick up one of the dolls. The note on the back had been replaced, meticulously inscribed with, "May Chiyu live a long life." Current affection level, 15. He set the doll down and was about to leave the room when Yan Ting awoke from his dreams, rubbing his eyes, gazing at him in confusion. "Why did you carry me here? I wanted to sleep with you." His assertion was so natural, as if they were destined to share a bed. Chiyu was momentarily taken aback, his gaze wavering. "It's not thundering today. But I realize that when I sleep beside you, I do not have nightmares." Yan Ting blinked, as if to persuade him, his eyes unusually sincere. "This is beneficial for my condition, and besides, my medicine is still in your room." Chiyu remained silent, his head bowed in contemplation. At that moment, assistants reappeared. Chi's mother initiated a video call, her face radiating warmth as she inquired, shouting, "Have you eaten well today?" "Yes," Yan Ting replied, nodding obediently. "What about you, godmother? I see you have quite pronounced dark circles. Is this situation particularly troublesome? Have you been deprived of sleep?" "In a couple of days. It will be over, and then I can rest properly," Chi's mother said, leaning closer to the camera, seemingly assessing the severity of her dark circles. "Oh my!" Yan Ting exclaimed dramatically, covering her mouth as if witnessing something extraordinary. "Godmother, don't come so close suddenly. Your beauty dazzles my eyes." This whimsical display succeeded in eliciting laughter from Chi's mother. Standing at the door, Chiyu felt an inexplicable sense of isolation. Turning to leave, he was halted by Yan Ting's voice. "Come sit beside me and chat with godmother for a while." "Yes, Chi's mother echoed. "Hurry up and tell me how your day at school was." Reluctantly, Qiyu shuffled to the bedside. As he sat down, Yan Ting affectionately draped her arm over his shoulder, their faces nearly touching. The unexpected softness of her gesture left him momentarily stunned. "Answer quickly. Godmother is asking you," she urged, playfully pinching his shoulder. Gradually regaining his composure, he gazed at the gentle face on the screen, his mind brimming with thoughts he wished to express. Yet only 3 words emerged. "Pretty good." Yan Ting fell silent. In the original narrative, after Qiyu expelled Yan Ting, the false young master, from his home, his relationship with his parents did not progress. Although they wished to care for him, his obstinate nature led him to feign emotional detachment despite his gratitude. It was not until the tragic day of his parents' unexpected demise that he had never called them mom and dad, when distant relatives surged forth. Eager to seize the family fortune, he embarked on a ruthless path to protect everything the Qi family had. To outsiders, he was seen as the ruthless head of the Qi family. Yet in the dead of night, he would drive to his parents' graves, sitting there for hours on end. Yan Ting yearned to alter this tragic conclusion. She grasped Qiyu's hand, gently patting it to soothe him, guiding him to speak. "Are you feeling tired and reluctant to talk? It is indeed quite late. Why not greet Godmother and then head off to sleep?" To ease his tension, she deliberately shifted the camera slightly away from his face, ensuring a more comfortable angle. Chapter 46. The ill and pretend young master is the group's treasure. 9. Qiyu opened his mouth. The memories of his childhood were nearly lost, and now his parents felt like familiar strangers to him. He found it difficult to utter their names. As he turned his head away, Yan Ting immediately took hold of his face, lowering her voice to a whisper only they could hear. "Ever since you went missing, Godmother frequently suffered from insomnia. Her birthday wish every year is that you return home and call her mom with your own lips." After a moment's pause, he gazed at Qiyu with an expression of hopeful anticipation. "Even if you haven't seen each other for such a long time, the bond of blood will effortlessly sweep away all worldly obstacles. As long as you utter a few words, she will be overjoyed. So, Qiyu, can you trade those 2 words for a night of sweet dreams for her?" As his words fell, the villa was enveloped in a profound silence, so hushed that the heartbeats of the two could be distinctly heard, resonating in close proximity. Qiyu's hand trembled, yet was firmly held down by Yan Ting. He repeatedly caressed the back of Qiyu's hand, offering immense encouragement. After a considerable pause, Qiyu finally reached for the phone, looking at the person on the other end, and uttered the long-awaited words, "Mom." In an instant, Qi's mother was reduced to tears, her cries drawing the attention of Qi's father, who approached and enveloped his wife in a comforting embrace. Upon seeing his father's face on the screen, Qiyu inhaled deeply. Having broken the ice, those 2 words were no longer daunting. He softly called out, "Dad." This caused Qi's father to weep profusely, burying his head in his wife's shoulder. At last, the family of 3 began to resemble a picture of reunion. Yan Ting, with great difficulty, rose from the bed and leaned towards Qiyu's ear, saying, "You have a good chat with your godfather and godmother. I will wait for you in that room." With that, he limped out of the room, closing the door behind him. Once comfortably settled in the adjacent room, the system's notification chimed. Current affection value, 20. This was more like it. Yan Ting contentedly tucked himself under the covers, lying sprawled in the center of the bed, ensuring that when Qiyu arrived, no matter how he slept, they would have physical contact. Just as he closed his eyes, a sudden thought struck him, and he sat up abruptly, frantically clutching his head. "No, this is a huge problem." He hurriedly got out of bed, dragging his injured leg back to that room, but he was still a moment too late. The video call had already ended. Qiyu attempted to exit the call, but inadvertently found himself on the main WeChat interface, where he saw the note Yan Ting had assigned to him, "Husband." Those 2 simple words were enough to leave his mind momentarily blank, causing his phone to clatter onto his lap. He gasped, turning his head in disbelief to meet Yan Ting's gaze at the doorway. It felt as if a crow had flown overhead, leaving behind a long trail of ellipses. "Don't worry, Dad, I'm coming." The voice of the system, Lulu, echoed in his mind. "What is this note?" Qiyu asked himself, lowering his gaze back to the phone, only to find himself in utter disbelief. The note had transformed. It was no longer husband, but simply the 2 characters, Qiyu. Had he imagined it? No, just moments ago, what note was that? Yan Ting silently expressed gratitude to the system Lu for its contribution, then feigned innocence, even blinking his moist eyes in an exaggeratedly innocent manner. Can I take a look? Perhaps he was indeed feeling fatigued. Shiyu stared intently at the screen. Yet the note remained unchanged, causing him to question his own eyesight for the first time. I need sleep now, he said, picking up the phone that had fallen onto his lap and rising to his feet, a tangled mess of thoughts swirling in his mind as he slowly approached the door. Then let us sleep together. Yan Ting swiftly grasped his hand, deftly snatching the phone and tucking it away in his pocket. The actions unfolded seamlessly, for the system's illusion could only endure for half a minute. Chiyu, still deeply ensnared in doubts after misreading the notes, was led to the adjacent room by his hand. The sleepwear that Yan Ting had previously changed out of lay discarded at the bedside. As he prepared to change before Chiyu's eyes once more, Chiyu finally turned his head away, avoiding the gaze. Yan Ting had already positioned himself perfectly. The color of the lighting complemented his complexion exquisitely, and he patiently awaited the sound, indicating an increase in affection points. However, a full 20 seconds elapsed without any sign of response. He would rather believe that Chiyu was simply blind than question the effectiveness of his deliberate seduction. When he glanced back, he discovered that Chiyu was staring vacantly at the bedside lamp. How disappointing, as if he had cast a stunning flirtation upon a blind man. With a lackluster demeanor, Yan Ting donned his sleepwear, the corners of his mouth involuntarily drooping. Yet as if struck by a new idea, his eyes sparkled with curiosity as he inquired, "Why aren't you changing into sleepwear?" Chiyu began to speak, but Yan Ting promptly interrupted. "Your eyes are all bloodshot. You didn't sleep well last night, did you? That must be the reason you're not changing. Once you do, I assure you, you'll sleep soundly until morning." This was clearly nonsensical. Sometimes, Chiyu truly envied Yan Ting's ability to speak so effortlessly. Although he did not believe in his fanciful words, Chiyu still pretended to head next door for sleepwear. Yan Ting obstructed him, saying, "There is no need to go that far. I have some of my wardrobe that you can borrow for the night." Upon opening the wardrobe, Chiyu's brows furrowed intensely. Cat pajamas, dog pajamas, bunny pajamas, bear pajamas. It resembled a veritable zoo, colorful and utterly adorable. Yet not a single piece resembled anything suitable for a grown person. He frowned, and Yan Ting immediately adopted a pitiful expression. "Are you rejecting my taste?" "Of course not." Chiyu gritted his teeth. "You clearly are." Yan Ting began to sob, his shoulders trembling with feigned anguish. "If not, why won't you wear them?" His youthful visage, when indulging in such antics, created an illusion of bullying a child. Chiyu's hand faltered, and after a struggle with his decision, he took several deep breaths and chose the dog pajamas. As he removed the garment from the rack, he was once again halted by Yan Ting's outstretched hand. "You can change right here. We're both men, after all. What you have, I have too. There is no need to be shy." Chiyu paused, responding earnestly, "I'm afraid I might scare you." Yan Ting was puzzled. What is there to be scared of? Are you hiding a second head beneath your clothes or a growing eye on your back? Didn't we agree that one couldn't become a spirit after the founding of the nation? Yan Ting shook his head. "Just change. I'm not afraid." Upon hearing this, Chiyu hesitated momentarily, his long lashes casting shadows over his eyes before he turned away and removed his clothing. The moment his back was exposed to Yan Ting's gaze, his pupils dilated slightly, and he gasped, covering his mouth in astonishment. Chapter 47. The weak pretender is the beloved of the group. 10. Chiyu possessed an admirable physique. Dressed elegantly, he exuded a slender silhouette, while undressed. His physique revealed an impressive muscularity, particularly in his back and arms, which appeared both fluid and well-defined, yet not overly exaggerated. This emanated a sense of robust resilience that compelled Yan Ting to ponder. If Chiyu were to land a punch, would it not send him crashing into the wall, unable to extricate himself? However, at that moment, he found no inclination to admire such a magnificent form. Chiyu's back was marred with a multitude of scars, crisscrossing in a chaotic array, new wounds layered upon old, leaving no area unmarred. Notably, the region from his right shoulder to his scapula bore the marks of scalding, the skin irreparably damaged, presenting an uneven landscape of burn scars. The grotesque nature of such injuries juxtaposed against the visage of such a striking individual evoked an indescribable sense of dissonance. Amidst his vacant gaze, Chiyu silently donned his sleepwear and a hat, the soft canine ears drooping down. Casting a glance at Yan Ting's expression, he remarked nonchalantly, "I did warn you that it might frighten you. Henceforth, refrain from unnecessary curiosity." With the lamp extinguished, the room was enveloped in darkness. Yet Yan Ting persisted in burrowing into his embrace, declaring, "I must be curious. Aside from your back, do you bear scars elsewhere?" Not only did he voice this, but he also reached into Chiyu's panham. Chiyu hastily pushed him away, almost forcing the words through clenched teeth. "I have a few scars on my legs, and please do not touch me." Yan Ting complied. Yet Chiyu suddenly felt an unsettling discomfort in the stillness that enveloped them. After a prolonged silence, Yan Ting, seemingly unable to restrain himself, gently touched the burn on Chiyu's skin through the thick fabric of the dog-themed sleepwear, his voice barely above a whisper. "Did your adoptive parents do this to you?" "Yes," Chiyu replied, lowering his gaze, his expression obscured by the oppressive darkness. "When I was 9, I had a fever from the cold one night. In a daze while caring for my brother, I accidentally fell." He paused, reflecting for a long time before letting out a hollow laugh, devoid of emotion, leaving one to wonder if it stemmed from sorrow or irony. "I consider myself a cushion. Yet my brother was unharmed, but they were convinced I was retaliating against them. My adoptive father took my brother away and kicked me against the wall. My adoptive mother poured boiling water over me." As he recounted this, a chilling and piercing malice flickered in his eyes, twisting his expression into something almost unrecognizable. Yan Ting, nestled against his chest, remained oblivious to the turmoil, instead offering reassurance as he patted Chiyu's shoulder. "It's all behind you now. You are the beloved younger brother in this family, and no one will harm you again." Chiyu was momentarily taken aback. "I remember on the day I returned home. You call me brother?" He mused. "At that time, I was unaware of a younger age." Yan Ting deliberately emphasized his address, "younger brother." Confused, Chiyu inquired, "By how much?" "Half a minute," Yan Ting replied. "Is that even considered younger?" Chiyu questioned. "Of course it is," Yan Ting retorted. "Even if you were merely born a second after me, you must respectfully call me brother. Do you understand the importance of respecting your elders?" Chiyu clearly did not grasp the sentiment, as he turned away, choosing not to engage further. Yet, Yan Ting possessed his own tactics. "My heart suddenly aches," he whimpered. "Please fetch me the medicine." The special medication lay upon the bedside table, and he picked it up, turning to offer it to Yan Ting. Yan Ting, however, did not accept it. Instead, he nestled into his embrace, stifling a yawn. "The pain has suddenly vanished. Let us sleep." Chiyu was at a loss for words. One arm encircled him while the other fumbled for his phone, launching the browser to search for whether it is normal for brothers to sleep together. Is it standard for non-blood-related brothers to share a bed? Is it acceptable for adult brothers without blood ties to embrace while sleeping? The browser automatically suggested a link to the Civil Affairs Bureau of the Southern District. Chiyu closed his eyes, decisively casting his phone aside. Moreover, he considered pushing Yan Ting off the bed. Yet, upon glancing down at Yan Ting's serene and gentle sleeping face, he suppressed the thought. Leaning closer to Yan Ting, he inhaled the faint scent of lavender, and that night, he found himself free from insomnia. The sunlight streamed in perfectly. Yan Ting awakened from a fluffy cocoon. Feeling somewhat stifled, he reached out to push, encountering a mix of softness and firmness. Slowly realizing what it was, he suddenly opened his eyes and, in that moment of awakening, locked gazes with Chiyu, his hand resting on Chiyu's chest. "Huh?" Yan Ting exclaimed, bewildered. "It's already this late. Why haven't you gone to school?" After asking, he abruptly remembered, turning to glance at the electronic alarm clock on the bedside table, which displayed Saturday. Before Chiyu could respond, he continued, "Ah, it's the weekend. I shall take you out for a stroll." Chiyu lifted the covers, staring at his leg encased in plaster. "Are you sure you want to take me out like this?" "Of course," Yan Ting affirmed with conviction. "But I need you to help me up from the bed." He confidently extended a hand toward Chiyu. Once they were up and dressed, he boldly commanded Chiyu, "Now, you need to carry me downstairs." After reaching the lower floor, he further directed Chi to pour him some milk. The housekeeper stood nearby, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Thoughts of the novel he had read that morning, about a false young master who exploited the affection of his parents to treat the true young master as a servant, flooded his mind. The false young master's repeated schemes left the true young master exhausted, ultimately forcing him to leave home. After 3 years, the true young master made a grand return, defeating the false young master, confronting his mother, and confronting his father, ultimately seizing the family fortune and becoming a victor in life. The current situation mirrored the plot of that novel perfectly. The housekeeper's imagination ran wild. Next, the false young master would surely complain about the milk being too cold and douse the true young master with it. However, the scene she envisioned did not unfold. Yan Ting took a sip of milk and, with a cheerful smile, looked at Chi. Today's milk tastes better than yesterday's. Perhaps it's because you poured it for me. A few specks remained on his soft lips, and Chi, feeling a twinge of guilt, averted his gaze and took a hearty bite of bread. Don't rush, Yan Ting said, snatching the bread from his hands. Retrieving the jar of blueberry jam from the side, meticulously spreading it along the edge of the bread before handing it back. This will taste better. As Chi began to eat, Yan Ting eagerly inquired, Isn't it? Isn't it? He remained silent, prompting Yan Ting to tug at his sleeve. I've praised you, so why don't you return the compliment? With each gentle shake, Chi could only grit his teeth and respond, Thank you, it's delicious. Finally satisfied, Yan Ting nibbled on his breakfast. Observing Chi-Yu's flushed ears, the housekeeper was perplexed, suspicious, and astonished. This did not seem to resemble the typical narrative of a wealthy heir humiliating a pretender. After finishing their meal, Yan Ting instructed Uncle Wong, the driver, to take him and Chi-Yu to the shopping mall. He had no intention of making purchases. Rather, he sought assistance due to the stagnant affection levels. The system had informed him that Zhao Ling would be at the mall today. Upon arrival, Yan Ting leaned on his cane and led Chi-Yu directly to the jewelry section on the 3rd floor. Zhao Ling was there, accompanied by his new boyfriend, both sporting striking hair colors, one purple, the other red, an oddly fitting match. Perhaps owing to the recovery from his previous ailment, he now radiated vitality, adorned with a blissful smile. In a high-pitched tone, he teased his companion, Darling, which one do you like? I'll buy them all for you. Yan Ting shuddered in disgust and turned to Chi-Yu, who was lost in thought, staring blankly at a nearby display case and oblivious to Zhao Ling's presence. Seizing the opportunity, Yan Ting said, I'm a bit thirsty. Could you fetch me a bottle of water from the 2nd floor? He nudged Chi-Yu with his shoulder, softening his tone to a playful whine. Startled, Chi-Yu quickly averted his gaze and turned to descend stairs. Once he was out of sight, Yan Ting curiously examined the area Chi-Yu had been staring at. Inside a transparent glass display case lay delicate diamond necklaces, styles suitable for both genders, from a brand that seemed familiar. He recalled that he owned one in the shape of a crescent moon, alongside designs of the sun and stars. Seeing that Chi-Yu was taking longer than expected, Yan Ting summoned a sales assistant, urging her to swiftly package the sun necklace. After paying and carefully stowing it away, he finally lifted his gaze to Zhao Ling. In the original storyline, Chi-Yu's parents had met with an untimely demise orchestrated by the Zhao family. Zhao's father, outwardly a courteous gentleman, harbored a deep-seated jealousy of his friends, wishing for their downfall to emerge as a savior, garnering their gratitude for his minimal assistance. However, with Yan Ting's arrival, he would not allow Zhao's schemes to succeed. His objective was to expose the true ambitions of the Zhao family to the Qi family, making them aware of their predatory nature. As for the catalyst for this confrontation, it would undoubtedly be the oblivious Zhao Ling Yan Ting approached, feigning an accidental collision. The impact was slight, yet Zhao Ling was a volatile powder keg. Any provocation, no matter how trivial, could lead to chaos. At that moment, Zhao Ling had not even registered the identity of his assailant, yet his mouth was already spewing a torrent of insults. You blind fool. How dare you bump into me? Do you want to die? Do you believe I want to have you dealt with immediately? As he turned his head, Yan Ting mustered all his strength and delivered a sharp slap to his face. Immediately after, he regretted it, for the force of impact is mutual. His palm tingled and trembled involuntarily, causing Yan Ting to furrow his brows in discomfort. Zhao Ling first caught a whiff of a faint fragrance, only to be bewilderingly met with a resounding slap, momentarily rendering his mind blank. Beside him, his young boyfriend screamed, "Who are you? How dare you strike my baby?" The outburst snapped Zhao Ling back to reality, and he fixed Yan Ting with a fervent gaze, his eyes seemingly ignited with sparks. "Yan Ting, have you lost your mind? Why did you hit me?" Having struck someone, Yan Ting now adopted a timid demeanor, his beautiful eyes welling with tears, suspended precariously in their sockets, exuding a profound sense of grievance. Unable to bear seeing Zhao Ling wronged, the young boyfriend raised his hand, only to be restrained by Zhao Ling. "Do not touch him." On their return from the hospital, his father had spoken to him privately, advising him to refrain from laying a hand on Yan Ting. Yan Ting had a heart condition. Should any harm befall him, it would jeopardize the relationship between their families and thwart his father's plans. However, the young boyfriend evidently misconstrued the nature of their relationship, his complexion draining of color as he cried out, "He hit you. Why can't I hit him? Is he the one you truly care for? Are you with me just to provoke him?" Such a notion was absurd. Although Zhao Ling had cycled through 3 boyfriends in 5 days, this one was new, and he had yet to tire of him. Naturally, he was reluctant to see the other upset, hastily reassuring he has a heart condition before he could finish. Yan Ting interjected, "Zhao Ling, admit it, the one you truly like is me, right?" At these words, the young boyfriend exploded, striking Zhao Ling across the face before running away in despair. The slap he delivered struck the left side, while Yan Ting had hit the right, leaving Zhao Ling's face symmetrically swollen. Having endured such humiliation, Zhao Ling completely disregarded his father's counsel, raising his hand high, ready to return the pain he had suffered manifold. Yan Ting stared at that hand, perplexed. Why hadn't Chi returned with the water yet? Was he really going to get hit? In a flash, a hand appeared like a savior, firmly grasping Zhao Ling's wrist, preventing the impending blow from landing on Yan Ting's face. Yan Ting sighed in relief, frantically retreating behind Chi Yu, as the tears that had been building in his eyes finally fell, and he began to sob softly. Zhao Ling struggled several times, but could not free his hand. He could only glare at Chi Yu with disdain. "Are you blind? Look at my face, what he did to it. And you still want to defend him?" His face was indeed swollen, yet behind him, Yan Ting was crying in fright. Chi released his grip, unwilling to spare Zhao Ling even a glance, turning instead to assess Yan Ting's condition. Yan Ting appeared on the verge of collapse, suddenly falling into Chi Yu's embrace. Gasping for air, his face pale as death. At this moment, Chi Yu could no longer concern himself with who had instigated this farce. He promptly lifted Yan Ting and, with a fierce glare at Zhao Ling, said, "You know he cannot handle stress. Why provoke him further? He hit me, and now I cannot even speak of it? Is there no justice left?" Zhao Ling was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation. Yet no matter how he stomped in frustration, Chi Yu remained unresponsive, instead cradling Yan Ting as they walked away. Once they returned to the car, Yan Ting took a moment to regain his composure before lifting his tear-filled gaze to Chi Yu, forcing out a disheartening smile. "It's all right. Zhao Ling has been bullying me for quite some time now. His father and my guardians are close friends. Please do not make this public, as I do not wish to jeopardize their friendship. Are you simply going to allow him to trample over you repeatedly?" Chi Yu said with a hint of annoyance, giving Yan Ting a reassuring pat on the back. "Do not worry, I won't allow him to gloat for long." With those words, Yan Ting felt a sense of security wash over him. "There is something else," he said, retrieving a red velvet box containing a necklace from his coat pocket. "Would you care to guess what this is?" Chapter 49. The frail faux young master is the center of adoration. 12. Chi Yu paused, his gaze lingering on the small box, his mind swirling with thoughts, yet his expression remained inscrutable. If it weren't for the system's prompt, Yan Ting might have believed that Chi Yu was indifferent to the gift. A mischievous smile crept across his face as he slowly opened the box, his eyes sparkling brilliantly within the confines of the car. "I noticed you gazing at the display case, so I took the liberty of purchasing this necklace for you. In the future, you shall be the sun, and I will be the moon basking in your radiance." The necklace was delicate, likely unsuitable for Qiyu to wear alone. Yan Ting took it out, tentatively offering to put it on him, and he did not refuse. Their breaths intertwined in an unspoken atmosphere, their exquisitely crafted faces drawing close together. One pretended to be earnest, yet repeatedly fumbled with the clasp. The other, with a prominent Adam's apple, was uncertain where to focus his gaze. Meanwhile, an oblivious driver diligently navigated the road. At the precise moment the clasp clicked shut, the vehicle hit a speed bump, causing a jarring motion that propelled Yan Ting forward, his lips colliding with Qiyu's chin. Alas, the misfortune of being shorter. He quickly covered his mouth, the pain causing the corners of his eyes to redden, tears spilling forth. Qiyu instinctively touched his chin, which, though devoid of warmth, felt as if it were ablaze. A suspicious flush creeping to his ears. To divert his attention, he turned to the driver in the front seat. "Uncle Wong, could you please drive a bit more steadily?" Driver Uncle Wong? How could he possibly be blamed for the speed bump? He drove with utmost seriousness, completely oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere in the back seat. Qiyu withdrew his gaze, noticing Yan Ting still covering his mouth, flustered as he hurriedly wiped away his tears. He gently inquired, "Does it still hurt?" "Yes." Yan Ting nodded, releasing his hand and leaning closer. "Could you blow on it for me?" The stunning, almost unreal beauty of Yan Ting's face magnified before Qiyu's eyes, causing his heart to flutter momentarily as he focused intently on Yan Ting's soft, pale lips. The curve of his lips was distinctly alluring. A round pearl nestled in the center, and for reasons unknown, Qiyu felt an overwhelming urge to taste them. Thankfully, he managed to suppress the impulse. Regrettably, he did. Qiyu diverted his gaze, ultimately declining Yan Ting's request, merely offering a reassuring pat on his back. Yan Ting pondered. He hurt his mouth. Why pat his back? A despondent straight man indeed. Disappointed, Yan Ting pouted, locking away his heart, and turned his attention to the scenery outside the window. As the vehicle came to a halt, he eagerly leaned on his cane and hopped inside the house, his movements resembling an irritable penguin. Upon returning to his room, he lay down, ready to indulge in a delightful afternoon nap. Unexpectedly, Qiyu entered and sat beside him. Could there be progress? Yan Ting lifted his head from the blanket, only to see Qiyu clutching a hefty stack of books, Chinese, mathematics, and English. Darkness clouded his vision. "You should head straight out. The study is at the end of the corridor." He buried his head back into the pillow, pointing toward the door. Yet Qiyu did not leave. Instead, he forcibly pulled him up, saying, "Let us study together. I haven't been to school for nearly 2 months. I can't comprehend any of this." Yan Ting replied helplessly, suddenly struck by a thought, his expression shifting to one of confusion. "But your foster parents don't even let you eat your fill, and yet they're willing to spend money on your education? How is that possible?" Qiyu shook his head, his slender fingers flipping through the pages, his gaze inadvertently landing on Yan Ting's face. It was as if he was observing him while reminiscing. "There's an aunt living next door to my foster parents, a doctorate graduate from a prestigious university who was abducted by human traffickers. Every evening, I would seek her out, and she imparted all the knowledge she possessed to me bit by bit." Upon hearing this, Yan Ting's demeanor became serious, no longer exhibiting his previous nonchalance. "So, did she manage to escape?" "Yes, but her health has deteriorated. She has been hospitalized," Qiyu nodded. "Today, when I went to buy you water, the hospital called to inform me that she could be discharged, and I needed to settle the expenses. I hurried to transfer the money, which delayed my return." "That is good to hear." Seeing the lingering worry etched on Qiyu's face, Yan Ting quickly offered reassurance. "Do not fret. Things will improve for both of you." "Will they?" Qiyu's pupils trembled slightly. He thought to himself that the aunt would probably never forgive him. Something lodged in his heart made him yearn to confide in someone, yet he could not articulate it directly. After a long pause, Qiyu tentatively remarked, "It's a pity about the aunt's child. Despite resembling his father, he was notorious for his misdeeds and bullied her, yet he died suddenly on his 18th birthday." Yan Ting dismissed it. If such a person dies, then so be it. What's there to lament? The aunt bore him, and if he is ungrateful, it's only fitting that he ends up bullying his own mother. Such behavior is abhorrent, and the universe has a way of dealing with such scoundrels. After venting his frustration, he realized the inconsistency with his own persona, contemplating how to justify his words when he heard the system's notification chime. Current affection value, 50. How peculiar. It has risen so significantly in one breath. He pondered, could it be that Chi-Yu does not prefer a weak and dependent little green tea girl, but rather a fiery little pepper? No. There must be some overlooked aspect in this scenario. Yan Ting intended to reflect deeply, but was playfully interrupted by Chi-Yu's gentle pat on his head. Since you do not wish to accompany me in reading, perhaps you should take a short nap. I shall awaken you when it is time for a meal. Feeling somewhat drowsy, Yan Ting did not wish to engage his mind at the moment. He softly replied in the affirmative and nestled into the warmth of the covers, facing Chi-Yu as he drifted off to sleep. His slumber was as restful as ever, and soon his steady breathing filled the air. Though Chi-Yu continued to peruse his book, his gaze was entirely captivated by Yan Ting. Earlier in the car, he had noticed the beauty of Yan Ting's lips, and now, as he observed them in silence, he found them even more enchanting. Unable to focus on his reading any longer, Chi-Yu closed the book, an insatiable desire stirring within him, akin to a seed swiftly sprouting and reaching for the light. He inhaled deeply, feeling an inexplicable thirst, and resolved to distract himself from his thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, the slumbering Yan Ting unconsciously inched closer, exposing a small portion of his tongue to lick his lips before returning to his sweet dreams. Consequently, Chi-Yu's gaze could not be torn away from Yan Ting's face. As a tempest of chaotic emotions surged within his dark, profound eyes, reminiscent of tumultuous ocean waves. In a drowsy haze, Yan Ting was roused by a notification sound. Just as he was about to open his eyes, he felt something cool brush against his lips. Chapter 50. The ailing young master is the beloved of all. 13. What? Is Chi-Yu kissing him? Yan Ting's eyelashes fluttered, and he hastily abandoned the idea of opening his eyes, instead squeezing them shut even tighter. However, he soon realized something was amiss. Chi-Yu was not kissing him, but rather licking him. A tingling sensation surged through his spine, and his hands, hidden beneath the covers, clenched tightly, turning his knuckles pale as he crumpled the bed sheet beneath him. He could no longer contain himself. Fortunately, Chi-Yu refrained from further actions and hurriedly left the room, clutching his book, his footsteps betraying an unusual haste. The moment the door clicked shut, Yan Ting immediately buried his head beneath the covers, exclaiming in distress, "Oh no, I feel tainted. Father, I do not understand. You two have yet to engage in any profound exchange. How could you feel sullied? Lips are meant for kissing. How could he?" Yan Ting found himself at a loss for words, indignantly pounding the bed. I could never conceive of such perverse antics. And yet he had the audacity to act upon them. After that, sleep eluded him, and he endured the passage of time until mealtime arrived, descending the stairs at a leisurely pace. The meal was marked by an unusual silence. Chi-Yu feigned ignorance of the earlier incident, while Yan Ting pretended to be unaware. Unfortunately, both their chopsticks landed on the same piece of rib, necessitating an awkward exchange of glances. Chi-Yu relinquished his chopsticks first, saying, "You may have it." "No, you should eat it. I promised not to compete with you for anything in this household." Yan Ting also withdrew his chopsticks. It was merely a rib. If he desired it, he could have it. Seeing that Yan Ting lingered without taking action, Chi-Yu took the initiative to place the rib into Yan Ting's bowl. Unyielding, Yan Ting retaliated by transferring the rib back into Chi-Yu's bowl, insisting, "You endured so much hardship at your adoptive parents' home. You should eat more meat." Nearby, the cook was left speechless, observing the unfolding scene with wide eyes. Despite the fact that there were still over 20 pieces of spare ribs on the plate, they insisted on fixating on just one. Ultimately, that piece of rib found its way into Yan Ting's stomach. With his mood slightly lifted, he ceased to dwell on Chi-Yu's faults and reverted to his previous enthusiastic demeanor, actively helping his companion with rice and dishes. After dinner, Chi's parents routinely made a video call to check in. Seeing the two getting along so well brought smiles to their faces. Chi's mother mentioned, "Uncle Zhao's birthday is approaching, and the gifts we've prepared will soon arrive at home. Yan Ting, could you please take you and the gifts to his place in person to extend our congratulations? Qiyu frowned. Which Uncle Zhao? It's Zhao Ling's father, Yan Ting thoughtfully replied. Noticing the flicker of distaste in his features, he quickly ended the call, reassuringly patting his hand. It's all right. If you really don't want to go, I can handle it alone. Little did he know, this would come to pass. It wasn't due to Qiyu's absence, but rather because the gifts were set to arrive on Monday. Upon opening the box, Yan Ting discovered an antique vase nestled within. Zhao Ling's father had a penchant for antiques. The Qi couple, preoccupied with their business matters, had gone out of their way to procure this vase from an auction house, demonstrating that they truly considered him a friend. Yet here he was, betraying that friendship behind their backs, truly heartless. Yan Ting carefully closed the ornate box and turned to the butler. Have Uncle Wang prepare everything. I will visit the Zhao family in half an hour. Aren't you waiting for the young master? The butler inquired curiously. He won't return until later. And by then Uncle Zhao will likely be asleep. Yan Ting waved his hand dismissively. Such trivial matters I can manage alone. With that, he ascended the stairs to make a quick change, deliberately donning the least expensive garment from his wardrobe and removing all his jewelry, presenting himself as though his family had fallen into ruin. Upon arriving at the Zhao residence, Zhao Jingming, Zhao Ling's father, greeted him warmly. Taking the ornate box from Yan Ting's hands, he personally poured him a cup of hot tea, his smile kind and amiable. Yan Ting, with your leg injured, you should be resting at home. Why go through the trouble of coming here? Is he genuinely concerned? Yan Ting maintained a composed gaze on Zhao Jingming's eyes. Though the man smiled, a hint of mockery lurked beneath, as if to say that now that the true heir had returned. How could a mere pretender like Yan Ting still dare to linger in the Qi household? What a twisted mind he possesses. To lower the man's guard, Yan Ting sniffled, adopting a tearful expression. Uncle Zhao, given your close relationship with my godparents, could you perhaps plead for me in front of them? Zhao Jingming nearly burst into laughter. He had already noticed Yan Ting's less than usual attire and had been awaiting this very question. Is something troubling your family? Yan Ting nodded, then quickly shook his head as if gripped by fear of revealing the truth. You dear boy, I've watched you grow up. You are like a son to me. If you have been wronged, I will certainly not stand idly by. Zhao Jingming reached out to ruffle Yan Ting's hair. Who has mistreated you? Please, tell your uncle. Yan Ting evaded his hand, retreating a step while sobbing. It's Qiyu. I can no longer stay in that house. Uncle Zhao, please adopt me, would you? Zhao Jingming was overjoyed, having been worried about the lack of entertainment. The true and false young masters of the Qi family were now at each other's throats. He concealed his delight, adopting a facade of paternal affection, and gently persuaded her. Is Qiyu truly that dreadful? Indeed, after being lost for so long, he must have fallen in with the wrong crowd and developed some bad habits. Little Ting, you absolutely must not leave the Qi family. If the fortune of your foster parents were to fall into his hands, then the Qi family would truly be doomed. Yan Ting looked up in confusion. But I am not a member of the Qi family. The fortune has nothing to do with me. How could it be unrelated? Zhao Jiming's gaze was fervent. It is you who has been by the side of the Qi family, not Qiyu. As long as your foster parents see Qi use unworthy side and lose all hope in their own son, your opportunity will arise. Had the original owner been lured by his sweet words, she would likely be storming off to confront Qiyu by now. Yet, Yan Ting remained unmoved, even suppressing a laugh, though she feigned an epiphany, tears genuinely flowing as she exclaimed, I knew it. Uncle Zhao is the best person in the world. Please teach me how to deal with Qiyu. Zhao Jingming felt a sense of relief, but his next move was abruptly interrupted by a sudden phone call. He answered, and an anxious voice from a teacher reached him. Mr. Zhao, Qiyu has beaten Zhao Ling at school. Zhao Ling has already been sent to the hospital. You must hurry. His expression darkened as he rushed to the hospital with Yan Ting. She walked slowly, and as Zhao Zhongming entered, she stood at the entrance, hands clasped together, praying, Zhao Ling, you must be in trouble. Heaven indeed granted his wish. Upon entering the hospital room, his gaze fell upon the bed, and his brow furrowed in surprise. Goodness, the boy had been beaten into a state resembling a mummy. Chapter 51. The ailing false young master is the favorite 14. Aside from his face, Zhao Ling's entire body was swathed in bandages. His vacant eyes fixated on the hospital ceiling, as if he had lost all aspirations in life. Zhao Zhengming sat beside him, his face dark, appearing as though he wished to curse Qi Yu's ancestors. But out of consideration for Yan Ting's presence, he struggled to maintain his composure. What on earth compelled you to provoke Qi Yu? He gazed at his son with disappointment. On any other occasion, he would have slapped him for such foolishness. But any force would only exacerbate Zhao Ling's injuries. He sighed softly, ultimately choosing to tenderly stroke Zhao Ling's head. 3 of Zhao Ling's ribs were fractured, and his limbs bore numerous bruises, causing him too much pain to speak. However, upon hearing his father's words, he felt wronged and could not help but retort. I didn't provoke him at all. I was quietly hiding in the equipment room, smoking, when he suddenly burst in and started beating me. Are you really my father? Why do you blame me without understanding the situation? Zhao Zhengming was evidently aware that his son was no innocent lamb and instinctively asked, was he truly being unreasonable? Zhao Ling shouted, if I speak one false word, may lightning strike you. Zhao Zhengming had no words in response. After a prolonged moment, he finally assisted Zhao Ling in adjusting the corner of the blanket. Although his expression softened somewhat, the hatred in his eyes deepened significantly. The Qi family was indeed despicable. While they feigned brotherhood, they secretly incited Qi Yu to harm his son. Despite having numerous illegitimate children, Zhao Ling was, after all, the legitimate eldest son of the Zhao family. If Zhao Ling was bullied, it was tantamount to the Zhao family being humiliated. Since the adversary showed no compassion, he could not be blamed for his lack of benevolence. Having resolved to rest adequately, he rose and stepped outside, closing the door securely behind him. He turned to Yan Ting, who wore a concerned expression, peering through the small glass pane of the door. Qi Yu's gone too far. How could he inflict such harm? Uncle Zhao, you must help me deal with him. Initially, he had contemplated sparing Qi Yu in light of the familial ties. But Zhao Zhengming narrowed his eyes, tightening his fist concealed within his sleeve. However, since he does not cherish this opportunity, there is no need for me to extend courtesy any longer. The bustling hospital corridor was hardly a suitable venue for discussions. So Zhao Zhengming led Yan Ting to a secluded corner of the garden. After surveying the surroundings, he lowered his voice and inquired, I have heard that the Qi family is organizing a recognition banquet for Qi Yu. Yan Ting obediently nodded. Then come back home with me. I have something to give you. Zhao Zhengming's expression brightened considerably, as if to him, causing Qi Yu to suffer was far more significant than his own son being struck. Yan Ting sensed that this man harbored ill intentions from the outset, and suspected he would undoubtedly plot something at the recognition banquet. Curiously, she asked Uncle Zhao, will the thing you give me cause Qi Yu to lose all face? Naturally, Zhao Zhengming confirmed with a nod. I possess a certain medicine that, once ingested, will induce severe convulsions and uncontrollable vomiting. If he embarrasses himself at the banquet, his foster parents will undoubtedly distance themselves from him, serving as a minor lesson for him. How distasteful, Yan Ting remarked, her lips pursed in mock compliance as she nodded, adding, all right, Uncle Zhao, this shall be our secret. You mustn't tell anyone else. Such matters were best kept to a minimum, and Zhao Zhengming had no intention of informing even his biological son. With a benevolent smile, he led Yan Ting away while vividly painting aspirations for her. Rest assured, little Ting, I shall assist you in establishing a foothold within the Qi family. From now on, everything in the Qi family shall be yours, and Qi Yu will not receive a single coin. Their figures vanished behind the flower bed. Behind the flower bed, QYQE lit a cigarette. After just one puff, he irritably discarded it onto the ground, his brow furrowing in discontent. When Yan Ting returned home, the sky had darkened. The butler assisted in illuminating the living room, and at the moment the lights flickered to life, both were startled. Qi Yu sat silently on the sofa, casting a glance back at them. Although merely an 18-year-old youth, the butler discerned an unsettling detachment in his expression, one that seemed to transcend his years, as if he had traversed through countless storms. Yan Ting hastily nudged the butler towards the door and leisurely approached the sofa, circling Qi Yu as she inquired, Did you sustain any injuries while fighting with Xiaoling? Qiyu grasped his hand, compelling him to take a seat, then fixed his gaze upon him with an intensity that felt like an interrogation, his voice as frigid as the question he posed. Do you have nothing else to say to me? This reaction was rather peculiar. Yan Ting felt somewhat bewildered, only to hear the system, Lu, interject. He went to the hospital today. In that brief moment, Yan Ting comprehended everything. Should he divulge the truth now? Or should he allow Qiyu to harbor a misunderstanding, to feel sorrow and heartache, only to later discover that the reality was far from what he imagined, leading to a surge of guilt and affection culminating in a sweet resolution? Yan Ting blinked, and an answer swiftly formed in his heart. He retrieved the vial of medicine given to him by Zhao Jingming from his pocket and placed it into Qiyu's palm. Qiyu seemed taken aback by his decisiveness. His body stiffened momentarily. The fierce demeanor he previously bore softened, and his brows and eyes adopted a gentler expression. Zhao Jingming was not a virtuous man, yet his godparents regarded him as a friend, leaving themselves unguarded around him. Yan Ting spoke earnestly. I initially intended to unmask Zhao Zhongming's true nature on my own, but with you as my ally, I no longer feel so isolated. Qiyu was momentarily stunned. Earlier, at the hospital, there had been a fleeting moment when he genuinely questioned Yan Ting's intentions. As he began to voice his concerns, he was prepared for a confrontation. Yet, it turned out that everything Yan Ting had done was for the sake of the Qi family. Current affection level, 55. This affection level felt quite poignant. Oh, I'm starving. Zhao Jingming has been rambling on for so long, and he hasn't even offered me a meal. Yan Ting clutched his stomach, pouting in dissatisfaction. And you, what kind of expression is that? Do you suspect I would harm you? Not at all. Qiyu hastily denied, scrambling to his feet and heading towards the kitchen. Annie has made soup. I'll bring some for you. Observing his retreating figure, Yan Ting smiled, his eyes narrowing with delight, cupping his chin in his hands like a flourishing sunflower. Dad, why not reveal the truth a bit later? Misunderstandings can lead to resolving tensions, and the affection level would rise even faster. Never mind. Yan Ting continued to smile, his eyes shimmering like brilliant gemstones under the light. He has endured too much hardship in his life. I do not wish to see him suffer any longer. Chapter 52. The ailing false young master is the center of affection. 15. Dad, you are so gentle. I want to follow you for a lifetime. To be your obedient and caring little cotton-padded jacket. The voice was a typical mechanical tone, devoid of any discernible gender. However, considering it had referred to him as Dad numerous times, Yan Ting begrudgingly accepted the notion of having another child. But he did not let Lu off easily, casually throwing out a provocative question. So, do you like me? Or do you prefer your father? Of course I like Daddy. The system Lu responded without hesitation. Let my father go to hell. At that moment, Qiyu emerged from the kitchen, carrying a bowl. The aunt had prepared a sweet soup with goji berries, red dates, and white fungus simmered to a soft, thick consistency, sweetened with rock sugar. Yan Ting savored it delicately, his eyes lighting up. Indeed, sweet treats could elevate one's spirits. With a mouthful of soup still lingering, he set down the bowl and noticed Qiyu gazing intently at him. Perhaps it was due to the lighting, but there was an inexplicable darkness in those eyes. He swallowed the broth and generously extended the half-full bowl towards him, thoughtfully offering, "Here, have some." Despite the soup being presented before Qiyu, his gaze remained fixed on Yan Ting's face, lost in contemplation, and he made a clear swallowing motion. Is that all right? This felt rather off. The atmosphere grew inexplicably awkward. Yan Ting's fingers tapped against the cool white porcelain bowl, and he instinctively shrank his shoulders, his long, delicate eyelashes quivering nervously. Aware of the lurking danger, he hesitantly nodded. Moments later, Qiyu snatched the bowl and flung it onto the coffee table. The force was too great, causing half of it to spill, the clash of porcelain against glass producing a melodious sound. Subsequently, he leaned in, enveloping Yan Ting in an inescapable embrace. Qiyu's presence was overwhelming, leaving Yan Ting bewildered, breathless, and transfixed as he felt the warm, moist touch of his lips drawing nearer. "Why do you keep licking?" Yan Ting exclaimed, hastily pushing him away, even with his hands attempting to shield his face. He could not conceal the crimson flush spreading across his cheeks, his voice tinged with irritation. Chiyu, are you a dog? Chiyu astutely detected the nuance in his words. You didn't sleep at all yesterday afternoon? Though phrased as a question, each word dripped with certainty, as if he had already discerned the answer without needing Yan Ting's confirmation. Thus, when Yan Ting opened his mouth to respond, Chiyu disregarded him entirely, pulling him back into his embrace, kissing and nuzzling him affectionately. Yan Ting remarked that calling him a dog had earned him a mark on his neck, bruised with Chiyu's playful bites. When Chiyu leaned in once more to kiss him, Yan Ting retaliated by playfully biting his lip, not applying much force. Yet Yan Ting's sharp canine teeth managed to break the skin at the corner of his mouth. Just then, the door swung open abruptly, revealing Chi's father and mother, hand in hand, accompanied by a butler carrying a suitcase. Obscured from view, the butler assumed that Yan Ting and Chiyu had already retired for the night and kindly called out, "Young Master Chi, young master, hurry, your parents have returned." They had seen everything. Both pairs of eyes were witness to the scene, a sight that could make Yan Ting's heart race with embarrassment, as he silently grabbed a cushion to shield his face. Meanwhile, Chiyu quickly stood upright, awkwardly explaining, "I just tripped." "Is that so?" Chi's mother observed the torn corner of his lip, and then shifted her gaze to the glaring red marks on Yan Ting's alabaster neck. She was no fool and could discern the situation at hand. Taking a deep breath, her usually gentle demeanor transformed into one of rare fury. "What nonsense!" The butler, sensing the tension, discreetly withdrew and firmly closed the door, leaving the family to manage the unfolding drama. Chi's father remained silent, a thunderous expression on his face as he produced a bank card. In that moment, Yan Ting's mind conjured images from melodramatic television dramas. The two individuals surely wouldn't consider offering their bank card, uttering the line, "Here, as 10 million, leave my son." Yan Ting discarded the cushion, attempting to rise only to find his cane on the floor. He gestured to Chiyu, who failed to grasp his intention and instead yanked him up from the sofa. This only served to further inflame Chi's mother, who, clearly taken aback, exclaimed, "Kneel." Witnessing her genuine anger, Yan Ting hastily clarified, "It was my doing. It's all my fault." Chiyu interrupted him, straightening slightly. "If there's blame, let it fall upon me. My eyes are not blind. I am fully aware it is your fault." Chi's mother, distraught, lamented, "If you were truly in love, I would have no objections. Yet Xiao Ting has drawn blood from you. He is clearly unwilling. Why must you coerce him?" Yan Ting and Chiyu exchanged bewildered glances, a question mark slowly rising above their heads. At that moment, Chi's father approached Yan Ting with heavy steps, extending the bank card. "Do not worry, Xiao Ting. If you wish to never see him again, take this card and move out. Additionally, we shall provide you with a house and a car, ensuring your future is free from want." Yan Ting coughed lightly, clearing his throat, and sincerely asked, "But what if I wish to stay?" Chi's father paused, and Chi's mother's expression froze. The two were left in disarray, shock evident on their faces. "It was not he who forced me," Yan Ting continued to explain, not forgetting to affectionately link his arm with Chiyu's. "He asked for my consent before kissing me, and I agreed." The two were even more perplexed. To be honest, until now, they had not developed a deep familiarity with Chiyu, their interaction merely resting at a mutual acceptance without any heartfelt exchanges. Was their progress not a tad too swift? Just like that, so tenderly they had willingly shared a kiss? Chi's mother gazed skyward, unable to control the twitching of her lips, and stepped outside. "I need to calm down." Chi's father still thrust the bank card into Yan Ting's hands, hesitating momentarily before following her out. "Let us all take a moment to reflect, you two as well." Seeing the doorway left desolate, Yan Ting rolled back onto the sofa, embracing his head in shame. "This is it. I am utterly humiliated. My lifelong reputation is in tatters." Chiyu reached out to pull him, prompting him to lift his head, eyes brimming with tears. "Perhaps you should tell your godfather and godmother that I was indeed coerced." He could not finish his sentence before Chiyu leaned in to kiss him. The corner of his split lip began to bleed, and amidst their mingled breaths, not only was there the lingering taste of the sweet soup, but also a faint trace of iron. Yan Ting gasped in shock. They were still kissing. When Chi's parents returned after their moment of calm, they found Yan Ting's lips even more swollen and Chiyu's lip injury far worse. The couple exchanged expressions of existential doubt and decided to step out once more for further clarity. With time on their hands, they instructed the housekeeper to prepare ingredients and moved the barbecue grill to the garden, reminiscing about their youth. The affluent young master, having fled from an impending marriage, encounters a wealthy young lady at a street stall. Unbeknownst to them, they are oblivious to each other's true identities, engrossed in their culinary indulgences and heartfelt confessions. It is only when their respective families send emissaries to retrieve them that they discover their betrothed is none other than each other. This serves as a classic opening to a sweet tale. If only Chiyu had not lost his way. If only Zhao Jingming had not interfered. The enticing aroma of barbecue soon wafted into the room. Yan Ting glanced at the bowl of sweet soup, half empty, and then at her empty stomach, eagerly taking Chiyu's hand as they made their way to the courtyard. In the porcelain dish held by Chi's mother lay an array of perfectly grilled delicacies. Upon noticing the two, she waved her hand, exclaiming, "I was just about to call you. Come, taste this. I personally grilled the chicken wings." Following the sound, Yan Ting observed the chicken wings, charred on the outside yet tender within, glazed with a vibrant sauce that made them exceedingly appetizing. Releasing Chiyu's hand, she picked up a skewer of chicken wings and took a single bite, immediately launching into praise. Auntie's culinary skills never disappoint. This is truly delicious. Chi's mother beamed with delight, nudging the plate towards Chiyu. "Xiaoyu, why are you just standing there? Hurry, savor the flavor." Chiyu, however, did not respond. His gaze was fixed intently on the barbecue grill not far away, where the vivid red embers glowed fiercely against the night, and the meat sizzled as it released its juices. Lost in thought, he furrowed his brow, turned abruptly, and dashed back inside. Chi's mother, perplexed, wondered what was amiss. Yan Ting paused in her eating, stuffing the entire chicken wing in her mouth, discarding the skewer, and mumbled to Chi's mother, "I'll go check on him. Please take this inside." Chi's mother attempted to pass the plate to her, but Yan Ting sensed that Chiyu might not have much of an appetite at that moment, so she shook her head and limped back indoors. Unable to find him in the living room, Yan Ting called out his name while unsteadily making her way upstairs. The large house proved to be quite a challenge to navigate. After a lengthy search, she finally discovered Chiyu in the study. He stood in silence by the floor-to-ceiling window, shrouded in darkness as he gazed down below. His expression was obscured, but his striking features, high cheekbones and deep, dark eyes, exuded an inexplicable chill. Curious, Yan Ting approached him and followed his line of sight, clearly seeing the barbecue grill below. How peculiar. Why would he choose to observe from above rather than below? Was there some hidden significance to this? Attempting to decipher his thoughts, she leaned further over the railing, nearly teetering into the void, when Chiyu grasped the nape of her neck, pulling her back. The cold wind hit her face, causing her to shiver slightly. Still unable to comprehend Chiyu's true feelings, she directly inquired, "What's wrong?" However, with a chicken wing still in her mouth, her words were muffled and unclear. Chiyu seemed not to grasp her question. She chewed, swallowed the meat, and discarded the bone into the nearby trash bin, then reiterated, "I asked you what's wrong?" This time, the voice was crisp and clear. If it remained indistinct, it would be a reflection of Chiyu's own shortcomings. Yet, Chiyu remained silent, merely tearing off a piece of tissue to wipe the grease from the corners of Yan Ting's lips. Yan Ting was particularly displeased, having shared a kiss. "Yet you refuse to divulge your secrets to me. How do you perceive me?" Chiyu opened his mouth, seemingly on the verge of uttering something, but ultimately refrained from speaking a single word. Instead, he lowered his head to kiss Yan Ting. As their lips met, Yan Ting quickly found himself engulfed in a haze, losing all sense of direction, caring little for the secrets that lingered. Eventually, he could not even recall when he had fallen asleep. When he awoke, daylight streamed in, yet the warmth of the blankets was too comforting to abandon. He had a vague sense that Chiyu was concealing something significant, a matter of monumental consequence. Yan Ting summoned System 66. "Could you elaborate on what transpired before he returned home?" "I am unaware." All I possess are brief descriptions stating that his foster father was unkind, his foster mother indifferent, and that he was mistreated by his foster brother, Yaozu. Yan Ting sighed in exasperation. What use are you? To provide supplementary information. Please do not jizhegarjimi. Sobi. If you are truly curious, you can research it yourself. Once the system fell silent, Yan Ting retrieved his phone, opened the map, and searched for Sanshui Village. Several locations named Sanshui Village appeared, some distant and others nearby. Unsure of which one to choose, he opened the browser to search for Sanshui Village fire incidents. He thought, given that Chiyu's foster parents and brother had perished in the flames, there must be corresponding reports. Little did he know, the search would yield shocking results. The fire in Sanshui Village had occurred 3 years prior, claiming not only the lives of Chiyu's foster parents and brother, but also over 20 others. The inferno had spread to the surrounding mountains, and it was only then that people discovered the secluded village, by the time they arrived to extinguish the flames. Only 4 individuals could be rescued. These 4 were victims of human trafficking, and aside from Chiyu, the others were middle-aged women who had endured unspeakable torment. The news agency had captured photographs of the 4. In the frame, a 15-year-old Chiyu stood uneasily, his delicate features coated in ash, his eyes lacking the sharpness of the present, exuding a faint aura of sorrow. I understand now. That fire must have left him with profound psychological scars. The barbecue grill last night resembled that conflagration, and the meat on it reminded him of those unfortunate villagers who perished, which is why he fled upstairs in terror. Father, do you think my reasoning is sound? Shouldn't you praise me? Praise you? Not a chance. Yan Ting set his phone down. If he were truly frightened, why would he go upstairs to observe? Then I'm at a loss for an explanation. Yan Ting sighed softly, unsure whether to mourn the limitations of the system's intellect or to lament the fates of the lives lost. Let me ask you, when a great fire rages, and a person stands at a distance, neither extinguishing the flames nor rescuing anyone, what does that make him? That would make him the arsonist. System 66 realized belatedly. Father, are you implying that the fire was not accidental, but rather the result of his actions? Chapter 54. The ailing young master is the group's favorite, 17. It was merely speculation. Further investigation was necessary to uncover the truth. Yan Ting lowered his eyelashes, contemplating the possibility that if he were indeed the architect of that devastating fire, then the system, Lulu, would be alarmed. Fearing an irreparable rift between the two, it hurried to offer an explanation. Yet, Yan Ting smiled and remarked, if that were the case, he would be exceptionally formidable, punishing the wicked while redeeming the unfortunate. I declare him the most principled man in the world. Understanding the dynamics at play, Lulu recognized that their relationship was inherently reciprocal, requiring no external assistance. It decisively logged off. Reluctantly, Yan Ting extricated himself from the warmth of his blankets, completing his morning routine at a languid pace before descending the stairs. At that moment, the butler approached with an envelope in hand, stating, "A woman just arrived, requesting that I deliver this to young master." The envelope was thick, clearly containing a substantial sum of money. "Please invite her in." Yan Ting gestured to the butler. "I have some inquiries for her." The butler complied, returning shortly with the visitor in tow. The woman donned a white dress, her hair styled in soft twists, exuding an air of scholarly grace. She looked somewhat familiar, having been photographed beside Chiyu in a news piece from Sanshui Village. However, she appeared much healthier now, having gained weight and restored the pallor of her skin, which had long suffered from lack of sunlight. Yet, for reasons unknown, Yan Ting sensed a faint shadow of weariness in her eyes. "You are the lady who taught Chiyu to read and write in Sanshui Village, are you not? He has spoken of you." Yan Ting stepped forward, greeting her warmly. "Hello, I am Chiyu's brother." With the butler having vacated the room, and Chiya's parents at work while Chiyu was at school, the villa felt eerily empty, leaving just the two of them. Yan Ting invited the woman to sit, poured her a glass of warm water, and inquired, "How have you fared these past years? Why do you wish to give Chiyu money?" "That was originally his money," she replied, taking a deep breath, her expression betraying her exhaustion. "I spent 3 years in the hospital, and he paid for my medical expenses. Now that I have been discharged, I do not wish to remain indebted to him. Father, you must ask her about what transpired in Sanshui village. If she reminisces about those events in this very room, even if she remains silent, I can retrieve that part of the narrative. Yan Ting's eyes flickered as he handed the envelope to the woman. Annie, Chiyu's adoptive parents treated him poorly during the time he was at home. To him, you are like a mother. You owe him nothing. Rather, the Chi family owes you. Thank you for nurturing him so well. Please accept this money. Through emotional appeal and reason, he finally persuaded her to accept the funds. However, until the woman departed, Yan Ting did not broach the subject of what had occurred in Sanshui village. Father, why did you not ask her? Do you not wish to know what happened back then? Is that considered polite? Yan Ting stretched leisurely. All her sorrow and pain are tied to that place. Mentioning Sanshui village in her presence would be like pricking a wound. Seemingly, there was some merit to that reasoning, though Lu remained puzzled. Then who do you intend to question? I will ask Chiyu. However, he also endured immense suffering in that place. Asking him questions was akin to piercing his lungs. No, Yan Ting shook his head. He meticulously recalled the expression on Chiyu's face last night as he stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing downward. There was not a trace of sorrow. Instead, there lingered a subtle satisfaction, as if he had avenged a great grievance. Yan Ting had a premonition that Chiyu must have felt a sense of contentment regarding the devastating fire. When Chiyu returned home from school and found a steaming meal on the table, he noticed that Yan Ting was absent. He took it upon himself to carry the dishes upstairs. Upon entering the room, he feigned casualness and inquired, I heard from the housekeeper that your mother visited today. What did you two discuss? Yan Ting accepted a bowl of chicken soup from him and took a sip before looking up with a contemplative expression. She mentioned that the fire at your adoptive parents' house was set by you. He was testing Chiyu. Yet, there was no hint of panic in Chiyu's eyes, only a faint smile that flirted at the corners of his mouth. He playfully tapped Yan Ting's nose with his slender fingers. Do you realize how adorable you look when you lie? Yan Ting blinked, puzzled. How could he discern that? In the midst of his bewilderment, Chiyu sat down at the edge of the bed, his smile broadening. Your expression reveals that you are questioning how I can tell you are lying. Yan Ting nodded vigorously, desperate for improvement. Unable to contain himself, Chiyu reached out again, this time pinching his delicate face. Because I did not start the fire. Yan Ting was even more bewildered. Was his speculation utterly unfounded? Had he cast Chiyu in too dark a light? Feeling defeated, Yan Ting tossed the bowl into Chiyu's arms and buried himself under the covers. Intent on playing dead, Chiyu lifted him up, grasping his pale, slender wrist. It's actually fine to tell you. This matter has been weighing on my heart for far too long. It's time I confide in someone. With the prospect of hearing a story, Yan Ting abandoned his lifeless demeanor and gazed at him with curiosity. Chiyu shifted the conversation, but if I reveal this and you happen to leak it, I might spend the rest of my life in prison. There are still many things I wish to accomplish, and I do not wish to rot behind bars. I am very good at keeping secrets, Yan Ting insisted, tugging at his sleeve earnestly, his face alight with the thrill of gossip. You can trust me. I promise I won't tell a soul. Chiyu averted his gaze, sighing as he surveyed the surroundings. Chiyu, dear Chiyu, I swear I won't misrepresent anything. Please, share it with me. I'm eager to listen. Yan Ting continued to pull at his sleeve, his voice soft as if it could spill over with water. Yet, Chiyu remained unmoved. To secure some gossip, Yan Ting reluctantly proposed, all right then, let us complete what you wish to do first, and then you can share your secret with me. Okay? All right. Chiyu, satisfied, turned to him, leisurely stating, the first thing is that I have not yet surpassed my brother. This was the first time he referred to him as brother. Those two short words sent a jolt through Yan Ting, an unfamiliar sensation coursing through his limbs. Regaining his composure, Yan Ting cleared his throat lightly and began to shower praise. Not at all. You are exceptional. You excel in your studies. You're taller than I am. You can easily overpower Zhao Ling. And His voice abruptly halted. He seemed to suddenly recall something of great significance, his beautiful eyes widening slightly, while his neck, adorned with faint love bites, and even the tips of his ears, flushed a deep crimson. Wait, are we referring to the same Ultra? Chapter 55. The ailing pretender is the beloved of the group. 18. Certainly not. With merely one hand, Qiyu pinned Yan Ting to the bed, rendering him immobile. The other hand lifted his garment, fingertips teasingly gliding over the smooth, delicate vertebrae along his back. The skin was so smooth and exquisite that it was nearly irresistible. The first time Qiyu witnessed him changing clothes, revealing his snowy back, he had longed to do this. Yan Ting's entire face turned a bright shade, resembling a cooked shrimp. After much hesitation, he managed to utter, "You are abusing the sick." Indeed. Qiyu raised an eyebrow, glancing at Yan Ting's leg, tightly wrapped in plaster. It seemed that now was certainly not the right occasion for such antics. Thus, he tenderly kissed Yan Ting's cheek and enveloped him in his embrace, recounting the events that transpired in Sanshui village. His adoptive parent's son, Lu Yaozu, was a natural-born troublemaker, indulged by his parents to the point of lawlessness. His daily routine consisted of tormenting Qiyu, shouting at his parents, and then venturing out to mistreat cats, attack birds, and pilfer chickens. He often boasted to others that his parents were the best in the entire village. If he desired the moon, he would never settle for mere stars. Until that day, when Annie's son, Yang Ting, celebrated his birthday and ordered a magnificent three-tiered cake from the city. Lu Yaozu, consumed by jealousy, stormed in and smashed the cake to smithereens with a brick. Yang Ting was also a spoiled child, and when the two clashed, their families could not bear to see their treasures bullied, leading to a chaotic brawl that attracted the attention of the whole village. Everyone rushed to mediate, ultimately agreeing to have a meal at Lu Yaozu's house to settle the matter. Of course, those invited to the meal were all villagers. The few women who had been trafficked were shackled at home, unable to even move, let alone step outside. At that moment, Qiyu found Lu Yaozu bruised and battered, and feigned concern while tending to his wounds. Alas, Yaozu, you're in such a state, yet your parents want to reconcile with the neighbors? Aren't they usually quite fond of you? Why this time are they turning their backs? Lu Yaozu, gritting his teeth in anger, inadvertently tugged at his facial injury, causing him to grimace in pain. Qiyu continued, however, that three-tiered cake was truly beautiful, unlike you, who can only have a bowl of longevity noodles with an egg on your birthday. What do you think you are? Who asked for your opinion? Lu Yaozu shouted furiously before darting into his parents' room, sneaking around for anything of value to sell, hoping to procure a three-tiered cake for himself to flaunt. After rummaging through, he found only a delicate gold bracelet, a part of his mother's wedding dowry. Naturally, Qiyu would not allow him to succeed. He deliberately went to his adoptive parents and claimed that a thief had entered their home. When they came to investigate, his adoptive mother snatched the bracelet from Lu Yaozu's hands, frowning, and said, "My precious son, I usually overlook your petty thefts, but this is meant for your future bride. You cannot touch it." The adoptive father cast a disapproving glance at Lu Yaozu, urging him not to be willful and to apologize to Tian Ci next door. In the future, if you wish to seek a bride, you will still need to appeal to his second uncle. In a fit of shame and anger, Lu Yaozu dashed out, with Qiyu following closely behind, continuing to provoke him. It seems your parents are resolutely not on your side anymore. But fret not, even if they no longer dote on you as they once did. You remain their only son. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yaozu erupted like a powder keg, glaring at Qiyu with a sinister expression, gritting his teeth as he declared, "I shall take revenge on them." His notion of revenge entailed standing outside with a torch while everyone was at his home, drunkenly feasting. He intended to frighten them, yet feared he might inadvertently cause harm. Qiyu, feeling the mountain breeze against him, remarked, "Look, the wind is so strong that it will quickly extinguish the fire. Nothing will go awry." Though young and uneducated, Lu Yaozu had previously blown out candles and found some merit in Qiyu's reasoning. Thus, he mustered his courage, muttering curses under his breath, and hurled the torch at the door. To his astonishment, the flames ignited upon contact with the wooden house, and with the wind's assistance, they spread rapidly rather than extinguishing. Soon, the entire dwelling was engulfed in flames, and the cries of those inside echoed, yet they found the door barred, their screams reaching a deafening crescendo. Frozen in fear, Lu Yaozu stood still, realizing that the wooden door had been locked from the outside. His mind went blank. "I did not lock the door, it was not me." Qiyu, with a sardonic grin, prodded, Why do you hesitate to save them? If you wait any longer, your parents and the others will perish in the fire. This is all your fault. You told me the fire would be snuffed out by the wind. You are a murderer. Naturally, Lu Yaozu cast all blame upon Qiyu. Tears and snot streaming down his face as he frantically shoved Qiyu, pleading, "You must go. Say my parents." An 8-year-old Lu Yaozu could hardly move a 15-year-old Qiyu, had it not been for the favoritism of his adoptive parents. Qiyu would never have allowed Lu Yaozu to ride roughshod over him. Now, with his adoptive parents suffering in the inferno, Qiyu found no reason to maintain a facade of kindness. He stepped back, causing Lu Yaozu, who was attacking him, to lose his footing and fall hard, colliding with a sharp stone, leaving him unable to rise. In the sweltering summer, the relentless drought had left the surrounding vegetation wilted, with the flames spreading from the house. Qiyu turned away without a glance back and rushed to rescue the ant who had been locked away next door. As the fire licked at his feet, Lu Yaozu finally begged for mercy, weeping profusely in repentance. "Brother, please save me. I shall never strike you again. Forgive me, for I am but a child." His adoptive parents often recited this mantra, believing that the world should accommodate Lu Yaozu. Yet on that occasion, Qiyu merely assisted the ant in fleeing from the fire's wrath, coldly observing Lu Yaozu consumed by flames. Subsequently, he continued to rescue others who had been ensnared. Everything came to an end, save for the distant figure of Yan Ting rushing towards them. After the cake was smashed, he ran off into the mountains to sulk, only to discover that no one came to console him, and he returned in a dejected manner. At that moment, he gazed at the village ablaze with flames, and then at Qiyu and the 4 women he had rescued, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "No wonder your parents always scold you for being a dog that can't be raised. You are all merely commodities bought back to the village. You are forbidden to go anywhere else, and even in death, you must perish here. So, I will take you away. You will live with me from now on," the ant said tearfully, then turned to plead with Qiyu. "After all, he is flesh of my flesh. I believe he can change. Please give him a chance at life." Chapter 56. The weak pretender is the beloved of the group, 19. However, Yang Ting was unwilling to cherish the opportunity to live, still filled with rage as he shouted, "Who would want to go with you, you wretched woman? My father can buy me a 3-tiered cake. What can you give me? You are just a useless leech living off my family. Without my father, you would be doomed." Before he could finish, Qiyu had already struck him on the head with a shovel. Blood gushed forth, and in the ant's astonished gaze, Yang Ting opened his mouth, but could no longer produce any sound, collapsing to the ground with a thud. "He will not change. He will never change in this lifetime." Qiyu set down the shovel and calmly looked at the ant. "Did you not hear what he said? You regard him as your son, but he sees you merely as a burden to his family." The ant was rendered speechless by tears. Her legs, having been immobile for so long, felt weak and powerless as she crawled to Yang Ting's side, seemingly wanting to touch her son once more. But Qiyu grasped the hair of the boy and dragged him into the forest, digging a pit to bury him. Afterward, the wildfire grew increasingly fierce, causing widespread alarm. Qiyu and the other 4 received donations from kind-hearted individuals, all of whom refrained from speaking about the cause of the fire. During that time, Qiyu worked outside, while simultaneously investigating the whereabouts of those who had trafficked him and searching for his biological parents. The missing person notice from the Qi family was ubiquitous. He had noticed early on, but at that time, the Qi couple was abroad, leaving only Yan Ting at home. When he sought her out, he coincidentally encountered one of Yan Ting's classmates, who warned him, "If you truly wish to recognize your family, wait until your parents return to discuss it. Don't say I didn't warn you." Yan Ting is both vain and hypocritical, and she has already considered herself the young master of the Qi family. If you reveal yourself now, she will surely bring you harm. Thus, Qiyu temporarily dismissed the thought of reconnecting with his family. He worked during the day and studied at night, leading a fulfilling life until he returned to the Qi family 3 years later. Upon hearing his story, Yan Ting lifted her head from his embrace and asked, "So, did you find the person who trafficked you? Shouldn't you be more concerned about which classmate has been speaking ill of you behind your back?" Qiyu replied with a smile, "The one who trafficked me was Yang Ting's uncle, but unfortunately, he is dead, killed on the spot while taking hostages during a police chase. After saying this, he leisurely scrutinized Yan Ting. So, what are you planning to do next? Will you betray me or protect me? If I were to betray you, Yan Ting blinked her eyes curiously and asked, would you treat me like you did Yang Tianxi and split my head open on the spot? Qi Yu raised his hand high, then gently brought it down, playfully kneading Yan Ting's face as if it were dough. How could I bear to do that, brother? He said, though his actions betrayed no brotherly affection towards Yan Ting. Yan Ting seized his mischief-making hand and earnestly inquired, do you wish for a three-tiered cake? Surprised by the unexpected question, Qi Yu raised an eyebrow. But it's not my birthday today, he retorted. However, Yan Ting sighed softly. When Lu Yaozu eats longevity noodles and Yang Tianxi enjoys cake, will you secretly hide away and weep? Of course not. Qi Yu had never been one to cry, not even when his adoptive parents poured boiling water on his back. Instead, he harbored envy and resentment, nurturing a boundless darkness within. He shared these sentiments with Yan Ting, intending to find a confidant to share the burdens of his repressed emotions. To his astonishment, Yan Ting paid attention to the minutiae of his struggles. Eventually, Yan Ting instructed the butler to order a cake, 5 layers high, far more extravagant than the one Yang Tianxi had previously received. He personally lit the candles and clasped his hands together. Though you have only envied others in the past, from now on, you shall never be alone on your birthday. I, along with your godparents, will always be here for you. You are no longer the unloved child. Qi Yu gazed at him. Under the dim light, Yan Ting was astonishingly beautiful, his features delicate yet devoid of any aggression. In the flickering candlelight, his gentle eyes evoked an inexplicable sense of vulnerability, as if he would merely hide beneath the covers and cry, too timid to seek help. Intrigued, Qi Yu contemplated testing whether Yan Ting was as easy to tease as he appeared. He blew out the candles and took a small piece of cake, only to furrow his brow in disappointment. So sweet and cloying. Yan Ting, oblivious to his thoughts, hurriedly poured him a cup of tea. Drink this to cleanse your palate. Qi Yu took the cup and pretended to sip. It's so hot. What did you add? What else could it be? Just tea leaves and water, Yan Ting replied, giving him a strange look before realizing the atmosphere was amiss. With remarkable foresight, he covered his mouth and warned, don't act up. We're in the living room. Oh. Qi Yu straightened up, adding, so we can misbehave in the bedroom later? Yan Ting was impressed by his ability to draw conclusions. He went from covering his mouth to hugging himself. No, not until my leg is better. Qi Yu took another sip of tea, secretly suppressing a surge of excitement. If he was to be allowed to bully Yan Ting, what should he do if he wanted to? But he was in no rush. He leisurely dug into another piece of cake. As he swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbed. Yan Ting sensed impending trouble. You eat. I'm going to bed. He fled upstairs, limping away in a comically hasty manner, which only struck Qi Yu as endearing. This time, Yan Ting obediently retreated to the bedroom next to Qi Yu's. Unexpectedly, after Qi Yu ascended the stairs, he headed directly towards him. Previously, it was he who pursued the other, but now the tides had turned, and it was the other who persistently clung to him. Your room is over there, Yan Ting said, pointing, turn left upon exiting. No need for further assistance. However, thunder rumbled outside, prompting Qi Yu to remark, aren't you afraid of thunder? Yan Ting listened closely and indeed heard the distant growl of thunder. If he admitted to his fear, Qi Yu would undoubtedly insist on sharing a bed with him. Conversely, if he claimed not to be afraid, it would be tantamount to confessing that he had fabricated a lie merely to sleep beside Qi Yu. Caught in this dilemma, Yan Ting took a deep breath and finally made his arduous choice. Then you may come up. Ah, so you truly fear the thunder, Qi Yu chuckled softly, lying beside him and deftly wrapping him in his embrace. I almost misjudged you. Yan Ting bit his lip, finally comprehending the feelings Qi Yu must have experienced during his previous harassment. Unable to contain himself, he nipped Qi Yu's neck, his voice trembling slightly. Do not move. Qi Yu acquiesced. I shall only kiss you. I shall merely touch you. I shall just snuggle. Yan Ting found himself ensnared in his wicked charm. What began as innocent affection soon escalated into intimate contact. A pang of jealousy coursed along his spine, and his fragmented consciousness felt like a small boat tossed upon turbulent seas. Yan Ting wished to cry, but as Qiyu leaned down to kiss him, no sound escaped his lips. The villa's soundproofing was remarkably effective, leaving no one the wiser about their activities. The following morning, he rose unusually early. When Qi's father and mother noticed his more than typically awkward gait, they inquired with concern, "Yan Ting, did you accidentally fall again?" Qiyu, ever attentive, helped him to the dining table, thoughtfully handing him a slice of bread. "Eat up, brother." Yan Ting pressed his lips together, deliberately tugging at the collar of his nightclothes, ensuring that Qi's mother could clearly see the marks on his fair neck. This tactic proved effective. Her brows furrowed immediately, and she admonished, "You two ought to exercise some restraint. When your father and I were dating, we only held hands and strolled. We never even kissed or embraced. You should learn from us, understand?" Before Qiyu could respond, his father cleared his throat twice, attempting to divert attention by shifting his gaze towards the door. Your godfather is far more adventurous behind closed doors, engaging in kisses and cuddles while your godmother is asleep." Listening to the system's gleeful commentary, Yan Ting strove to suppress the upward curve of his lips, focusing intently on his milk. Regardless, Qi's mother's words had some effect, at least for the next few days. Qi refrained from his usual teasing. He claimed he was waiting for Yan Ting's legs to heal, but prior to that, the family recognition banquet was approaching. Due to the traumatic incident at the hotel, Qi's parents opted to host the gathering at home. The guests included relatives with whom they maintained regular contact, business partners, and close friends, among them Zhao Ling, who, having sustained serious injuries, was confined to a wheelchair, being pushed along by Zhao Zhengming. Upon noticing Qi father and Qi mother entertaining friends in the vicinity, Zhao Zhengming's gaze flickered momentarily before addressing his son. "You wait here for a moment. I shall converse with them." Zhao Ling, visibly irritated, clicked his tongue in discontent. Injured as he was, he had no desire to visit the Qi household. His father insisted on bringing him here, claiming there was an enthralling spectacle to behold. Casting a glance at Zhao Zhengming, who was animatedly chatting with Qi father and Qi mother, Zhao Ling's eyes rolled in exasperation. A family of pretenders. Qiyu's parents deserved a slap. Qiyu himself too. And as for Yan Ting, he warranted a barrage of blows. Let them all perish. Who should perish? A familiar voice chimed in, startling Zhao Ling. He turned to find Yan Ting, the very person he had just wished to deliver a flurry of strikes, standing behind him. "Who are you trying to scare?" Zhao Ling managed to steady himself, casting a disdainful look at Yan Ting's leg encased in plaster, devoid of any embarrassment for having been caught disparaging others. Ever since Yan Ting had caused a rift between him and his boyfriend, Zhao Ling had resolved never to extend kindness to him again. Previously, he had contemplated the idea of supporting Yan Ting during his downfall, but now, even if Yan Ting stood before him in a state of undress, all he could envision was delivering a few harsh kicks. In response to Zhao Ling's derision, Yan Ting maintained a cheerful demeanor, his gentle and benign expression perfectly orchestrated. He then gave a swift push, sending his wheelchair careening towards the edge of the flower bed. Zhao Ling lost his balance, tumbling into the flower bed, his mouth full of grass and dirt. A scream escaped him, finally drawing Zhao Zhengming's attention, who hurried over to assist his son. "Xiao Ting?" Zhao Zhengming inquired, perplexed. "What have you done?" "My apologies, Uncle Zhao, my hand slipped unexpectedly," Yan Ting replied innocently, his eyes glistening as if the one who had fallen into the flower bed was not Zhao Ling, but rather himself, enduring the utmost indignity. Qi father and Qi mother rushed over, and just as they were about to inquire, Yan Ting clutched his chest and leaned towards Qi mother, biting his lip in apparent agony. "I feel unwell. It seems I cannot breathe. Is your heart troubling you? You should rest in the room," Qi mother urged, promptly assisting him towards the interior. Qi father interjected to ease the situation. "Children often play roughly. It's quite normal. I shall fetch a cloth to help Zhao Ling clean his face." Zhao Ling, clearly incensed, shook his head vigorously, dislodging the leaves that had gotten entangled in his hair. He opened his mouth to unleash a torrent of insults, only to be silenced by Zhao Zhengming's hand. "It's fine. Our Zhao Ling is not one to harbor a petty heart." Zhao Zhengming chuckled amiably, adding, "Besides, Xiao Ting has a heart condition. Zhao Ling will not hold it against him." Upon hearing this, Qi father breathed a sigh of relief and uttered a few more conciliatory remarks before returning to entertain other guests. As soon as he departed, Zhao Ling eagerly pushed his father's hand away, grumbling in dissatisfaction. Why should I accommodate him? Who does he think he is? Whenever someone utters a word or takes an action, you react as if the world is ending. When will you learn to remain composed? Zhao Zhongming poked his son's forehead gently, his gaze deep and inscrutable. The Qi family truly excels at theatrics. If it weren't for Yan Ting weeping so pitifully before me, I might almost believe they regarded him as their own son. His treatment in the Qi family was akin to that of a biological son. Zhao Ling could not help but interject, recalling the reason Qi Yu had struck him was due to his verbal assault on Yan Ting in the mall. What? Zhao Jingming was taken aback. Then why did Yan Ting cry before him, gasping for breath and claiming she would join forces with him to confront Qi Yu? He had watched Yan Ting grow up. She had always been a foolish girl, lacking both intellect and virtue, only adept at feigning obedience before the Qi couple. While elsewhere she seemed to look down upon others with disdain, embodying vanity to an extreme degree. It was precisely because he understood her nature so well that he felt secure in passing over the medicine. Now he was informed that Yan Ting had a close relationship with Qi Yu. What a joke! Could it be that she had suddenly been possessed by someone else? Zhao Jingming remained unconvinced, preferring to believe that his son had simply misjudged the situation rather than admitting any fault of his own. Filled with doubt, he urged Zhao Ling into the house. Amidst the clinking of glasses and the laughter of the crowd, Yan Ting sat on the sofa, while Qi Yu, with his head bowed, meticulously peeled an orange. Not only did he remove the skin, but he also diligently cleaned the pith before offering it to Yan Ting. This type of orange lacked flavor when unripe, yet upon ripening, it became exceptionally sweet without a hint of sourness. Yet Yan Ting, in her petulance, complained, "It's so sour." Qi Yu, without a trace of impatience on his face, resolutely discarded the painstakingly peeled orange and went to cut a watermelon for her instead. Zhao Zhongming thought, damn it, how dare he toy with him? Even if Zhao Zhongming was skilled at masking his emotions, the experience of being made a fool of by Yan Ting was hardly pleasant, and a slight crack appeared in his carefully composed facade. Zhao Ling, oblivious, casually accepted a glass of wine from the butler and took a small sip. Just then, Qi's father entered the room, pulling the busy Qi Yu away to introduce him to the crowd. Regardless of whether their praise was sincere or feigned, everyone extolled Qi Yu, filling the air with laughter and cheer. Zhao Ling had already resolved that when Qi's father brought Qi Yu over, he would certainly create a scene and disrupt this reunion banquet. With eager anticipation, he watched as the two approached, only for his stomach to let out a loud growl at that moment. The sound was enough to draw the attention of many, with some suppressing their laughter, asking, "Did young Master Zhao not eat before coming?" Others chimed in, "There are desserts over there. Why not have some?" Zhao Ling clutched his stomach, infuriated to the point of smoke coming from his ears. He had no fondness for such gatherings, where everyone was engaged in intricate schemes, veiled insults, and subtle jabs. It was all his father's fault for dragging him to this place, where not only had he failed to find any amusement, but he had become the source of it. Reflecting on this, Zhao Ling shot his father a disgruntled glare, only to find Zhao Jingming's face awash with terror. What was he afraid of? Just as Zhao Ling was about to inquire, his stomach rumbled again, and a wave of dizziness and nausea surged from his gut to his head. He could not contain himself any longer and suddenly vomited all the food and water he had consumed. Not only did he vomit, but he also clumsily fell from his wheelchair, convulsing and struggling amidst his own mess. The surrounding crowd hastily recoiled, whispering amongst themselves. Qi Yu seemed to have anticipated this, standing by to observe the spectacle. The butler promptly called for an ambulance, while Qi's father contemplated assisting him but recoiled at the sight of Zhao Ling, whose entire being was sullied, making it impossible for him to lend a hand. Zhao Jingming's face had darkened completely, resembling the burnt bottom of a pot, as he fixed his gaze on Yan Ting seated on the sofa. Yan Ting popped a segment of tangerine into her mouth, chewing repeatedly, her long, delicate eyelashes drooping slightly, her features as consistently beautiful and innocent as ever. When the ambulance finally arrived, Zhao Zhongming let out a cold laugh. "Well, Yan Ting, you certainly are well off." Qi's father, perplexed, inquired, "What does this have to do with Yan Ting?" Zhao Zhengming, no longer feigning politeness, shot him a fierce glare and boarded the ambulance alongside his son. Until the recognition banquet concluded hastily, Qi's father remained bewildered by the underlying intricacies and even contemplated visiting the hospital to check on Zhao Ling. Qiyu intervened just in time. As the four of them sat around the table, Zhao Zhengming was no virtuous man, and Yan Ting was the first to speak. Today, Zhao Ling embarrassed himself so thoroughly in public, all because of a certain drug he gave me. His intention was for me to use it on Qiyu, to bring shame upon the Qi family. How could that be? Qi's father responded incredulously. I have been friends with him for many years. We have played together since kindergarten. He has no reason to harm us. Qi's mother chimed in. Indeed, when your father and I were getting married, he voluntarily helped us arrange our honeymoon destination, contributing both time and money. Unfortunately, she suddenly paused. Unfortunately, when we reached the second location, a landslide occurred, and your father was injured by falling rocks while trying to save me, forcing us to cut our honeymoon short. Reflecting on this, could it be that Zhao Zhengming had known the area was unsafe and intentionally led them there? Qi's mother stared in shock, turning to Qi's father. Qi's father clearly had also considered this possibility, momentarily grappling with disbelief. The best friend had suddenly become an enemy. No one could accept such a betrayal. Yan Ting pulled Qiyu upstairs, allowing the two to properly digest the information. Once they returned to the room, she placed her hands on her hips and asked, "Why did you drug Zhao Ling at the recognition banquet?" At that moment, the spotlight had shifted to him, stealing all the attention. While seated on the sofa, Yan Ting did not feign innocence. She was genuinely innocent, for it was Qiyu who had administered the drug. If he craved the spotlight, let him have it. Qiyu remained unfazed, helping Yan Ting out of her clothes and dressing her in a cozy, fluffy cat onesie, complete with a hat. The two pointed ears stood perkily atop her head, prompting Qiyu to playfully pinch them. A slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Let us adopt a little kitten. This suggestion was rather delightful. Yan Ting began to ponder whether to get a whimsical ragdoll, an affectionate and beautiful Devon Rex, or an intelligent and adorable Siamese. Daddy, please don't adopt a cat. I detest all animals, but I can be your little kitten. Meow, meow, meow. As the system's voice chimed in, he nearly choked on his own saliva, hastily waving his hands at Qiyu. No, I don't want to adopt a cat. Qiyu raised an eyebrow. Shall we adopt a dog then? Bark, bark, bark. Bark, bark, bark. Yan Ting struggled to steady his quivering lips, then shook his head. This left Qiyu perplexed. Just as he seemed about to speak again, Yan Ting leaped into his embrace, holding him tightly, and softly said, "If you truly wish to care for something, why not care for me?" Current affection level 60. Qiyu gazed down at the person in his arms. Yan Ting, in turn, raised a hand to gently trace the small mole at the corner of Qiyu's eye, finally cradling his face and planting a light kiss upon it. In that moment, Qiyu's interest in adopting a pet dissipated entirely, his heart and mind consumed by this individual. Then I shall ponder carefully on how to care for you, considering you are picky and delicate, easily frightened to tears when displeased. Who said that? Yan Ting retorted, pouting. If you find it troublesome, you need not bother. Of course, I shall care for you. Qiyu chuckled, embracing him closer and gently grasping his slender wrist. I recall you only had a bit of fruit for dinner. Are you hungry? Would you like to eat something more? Upon such inquiry, Yan Ting indeed felt a twinge of hunger. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, I crave a hamburger. Surprised, Qiyu's eyes sparkled with amusement. I had no idea you enjoyed junk food. Yan Ting countered once more, bread is a health food. Patties are health foods, and ketchup is also a health food. How do they combine to become junk food? Such reasoning was quite valid. However, their housekeeper specialized in Chinese cuisine and was unlikely to know how to prepare hamburgers, necessitating a takeaway. Yet, delivery could not enter the villa area, requiring Qiyu to venture out himself. As he stepped outside to receive the packaged hamburger from the delivery person, he caught a glimpse of a man lurking and watching him from a distance. Qiyu paid him little mind, intent on returning to Yan Ting without delay. Yet the sneaky man called out to him, Young man, the security at the main gate won't allow outsiders near. I'll give you $100. Could you take me inside? Chapter 59. The ailing pretender young master is cherished by all. 22. Observing the hand extended towards him, Chiyu instinctively recoiled, a hint of gloom shadowing his expression. The man, adorned with a luxury watch and clad in high-end fashion, bore a passable face. However, his shifty smile and hunched posture devoid him of any grace, presenting an oddly contradictory figure, akin to a pig trying to masquerade as a rhinoceros. Chiyu averted his gaze, irritation creeping into his voice. "I have no time. Seek someone else." With the cold air outside, any further delay meant Yan Ting would miss out on a warm hamburger. He lifted his leg to depart, but the middle-aged man persisted, shamelessly pressing closer. "Please. I've been waiting outside for 2 days. Everyone else drives, and I can't catch up. You're the only one who walked out." At this point, the man wiped away a tear of desperation, nearly kneeling in supplication. "I only wish to see my son. He has blocked my calls and messages. You are of similar age and reside in the same villa area. You must know him, right? His name is Yan Ting." Chiyu silently retracted his leg, finally willing to look at the other person directly. "You sought him out, not merely for a meeting, did you? I am his father. It has been a long time since I could reach him, and I worry for his safety. I must see him to find peace." The middle-aged man chuckled, yet the greed in his eyes was unmistakable, almost written on his face in bold letters. "And perhaps I could see if there is anything of value in the Chi family to take with me. After all, the Chi family is quite affluent. I cannot return empty-handed." Upon hearing this, Chiyu merely tugged at the corners of his mouth, but the smile lacked warmth, exuding a chilling coldness instead. The middle-aged man remained oblivious, lost in his extravagant daydreams. Then, Chiyu delivered a swift kick to his back, causing him to tumble unceremoniously to the ground. As he lay there, his limbs sprawled out and his head ringing from the impact, he was taken aback by such humiliation. He opened his mouth to curse, but, upon raising his head, only caught sight of Chiyu's retreating figure. Altering his approach, he shouted after Chiyu, "You must know Yan Ting. Tell him I am fully aware of the sordid deeds his mother has committed. If he wishes to keep those matters concealed, he must remove me from his blacklist." Chiyu offered no response. The middle-aged man dusted himself off and looked mournfully at his tattered sleeve. "That damn little brat. How am I to flaunt my clothes before others now?" Then, as if a thought struck him, he cheerfully reassured himself, "Soon I shall have money. I will have Yan Ting give me 100,000, reward my favorite streamer with 40,000, gamble another 40,000, and live comfortably on the remaining 20,000 for a month." Despite this, he refused to leave, lingering by the entrance, occasionally checking his phone to see if Yan Ting had removed him from the blacklist. Meanwhile, Yan Ting was munching on a hamburger. To avoid disturbing his appetite, Chiyu refrained from mentioning the earlier incident, instead resting his chin on one hand, watching him eat, savoring the stillness of the moment. Once Yan Ting finished his hamburger and stretched contentedly, Chiyu finally spoke. "I just ran into your father outside." Yan Ting's stretching paused abruptly. Oh, he had completely forgotten about that unfortunate fellow. Observing Yan Ting's reaction, Chiyu tentatively inquired, "Is your relationship with your father not very good?" As soon as the words left his lips, Yan Ting suddenly dove into his embrace, his shoulders trembling slightly, tears streaming down his face like broken pearls, fragile and pitiful. Startled by this unexpected display of emotion, Chiyu fumbled to comfort him, wiping away his tears and patting his back. "Do not cry. I will not ask again. Would it make you feel better if you slapped me twice?" Upon hearing this, Yan Ting's tears did not cease. In fact, they flowed more freely. The corners of his eyes turned a sickly red, and his delicate features were shrouded in sorrow. He bit his lip, crying pitifully without making a sound. With his naturally fair complexion now streaked with tears, he resembled fragile porcelain, in dire need of gentle care. Chiyu, fearing that prolonged weeping might harm his heart, tenderly cradled Yan Ting's face and kissed away the tears from the corners of his eyes. As the affection value reached a satisfactory level, Yan Ting finally stifled her tears. Her voice trembled while her long lashes drooped in a pitiful manner, as if she were revealing her own bloodied scars to Chiyu. "I was born with a heart condition, and my father did not want me. He discarded me into a trash bin, only for my mother to retrieve me. That day, he was furious, threatening to cast me aside again when my mother came to work at the Qi household. Ultimately, she presented him with the 10,000 yuan she had secretly saved, and he reluctantly agreed to keep me. Qi Yu, unable to bear the unfolding tale, instinctively covered her mouth. Yet, she deftly pried apart his fingers and continued her narrative. He had no desire to care for me, whether I cried or was hungry. He wouldn't spare me a glance. I recall one instance when the Qi family hosted a banquet. My mother, busy for 3 days, finally returned home only to find me on the brink of starvation. She merely uttered a complaint, and my inebriated father struck her on the head with a bottle, nearly killing her. Thankfully, my godmother was kind-hearted and permitted my mother to bring me to the Qi residence, allowing me to escape him. The following thoughts remained unspoken to Qi Yu. In truth, Yan Ting's mother initially contemplated swapping her child with Qi Yu. However, since Qi Yu's mother gave birth in a VIP room of a private hospital, Yan Ting's mother, being merely a maid, could not infiltrate. Once home, the swap was no longer feasible. Qi Yu bore a small mole at the corner of his eye, while Yan Ting's face was pristine. Others were not fools. They would recognize the difference at a glance. Thus, she concocted the vile scheme of abducting Qi Yu for her own gain. Originally, she had even secured a buyer, a young couple from the city, a modestly affluent family. The wife was naturally infertile and feared that children from orphanages were too old to bond with. She sought to acquire a younger child. However, the traffickers proved untrustworthy, seizing Qi Yu and attempting to extort the Qi family. Unbeknownst to them, the Qi family made the matter too public, attracting media and police attention, forcing the traffickers to hide Qi Yu away in the remote Sanshui village. After some time, realizing that the Qi family had welcomed Yan Ting, they deemed Qi Yu to be of no further use and sold him to the parents of Lu Yaozu. The wheel of fate turned cruelly. Except for Yan Ting, the false young master who had usurped another's place. All those who had harmed Qi Yu were no longer present. Yan Ting's mother had already paid for her misdeeds, passing away when Yan Ting was merely 5 years old. She was not a virtuous person, yet she was a devoted mother. In the quietude that followed, Yan Ting gathered her tears, resting silently in Qi Yu's embrace. He held her gently, saying nothing further, but emotions brewed within his eyes, reminiscent of the stillness before a tempest. To kill one is to kill two is also to kill. Some wish for death. Thus, he would render them lifeless. His mind concocted numerous ways to deal with them, yet he understood the necessity of timing, location, and circumstance, ensuring that no trace or evidence remained. Qi Yu squinted slightly, glancing down at Yan Ting nestled in his embrace. The previous hostility in his eyes had completely dissipated, leaving only a profound sense of tenderness. "Do not worry," he said gently, carefully intertwining his fingers with Yan Ting's, their hands merging seamlessly. His voice was heavy with sincerity. "You will never have to endure sadness because of me again." Yan Ting blinked, observing Qi Yu's handsome features, which exuded an air of noble composure. It was hard to reconcile this image with the thought of him inciting Lu Yaozu to set fire to the village or striking Yang Tianxi with a spade. Such malicious intent and brutal methods only endeared him to Yan Ting further. The weighty words just spoken lingered in Yan Ting's mind, sending a shiver down his spine. "What is it?" Qi Yu adjusted Yan Ting's collar, concern etched on his face. "Are you feeling cold?" "No." Yan Ting shook his head, affectionately nuzzling against him. "I just fear that one day you might suddenly turn fierce with me." Qi Yu could not bear such thoughts, and quickly retorted, "When have I ever been fierce with you?" "Back when we first met," Yan Ting replied. "I fell from such a high staircase, and all I needed was for you to help me up, yet you were reluctant." There was indeed some truth to that. However, he had explained that it was their first encounter, and they were not yet familiar with one another. It would have been inappropriate to be so forward. A twinge of guilt surged within Qi Yu as he recalled Yan Ting reaching out with his delicate hand, calling him brother with a clear, melodic voice. His thoughts wandered elsewhere as he held Yan Ting's waist, his breath growing heavier without his realization. "Could you call me brother once more?" "Absolutely not," Yan Ting protested, shaking his head vigorously. "Do not turn the world upside down here." His refusal was evident, yet Qi Yu persisted, lowering his eyelids and gazing at Yan Ting with a pitiful expression. "I beg of you, brother, just one time." It was a rare sight to witness him acting so whimsically. Standing at a height of 185 meters, he nearly overshadowed Yan Ting, yet his playful demeanor felt entirely natural, akin to a sorrowful Samoyed. Yan Ting's throat tightened as he felt those two words nearly escape his lips. Father, quickly satisfy him. I assure you the affection level will rise dramatically. Upon hearing the system's voice, Yan Ting swallowed back the words he was about to utter, abruptly changing his mind. Grasping Chiyue's sleeve, he blinked his amber-like, lustrous eyes, his lips parting slightly. Darling. Silence enveloped the room for a brief moment. Current affection level, 70. Hearing those words, which were even more exhilarating than brother, Chiyue embraced Yan Ting tightly, excitement bubbling in his voice. Is your leg healed? Not yet, Yan Ting replied, attempting to move his leg, only to be playfully pushed onto the bed by Chiyue. He caressed Yan Ting's face and leaned down to whisper in his ear, if it isn't healed, I won't concern myself with it. Why ask such a question? Yan Ting huffed, being tossed around, his eyes growing misty as he emitted muffled sounds of discomfort. Darling, be gentle. You're pressing on my leg. Chiyue, do not bite. He soon realized that regardless of what he called him, it would only serve to heighten the other's interest. Resolutely, he gave up on resisting, only to find himself playfully tossed back and forth. In the ensuing days, Yan Ting's father did not reappear. It is said that he had incurred debts to loan sharks and fled to the countryside to escape them. On the first day after Yan Ting's leg had healed, Chiyue insisted on taking him to school. Yan Ting promptly refused, declaring, even if it means jumping from the building, I will not go to school today. Unfortunately, the frail and sickly Yan Ting was no match for Chiyue, who effortlessly lifted him and placed him in the car, leaving him with no chance to resist. In the car, feeling sullen, Chiyue instructed Uncle Wong to pull over and then went to the roadside to buy him a cup of milk tea. Yan Ting's expression brightened with satisfaction, revealing how easily he could be appeased. Upon arriving at the school gates, he stepped out first, sipping his milk tea, much to the astonishment of nearby classmates. Isn't that Yan Ting? I thought he was too ill to attend school. How could he possibly be here? Some wondered if Chiyue had returned home, leaving Yan Ting to fend for himself. But it seemed he still enjoyed the privilege of riding in the Chi family's car. Speculation arose about whether Chiyue would come to school today. Many were eager to see if the two would confront each other in front of their peers. Amidst the crowd's gaze, Chiyue stepped out of the car, and Yan Ting handed him the half-finished milk tea, stating, I'm full. Without hesitation, Chiyue took the drink and finished the remainder, an act that certainly caused a stir among the onlookers. Has the Chi family gone bankrupt? Sharing a cup of milk tea? One passerby scratched his head in disbelief. Maybe I should sponsor them a little. They look rather pitiful. Another slapped him on the back of the head, eyes shining. What do you know? This is called romance. Walking side by side along the tree-lined path to the classroom, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Chiyue reached out to hold Yan Ting's hand, but Yan Ting instinctively pulled away slightly. Though subtle, Chiyue noticed and assumed Yan Ting was still upset with him, stealing glances at his expression. Unexpectedly, Yan Ting then took the initiative to grasp his hand, a faint smile gracing his features. Just for that cup of milk tea, I shall grant you this small favor. But do not think this is the end. Once we return home, I shall ensure you face the consequences for insisting on bringing me to school today. With a smile, Chiyue mirrored him, feeling that the monotonous school life had finally been infused with hope. In truth, Chiyue was not particularly fond of attending school either. Upon arrival, he was treated like a rare specimen, surrounded by curious peers who incessantly inquired about his tumultuous relationship with Yan Ting or expressed curiosity regarding the Chi family's current status. It seemed as though they eagerly anticipated a dramatic confrontation between him and Yan Ting, a battle over the Chi family's fortune, just for their entertainment. If they craved a spectacle, he would give them one to witness. You have something on your head, Chiyue suddenly remarked to Yan Ting beside him. Huh? Yan Ting blinked in confusion, thinking perhaps a leaf had fallen atop his head, and reached up to check, finding nothing. At that moment, Chiyue bent down, seemingly to help him with his hair, but instead, he planted a kiss on his cheek. Chapter 61. The weak and feeble fake young master is the center of attention. 24. Yan Ting still felt somewhat uneasy about being overly intimate with Chiyue in crowded places. However, After receiving a fleeting kiss, his fair cheeks quickly flushed a rosy hue, reminiscent of rouge melting in spring waters, while his long, raven-like lashes glistened with moisture. To avoid revealing his flustered state, he pulled the hood of his sweatshirt over his head, the excessively wide brim obscuring his delicate face from view. Yet, the more he attempted to evade the situation, the more Chi-Yu seemed inclined to tease him. Chi-Yu cupped his face and leaned down for another kiss. At this moment, Yan Ting's face felt as if it were ablaze, especially upon hearing the raucous laughter of nearby students. He wished he could instantly find a hole to hide in. His heart raced like a drum, and after grinding his teeth in frustration for a while, he finally managed to utter a single phrase, "Naughty boy. Current affection level, 77, father, do not reward him." Upon raising his head, Yan Ting indeed saw Chi-Yu wearing a triumphant expression, the corners of his eyes and brows dancing with a sense of achievement, entirely devoid of his usual cold demeanor. He resembled a wolf, once fearsome in the mountains, now transformed into a foolish dog wagging its tail. Yan Ting silently observed him for a moment before sighing in resignation. Fine, he thought. After all, he was family. Could he possibly return him? He stood on tiptoe and pecked Chi-Yu on the chin, adopting a gentle tone reminiscent of soothing a child. "Please do not act out of line again." Chi-Yu obediently complied, refraining from any further mischief throughout the day. The two attended classes together, dined in the cafeteria side by side, and even clung to each other during bathroom breaks, undoubtedly leaving many onlookers astonished. Once in the car, Chi-Yu remarked, "If you truly dislike attending classes, you need not go to school tomorrow." He had forcibly brought Yan Ting to school merely to allow the nosy onlookers to witness their bond and cease their incessant inquiries. With his objective accomplished, there was no further need to persist. Moreover, Yan Ting genuinely seemed to detest being at school, dozing off during lectures and appearing listless afterward. Rather than enduring the discomfort of a hard desk, it would be far better for him to remain at home, lying on a soft, spacious bed. Understanding Chi-Yu's intentions, Yan Ting hesitated briefly before suddenly breaking into a radiant smile and asking, "What if I wish to spend time with you?" Chi-Yu was taken aback, momentarily lost in thought, whether due to his wandering mind or the dazzling beauty before him. "To be with you." Yan Ting buried his head in Chi-Yu's embrace, his voice soft and ethereal. "I can endure the dull and monotonous life at school, but having invested so much for you, how will you reward me?" In response, he received a long and tender kiss. Uncle Wong drove with utmost seriousness. Upon reaching the outskirts of the villa area, someone suddenly dashed out, and he promptly hit the brakes to avert a disaster. The person scrambled to their feet in panic, and Uncle Wong looked at them in astonishment, exclaiming, "Young Master Yan, is that not your father?" Having not been seen for a week, the man appeared disheveled, his luxury watch missing, and his clothing had been replaced with cheap, market-bought attire. Covered in mud, his appearance was scarcely better than that of a homeless person. He showed no intention of leaving. Instead, he was frantically pounding on a car window. He shouted something, but the soundproofing of the window was too effective for Yan Ting to hear. All he could see was the man's contorted, menacing face. Chi-Yu's murderous intent grew stronger, his brow furrowing in displeasure, almost prompting him to exit the vehicle and reduce the man to mere pulp. Yan Ting gently patted his shoulder, saying, "It's all right, I'll go speak with him." "Is it truly all right?" Chi-Yu withdrew his gaze from the man, his expression suddenly shifting to one of concern. "What if he provokes you into a fit? I am not that fragile. He cannot harm me." "Just put your mind at ease," Yan Ting reassured him, enveloping him in a brief embrace before opening the car door. The man immediately lost his balance and knelt before him. Before he could utter a word, Yan Ting interrupted him. "Let us talk elsewhere." Scanning the surroundings filled with flowers, grass, and trees, he pointed toward the distant grove. "Let us go there." The man, evidently a victim of past abuse, viewed Yan Ting as his sole lifeline and temporarily acquiesced to him. Once they reached the woods, ensuring they were far enough away for Chi-Yu to hear nothing, Yan Ting finally spoke. "Now, tell me, what is your purpose in seeking me out? What else could it be?" "Of course, I'm here to ask you for money," the man declared with an air of entitlement, as if Yan Ting owed him a fortune. "If you don't give me some more, I truly won't survive." As he spoke, Saliva sprayed onto Yan Ting's face. Yan Ting recoiled slightly. Despite his impeccable upbringing, he couldn't help but frown, revealing a hint of disdain. I recall having given you a car and antiques before. Selling those should have sustained you for a while. How did you end up in this wretched state? Why bring that up? The man shrugged. I lost over 5 million in gambling, and the casino took everything valuable I owned. Now, I don't even have a place to live. Then, as if struck by inspiration, he suggested, why don't I move in with you at the Chief family? They would certainly be willing to support me too. This way, I do have a roof over my head, and the casino wouldn't dare bother me anymore. It's a win-win situation. He gazed at Yan Ting with eager anticipation, as if convinced that his request would be granted. However, to his dismay, Yan Ting silently stepped back, the distance between them feeling insurmountable. Forget it. Yan Ting's expression hardened, his gaze cold as he regarded the man, as if he were refuse. I will not give you money, nor will I allow you to reside in the Chief family. From now on, whether you live or die, it will have nothing to do with me. The man was taken aback, unable to fathom such callousness. Is this truly my son? Why does he feel so different from before? Yet his face and physique were unmistakably the same. Confused, he refused to relinquish this lifeline and bellowed menacingly, have you grown wings? I am your father. My blood flows through your veins. You think you can escape from me? Not in this lifetime. Yan Ting silently observed his father's outburst, finding it rather amusing. In the original narrative, the former owner sought out this biological father after being cast out by the Chief family. What had he said then? When there is no food to eat, one resorts to rummaging through trash bins. When there is no place to sleep, one finds solace within them. What purpose do you serve in seeking me? Truly, he is quite the devoted father. Growing weary of the other's theatrics, Yan Ting turned and departed. Noticing the lack of any lingering emotion on his face, the man realized that Yan Ting was now impervious to soft tactics, prompting him to adopt a different approach. If you refuse to give me money, I will expose the unsavory deeds your mother has committed. Chapter 62. The ailing faux young master is the center of attention. 25. Indeed, upon hearing those words, Yan Ting abruptly halted, turning back to regard him with an expression of disbelief. Are you threatening me? The man ground his molars, sneering coldly. Yan Ting, it is your own folly that has forced me into such desperate measures. Had you been more compliant, I would not have minded continuing our charade of filial piety. He believed he had secured leverage over Yan Ting, brimming with arrogance as he awaited his ill-gotten gains. However, Yan Ting remained unmoved, showing no inclination to part with his money. In fact, he even managed a slight smile at the end. With his seemingly innocuous and handsome visage, that smile held a chilling undertone, as if he were peeling back skin and extracting bones. The man instinctively shuddered, straightening his posture as he chastised himself for fearing a mere child, especially one who was his own flesh and blood. Thus, he extended a hand toward Yan Ting. Give me 100,000, and I shall leave immediately, guaranteeing I will not appear before you for the remainder of the month. Yan Ting did not engage with his proposition, but instead countered. Has the female streamer you admire been in touch with you recently? Her words fell like a drop of water into a boiling pot of oil, causing the man to explode. What nonsense are you spouting? Stop changing the subject. You married my mother solely because of her honest nature and diligence, believing her suitable for domestic life, but your heart truly belongs to another. Yan Ting smiled sweetly. She is a streamer, and you know you cannot attain her, so you've silently guarded her. Ever since I began sending you money, you have been generously rewarding her, becoming her top supporter. Enough. The man shouted in a mix of shame and rage, restrained by the knowledge of Yan Ting's heart condition, preventing him from striking out in anger. Witnessing the impotent fury on his face brought Yan Ting immense satisfaction, prompting him to lower his voice and issue a warning. If your actions force me out of the Chief family, I will confront that female streamer and reveal to her that you are far from a wealthy patron, but rather a worthless pauper. Once reliant on your wife and now on your son, you are utterly ineffectual and a complete failure. His words were piercing, yet his tone remained light, as if they were merely exchanging pleasantries in a familiar courtyard. At that point, not just she, but also the audience in her streams who once envied you will learn of your so-called glory and wherever you go, you will be treated like a rat in the street, hunted by all. You, the man, exasperated, resorted to hurling insults. Yan Ting, you wretched child without parents. Well said. I would indeed prefer to be parentless, Yan Ting retorted, his smile fading as he threatened, enunciating each word. Do not bother me in the future. If you provoke me, I will drag you down to hell with me. With that, he turned and walked away. This time, the man did not attempt to retain him, merely staring in astonishment at his retreating figure. Could this truly be his son? Something felt amiss. Upon returning to the car, Yan Ting composed his expression slightly, allowing a sweet smile to emerge. As he opened the car door, his words faltered abruptly upon witnessing Chi Yu smoking inside. It was rather intriguing. He had never known Chi Yu to smoke before. The slender fingers grasped the cigarette, with wisps of smoke swirling around, enhancing the allure of that exquisite, ethereal face. While undeniably handsome, Yan Ting harbored an aversion to smokers. Rather than confronting him or extinguishing the cigarette directly, he opted to cough lightly, clutching his heart. Indeed, this approach proved more effective than the previous two. Chi Yu decisively tossed the half-smoked cigarette out the window and drew him closer, softly inquiring, "Did I choke you?" Yan Ting responded affirmatively, his head lowered against Chi Yu's chest, artfully displaying a hint of vulnerability. Consequently, Chi Yu hastily assured him, "I shall not smoke again." Pleased, Yan Ting nodded, inhaling his presence without detecting any strange odor. He likely did not smoke frequently, indulging only occasionally when his mood soured. However, in the original narrative, after assuming control of the Chi family's affairs, the burdens upon him grew increasingly heavy, suffocating him, and he resorted to smoking and drinking to numb his feelings, ultimately leading to a host of ailments. Perhaps it was best for him to quit now. Yan Ting settled onto his lap, wrapping his arms around his neck playfully. "I shall supervise you diligently." "Indeed," Chi responded, playfully nibbling on his ear. "You must keep a constant watch over me." Uncle Wong, while driving, cast a quick glance at the two nestled together, silently marveling at the bond between the two young masters, convinced they would support each other for a lifetime. Several days later, Chi Yu had indeed refrained from smoking, and it seemed that Yan Ting's father had been sufficiently intimidated by previous words, daring not to loiter outside the villa district any longer. Yan Ting relished the tranquility. He heard that Chi's father and mother had thoroughly severed ties with Zhao Zhengming, the couple having recounted past grievances, unveiling Zhao Zhengming as a true troublemaker. Inviting them for dinner, they chose an expensive yet unpalatable restaurant, where they were continually served dishes by the couple, who, unable to refuse their friend's kind intentions, tearfully consumed the subpar fare. On a rainy day, he took the couple to view newly purchased land, having donned rain boots in advance, relishing the sight of their shoes soaked through a pitiable spectacle. These seemingly trivial matters, which the couple previously dismissed as unintentional, were revealed in the aftermath of their falling out to be entirely deliberate. Zhao Zhengming was a duplicitous, treacherous individual, a true scoundrel. The two families began to confront each other in the business arena. However, Yan Ting found no need to concern himself with these matters. He simply awaited the final outcome in peace. During this time, he found school to be quite pleasant. The only individual with whom he had a poor rapport, Zhao Ling, had been absent due to injury, and others, aware of his heart condition, instinctively accommodated him. On that day, during physical education class, the students were engaged in running, while he, unable to partake in vigorous activity due to illness, sat in the shade of a tree to rest. The teacher approached and pointed to the equipment room over 100 meters away, saying, "Yan Ting, could you please fetch 2 badminton rackets for me?" Yan Ting glanced at the distance. It was not far, and he believed nothing untoward would happen. With this thought in mind, he nodded, took the key from the teacher, and made his way to the equipment room. Upon opening the iron door, he was met with darkness, unable to discern anything within. As he fumbled along the wall, he ventured deeper inside. The moment he switched on the light, a loud bang echoed behind him. Pausing slightly, he turned to see the door had closed, though he could not ascertain whether it was by human hands or the wind. Approaching the door, he twisted the handle, only to find it seemingly blocked from the outside, making it impossible to open. It became clear that it was indeed a deliberate act. Strange, with Zhao Ling absent from school. Who else would have the time and inclination to torment him? Yan Ting remained unperturbed. Given the mere distance of over 100 meters, if he delayed his return, the teacher would undoubtedly come looking for him. He even had the leisure to search for the badminton rackets requested by the teacher. Meanwhile, those outside, hearing no sounds of despair from Yan Ting, grew anxious and tossed something through the ventilation window. In the dim light, Yan Ting discerned the sound of scales scraping against the ground, and, peering curiously, he found that what had been thrown in was a snake. This was somewhat excessive. Knowing he had a heart condition, they still chose to frighten him in such a manner. Were they not afraid of causing a calamity? Nonetheless, it was merely a pet corn snake, non-venomous and incapable of inflicting fatal harm. He pondered who might be the owner of this snake. As he stepped forward to catch it, the snake, sensing danger, swiftly retreated, hissing and flicking its tongue, coiling defensively. Yan Ting continued to advance, but the snake slithered further away, quickly disappearing beneath a shelf. "Dad, you're like a warrior. However, do not attempt to catch it just yet. Someone is approaching." Yan Ting withdrew his hand and listened intently. Indeed, footsteps were drawing nearer. To maintain his facade of fragility, he squatted in the corner, leaning against the wall, forcing a few tears to well up in his eyes, appearing pitiful with reddened eyelids. Just as the door was kicked open, the sky shifted from overcast to clear. A shaft of sunlight illuminating Yan Ting, casting golden rays upon his face and blending into his features. Tears fell. Before he had a chance to cry properly, the figure at the doorway rushed forward and enveloped him in a warm embrace. Yan Ting was momentarily dazed. He had expected the person entering to be the teacher, but it was Qiyu. The warmth of the embrace was so comforting that Yan Ting nearly found himself unable to cry. The tardy teacher, witnessing the two entwined in each other's arms, breathed a sigh of relief as if they had survived a calamity and asked, "Yan Ting, are you all right?" On his way, he had mentally berated himself, fearing that if anything had happened to Yan Ting, no amount of compensation, even if he were sold to Myanmar for organ harvesting, could atone for it. Fortunately, although Yan Ting was weeping, her breathing remained steady, and there were no immediate indications of a heart condition. Instead of responding to his inquiry, she pointed to the ground, exclaiming, "Teacher, someone set a snake on me." The teacher glanced down and saw a snake emerging from beneath the shelf, rapidly slithering toward the door. It cannot be allowed to escape. If he were to capture the serpent and identify its master, the Qi family would surely overlook his transgression of allowing Yan Ting to enter the equipment room alone. The teacher, bolstered by resolve, lunged at the corn snake, only to be bitten on the arm, letting out a scream reminiscent of a banshee's wail. Yan Ting craned her neck to observe, but was pulled back into Qiyu's embrace, as if he were cradling a precious treasure recently reclaimed. "Mifine," Yan Ting insisted quickly, "but we should check on the teacher. He has been bitten." Qiyu only caught the former part of her statement, cradling her face and gazing into her tear-streaked visage, his voice heavy with concern. "You still claim to be fine? Had I arrived even a moment later, I shudder to think of the consequences. I truly am fine." Yan Ting attempted to argue, wiping her cheeks, yet her hands were smeared with dust from the wall, making her appear even more disheveled. "Please attend to the teacher. He has fallen silent." Qiyu remained selectively deaf, his focus solely on Yan Ting. He gently cleaned her dusty face with the utmost care, every touch tender and restrained. Once her face was finally clean, Yan Ting inhaled sharply. The snake should be non-venomous, right? Why has the teacher fainted? At this, Qiyu finally turned to glance. The teacher lay sprawled on the ground, blood seeping from the bite mark on his arm. While the snake attempted to flee, yet the unconscious teacher still clutched its tail tightly, entangling both in a peculiar embrace. Bystanders gasped in shock at the scene. Ultimately, the teacher was escorted to the infirmary by students, while the snake was secured in an airtight container, leading to the identification of its owner, one Zayn. This name was unfamiliar to Yan Ting, and it wasn't until she encountered the individual that realization dawned upon her. He was Zhao Ling's former boyfriend. In a school where many students preferred not to reside on campus, when Zayn had always occupied a room alone, not only keeping snakes but also bats and lizards. Curiously, Yan Ting inquired, Did Zhao Ling incite you to confine me in the equipment room and unleash a snake to frighten me? He rolled his eyes, maintaining an air of arrogance. I simply found you displeasing. You clearly do not have a heart condition, do you? The equipment room is so dark, if you were unafraid. How could you fail to react when a snake was released upon you? His words implied a disturbing anticipation of Yan Ting's demise within the equipment room. Yan Ting believed their enmity was not so profound, suspecting that his intellect had been compromised by his relationship with Zhao Ling. Just as she was about to respond, Qiyu acted first. He landed a punch squarely on Wen Zhan's face, who, caught off guard, collapsed to the ground in a disheveled heap. The principal and teachers were startled by Qiyu's unexpected aggression and rushed forward to restrain him, urging, Qiyu, do not resort to violence. Let us discuss this calmly. Qiyu lowered his brows and gazed at Wen Zhan, whose face was marred by the aftermath of a beating. The anger in his heart had yet to dissipate completely. You should be thankful that Yan Ting is unharmed, he remarked. If anything had happened to him, you wouldn't have the opportunity to stand here and converse with me. With a head buzzing, Wen Zhan pressed his hand against his bleeding nose, his mouth filled with blood, rendering his words indistinct. Call my parents. I want to call my parents. He insisted. In truth, there was no need for him to voice this. The principal had already planned to summon both parties' parents. As the incident had escalated far too much, feeling a headache coming on, the principal urged, both of you please calm down. I will contact your mothers and fathers right away. He spoke as he exited, instructing the teachers in the office to keep a close watch, ensuring that Qiyu and Wen Zhan did not engage in another altercation. Yan Ting brought over a small stool, gesturing for Qiyu to sit while letting out a sigh. Why did you hit him? Initially, this whole situation was entirely his fault, but now that you've resorted to violence, it appears both parties share the blame. Who knows, his family might demand medical fees from us later. Unfazed, Qiyu retorted. Do you find pleasure in me beating him? Yan Ting nodded affirmatively. Of course, although violence does not resolve issues, it can take care of those who create them. Besides, who would refuse the chance to witness their enemy's contorted face in agony? Exactly. Nothing else matters as long as you're happy, Qiyu declared, casually picking up the ashtray from the table and throwing it at Wen Zhan in front of the teachers. Poor Wen Zhan had just managed to staunch his nosebleed when the ashtray struck him, causing blood to erupt once more, leaving him trembling in pain. His face was a grotesque mix of blood, tears, and mucus, evoking both pity and absurdity. The teachers hastily supported him and confiscated all hazardous items from Qiyu's vicinity to prevent further calamities. Qiyu remained indifferent, for it was clear that Wen Zhan's current state could endure no additional harm. It would be rather dull for him to lose consciousness. He should experience the pain while fully aware, as that held some significance. The office was in chaos when someone burst through the door, rushing straight towards Wen Zhan. Baby, Zhao Ling exclaimed, shoving aside a nearby teacher and enveloping Wen Zhan in a protective embrace. With deep concern, he asked, why are you so foolish? Did we not agree to break up? Why would you go to such lengths for me? Wen Zhan's eyes reddened as he wept uncontrollably in Zhao Ling's arms, his small fist pounding against Zhao Ling's chest. Everything I did was to discover who truly matters to you, me or Yan Ting. Of course it's you, from the very beginning. My only concern has been you, Zhao Ling cried, nearly overwhelmed with emotion. The world may change, the stars may shift, but my love for you will remain constant. Weeping profusely, he longed to merge Wen Zhan into his very being, his voice trembling. Let's reconcile and never part again. Having seemingly had enough, Wen Zhan bashfully buried his head in Zhao Ling's shoulder, resolutely nodding. All right, no one shall ever separate us again. We will grow old together and stay by each other's side for a lifetime. Yan Ting stood there utterly stunned, unable to restrain my applause for the two of them. Wow, what a captivating and profoundly moving tragic love story. In the next moment, my vision was obscured by a hand. Qiyu had covered my eyes, inhaling deeply, his voice laced with a palpable bitterness. Don't look, it's blinding. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Ling seemed to notice others in the office for the first time, turning around in a huff. His gaze is cold, as if it were laced with poison. You two again. It's always the two of you. Every time I encounter you, misfortune befalls me. Are you some kind of harbingers of doom? While cursing, Zhao Ling rolled up his sleeves, showcasing his robust biceps, assuming a stance as if he were ready to engage in a fierce battle with Qi Yu. "Today, I shall avenge my dear," he declared. "Which hand did you use to strike him? I shall surely break that hand." The teachers, exasperated, attempted to dissuade him, oblivious to Qi Yu rising to his feet. By the time they realized, Qi Yu had already sent Zhao Ling sprawling to the ground, struggling like a dying dog for a moment before his strength proved futile, and he fainted, his eyes rolling back. In an instant, the teacher's gasps intermingled with Wen Zhang's wails, creating utter chaos. The parents of both parties finally arrived. Zhao Zhengming also appeared, naturally siding with Wen Zhang's parents. "I heard you lost your son before, but only found him after he became an adult." Wen's mother, clutching a handkerchief, wore a sardonic expression as her elongated brows hinted at mockery. "No wonder you act with such a lack of decorum and grace, resorting only to violence. What difference is there between you and a street thug?" Not only was their biological son a source of shame, but their adopted son was equally irredeemable. Zhao Zhengming chimed in. "He constantly threatens others with heart disease. Honestly, he might as well just die. Living in such a sickly state is nothing but a waste of resources." Yan Ting is the one our Zayn locked in the equipment room. "Isn't?" Wen's father remarked with a knowing smile. "Our Zayn merely wanted to play a little prank. However, what has your Qi Yu done to my son? I will certainly file a complaint at the police station unless you are willing to have Qi Yu kneel before my son and apologize." The trio exchanged barbs as Qi's parents found themselves outnumbered, with Qi's mother being gentle and reserved, ill-equipped to dispute the escalating accusations. Just as they were about to be overwhelmed and have the truth distorted, Qi's father, usually a man of few words, slammed his palm on the table, creating a resounding noise that captured everyone's attention. With all eyes on him, he pointed at Wen's mother and began to berate her. "What my son does is not for you to critique. The instigator is the one at fault. Your son has committed countless misdeeds, yet you deny my son the right to retaliate? Even if he were to kill your son today, I would commend him for it." He then turned to Zhao Zhengming. "And you, heartless wretch, do you have any business here? My son, Qi Yu, is generous and principled, and my little Ting is well-mannered and understanding. Have they eaten your rice or drunk your water? What they do is none of your concern." Finally, he looked at Wen's mother. "Can a mere joke truly excuse the foolish actions of Wen Zhan? If I were to slap you twice and then claim I was merely jesting, I suspect you would pursue me for 2 blocks, wouldn't you?" The 3 individuals before us were momentarily taken aback. Particularly, Zhao Zhengming's calm demeanor shattered, revealing an expression of astonishment. "Have you lost your senses? This is not your usual behavior." Once again, Qi's father glared at him and retorted, "What business is it of yours?" After which, he resumed his seat. Beside him, the gentle Qi mother rose, delivering the harshest words in the softest tone. "We will certainly sue you. When Zayn is fully aware of my child's heart condition, yet still dares to perpetrate harm, I shall charge him with attempted murder, and I intend to publicize this matter through major news outlets." Wen's father finally grew anxious. Surely it cannot escalate to such severity. Yan Ting is merely your godson. And besides, Qi Yu has already dealt with my Zayn, so we could consider it even. Shall we not each take a step back and resolve this? Certainly not. Qi mother glanced toward the door, where Yan Ting and Qi Yu were peeking in. She offered them a reassuring smile before turning back, her voice remaining composed. "Both Yu and Xiao Ting are my beloved sons. One is my biological child, while the other shares no blood relation. As a parent, how can one bear to witness their child being bullied? Expect a lawyer's letter." With that, she stood up, moved toward the door, taking one son by the hand and the other with her other hand. "Auntie is so gentle." Yan Ting affectionately nuzzled her arm. Qi Yu, astonished, looked toward his approaching father. Father's eloquence surprises me. The 4 of them proceeded to exit. Suddenly, Qi mother seemed to recall something and turned to gaze at the 3 disheveled individuals in the office, uttering a classic phrase I nearly forgot to mention. With the chills setting in, the Wen and Zhao families are bound for bankruptcy. Chapter 65. The ailing pretender is the family's darling. 28. Yan Ting thought she was joking. Yet, within days, the 7 illegitimate sons of Zhao Zhengming were exposed. and the stocks of the Wen and Zhao families plummeted dramatically, with the scandal of Wen Zan and Zhao Ling swiftly dominating the headlines. Those who had previously vowed unwavering loyalty in the office were engaging in indiscretions behind the scenes. Wen Zan had viewed Zhao Ling as a mere substitute. He had a deceased first love who bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhao Ling fortunately. Zhao Ling was no saint either, having had numerous past relationships with at least 80, encompassing both genders and even a transgender individual. They were, in a peculiar sense, a match made in heaven, and netizens fervently urged them to commit to one another to prevent further heartbreak for others. To everyone's surprise, they indeed chose to solidify their bond. After their pasts were unearthed and laid bare, they did not part ways but instead grew even closer. Facing reporters, Wen Zan declared, "Previously, I did consider my partner a substitute, but through our time together, I have come to realize he is his own person, not a replacement for anyone." Zhao Ling added, "We simply encountered the right person at the wrong moment. No matter what transpires in the future, we shall never part." They were elated. Yet, Zhao Jingming was far from pleased. His business type completely overlaps with the Qi family. Once his reputation is tarnished, resources rapidly dwindle. Watching old clients swarm towards the Qi family, he was so furious he nearly bit through his own teeth. While his own failure was regrettable, the success of his friend incited even greater jealousy. With cash flow becoming a pressing issue, he planned to arrange a marriage between Zhao Ling and the comatose daughter of a real estate tycoon, hoping to secure a substantial sum of money to stabilize his current situation. However, Zhao Ling seemed genuinely devoted to Wen Zan, as the two audaciously eloped hand in hand. Not only did they run away, but they also pried open the safe at home, an act that was nothing short of a grave betrayal. Further fueling the flames of the Zhao family's demise, Yan Ting watched the news, exclaiming with excitement. Suddenly, his phone was snatched away, and someone leaned in, blocking all light and enveloping him in shadows. He looked up to see Qi Yu approaching with a cheerful grin, a hint of teasing in his dark, tranquil eyes. "Stop watching. Let me take you somewhere fun." The clock read 10 in the evening. Going out at such a late hour likely meant a romantic rendezvous. Yan Ting readily agreed and took the opportunity to catch a quick nap in the car. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered the vehicle had entered a secluded alley, surrounded by dilapidated houses that clearly hadn't seen inhabitants in ages. Weeds thrived and trees cast eerie shadows. It resembled not a romantic haven, but rather a fitting place for sinister deeds. Just as he stepped out of the car, a rat scurried past his feet, startling him into clutching Qi Yu's arm tightly. "Don't be afraid." Qi Yu gently patted his head, leading him toward a nearby small courtyard. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness. The moon hid behind layers of thick clouds, casting no light whatsoever. Qi Yu activated the flashlight on his phone and pushed open the gate of the courtyard. Through a barred window, Yan Ting could vaguely discern two figures inside. It was only when Qi Yu handed him the phone that he could finally make out the identities of the individuals, Zhao Ling and Wen Zan. "Huh?" Yan Ting questioned, perplexed. "Aren't they supposed to be eloping?" Qi Yu remained silent, retrieving a key from his pocket to unlock the door. Strangely, the two remained huddled in the corner, showing no inclination to flee. As Yan Ting stepped inside for a closer inspection, he realized they were battered and bruised, a pitiful sight. Clearly, they were too frightened to even attempt an escape. Yan Ting nearly laughed out loud, stifling the corners of his mouth as he turned innocently to Qi Yu. "What are you keeping them here for?" "Wen Zan locked you in the equipment room to scare you, so I thought it only fair to confine them in this rat-infested room," Qi Yu retorted, raising an eyebrow and nudging Zhao Ling with his foot. As if triggered by instinct, Zhao Ling nodded vigorously, terrified that any delay might result in further punishment. In truth, Yan Ting was indifferent. For him, these two were merely thoughtless pawns, catalysts for his relationship with Qi Yu. Moreover, their wounds had begun to fester, and if they succumbed to serious infection here, Qi Yu would bear the burden of two lives. Thus, he spoke up, "Seeing them like this lifts my spirits significantly. Let them go." Qi Yu was not surprised. He slightly lifted his chin towards the two individuals on the ground, as if granted a reprieve. Zhao Ling helped Wen Zan to his feet, and the two made their way outside together. Observing their retreating figures, Yu felt no trepidation about the possibility of them reporting to the authorities. After all, they were still in a state of elopement, and should they appear in public, Zhao Ling would undoubtedly be reclaimed by Zhao Jingming, forced to marry the comatose daughter of that real estate magnate. Once they vanished beyond the courtyard, Yan Ting smiled, her eyes curving in delight. I never expected them to be true lovers. Her voice brought Qiyu back from his musings, his dark eyes regaining a semblance of clarity. He lowered his gaze, catching sight of Yan Ting's chestnut hair, which did little to conceal her alabaster neck, akin to snow drifting upon clouds, exquisitely outlining her alluring contours. To refrain from action would indeed be a disservice to the dark, tempestuous night. Qiyu enveloped Yan Ting in his embrace, murmuring softly, "You are simply too kind." Yan Ting replied, her tone laced with confusion. "The way they treated you." Qiyu's voice held a somber resonance in the stillness of the night. "They ought to have their hands and feet severed, destined to languish in bed for eternity, repenting for the wrongs they inflicted upon you. In truth, my father is a compassionate and kind man. It is merely that this fragment of his soul has endured immense suffering, leading to some dark thoughts that are not unusual." "Is that so?" Hearing the system's voice, Yan Ting lifted her head from Qiyu's embrace, scrutinizing his face. At that moment, the moon emerged from behind the clouds. The pale, cold moonlight enveloped the earth, illuminating half of Qiyu's visage while obscuring the other half in shadow, rendering it somewhat indistinct. He remained handsome, though there was an underlying hint of a ruthless villain. Yet it mattered not. Yan Ting nestled closer, saying, "Do not dwell on such matters. With you to protect me, y shall sufrir no grievance." After a moment, she blinked and inquired, "You will protect me for a lifetime, won't you?" Qiyu gazed at the person in his arms, unwaveringly affirming, "I will." "Then let's make a pact." Yan Ting's eyes sparkled like stars in the moonlight. Initially, Qiyu intended to label her as naive. However, his heart had already softened beyond repair. He curled his pinky, entwining it with Yan Ting's, then leaned in to kiss her. As their breaths mingled, the warmth escalated, consuming all the air around them. In the end, Yan Ting was carried back by Qiyu. As he slumbered in the car, he vaguely heard the system's notification. Current affection value 80, almost there, he thought. In the following days, Yan Ting finally grasped why Qiyu had so easily let Zhao Ling and Wen Zhang go. When Zhao Ling pride opened the family safe, he took evidence of Zhao Zhengming's fraudulent accounting, initially intending to leverage it for financial gain from his father should his fortunes falter. However, the evidence ultimately fell into Qiyu's hands. With this, the Zhao family was rendered utterly helpless and the company declared bankruptcy. Yet, even a starving camel is larger than a horse. Despite his misfortunes, Zhao Zhengming could still present himself splendidly in public, hoping for a day of resurgence. In response, Qi's father and mother remained unperturbed, calmly assuring, "Rest assured, we have arranged everything. He will not have another opportunity to engage in business." With 7 illegitimate children to support, his finances will inevitably collapse within 6 months. It was rather poignant to contemplate. Zhao Jingming, wishing fervently for all his friends to descend into destitution, now faced the unsettling prospect of becoming the first beggar within his social circle. Yan Ting felt a smile creeping in, yet it quickly faded. Her biological father had become infatuated with a female streamer who had fallen from grace, exposed for being secretly married and raising a son and daughter while publicly claiming to be single. Upon the revelation, her father began to lurk outside the villa district with increasing frequency. "I never imagined she was such a person. She no longer deserves a single cent of my expenditure. If you wish to label me a faux affluent, feel free to do so." The man, emboldened, declared, "Those who have nothing to lose fear, not those who do. Hasten and hand me your money. The more you give, the further I shall flee." Naturally, Yan Ting would not part with her money. Human greed knows no bounds. He was an insatiable abyss, and no amount of wealth could satiate him. It would be better to devise a means to ensure his disappearance once and for all. In an instant, Yan Ting formulated a plan in her mind. "Wait here, let us change locations and discuss over a meal." She then approached the car, addressing Uncle Wang and Qiyu, "You both may return. I will dine alone with my father. I'll accompany you, Chi Yu insisted, attempting to exit the vehicle. But Yan Ting blocked the door. It's all right. After this meal, my ties with him will be severed. Allow me to have this final moment of solitude with him. With his concerns reluctantly subdued, Chi Yu replied, remember to send me your location when you arrive at the restaurant. If you're not home by 8, I will come to find you. Understood. Yan Ting offered him a gentle smile, but as she turned to face the man, her expression transformed into one of icy resolve. Summoning another vehicle, the father and daughter made their way to the old city. The area was undergoing demolition, with dust swirling in the air, and only a few shops remained open. The man's envisioned five-star hotel had devolved into a roadside stall, his countenance darkening as if he hadn't cleaned a pot in years. He glared at Yan Ting. I want to eat. Just give me the money. Yan Ting replied with a cold laugh. I have told you, you shall never extract a single penny from me for the rest of your life. Are you not concerned that I might expose your mother's actions to the Chi family? He snarled through clenched teeth, threatening. In that case, you will lose your lavish lifestyle, and we will both find ourselves on streets. Very well. A flicker of expression finally crossed Yan Ting's face. But it was one of blatant mockery. With you by my side, I doubt I would feel lonely sleeping on streets. Seeing that his threats fell on deaf ears, the man huffed with frustration, nearly desperate enough to draw a knife and force her into compliance. Yet, fearing a heart attack from fright might leave him empty-handed and facing imprisonment, he ultimately dragged Yan Ting into a corner, snatching her phone in an attempt to unlock it and transfer the funds himself. The password had been attempted multiple times without success. He wished for Yan Ting to cease her erratic movements and unlock the phone with her face, but she was uncooperative, loudly exclaiming, "Stop trying. I have no money on my phone. I usually have Chi Yu purchase things for me. If you're truly desperate for cash, you might as well kidnap me and demand a ransom from the Chi family." The man abruptly lifted his head, his gaze ferocious like never before. I understand now, father. You are intentionally provoking him. Kidnapping and extortion would ensure he remains imprisoned for decades, leaving him unable to harass you ever again. As System Lu's voice faded, the man delivered a swift strike to Yan Ting's neck, watching her lose consciousness before promptly supporting her. This is your suggestion, he remarked, evidently blinded by rage. His eyes bloodshot. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Surrounded by desolate rooms, he found it convenient for his actions, carelessly dragging Yan Ting into one of them. With no way to contact the Chi family and unable to unlock Yan Ting's facial recognition, he could only wait quietly for a phone call to come through. During this time, he lit a cigarette, contemplating how to secure the money safely. When Yan Ting regained consciousness, she feigned sleep, the smoke irritating her throat. Yet she stifled the urge to cough. At that moment, her phone on the ground unlocked automatically, sending her location to Chi Yu along with a desperate plea for help. Before abruptly going dark, it was clearly the handiwork of System Lu. Unaware, the man finished his cigarette, organized his chaotic thoughts, and pulled out his phone to purchase a train ticket, planning to leave swiftly for a new location after acquiring the funds. However, he pondered how much to demand. Would asking for too much provoke the Chi family to alert the authorities? In his indecision, Yan Ting's phone rang, and he forced himself to calm the tumult of emotions within him before answering. Yet, the person on the other end remained silent for an extended period. The oppressive stillness overwhelmed him with panic. To bolster his courage, he broke the silence first. I have Yan Ting in my possession. If you wish to save her, bring 10 million in cash to the Chunfeng snack shop in the old city. Do not involve the police, or I will kill her. He elongated the final words, nearly gnashing his teeth, believing this would serve as a deterrent. After speaking, he hastily ended the call, fearful the other party might trace his location, intentionally powering down his phone. Little did he anticipate that, in the next instant, the door would burst open and police officers would flood in, pinning him to the ground. Yan Ting had no need to feign unconsciousness any longer. Her long lashes fluttered like butterfly wings as she struggled to awaken. The moment light flooded her eyes. Chi Yu enveloped her in his arms, meticulously ensuring she had suffered no harm before releasing a sigh of relief. The man stared in disbelief at this absurd scene and suddenly shouted, "Officer, you've got it all wrong. It was a suggestion that I kidnap him. This entire affair is his orchestrated drama, and I am not involved. Yet, he could only shout without presenting any substantial evidence. It was the phone call that Shiyu made before opening the door that confirmed his involvement in the abduction of Yan Ting. Before being taken away, he screamed hysterically, "Yan Ting, you wretched girl. I am your biological father. Why are you setting me up? Shiyu, listen to me. It was your mother who deliberately hired a human trafficker." The rest of his words were interrupted by the police as he was confined in the patrol car. His voice completely silenced. Yan Ting was uncertain how much Shiyu had truly heard. She threw herself into his embrace, as if a drowning person had found salvation. Gasping for fresh air, "Do not be afraid." Shiyu gently patted her back, whispering words of comfort. "The villains are gone, and no one will harm you again." Indeed, Yan Ting nestled in his arms, quietly contemplating. However, in the following months, for reasons unknown, her affection value remained at 80, no matter how hard she tried. It did not increase. When she inquired with the system, she received ambiguous answers. Perhaps it is because he suffered greatly in his childhood and cannot wholeheartedly trust anyone. For him, 80 is already the highest level of affection. The remaining 20 will require prolonged companionship to attain. This seems somewhat reasonable. Since Yan Ting had no intention of leaving immediately, she adjusted her mindset and savored the present moment. As Chi's parents had foretold, Zhao Jingming could not sustain himself for more than 6 months. 7 illegitimate children took turns confronting him and demanding money. In a fit of rage, he vented, ultimately resigning himself to various menial jobs, washing dishes, sweeping streets, and cleaning toilets, only to find that being a beggar was the easiest option. However, with hands and feet, he was a sight that ordinary people would scarcely glance at. He was resolute enough to jump from the second floor, shattering both legs and dragging his broken body to beg for alms. Even in such dire circumstances, the 7 illegitimate children still would not let him off the hook. After he managed to gather some money, a portion was snatched away. He could no longer endure such a life. Howling in anguish, "What good is having so many sons? A dog would be better than you all." This outburst incited the wrath of the illegitimate children, resulting in both of his intact hands being broken. Ultimately, Zhao Jingming perished from hunger beneath a bridge in the depths of winter, ignored by all. Zhao Ling and Wen Xin were not faring much better. Once a pampered young master, he now found himself residing in a cheap rental, surviving on steamed buns and pickled vegetables. Yet, surprisingly, the two remained inseparable, providing each other companionship, even sleeping with Wen Xin resting his head on Zhao Ling's arm. This scene moved the heavens. Later, one developed shoulder periarthritis, while the other suffered from cervical spondylosis. Yan Ting's biological father spent 7 years in prison, during which he showed no signs of remorse. Resentment and hatred accumulated within him, stifling his breath. On the day of his release, he grasped a knife and headed straight for the villa district, only to encounter Chiyu, who was returning home from an errand. Chiyu led him into the woods, his gaze lowered, clearly revealing the shape of a knife in the man's pocket. As if oblivious, he softly inquired, "What was the unfinished sentence on the day you abducted Yan Ting?" "Your disappearance was no mere accident. It was orchestrated by Yan Ting himself. In his quest to secure a future for his own son, he chose to sacrifice you." The man scoffed coldly, stating, "How foolish of your family to cherish Yan Ting. In truth, he is the villain responsible for your separation from your kin for 15 long years." Upon hearing this, Chiyu's expression remained remarkably unperturbed, his demeanor unchanged. He retorted, "What if I had not been abducted in the first place? What would have been the outcome of Yan Ting remaining in your household?" The answer was clear. It would have led to certain doom. The man unabashedly cursed, "Surely, heaven must have known he was a heartless wretch, which is why he was born with a heart condition. Had he not been taken to the Chi family, he would not have survived to this day." "Exactly," Chiyu smiled. "Exchanging his 15 years of suffering for the safety of his beloved is not a loss in any regard." There was another matter he wished to address. Lowering his gaze, Chiyu inquired, "What do you have in your pocket?" The man's expression shifted, for the knife was originally intended for Yan Ting. But now he suddenly felt that the Chi family also deserved punishment. As he scanned the desolate surroundings, he realized it was an ideal place for murder and concealment. and he drew out the blade. Coincidentally, Qiyu had similar thoughts. The irritable middle-aged man stood no chance against him and was quickly disarmed, becoming mere prey for slaughter. As Qiyu plunged the knife into his heart, the man could utter no sound, his life extinguished with lingering resentment. Wiping the blood from his face, Qiyu dragged the body deep into the forest, methodically digging a grave to bury it, his composure akin to that of an artist meticulously crafting a masterpiece. After placing the final handful of earth, he gazed at the small mound with keen interest and spoke softly, as if addressing the corpse, yet also conversing with himself. Though my brother has enjoyed many years of comfort in my stead, he is now devoid of kin in this world. He has only me left. Shouldn't I treat him with kindness? Wouldn't you agree? Current affection level 100. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yan Ting, who was at home preparing a birthday gift for Qiyu, wore a perplexed expression. How could the affection level increase when he was not by Qiyu's side? Unable to comprehend, he continued to fiddle with the item in his hands. Footsteps approached the door, and someone entered the room, embracing him from behind and resting their head on his shoulder. Breathing softly against his neck, Qiyu curiously asked, "What gift have you prepared for me this time, brother?" Yan Ting gazed at the misshapen object in his hands and sighed deeply. It is a safety pendant. Qiyu forbade him from purchasing a ready-made gift from the market, insisting that such a gesture lacked sincerity. Thus, every year, Yan Ting crafted a handmade present. This proved quite a challenge for someone as clumsy as he, having sewn abstract dolls, knitted crooked scarves, and assembled jumbled blocks. Now, he found himself struggling with what appeared to be a simple safety pendant. As he squinted in concentration, Qiyu snatched the item from his hands and pushed him onto the bed, declaring, "I'm in a good mood today, so let's forego the birthday gift." Although it was merely an ordinary day, what was there to be so joyful about? Before Yan Ting could voice his confusion, Qiyu leaned in, teasingly caressing his slender wrist with his fingertips, and tenderly kissed his lips. The system, having uttered its final words, vanished without a trace. It was not until a century later that it resurfaced to collect fragments of souls and transport Yan Ting to the next realm. Chapter 68. The Ailing Senior Brother. Beautiful and powerful one TikTok. Blood splattered. Yan Ting opened his eyes to find himself in a confined space. Before he could take a closer look, the narrative surged into his mind with fervor. In summary, my days as a mere pawn in the struggle against the sections. On Fan E Mountain, there exists the Fanine sect, the most formidable demonic sect in the current cultivation world. Its leader, the revered Master Fu Yu, is the most powerful cultivator of this era. Why do we deem this a struggle against sects? Because Master Fu Yu would go to any lengths to strengthen himself, even resorting to the practice of an ancient and long-lost technique, sacrificing his male identity to become a being neither male nor female. He is not only ruthless with himself, but even more so with his disciples, adhering to the principle of survival of the fittest in the cultivation realm, leading his sect with a cruel hand. The Fanine sect comprises 5 elders, each governing a mountain peak and 100 disciples. Among them, the Grand Elder is the sworn enemy of the Second Elder, who in turn seeks vengeance against the Third Elder for his mother's death. The Third Elder once plunged a dagger into the Fourth Elder, hindering his cultivation progress. The Fourth and Fifth Elders were once married but turned to the path of ruthless detachment, attempting to eliminate one another to attain enlightenment, though they ultimately failed. The enmity among the elders is palpable, and one can only imagine the tribulations faced by the disciples beneath them. Once a month, a cultivation assessment occurs, where disciples from the 5 peaks engage in deadly combat, with countless lives lost upon the arena. Only those who pass the assessment for an entire year are deemed worthy to be accepted as direct disciples by Master Fu Yu. Upon becoming a direct disciple, a mere act of slaying any elder on the arena grants one the status of the new elder. The Grand Elder's previous 100 disciples have all perished in the assessment arena, and Yan Ting, as his newly accepted disciple, has risen to the rank of senior brother due to his exceptional water spiritual root. However, the Grand Elder's intentions were not to nurture him with great care, but rather to covet his extraordinary spiritual root. Days prior, a direct disciple of Master Fu Yu boldly declared his intent to challenge the Grand Elder following next month's assessment. This disciple possessed a remarkable prowess reminiscent of the young Master Fuyu, and his formidable abilities were truly alarming. Faced with a formidable adversary, the Grand Elder was compelled to prepare in advance, contemplating a means to usurp another's spiritual root to bolster his own. Yan Ting was the unfortunate soul targeted for this theft. Upon processing the unfolding narrative, he looked down to find his abdomen soaked in blood. The Grand Elder having extracted his spiritual root. Hey, I feared for your pain, so I preemptively muted your senses. Am I not considerate? I thank you. Yan Ting inhaled deeply. But could you possibly send me back to before my spiritual root was taken? How can I establish myself in the cultivation world without it? Fear not, dear one. Although you have lost your exceptional water spiritual root, I can arrange for an artificial one. Very well, show me. Yan Ting closed his eyes, carefully attuning to his surroundings. Indeed, the drained spiritual energy began to rejuvenate, and even the wound on his abdomen was gradually mending. Within him, there undeniably resided two spiritual roots. In the realm of cultivation, the purity of spiritual roots directly correlates with strength. Thus, Yan Ting contemplated lamenting the system's well-meaning yet misguided interference when he suddenly paused. Spiritual roots are classified into 8 elemental types: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and ice. Yet within him lay the roots of hydrogen and oxygen. You see, when these two spiritual roots collide, they will explode, their power far surpassing that of the natural roots. Am I not good to you? Yan Ting found himself at a loss for words. Having spiritual roots is insufficient without formidable artifacts. However, I possess a plethora of exquisite artifacts. Feel free to choose, dear father. A variety of artifacts materialized before Yan Ting. Swords, bows, staffs, axes, and mirrors. Everything conceivable was present. He selected a heavy sword. This one is named Feiguang. It is the heaviest and most powerful among these artifacts. However, I would recommend you choose another, as I fear your slender arms may struggle to wield it effectively. He decided on it nonetheless. The artifact required a drop of blood to recognize its master. With his abdomen stained in blood, he carelessly touched the tip of his finger to the sword, and his hand immediately illuminated with a faint white sword pattern. The mountain presided over by the Grand Elder is known as Chinchio Peak. At present, Yan Ting found himself in the secluded chamber of the Elder, with doors and windows sealed by talismans. Father, you should find a place to hide. 5 years hence, your target will slay throughout the entire sect, and then you may begin your pursuit. 5 years later? By then, the opportunity would have long since passed. Yan Ting narrowed his eyes. The Grand Elder had just changed his spiritual roots, so he must be quite weak. I shall go and eliminate him now. Huh? The system Lulu was taken aback. Isn't your character that of a pure and innocent little green tea? How can you so casually contemplate murder? In response to its query, Yan Ting's gaze darkened. When devoid of weapons, tears become my weapon. He paused momentarily, glancing down at the Feiguang's sword in his grasp. But now that I possess a weapon, it is others who shall weep. With that, he attempted to channel the spiritual energy within him. And indeed, as the system Lulu had stated, the collision of the two roots resulted in an explosion. The chamber was left in ruins as he emerged from the debris, passing by a water basin adorned with lotus flowers. He caught a glimpse of his current visage reflected on the tranquil surface. It was a face as ethereal as that of a celestial being. Despite his disheveled hair and garments stained with vivid crimson blood, the striking beauty of his countenance remained unblemished. A dot of vermilion at his brow added an alluring touch, imbuing his cool demeanor with a hint of beguilement, reminiscent of a captivating fox spirit emerging from ancient scrolls. Yan Ting lingered for but a fleeting moment before resolutely advancing with the Feiguang sword in hand. The sword's tip grazed the ground, igniting sparks as it scraped against the surface. With no one else present, Yan Ting boldly pushed open the door, and indeed, he beheld the Grand Elder, drenched in sweat upon the bed. The exquisite water spiritual root seemed not to integrate well with his body. As he appeared tormented, his teeth clenched tightly, and his palms bloodied from his own grip. Yan Ting resolved to assist him to alleviate his suffering. He raised the sword high, only to be repelled by the protective shield surrounding the Grand Elder. Evidently, the elder retained a measure of vigilance. Yet this did not deter Yan Ting from harboring murderous intent towards him. Seizing the moment when the Grand Elder was at his weakest, Yan Ting's dual spirit roots once more merged. Utilizing the exquisite artifact, Fei Guang, he shattered the protective barrier and pierced the Grand Elder's abdomen, pinning him to the bed. "You cannot kill him," came a warning. "The soul lamps of all the elders are with revered floating jade. If he dies, the lamp will extinguish." Revered floating jade is a twisted and perverse individual. He only permits battles in the arena for his amusement and forbids any private skirmishes. Upon hearing this, Yan Ting used his sword to excise the spirit roots that did not belong to the Grand Elder. Fearing his words might incite trouble, he also severed his tongue, leaving him barely alive. As he exited, he collected the talismans that had fallen outside the partition, infused them with spiritual energy, and sealed the room. A sound of footsteps echoed behind him. At the moment he turned around, the system, Lu, cheered with delight. "I sense the aura of soul fragments. Father, you need not be overly strong. Your strength has arrived." Chapter 69. The Ailing Senior Brother. Beautiful yet powerful, too. The strength that Lu referred to was merely a youth of 15 or 16 years. With raven-black eyes and hair, he stood tall, the dark sword on his back wrapped in black cloth. His face bore a youthful innocence, and his eyes sparkled like stars, giving the impression of a well-behaved child. In his hand, he clutched a wooden plaque inscribed with his name. Standing a short distance away, his gaze fixed vacantly upon Yan Ting's face. Yan Ting initially thought the boy was mesmerized by his own appearance until he inadvertently touched his cheek and realized that, while piercing the Grand Elder, some blood had splattered onto his face. Casually wiping away the blood, Yan Ting's gaze fell upon the wooden plaque, and his eyelashes fluttered slightly as he called out, "Song Qingzi? The Vanning sect is a demonic sect. However, not all disciples who join are malevolent. In the current world of cultivation, lineage holds great significance. Righteous sects meticulously investigate the ancestry of their disciples, and any transgression by an ancestor could serve as ground for their rejection." Song Qingzi's mother was a nine-tailed white wolf of the demon clan, while his father was human. Their forbidden love led to both being slain by righteous cultivators. Not only would the righteous sect refuse to accept Song Qingzi, but they also pursued him under the pretense of eradicating demonic filth. He joined the sect because only the Vanning sect possessed the power to protect him, and he yearned to avenge his parents after acquiring strength. It was also here that he would endure a lifetime of nightmares, betrayed by friends, stabbed by trusted elders, his demon core extracted, and cast off a cliff, barely surviving. Every underhanded trick was unleashed upon him. Soon, it would be time for a thrilling counterattack. The blood of his demon lineage would turn against him, transforming him into a great demon. Rising from the precipice, he wielded the dark sword left by his father, slaughtering all within the sect. Stepping into a sea of corpses, treading upon the stark white bones, he unfurled his 9 blood-soaked tails, commanding the myriad demons to kneel and acknowledge him as the demon emperor. Yet, these events had yet to unfold. At this moment, he had just joined the Vanning sect. He glanced at the wooden plaque hanging at Yan Ting's waist and nodded slightly. Song Qingzi pays his respects to the senior brother. "Father, he bears the bloodline of the demon clan. Any stimulus will inevitably provoke his transformation into a great demon. And the slaughter of the sect is an unavoidable event. Earlier, I suggested you take cover, but you did not heed my advice. Now that you have met him, you must garner 100 points of affection before he unleashes his dark sword, for it cannot harm one who is cherished." Yan Ting lowered his head in contemplation. If he were to clear all obstacles for Song Qingzi before the incident at the slaughter sect, would Song Qingzi not transform into a great demon? With this thought, he raised his gaze to Song Qingzi and spoke, "You're the newly accepted junior disciple of the Grand Elder, are you not? The Elder is in seclusion. Follow me, and I shall arrange your lodging." His countenance was as frosty as snow, yet his voice exuded an extraordinary gentleness, creating a striking contrast. Song Qingzi was somewhat taken aback. He was aware that the Vanning sect was a sect of the demonic path, and had prepared himself for a surrounding filled with wolves and tigers. He had not anticipated that the first person he encountered here would be so amiable. Current affection points: 5,000. Thank you, senior brother, he said, remembering to express concern for Yan Ting. Senior brother, why are you covered in blood? It is nothing, Yan Ting replied with a shake of his head. Fabricating a lie with ease. The cultivation method I practice requires blood as a catalyst. This is quite normal. Song Qingzi seemed to accept this explanation, refraining from further inquiries, and obediently stood beside Yan Ting. He was still but a child. Yan Ting blinked and was about to take a step forward when a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him. His footing faltered, and he nearly stumbled, but fortunately, Song Qingzi caught him in time, expressing concern. Senior brother, are you truly unwell? Yan Ting pressed a hand to his forehead, his raven-like lashes glistening with unshed tears, and a faint flush adorned the corners of his eyes, revealing a rare vulnerability upon his otherwise icy visage. This was precisely why the righteous sex had refused to accept him. His body bore a defect. Every time he wielded spiritual power, he would subsequently experience a sudden weakness, rendering him unsteady and at risk of fainting. After a moment of effort to regain his composure, Yan Ting managed to steady himself, his dilated pupils gradually focusing as he offered a slight smile to Song Qingzi. I am truly fine. Let us proceed. Song Qingzi appeared to want to voice something, but upon seeing his pale complexion, he ultimately remained silent. The two arrived at the disciples' quarters. Just as they stepped through the threshold, a robust voice rang out. What is so extraordinary about having a top-tier water spiritual root? I will slay him in the upcoming cultivation assessment next month and become the senior brother of Chinchio Peak. The bitterness was palpable. The speaker was Chu Yu, who also possessed a water spiritual root, but, due to its lesser purity compared to Yan Ting's, had to settle for the position of the second disciple of Chinchio Peak. Yan Ting, who had been pondering where to place Song Qingzi, suddenly found his answer and called out, You shall move away from my side. Your room will be occupied by junior disciple Song. Each disciple at Chinchio Peak had their own independent quarters, ranked according to their standing, with the more esteemed disciples residing in more luxurious accommodations. Furthermore, disciples of lower rank were not permitted to defy those of higher rank. The sole path to ascend was to defeat or slay the opponent in the monthly cultivation assessment, at which point rankings would be reassigned. Caught in the act of speaking ill behind someone's back, Chu Yu's face shifted through a spectrum of colors, resembling a vibrant palette. However, the regulations of the sect were firmly established, and he dared not defy them. Reluctantly, he retreated to his room to pack his belongings, casting a fierce glare at Yan Ting before departing. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Yan Ting remained indifferent to his words. After all, Chu Yu was merely a jester in the original narrative, meeting his demise in the first month's training assessment and never to have another chance to bounce back. As a mere pawn, he wouldn't even have the opportunity to lament the misfortunes of middle age, for he would not live to see it. Absorbed in his own thoughts, he led Song Qingzi into the room. Yan Ting surveyed the space, noting that it was well equipped with daily necessities, and most importantly, the windows were adjacent to his own, allowing for easy viewing of each other. He was quite pleased and said, You shall reside here for the time being. If you find anything lacking, feel free to come to me next door. Thank you, senior brother. After the passing of his parents, Song Qingzi had been living a life of evasion, often finding refuge in deep forests or dilapidated temples. He had never imagined he would be granted such a tidy and bright room. The Brahmin sound sect appeared to be less dreadful than he had anticipated. Life seemed to hold promise. He raised his hand, watching the sunlight filter through his fingers. In a moment of contentment, the emblem of the demon clan manifested itself. Fluffy, substantial ears sprouted from the top of his head, white and pointed, appearing delightful to the touch. Yan Ting, intrigued, asked tentatively, May I touch them? Chapter 70. The ailing senior brother, beautiful and capable. 3. Song Qingzi was somewhat taken aback but obediently leaned in. Although he was 3 years younger than Yan Ting, their heights were nearly equal. Yan Ting squeezed the soft wolf ears, his gaze falling upon the dark sore behind him, and curiously inquired, Why do you keep it wrapped in black cloth? It can only be sheathed after drawing blood, Song Qingzi replied. I wrapped it up as a warning to myself not to use it lightly. Ah, I see. Yan Ting ceased his inquiries, focusing solely on pinching Song Qingxi's ears, which caused the latter's face to flush crimson, shyly lowering his head. "So adorable," Yan Ting remarked. The system spoke mysteriously. "Daddy, I hope you still find him adorable tonight. Where did that come from?" Yan Ting pondered, unable to understand. After indulging in his playful whims, he took Song Qingxi to have a meal. The disciples of Wufeng had their own dining halls, adhering to a strict hierarchy. The top 10 disciples dined seated, those ranked from 10 to 50 stood while eating, and the remaining 50 were relegated to squatting in corners. Of course, one could also opt to quickly learn the art of fasting and abstain from the dining hall altogether. Song Qingxi's wooden spiritual root stood out among these individuals, but having arrived late, he would have to wait until next month's training assessment to alter his fate. After filling his plate, he glanced at the empty corner, preparing to squat there when Yan Ting stopped him. "Come sit with me." Before Song Qingxi could respond, Chu Yu erupted first. "Yan Ting, do you wish to violate the sex rules? Why shout?" Yan Ting shot him a cold glance, his voice remaining calm. "The Grand Elder has no objections. Who are you to raise your voice here?" Indeed, the Grand Elder possesses a water mirror that allows for a clear view of the happenings in any corner of Qinqiu Peak. Should Yan Ting dare to breach the teachings and sit alongside Song Qingxi, the Elder would undoubtedly intervene. At that moment, Yan Ting would surely face misfortune. Contemplating this, Chu Yu's tense expression softened slightly, the corners of his lips curling into a smile that hinted at his anticipation for the unfolding drama, as he mockingly remarked, "Very well. Let him take a seat. I am eager to witness whether the Elder will make an appearance." In the face of his provocation, Yan Ting maintained his composure, forcefully seating Song Qingxi beside him. Song Qingxi, clearly lacking confidence, gazed with flickering dark eyes and asked, "Senior brother, is this truly all right?" "Of course it is. Do not worry," Yan Ting replied, picking up a pair of chopsticks laden with vegetables, his voice somewhat muffled. "From now on, you may always sit beside me during meals." Though still unsettled, Song Qingxi remained silent, focusing intently on his food. Meanwhile, Chu Yu lost his appetite, his gaze fixated on the two, occasionally glancing towards a door alongside a group of curious disciples. Despite their anxious stares, the Grand Elder failed to appear. Not a single soul was visible at the entrance. Not even a shadow. Chu Yu's initial excitement morphed into confusion, ultimately culminating in a look of astonishment. Veins protruded on his forehead as he watched Yan Ting, having finished his meal, rise and take Song Qingxi's hand to lead him outside. Was the Grand Elder blind? These two were openly defying the teachings. Yet he remained utterly silent. Chu Yu, in utter despair, shouted out, while the surrounding disciples, realizing there was no spectacle left to witness, dispersed in disappointment, leaving him alone to stand there, clutching his head and screaming. Among the crouching disciples in the corner, one quietly observed Yan Ting and Song Qingxi as they departed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He wiped the dust from his face, discarded his bowl, and followed after them. Upon reaching the area outside the disciples' quarters, he finally caught up, blocking their path. "Senior brother, I am Yu Shi, the disciple of the 57th rank." He introduced himself while casting a meaningful glance at Yan Ting. "Like junior brother Song, I bear the blood of the demon clan. My father is a fox demon. The fox demon lineage is renowned for its unparalleled beauty. Although Yu Shi is a hybrid of human and demon, it does not detract from his striking appearance. His fair complexion and captivating eyes sparkled like autumn waters, his blinking seeming almost intentional in its allure." Yan Ting felt a twitch in his eyelid. He wanted to remind the young man that their destinies were intertwined, and that his flirtatious gestures would bear no fruit. However, he ultimately held back, responding with an affected calmness. Yu Shi had come seeking support for himself. Unwilling to concede without achieving his aim, he feigned weakness, dramatically pressing a hand to his forehead, eyes brimming with tears. "While I was eating, I crouched in the corner and became dizzy. Senior brother, could you lend me a hand?" At this, Yan Ting could no longer contain his expression. His eyelids fluttered uncontrollably, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. As a master of subtlety, he would not permit others to display their talents before him. He immediately leaned toward Song Qingxi. burying his head in the latter's embrace to conceal his unrestrained expression, whispering softly, "My head is starting to ache again. Please assist me to my room." "Of course." Song Qingzi nodded and addressed the obstructive Yushi. "I would appreciate it if you could step aside." Yushi stood in astonishment, momentarily frozen in place. Without further ado, Song Qingzi circumvented him and assisted Yan Ting into the room, offering tea and water and tucking him in with a blanket. After a considerable time, Yan Ting managed to regain his composure. In the original narrative, Yushi was the close friend who treacherously betrayed Song Qingzi. Initially, their paths seldom crossed until the first cultivation assessment, where Song Qingzi secured a place among the top 10, prompting Yushi to approach him with ulterior motives. Both shared a lineage of demon blood, and their commonality blossomed into an unbreakable friendship. Throughout subsequent cultivation evaluations and ordinary trials, Song Qingzi instinctively shielded Yushi. It was only after they ascended to the positions of senior brother and second senior brother at Qinshiu Peak that Yushi's true nature was unveiled. He mercilessly kicked Song Qingzi off the cliff, laughing triumphantly. "Thank you, but I'm strong enough now and no longer require anyone's protection. You may perish," making way for someone more deserving of the senior brother position. Reflecting on this, Yan Ting called out to the preoccupied Song Qingzi, "In the future, do not engage with Yushi. Did you not observe his affected demeanor today? He appears fragile and in need of support, yet in truth, he seeks to entwine himself like a dodder vine, clinging to a tree to siphon its nutrients until it is choked to death." Song Qingzi seemed to grasp the underlying message. "Then why must the senior brother project his issues onto me? Have you also learned to draw inferences?" Yan Ting opened his mouth to respond, but Song Qingzi suddenly smiled. "However, I'm certain that the senior brother is a good person." With that, he turned to glance outside, his expression shifting to one of urgency. "It is getting late. I must return to my room." Observing his hasty retreat, Yan Ting found it peculiar. The sun had only just set. It was still quite early. Chapter 71. The ill master brother is beautiful and powerful for Daddy. Are you going to chase after him to see what he is up to? Listening to the voice of System Lulu, Yan Ting lowered his beautiful eyes, contemplating seriously, since he is unwilling to disclose his reasons. There must be considerations on his part. It is unnecessary to press him at this moment. Yet, he is in dire need of assistance. Are you truly not going to check on him? The insistence of System Lulu heightened Yan Ting's curiosity. He halted his steps toward the bed, the evening glow cascading onto his garments, hesitating momentarily before ultimately turning to the door. Muttering to himself, "I shall take a quick look, just a glance." Arriving at Song Qingzi's door, he found it tightly shut, with not a sliver of light penetrating through. The wind chimes under the eaves swayed gently, accompanied by faint sounds from within. "Junior brother?" Yan Ting tentatively called out, pushing against the door, only to discover it was locked from the inside. What would he be doing in there? He leaned in closer to the door, straining to listen to the commotion inside, the indistinct rustling interspersed with intermittent soft gasps. That sound seemed rather inappropriate. Yan Ting's ears flushed crimson. It appeared he was preoccupied. Perhaps it would be best not to interrupt his endeavors. As he prepared to depart, the sounds of gasping within transformed into agonized, suffocating breaths. Yan Ting sensed an impending crisis and swiftly merged his spiritual roots, blasting open the door. The scene that met his eyes compelled him to take an astonished step back. What had happened to his adorable junior disciple? How had he morphed into a lycanthrope? Within the room, Song Qingzi was entirely adorned with crimson demonic patterns, his eyes glowing a blood-red hue. Not only had his ears transformed, but 9 enormous, fluffy tails had also emerged from behind him. The intricate demonic markings obscured the youthful innocence between his brows, imbuing him with an air that seemed almost inhumane. The 9 snow-white tails swayed behind him, accentuating his otherworldly appearance. At that moment, he exuded a regal aura akin to a demon monarch, evoking an irresistible urge to kneel and submit before him. Yan Ting instinctively retreated a step, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "What is happening? Is this his second personality?" It is the surge of demonic blood that clouds his consciousness. However, enduring until dawn will suffice, the system interjected. Of course, There are two methods to awaken him prematurely. The first involves letting him consume human blood, and the second requires a union with him, utilizing your spiritual power to suppress the chaotic demonic energy within him. Yan Ting raised his gaze, noticing Song Qingxi's dazed crimson pupils fixated intently on his slender, snow-white neck, as if he were eyeing a delectable morsel, poised to pounce and take a bite. And indeed, he did just that. With a speed that left behind an afterimage, Song Qingxi had already arrived before Yan Ting, his tail curling around him, effortlessly drawing him into an embrace. The surge of demonic blood had sharpened his already pointed tiger fangs, and Yan Ting's heart raced, fearing that a mere bite could lead to his demise. As Song Qingxi opened his mouth to bite down, in a flash of instinct, Yan Ting seized his fluffy ears. The action halted him, and his crimson eyes flickered, the desire for human blood momentarily replaced by a hint of something else. Yan Ting knew that the ears were the most sensitive part of his body. Gently caressing along the base caused Song Qingxi's tail to relax slightly, and even his gaze became clearer. If he could completely revert to his original form as a nine-tailed demon wolf, it was likely that he would obediently curl up at Yan Ting's feet, purring contentedly. However, this was evidently not a long-term solution. As time wore on, the demonic blood surged once more, and Song Qingxi's eyes clouded again, the sound of his teeth grinding echoing in the air. There appeared to be no other recourse. Yan Ting closed his eyes, a faint blush appearing on his cool visage, conveying a sense of resigned bravery. Though Song Qingxi was still a child, Yan Ting reluctantly resolved to employ an alternative method to rouse him from his stupor. His moon-like eyes wandering over the other's form, burdened by a pang of conscience, finding it difficult to act. Thus, Yan Ting decided to take the initiative. Licking his dry lips, he tugged at Song Qingxi's ears, their faces drawing closer, poised to share a kiss, when suddenly, a voice from outside interrupted. "What are you two doing?" The interruption brought a sigh of relief from Yan Ting. He turned his head, displaying a friendly smile, and beckoned to Chu Yu with a finger. "We're studying a technique. Come over and listen." Confusion flickered across Chu Yu's face. What technique required such proximity between two individuals? What could possibly cause Song Qingxi to be unable to hide his tail and ears? Aware that Yan Ting's invitation bore no good intentions, Chu Yu's insatiable curiosity propelled him forward, and he stepped into the room. In the next moment, Yan Ting's spiritual roots fused once more, rendering Chu Yu unconscious. The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground echoed as he lay motionless on the cold floor, peacefully closing his eyes. At last, it was over. He would not have to make the ultimate sacrifice. Yan Ting suppressed his smile, released Song Qingxi's ears, and gestured with his chin for him to approach. "Everyone is ready. Go drink the blood." However, Song Qingxi remained still, his gaze fixed intently on Yan Ting. Previously, he had scrutinized Yan Ting's neck, but now his eyes were on his face, an undercurrent of desire flickering within. The dusk was fast approaching, dim light filtered between them, and the wind chimes under the eaves continued to ring, each sound echoing the frantic rhythm of Yan Ting's heart. Uncomfortable under Song Qingxi's gaze, Yan Ting felt a creeping unease and tentatively shifted away. Just as he reached the doorway and felt a semblance of safety, Song Qingxi reappeared before him, this time ensnaring him with nine tails, leaving no room for resistance. He then grasped the back of Yan Ting's head, leaning in to kiss him. Song Qingxi's teeth were sharp. A mere touch caused Yan Ting to taste blood on his tongue, the metallic tang reminiscent of rust causing him to frown. He yearned to escape, but the force of the demonized Song Qingxi left him no avenue for retreat. Breath was stolen away, and his mind erupted in a cacophony akin to fireworks. Just when he felt he could no longer breathe, Song Qingxi's crimson eyes gradually darkened, as if the taste of blood from the kiss had taken effect, and the surrounding demonic energy began to dissipate. He abruptly released Yan Ting, feeling the rush of blood flood to his head, boiling and then cooling in an instant, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Although it was he who had forced the kiss upon Yan Ting, his dazed expression suggested that he was the one being coerced, his lips trembling. In Chapter 72, the ailing senior brother is beautiful and strong, Yan Ting's tongue throbbed faintly, his expression far from pleasant. His naturally cool demeanor was now marred by a frown, as if he sought to sever all ties with Song Qingxi. Song Qingxi's complexion paled, his ears and tails drooping, yet he resolutely declared to Yan Ting, senior brother, "Please kill me." Yan Ting paused, a teasing thought crossing his mind, but the sect leader forbids private duels. Taking a deep breath, Song Qingxi bit his lip firmly. "Then you challenge me to a duel. Summon me to the arena. I promise not to fight back." As he spoke, he succumbed to his own sorrow. The senior brother had treated him with such kindness, yet here he was, betraying that kindness with actions unworthy of gratitude. As the prompt echoed, Song Qingxi's expression grew increasingly despondent, as if a dark cloud loomed overhead, refusing to dissipate. Children are truly delightful. Yan Ting could not suppress a chuckle. "I do not hold you accountable." Upon hearing this, the depths of Song Qingxi's dark eyes regained their luster, and he gazed at Yan Ting in disbelief, opening his mouth yet failing to articulate a single word. "It's merely that my tongue aches a bit. I'm not angry with you." Yan Ting gently patted his head, and at that very moment, the familiar sensation of dizziness washed over him once more. It was a consequence of utilizing his spiritual energy. He leaned against Song Qingxi, who instinctively helped him to the bed before fetching water from the table. By the time he returned, Yan Ting had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Song Qingxi placed the cup haphazardly on the bedside table, his hands flailing as he checked Yan Ting's breath. Realizing he had merely fainted from weakness, he hurriedly tucked the blanket around Yan Ting, then unceremoniously tossed the unconscious Chu Yu out of the room before returning to the bedside. Not daring to further disturb his senior brother, he obediently squatted at the head of the bed, resting his head on his fluffy tail and drifting off to sleep. As dawn broke the following day, a resonant voice called from outside, "All gather in the square." Yan Ting awoke to the commotion. The moment he opened his eyes, he instinctively glanced at his chest, relieved to find his attire intact, grateful that nothing untoward had transpired. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught sight of something, turning in surprise to meet Song Qingxi's gaze. "Senior brother, you are awake. Did you truly sleep through the night like this?" Their voices harmonized in unison. Yet, this was not the time for conversation. The voice outside continued to urge them on, compelling both to wash up and change their garments. Song Qingxi concealed his ears and tail, the demon markings fading away, and took up his dark sword, proceeding alongside Yan Ting to the square. The 100 disciples of Qianxiu Peak had assembled there, with the teaching elder standing upon a high platform, growing increasingly impatient as the Grand Elder had yet to appear. "Someone, go check on the Grand Elder." To prevent the revelation of the Grand Elder's tragic state, pinned to his bed with only a breath remaining, Yan Ting stepped forward and said, "The elder has been in seclusion recently." The teaching elder lowered his eyelids, scrutinizing the wooden token hanging from Yan Ting's waist. As the eldest disciple of Qianxiu Peak, he was unlikely to lie. Moreover, a few days prior, the sect leader's direct disciple had issued a challenge to the Grand Elder. A formidable opponent indeed. Hence, the Grand Elder required seclusion to cultivate and strategize. Thus, the teaching elder ceased to dwell on the matter, his stern gaze sweeping over the assembly as he spoke indifferently. "In that case, we shall not wait for him." Raising a hand, a flame flickered to life in his palm. "As all of you are newly accepted disciples of the Brahma Sound sect, today, I shall teach you how to summon your spiritual roots and successfully utilize them." He formed hand seals, and the disciples below followed suit, beginning their practice. After repeating the instruction thrice, he allowed them to attempt it independently. Yan Ting nestled into the crowd, propping his chin up, listlessly surveying his surroundings, when he noticed something peculiar about Song Qingxi's demeanor. "What troubles you?" he inquired gently, moving closer to his side. "My what spiritual root?" Song Qingxi sniffled, a hint of sorrow in his voice. "It seems something is amiss." "In what manner is it wrong?" Yan Ting asked, intrigued. Song Qingxi led him to a secluded corner, where a vibrant and beautiful flower field flourished. However, upon the touch of Song Qingxi's hand, the surrounding flora rapidly withered and turned yellow, presenting a scene of decay. Yan Ting remarked, "This must be a wooden spirit root." It clearly resembles a deadly poison root, due to the presence of demonic blood within him. His wooden spirit root had undergone a transformation, harboring toxins capable of bringing about death. For the time being, there was no way to control it. He would have to wait until his cultivation improved. Upon hearing this, Yan Ting looked at Song Qingzi and gently said, "It's all right. This is quite normal. Just continue your training." With his senior brother's assurance, Song Qingzi felt relieved and suddenly gazed at Yan Ting with hope, saying, "I have heard that you possess an exceptional water spirit root. Can you restore the wilted flowers?" Of course not, Yan Ting thought. Currently, he could only obliterate the entire flower field. He remained silent, and Song Qingzi quickly found an explanation for him. "I was being presumptuous. Such a trivial matter should not trouble you, senior brother." With that, he squatted down in a corner, appearing rather pitiful. This feeling was quite different from the previous two realms. It seemed he was not on a quest, but rather caring for a child. He took a deep breath, preparing to devise a way to bond with Song Qingzi when the elder instructor on stage spoke up. "Who among you has learned to manipulate spirit roots? Raise your hands so I may see." At his words, a third of the crowd eagerly raised their hands, their faces glowing with pride, eagerly awaiting praise. However, what they received was the elder instructor's lips curling into a profound smile. "Very well. You may now proceed to the first ordinary trial." Under the puzzled gaze of the crowd, he raised his hand, and a massive beast descended from the sky, landing squarely in the center of the square, crushing two innocent disciples beneath it. The elder instructor, seemingly oblivious, continued, "You are to defeat this beast. Only those who survive unscathed will be rewarded." The crowd was left dumbfounded. They had just learned to manipulate spirit roots, and now they were expected to hunt a beast. This was akin to asking a newly walking infant to run 5 laps around the Mount Vanine. Amidst a chorus of exclamations, the elder instructor vanished, and the beast began to rampage, sending disciples flying into the air. "Help! Save me! I don't want to die!" Amidst the cries for help, the crowd pushed back in panic. Yan Ting contemplated which part of the beast he should strike to bring it down in one blow. Before he could act, he suddenly noticed someone from the retreating crowd boldly moving forward. Song Qingzi unwrapped the dark cloth from his sword, drawing it from its sheath to protect everyone. Yan Ting was taken aback. Was his dark sword initially meant to shield them? Chapter 73. The ailing senior brother, beautiful and capable, 6, but why, in the end? Did these people become souls beneath his blade? As Yan Ting remained in a daze, the earth-shattering roar of the beast jolted him back to reality. Song Qingzi unleashed his spirit power, causing countless plants to grow wildly, with thorny vines tightly binding the beast. It was a colossal creature, seemingly on the verge of breaking free. Yan Ting urgently called out, "Didn't 3/10 of you learn to manipulate spiritual roots? Why are you hesitating? Help us!" The crowd retreated timidly. In truth, their earlier raised hands were merely to garner praise from the teaching elder, as those truly adept at manipulating spiritual roots could be counted on one hand. Among the few, only half were willing to assist, while the others wished fervently for a hole to hide in, their legs trembling as if in cramp, utterly lacking the courage to confront the beast. Yan Ting summoned the flying light sword, preparing to strike, when a voice echoed in his mind, "Dad, be careful." In that critical moment, he instinctively sidestepped, and then Chuyu, maintaining a pushing stance, stumbled and fell, rolling twice on the ground. A leg was crushed by the beast, emitting a cry of agony. Then, his eyes rolled back, either dead or unconscious. Yan Ting felt a chill run through him. Truly, these were disciples of a confrontational sect, even in dire straits. They still entertained thoughts of infighting. Had he not dodged, it would have been he whose leg was broken by the beast. Without a second thought for the half-conscious Chuyu, Yan Ting declared, "At such a critical juncture, are we still to harm one another? It is imperative that we unite to slay the beast. What use are you hiding at the back? You are merely prolonging your demise. It is far better to charge forward and carve a bloody path." His words finally inspired 2 more disciples to step forward to assist Song Qingzi in subduing the beast. With their combined efforts, Song Qingzi finally found an opportunity and advanced with her sword. The beast's tough hide rendered ordinary blades ineffective. Yet the darkened blade was a premium artifact, cutting a gash into its flesh. Blood gushed forth, inciting the beast's fury as it broke free from the vines, baring its menacing white teeth at Song Qingzi. Everyone scatter. Yan Ting commanded. Wait until it weakens from blood loss before we continue. At his call, the crowd of Qinqiu Peak dispersed widely across the expansive square. The beast, having been poisoned by Song Qingzi, slowed down. Its relentless pursuit not only failed to harm anyone, but accelerated the toxin's reaction within its body and its blood loss. Yan Ting remained vigilant, employing his dual spiritual roots to create luminous spheres, strategically placing them along the beast's path. The moment it stepped upon one, the spheres would merge and explode, producing significant power. As desired, the enraged beast, unable to catch its prey, stepped onto the prepared light sphere. In that instant, the entire square trembled, bricks tumbling down, the surrounding walls peeling, while a mushroom cloud slowly rose in the distance. The beast was thrown onto its back, its flesh torn apart, its eyes reduced to bloody sockets, unable to emit even a cry. Noticing it was still alive, Yan Ting and Song Qingzi simultaneously drew their swords and thrust them into its heart. The beast, as if experiencing a final surge of energy, flailed its tail violently, causing the two to lose their balance and tumble together. Yan Ting looked up to see the once mighty beast now lifeless, its eyes wide open in death, and he finally exhaled in relief. Before formally embarking on the path of cultivation, the spiritual energy within this body could be described as barren. The recent accumulation of light orbs had nearly drained Yan Ting's vitality. He found himself too weary to move, choosing instead to remain sprawled in Song Qingzi's embrace. Eyes closed in repose. Though he yearned for rest, someone insisted on asserting their presence, hastily breaking from the crowd and extending a hand to assist him. "Master brother, you have worked hard. Let me take you back to rest." It was the voice of Yushi. Reluctantly, Yan Ting opened his eyes and caught sight of Yushi's tear-filled, fox-like eyes, causing a wave of discomfort in his stomach. Thankfully, he had skipped breakfast. Otherwise, he might have been unwell. As Yushi's hand reached closer, Yan Ting attempted to evade it, but Song Qingzi acted more swiftly. Swatting away the outstretched hand with an irritable tone, "You were nowhere to be found when I needed your help. What do you want now?" Yushi's expression faltered, his face contorting with a mix of grievance as he stammered, "I haven't learned to manipulate my spiritual roots yet. Perhaps I'm just a bit foolish." "Song Shitty, why are you so harsh? It makes me want to cry." As a half-demon, even if one could not control their spiritual roots, they could still utilize a modicum of demon energy to assist. Yet he had done nothing but hide among the crowd. Yan Ting had previously remarked that Yushi was not a person of good character, and Song Qingzi grew increasingly disenchanted with him. Tension thickened in the air. Yushi, with a quick glance, squeezed out 2 tears, blinking his watery eyes at Yan Ting. "Master brother, you must help me deal with Shitty. He is bullying me." The repeated call of "Master brother" sent shivers down Yan Ting's spine. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the urge to slap Yushi and retorted, "Your seductive tactics truly disgrace your fox spirit lineage." Unable to maintain his composure, Yushi fled in tears, retreating in a manner that showed no recognition of kinship. "Exactly." Song Qingzi concurred, nodding. His eyes blink as if they are cramping, and his voice is quite peculiar, uncomfortable to listen to. Suddenly, Yan Ting grasped Song Qingzi's collar, forcing him to meet his gaze. He blinked, devoid of Yushi's pretentiousness. His long lashes quivered, and his pupils reflected the sunlight, bathed in a delicate golden hue, clear and serene, reminiscent of exquisite glass. With a smile, he inquired, "And what of me?" No matter how often he heard Yan Ting's voice, Song Qingzi still found it incredibly gentle, the tone possessing a subtle hook that left one disoriented. At the tender age of 15 or 16, he was ill-equipped to withstand such allure. The tips of his ears, concealed beneath his dark hair, quickly flushed crimson. Master brother was undoubtedly different from brother Yu. As Song Qingzi stammered to find his words, he managed, "Master brother is very good, truly the best at Qinqiu Peak, the finest in the Vanian sect." Pleased by the praise, Yan Ting's eyes sparkled with joy as he extended a hand towards him. "Show me your ears. Let me touch them." Two snowy white wolf ears peeked out as Song Qingzi bowed his head. However, Yan Ting did not touch the wolf ears. Instead, he caressed the warm tips of his flushed ears. This presented an altogether different sensation. Yan Ting's fingers were cool, yet wherever he touched Song Qingzi, a wave of warmth surged, filling his heart with an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. The young lad was unaware of the sensation of a racing heart. Yet, he found joy in the company of Yan Ting, relishing the gentle touch of her hand upon his ear. Current affection level. 15, Chapter 74. The enigmatic and strikingly capable senior brother. 7. It was not until half an hour later that the long-absent instructor reappeared. Observing that merely 5 or 6 individuals had perished, he expressed astonishment, as historically, the casualties among disciples often exceeded 50%. He approached the sprawled beast, inspecting the wound at its heart, and inquired, "Who did this?" A disciple pointed towards Yan Ting and Song Qingzi. The instructor then chuckled heartily, stroking his beard with a knowing glint in his eyes, and remarked, "It appears you are the most promising disciples of this generation at Chinchou Peak, destined to become the personal disciples of the sect leader in due time." Yan Ting responded, "There is no need to cast such a curse upon us. If being a disciple of the 5 elders posed a formidable challenge, then serving under Master Fuyu was akin to a descent into hellish trials. Despite the sect leader's explicit prohibition against internal conflicts among disciples, his personal disciples were exempt from this rule. During their training, they were required to maintain a distance of 3 zhang from others to avoid treachery. At night, they needed to keep one eye vigilant while the other rested. What was even more daunting was that the quota for personal disciples was limited to 10. Should a new disciple join, the existing ones would inevitably engage in a deadly competition to control their numbers. Furthermore, they had to remain wary of Master Fuyu's occasional bouts of madness. There had been an instance where he deemed one of his personal disciples suitable for an esoteric technique, and without seeking consent, he had mutilated the disciple, leading to a tragic suicide. The only path to temporary tranquility lay in swiftly surpassing the elders. However, the cost of such elevation was the constant scrutiny from the sect leader's personal disciples. Considering all these factors, Yan Ting felt that Chinchou Peak was rather agreeable, akin to returning home. Fortunately, the instructor did not wish to delve deeper into this subject. He averted his gaze and addressed the assembly, as promised. All uninjured disciples will receive a reward. The hot springs of the back mountain are now open. You may proceed. Upon hearing this, the group erupted in excitement. The most alluring feature of the Fanine sect was the unique hot springs of each peak, rumored to cleanse one's spiritual roots, uplift one's spirits, and significantly enhance one's cultivation. The crowd eagerly made their way towards the springs, with Song Qingzi assisting Yan Ting to join the throng. As for those unfortunate disciples who had perished during the battle, the instructor had reduced them to a sanguine mist, repurposed as fertilizer. The lightly injured were escorted by the instructor for treatment. Meanwhile, those like Chu Yu, whose leg bones had been crushed beyond repair, faced a fate of servitude. On their path to the hot springs, several disciples approached Yan Ting and Song Qingzi with warm greetings. "Thank you, senior brother, and thank you, junior brother. Without your aid, we surely would not have survived that trial. I was utterly petrified upon encountering that colossal beast, but thankfully, junior brother's vines ensnared it, halting its advance. Otherwise, I would have been trampled to death. Indeed, however, have we not yet reached the moment to select our magical artifacts? From whence did your swords originate?" Song Qingzi sequentially addressed the inquiries of the crowd, yet Yan Ting remained silent, scrutinizing them with an air of perplexity. At least at this juncture, half of the disciples appeared to be ordinary individuals, engaging in laughter and exhibiting gratitude. So why, in the end, did they all transform into unfeeling disciples of the demonic sect, capable of unsheathing their swords without hesitation in the presence of kin or friends? Yan Ting found himself unable to comprehend. However, upon encountering the so-called spring that purportedly enhances one's cultivation, his doubts dissipated in an instant. There was something amiss with this spring, The pool contained a viscous, dark purple liquid, reminiscent of mucus, steaming ominously while exuding an unnatural fragrance. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves, expressing their trepidation. Why does it appear thus? It seems excessively hot. Could it possibly scald one to death? After a prolonged hesitation, no one dared to be the first to take the plunge until Yushi, who had been lurking among the crowd, stepped forward to break the stalemate. Preparing to leap into the pool, Yan Ting halted him. This water is suspect. Do not enter. His well-meaning caution fell on deaf ears, as Yushi, having severed ties with him, dismissed his warning, believing that Yan Ting was deliberately exaggerating, wishing to indulge in the spring alone. He laughed, addressing him. Senior brother, how could there be any issue with the spring water that the elder instructed us to use? Spare me your pretentiousness. I am not so easily deceived. Words of reason are wasted on a fool. Since he could not comprehend, Yan Ting chose not to intervene further. Withdrawing his hand coldly and watching him plunge into the pool, the water appeared scalding, yet in reality, the temperature was just right. Yushi scooped up a handful of the thick, dark purple liquid and applied it to his face, seemingly relishing the experience. Some disciples were stirred by this and contemplated joining him. Yan Ting made one last appeal. I have warned you of the water's dangers, but if you insist on entering, I cannot stop you. Upon witnessing his resolute stance, Song Qingzi echoed his sentiment. Senior brother speaks the truth. We shall set an example and refrain from entering. The majority of disciples chose to stand behind Yan Ting. A dozen individuals remained indecisive, while a few, driven by greed, resolved to take a gamble and leapt into the pool without hesitation. Well then, senior brother, do enlighten us on what precisely is amiss? Merely speaking without evidence will lead no one to believe you. I understand now. You simply do not wish for others to progress alongside you. You possess a top-tier water spiritual root, cultivating swiftly without the need for this pool's assistance, whereas I am an ordinary gold spiritual root. Without the spring water, the gap between us will only widen. The hesitant disciples seemed influenced by these words, gritting their teeth as they stepped into the warm spring. Observing this scene, Yan Ting could not help but sigh. He surmised that the spring water had the power to bewitch one's mind, amplifying the darker aspects of their inner selves, ultimately transforming them into heartless villains. Yet, the effect seemed to accumulate gradually, not instantaneously, and thus, even if he spoke out now, no one would heed his warnings. Moreover, with his current level of cultivation, he was powerless to destroy the pool or prevent those intent on self-destruction. They themselves do not listen. Henceforth, whether they live or die is of no concern to him. Yan Ting turned away, and Song Qingzi grasped his arm tightly. Senior brother, even if they do not believe you, I will. With these words, a fragment of the heaviness in his heart dissipated, a faint smile gracing Yan Ting's lips. Just as he was about to speak, that familiar dizziness returned once more. He closed his eyes, and Song Qingzi, keenly sensing his distress, quickly reached out to support him, expressing concern. Senior brother, are you unwell again? Yan Ting's head fell weakly upon Song Qingzi's shoulder, clinging to the last remnants of consciousness as he murmured in his ear, You have worked hard. Take me back. With that, he succumbed entirely, losing consciousness. Chapter 75. The Ailing Senior Brother, Beautiful and Strong. 8. As twilight approached, Song Qingzi intended to hasten his return with Yan Ting in his arms. However, having followed the main group here, and with his attention solely on Yan Ting, he found himself at a fork in the road, unable to discern which path to take. With no one around to guide him, he chose a random route, which, predictably, led him astray. After retracing his steps and wasting considerable time, he felt the chaotic surge of demonic energy within him, his thoughts becoming increasingly muddled. After bringing Yan Ting back to the disciples' quarters and laying him upon the bed, Song Qingzi could no longer bear the strain and collapsed beside him. Raising his hand, the intricate demonic patterns erupted from his sleeves, winding around his veined hands and coiling around his distinctly articulated fingers. His remaining consciousness could no longer sustain him outside. He grasped Yan Ting's hand, invoking the essence of nature, piercing a small spot on the pad of his finger and gently licking it. The roiling demonic energy was subdued, and he staggered outside, not forgetting to close the door behind him. The following day, perhaps due to an early night's rest, Yan Ting awoke quite early. As he opened his eyes, Song Qingzi entered the room, arms laden with a bundle of herbs. Yan Ting inquired, "What are these for?" "They are for replenishing blood," Song Qingzi replied. Unable to meet his gaze, his face filled with remorse. "I am sorry, senior brother." The mention of replenishing blood set off alarm bells in Yan Ting's mind. He hurriedly felt his neck, finding no wounds as he had feared. He rolled up his sleeves to inspect, finding his skin as smooth as ever. What exactly had Song Qingzi bitten? Surely not. Yan Ting lifted his collar to examine his chest. The pale skin flashed before Song Qingzi's eyes, only to be quickly concealed once more by Yan Ting. "Senior brother," Song Qingzi could not help but interject, "the wound is just above your fingertip." Upon hearing this, Yan Ting looked to his fingertip, where a minuscule dot lay, so small it was nearly invisible. Had he delayed his inquiry any longer, the wound might have healed entirely. Yan Ting waved his hand dismissively. "This minor injury is of no consequence. You need not feel guilty." "But I still feel remorse." Song Qingzi gazed at him imploringly, his brow furrowed tightly. "Senior brother, please take these herbs." Yan Ting assumed the herbs in his arms were for external application, yet they were meant for internal consumption. They appeared rather unappetizing, with oddly shaped leaves that suggested a bitter taste. Yan Ting pressed his lips together, silently rejecting the notion 180 times in his mind. Yet, gazing into the child's earnest eyes, the words of refusal ultimately remained unspoken. Yan Ting inhaled deeply, accepting the grasp from his embrace. He lifted a strand, and the act of biting down resembled the consumption of blood and flesh. However, as the sap erupted from the leaves under pressure, Yan Ting paused momentarily, a flicker of astonishment gleaming in his eyes. "It was sweet?" Song Qingzi nodded affirmatively. Possessing a with spiritual root, he could discern the effects and flavors of every plant. This was the sweetest among the blood-replenishing herbs he had discovered. Yan Ting smoothed, beckoning him to sit beside the bed, then naturally rested his head on his shoulder, leisurely nibbling on the herb. From Song Qingzi's perspective, Yan Ting's collar, recently disheveled, hung loosely, revealing collarbones as delicate and beautiful as butterfly wings in flight. Yan Ting's chewing halted, his brow furrowing in confusion as he glanced up, while Song Qingzi hastily averted his gaze. After all, he was but a child, and his furtive glances lacked the fortitude to stand firm. His eyes flickered, almost as if the words "feeling guilty" were written across his face. Yan Ting arched an eyebrow, turning his face back to him. "If you wish to look, then do so openly. I shall not scold you." At that moment, the child's face flushed crimson, extending all the way to his neck as he stood abruptly, appearing to flee in panic. Yan Ting continued to chew on the herb, casually adjusting his loose collar, his eyes curving into a gentle smile, his cold demeanor softening as if ice and snow were melting away. Children were indeed delightful. Had he uttered such words in the previous two realms, his waist would have been broken by now. With time still on his side, after consuming a few leaves of the herb, Yan Ting stood and made his way to the dining hall. After Chu Yu's leg was broken, he spent his evenings cleaning the square and came to the dining hall during the day to serve meals to the disciples. The fall from the second disciple of Qianqiu Peak to an ordinary menial laborer was a disparity not easily borne. His face darkened, teeth clenched, displaying an expression of regret. Yet, he was not regretting pushing Yan Ting away. Rather, he lamented why he had not utilized his spiritual power at that time, for had he done so, it would have been Yan Ting with a broken leg. The surrounding disciples pointed fingers at him, and he endured his grievances as he continued to serve meals. It was not until he caught sight of Yan Ting that Chu Yu's face turned utterly black, his hand trembling as he held the spoon, causing the chicken from the potato and chili dish to spill out. Yan Ting frowned it. He assumed that would be the end of it, but to his surprise, Chu Yu's hand continued to shake, causing even the potatoes to fall, leaving only a heaping spoonful of red chilies remaining. Chu Yu extended the spoon, intending to serve the chilies into Yan Ting's bowl. Yet at that moment, Yan Ting stepped back. "What is the matter?" Chuyu straightened his neck, a hint of satisfaction at revenge creeping into his smile. Can we not waste time? There are others waiting in line behind. Yan Ting casually set the bowl aside, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It seems you have not grasped the rules of Qianqiu Peak. What rules? Strangely, a sense of foreboding washed over Chuyu. Yet, having fallen so low, he felt there was little further to descend. He continued to gaze intently at Yan Ting, his expression one of stubborn defiance. You merely possess a slightly purer spiritual root, which enabled you to ascend as the chief disciple of Qianqiu Peak. Your luck has simply been better than mine, allowing you to conveniently evade my push. You have claimed all the good fortune, and now, in my current pitiable state, can you still not find it in your heart to accommodate me? His words were imbued with genuine emotion, as if all his suffering were solely the result of Yan Ting's actions. Yet in truth, it was his own reckless choices that had led to his downfall. Otherwise, with his talents, he would still be the esteemed and celebrated second disciple of Qianqiu Peak. The other disciples nearby could no longer contain their disdain, speaking out in a cacophony of voices. Brother Chu, it is clear that you have brought this upon yourself. Why do you seek to blame others? Let us not address him as brother any longer. He is but a servant now, not one of us. We should keep our distance. He seems to have lost his mind. Hearing such hurtful remarks, Chuyu erupted in rage, brandishing the serving spoon as he stormed out. Although one of his legs was crippled, his spiritual root remained intact, and those who mocked him were no match for him. Yet, he had clearly overlooked Yan Ting. Just as Chuyu swung the spoon at those disciples, Yan Ting swiftly grasped his hand. Then came the brutal kick to the good leg of the cripple. Chapter 76, The Ailing Senior Brother. Beautiful and strong. 9. Chuyu fell to the ground with a cry of agony as Yan Ting snatched the spoon from his grasp and struck him fiercely on the bridge of his nose. Blood gushed forth from his nostrils, and the pain caused his eyes to roll back as he convulsed and lost consciousness. The surrounding disciples stood frozen in shock, fearful that Yan Ting might next turn the spoon upon them. Amidst their terrified gazes, Yan Ting approached the wooden tub and the iron tray filled with food, picking up another spoon and smiled gently. What are you all standing there for? Form a line to receive your meal. The disciples were taken aback by his sudden change in demeanor, trembling as they lined up to present their empty bowls. After Yan Ting served them their portions, they felt an overwhelming urge to bow deeply in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, senior brother. Long live our senior brother. May he live for eternity." Song Qingzi was the last to arrive. Seeing that it was Yan Ting who was serving, he turned to flee, only to be called back. Why run when you've come this far? With a moment's hesitation, he mustered the courage to return, timidly approaching Yan Ting with his bowl. Yan Ting served him a mere spoonful of rice, no more than 30 grains, leaving his bowl feeling desolate. Song Qingzi's mouth nearly drooped in disappointment. He realized that his earlier act of peeking had indeed displeased the senior brother. Lost in thought, he was surprised when Yan Ting added a generous scoop of diced chicken and potatoes into his bowl. He was momentarily stunned, glancing up just in time to see Yan Ting heap another spoonful onto his plate, the contents rising high like a small mountain. The frown that had been etched on his brow instantly softened, and as he cradled the bowl with nervous anticipation, he murmured, "Thank you, senior brother." With his bowl in hand, he stood beside Yan Ting, who surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sweeping over those who had soaked in the hot springs yesterday. Something was evidently amiss. At times, they would lose themselves in thought, only to be jolted back to reality by the reminders of those nearby, hastily devouring their food with such speed that their movements left a blur in their wake. Indeed, there was something amiss with the hot springs. Yan Ting reached a conclusion, and, once Song Qingzi had satisfied his hunger, the two of them made their way to the square. Today, the elder instructor had brought forth a total of 10 boxes filled with magical artifacts for everyone to choose from. Upon lifting the lid, Yan Ting observed that the quality of these artifacts was rather poor. Some were even rusted, leaving one to wonder how long they had been stored away. As the disciples selected their items, they approached Yan Ting, inquiring, "Senior brother, what do you think of this weapon?" "Not impressive," Yan Ting replied, rummaging through the boxes. "Wait a moment, I shall find you something better." As he crouched down, thoroughly engrossed in his search, A voice filled with terror erupted from behind him. The sect leader has arrived. Everyone, quick, pay your respects. In unison, the surrounding disciples knelt down. And Yan Ting turned his head, nearly blinded by the striking hue of red that assaulted his eyes. The leader of the Fanine sect, Venerable Fu Yu, had, since the loss of his masculine features, adopted an exceedingly delicate demeanor. His waist-length black hair flowed freely, draped in a dazzling red robe, and he walked barefoot, adorned with golden bells on his wrists that jingled melodiously with each step. His elongated eyes, when narrowed, resembled the menacing gaze of a serpent lurking in the forest, radiating an eerie chill. Yan Ting promptly knelt alongside the others, averting his gaze to the ground in a daze. Though he refrained from looking again, Venerable Fu Yu's gaze fell upon him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. You are Yan Ting, the foremost disciple of Chinchou Peak? I have heard that you possess a rare and exceptional water spirit root. Yan Ting nodded in affirmation. The corners of Fu Yu's mouth lifted further. An exceptional water spirit root. Indeed, such a seedling would be ideal for cultivating the unique techniques of my sect. A wave of panic surged through Yan Ting. Fortunately, Venerable Fu Yu followed with, devote yourself to your training, and when you become my personal disciple, I shall impart those techniques to you. With this assurance, Yan Ting's anxious heart finally found solace. Venerable Fu Yu's attention shifted away from him, and after surveying all present, he inquired, where has the Grand Elder gone? Yan Ting explained that the Grand Elder had entered seclusion. The Elder Instructor, eager to embellish the tale, added, however, since the disciples of Chinchou Peak are all newly received, I am utterly overwhelmed. If he does not appear soon, I shall be exhausted. As he spoke, his murky, aged eyes darted about. He harbored a grudge against the Grand Elder, who had once stepped on his foot, a slight that he had remembered for 6 long years. And now he finally had a chance for retribution. As the Elder Instructor had hoped, Venerable Fu Yu chuckled nonchalantly upon hearing this. Is he so easily frightened by a mere arena battle that he has secluded himself? At his age, to be so timid, he clearly cannot hold his position as Grand Elder. With that, he casually raised his gaze and inquired, where is he in seclusion? The sect leader addressed him directly, and the Elder Instructor shot a cold glare at Yan Ting. Where is the Grand Elder in seclusion? Yan Ting pointed towards the Grand Elder's residence. In the next moment, dark purple water cascaded from the heavens, engulfing the residence entirely. Every spot touched by the water was corroded, leaving nothing behind. Both the man and the dwelling vanished, ensuring that no one would ever uncover what Yan Ting had done to the Grand Elder. Yan Ting should have felt a sense of relief. Yet upon witnessing the formidable prowess of the floating Jade Master, he could not help but harbor a tinge of concern. How long would it take for him to surpass such an opponent? The System 66 provided an answer. Father, if you were to cultivate in the conventional manner, it would require 500 years to surpass him. However, should you choose to practice his long-lost technique, you would need a mere 50 years to exceed his capabilities. It seemed he was indeed destined to confront that technique. Yan Ting remained silent, gazing thoughtfully in the direction of the Grand Elder's residence. Once all had dissipated into nothingness, the floating Jade Master collected the water and, with a leisurely adjustment of his sleeves, stated, You may inform Ming that he no longer needs to compete against the Grand Elder in the arena from this day forth. He is the Grand Elder of Chinchou Peak. The teaching elder nearly succumbed to laughter, nodding in agreement as he departed with a lightened step. The floating Jade Master, too, did not linger. His crimson robes billowed elegantly as he vanished from sight. With their departure, the disciples finally found respite, helping one another rise from the ground. Was Ming the one mentioned by the sect leader, the disciple Ji Fengming? If so, we are doomed. Ji Fengming wields the soul-devouring banner. Should anyone provoke him, they would find themselves ensnared within the banner, tormented for eternity, trapped between the realms of life and death. Amidst the anxious chatter of the disciples, Song Qingzi noticed Yan Ting still kneeling and hurried to assist him. At the moment their skin touched, the System 66 suddenly exclaimed, Father, you can also cultivate with the soul fragment of my father. Engaging in dual cultivation once a day, especially during the peak of his demonic blood-s flow, would yield optimal results. In less than a decade, you could triumph over the floating Jade Master. Though this suggestion was somewhat more plausible than the previous one involving self-castration to master the lost technique, it still lacked substantial credibility. Yan Ting regarded Song Qingzi before him. To be frank, he even doubted whether the boy had fully matured. Unaware of Yan Ting's inner thoughts, Song Qingzi inquired with genuine concern, "Elder brother, do you wish to return and rest? Perhaps in the library?" Yan Ting pondered for a moment and replied, "I actually seek to find a technique to study." Upon arriving at the library, Yan Ting made a beeline for the shelf containing dual cultivation techniques. The shelves were densely packed with books, leaving him uncertain of which to choose. The System 66 thoughtfully chimed in, "Father, the 16th book on the second row is the best." At this, Yan Ting retrieved the book, discreetly angling it towards Song Qingzi as he read. Indeed, Song Qingzi merely skimmed the introduction before stating, "This technique requires 2 individuals. I can cultivate with elder brother." Yan Ting closed the book and cleared his throat, feigning a cough before cautiously asking, "Do you understand what dual cultivation is?" Song Qingzi honestly shook his head, his eyes radiating the clarity befitting his age. "I do not understand, but elder brother, you can teach me. I'll learn quickly and shall not hold you back." After speaking, he blinked earnestly, a look of pleading etched upon his face, as if to say, "Please believe me." Yan Ting found himself at a loss for words. He felt as though the current situation resembled a nefarious villain attempting to lure children into inappropriate activities. With a sigh, he returned the book to the shelf and said to Song Qingzi, "Never mind, we shall discuss this later." As Yan Ting turned to leave, he noticed Song Qingzi following closely behind and added, "I'm heading back to sleep. You should attend to your own matters." Song Qingzi halted, a look of hurt crossing his face. It was one thing for his senior brother to be unwilling to practice with him, but why was he also reluctant to let him accompany him? In his moment of sorrow, he replayed all the words he had spoken and actions he had taken that day, yet he remained utterly perplexed, unsure of what he had said or done to displease his senior brother. He was willing to amend his ways. He did not wish to be disliked by him. After a prolonged silence, he retrieved the book Yan Ting had just put away, intending to learn a bit before presenting himself before his senior brother, to demonstrate his capability and prove his worthiness to stand by his side. With this thought, Song Qingzi eagerly turned the pages. The first step of dual cultivation required 2 individuals of comparable cultivation levels, as this would yield the greatest mutual benefit, avoiding any imbalance. Song Qingzi nodded in understanding. The second step necessitated that the pair find a secluded place to lie together, free from interruption, lest they suffer backlash. Song Qingzi committed this to memory. The third step required the 2 to disrobe. Song Qingzi pondered this thoughtfully. The fourth step had no textual description, only an illustration. The drawing was remarkably abstract, depicting 2 figures entwined closely, surrounded by swirling black runes. Song Qingzi grasped it vaguely. However, he thought to himself that this technique did not appear overly difficult. He was determined to master it and not disappoint his senior brother. Thus, he tucked the book into his sleeve and hurried towards the disciples' quarters. His haste. He momentarily forgot to knock, and as the door creaked open, he was met with the sight of Yan Ting's porcelain white back. Having knelt before the floating Jade Master earlier that day, there was a smudge of dust on his knee. Yan Ting had intended to change and retire for the night, not anticipating Song Qingzi's sudden entrance. He quickly adjusted his inner garments and dove onto the covers, using the blanket to conceal any exposed areas. One would assume that such an awkward scene would prompt Song Qingzi to retreat, yet unexpectedly, he stepped forward and stood at the foot of the bed, his eyes shining like the vast cosmos. "Senior brother, I am capable." Capable of what? A large question mark appeared above Yan Ting's small head. In response to Yan Ting's puzzled gaze, Song Qingzi earnestly declared, "I can cultivate with you." His expression was resolute, as if he were pledging to accompany Yan Ting through life and death, rather than merely engaging in dual cultivation. Yan Ting nearly choked on his own words. With a resigned sigh, he closed his eyes and extended a hand from the covers, gesturing for Song Qingzi to sit at the children's table. What did this mean? The courage Song Qingzi had mustered dissipated in an instant, and he vaguely sensed that Yan Ting was rejecting the notion of dual cultivation with him. Indeed, as he had feared, Yan Ting sighed, "I'm going to sleep now. You should leave." In an instant, it felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over Song Qingzi's head, causing his blood to run cold. A singular thought consumed his mind. The senior brother despised him. This realization weighed heavily upon him, rendering him breathless. He lowered his long eyelashes, his fingers trembling discreetly beneath the voluminous sleeves of his robe, and his eyes, once bright, now mirrored a child's forlorn expression, seeking candy, yet receiving none. Yan Ting's heart softened at the sight, prompting him to add gently, "Come to my room before nightfall." The despondent heart began to thrum with renewed hope, and the corners of Song Qingzi's mouth returned to their natural curve. Yet, as if suddenly struck by a thought, he hastily shook his head. "No, senior brother. When the demon blood surges, my consciousness will be entirely consumed. I cannot predict the dreadful actions I might undertake, and it would be disastrous if I were to harm you." Yan Ting raised an eyebrow, pulling down the quilt slightly and resting his chin on one hand, allowing the collar of his garment to slip, revealing half of his snow-white shoulder. The layers of his sleeves cascaded at his elbows, accentuating the delicate beauty of his slender wrist, pale to the point of being dazzling. His countenance, though seemingly cold, was juxtaposed with the alluring charm of his exposed shoulder. These two contrasting qualities intertwined seamlessly. He inquired, "Song Qingzi, are you rejecting me?" Words escaped Song Qingzi. To be precise, he suddenly found himself parched and speechless. Diverting his gaze, he turned and fled. In a state of panic, he returned to his room, yet his eyes involuntarily drifted towards the clouds and the setting sun outside the window. Previously, he had always dreaded the onset of darkness. The feeling of losing control left him disoriented, terrified that the demon blood might compel his body to commit unspeakable acts. But now, he felt as though time dragged on interminably. He anxiously watched the sun, yearning for it to sink below the horizon. As time slowly passed, he could no longer remain still. He rushed to the bathhouse, scrubbing himself clean and donning fresh garments, then resumed his restless vigil for sunset. His nails unconsciously scratched against the sandalwood table, nearly sparking with friction. At last, the sun dipped below the horizon, and the sky gradually darkened. Song Qingzi could hardly contain his excitement. He leapt to his feet, hurrying to Yan Ting's room in a flurry. "Senior brother," he called out, "I am ready." Chapter 78. The ailing yet strikingly beautiful senior brother, Yan Ting merely lifted the quilt, gesturing for him to lie down, having previously slept at the edge of the bed. This was Song Qingzi's first time sharing the senior brother's bed, and he felt a twinge of nervousness. Cautiously, he nestled in, facing Yan Ting, inhaling the crisp, fragrant scent that emanated from him, causing his thoughts to drift. At that moment, Yan Ting extended his hand toward him. "You should drink some blood first to suppress the demon blood." Father, aren't you going to cultivate with him?" The system expressed surprise, mirroring Song Qingzi's own astonishment. "Senior brother, I do not wish to cause you further harm." No sooner had the words left his lips than Yan Ting leaned in, their breaths mingling in an intimate exchange. He bit the corner of Song Qingzi's lip, swiftly releasing it. The crimson blood pooled on Yan Ting's pale lips, adding a striking hue to his otherwise cool visage. "Now we are even. You may bite me in return." Yan Ting swayed his wrist lightly. Yet, Song Qingzi could only fixate on the subtle movements of his thin, parting lips as an insatiable desire surged within him, compelling him to lean in closer. It was his first time experiencing the taste of Yan Ting in a state of full consciousness. Through his actions, he demonstrated his remarkable aptitude for learning. For even without any guidance, he instinctively entwined his tongue with Yan Ting's, leaving the latter breathless. The scabbed tip of his tongue was bitten anew, the metallic tang of blood spreading through his mouth, rendering it indistinguishable as to whose blood it truly was. Yan Ting was utterly taken aback. To him, Song Qingzi was merely a child, and such encounters were far beyond what he should be experiencing at this age. However, by the time he collected himself and attempted to push him away, it was already too late. A delicate blush crept across the corners of Yan Ting's beautiful eyes, and his clear gaze was clouded with mist as he gasped for air. Yet, Song Qingzi leaned in once more, his eyelashes quivering fiercely. So, what now? Master brother, will you teach me the art of dual cultivation? Cultivate a great head demon. Yan Ting failed to mask his expression, gritting his teeth as he seized the blanket, covering Song Qingzi's head entirely. Sleep. Though there was a hint of disappointment in Song Qingzi's voice, he complied and refrained from further actions. The night had fully descended, and without the flicker of candlelight, the moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room in ethereal brightness. Song Qingzi pulled the blanket away from his head, bit his lip, and after much hesitation, finally mustered the courage to ask, "Master brother, may I hold you while I sleep?" Almost as soon as Yan Ting nodded in agreement, Song Qingzi's hand found its way to Yan Ting's waist. Through the thin fabric of his undergarment, the warmth from Song Qingzi's fingertips transmitted to Yan Ting's skin. Something soft and furry nestled into Yan Ting's embrace. Upon reaching out to touch it, he discovered it was Song Qingzi's tail, fluffy and tender. It carried a faint scent of soap, with 9 tails in total. Some nestled in Yan Ting's arms while others rested behind him, enveloping him in an indescribable warmth and comfort. He begrudgingly forgave Song Qingzi for the audacious acts of the day, and fell into a blissful sleep. The following day, upon arriving at the plaza, not only was the elder instructor present on the high platform, but also another young man clad in black. His appearance was youthful, yet he bore the hallmarks of having practiced sinister arts. His sunken eyes and pallor conveyed an ominous depth. This was Ji Fengming, the favored disciple of the sect leader. The elder instructor introduced him to the crowd. From this day forth, he shall assume the role of the new Grand Elder. Yan Ting, along with the others, bowed his head respectfully, yet Ji Fengming's gaze pierced through the throng, landing squarely upon him with an intrigued query. "I have heard you possess a rare water spiritual root. Pray, let me see it." A jolt of alarm coursed through Yan Ting. This was it. While his peers, of lesser cultivation, could not discern his spiritual root when he employed his techniques, both Ji Fengming and the elder instructor could see through it clearly. It was all the fault of System Lulu, who had insisted on creating 2 spiritual roots for him, instead of simply restoring his original one. He wondered what expressions Ji Fengming and the elder instructor would wear after their examination. Lost in thought, System Lulu sneezed within his mind. "Daddy, were you just speaking ill of me behind my back? Rest assured, unleash your spiritual root. Ji Fengming will not hold you accountable for your transgressions." "How can you be so certain?" Yan Ting, perplexed, raised his hand to summon his spiritual root. A delicate white and a soft blue intertwined, gradually coalescing in his palm, resembling a vibrant spectrum of colors. The elder instructor furrowed his brow, realizing the situation was more complex than it appeared. Although I have never encountered a supreme water spiritual root, it certainly should not manifest in such a manner. To his surprise, Ji Fengming smiled slyly and said, "Indeed, it is just so. Yan Ting, you may retract your spiritual root now." Upon hearing this, Yan Ting hastily complied, fearing that any delay would reveal the inconsistency to the elder instructor. Although the elder remained skeptical of Ji Fengming's claims, he ultimately refrained from speaking further. Ji Fengming surveyed the entire assembly, the smile on his lips growing ever more pronounced. "Today marks my inaugural day in office, and I have prepared gifts for you all in the Dream Continuum Forest. Go and take a look." The disciples were taken aback. They had long heard of Ji Fengming's notorious reputation since their arrival at the Fanning sect. Whispers circulated that he leveraged his status as the sect master's foremost disciple to oppress newcomers, having allegedly caused the demise of several younger brothers and sisters. Rumors spoke of his practice of dark arts, often descending the mountain to wreak havoc, slaughtering entire villages one by one. It was said that he ruled with an iron fist, and anyone who dared to defy him would find themselves imprisoned in a soul banner, enduring eternal torment. Yet, witnessing him firsthand, they found him rather amiable, even preparing gifts for their meeting. The disciples cheered with delight, eagerly pairing off to venture into the Dream Continuum Forest. Yan Ting sensed that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. Just as he was about to turn away, Ji Fengming suddenly called out to him. Yan Ting, stay behind. I have words for you. Following the elder's directive, as a disciple, he could only comply. Yan Ting halted, while Song Qingzi tugged at his sleeve. Her brow furrowed with concern. Senior brother, I am fine. Yan Ting forced a smile, attempting to convey warmth. You go ahead. Leaning closer, he whispered. Be cautious. Once inside the dream continuum forest, there may be a trap. Song Qingzi grasped Yan Ting's hand, vines entwining around her slender wrist to form a bracelet adorned with delicate white blossoms. You must also be careful, she urged, glancing back 3 steps as she departed. Her expression troubled. Once all the disciples had entered the dream continuum forest, and the elder instructor had waved his sleeve to depart. The vast square was left with only Ji Fengming and Yan Ting. The former approached Yan Ting, surveying him from head to toe, when he smiled. His already sunken eye sockets appeared even more menacing, his expression decidedly twisted. Yan Ting, you possess remarkable audacity. Pray tell, how did you deceive the testing elder and masquerade as a supreme water spiritual root? Chapter 79. The ailing senior brother, beautiful and capable, 12. Yan Ting, of course, could not admit to the truth. Thus he fabricated a tale with his eyes wide open. It is not through cunning that I succeeded, but rather my spiritual root underwent a transformation upon arriving at Chinchou Peak. As he spoke, he contemplated the likelihood of inflicting damage upon Ji Fengming while the latter remained unguarded. The answer was dishearteningly clear. He stood no chance. Even if he were to launch a surprise attack, he could not breach Ji Fengming's defenses. Just as Yan Ting sighed in resignation, Ji Fengming laughed once more. The laughter was subdued, akin to a gentle, eerie breeze that sent shivers down one's spine, leaving the impression that a transformation was imminent. After finishing his mirth, Ji Fengming suddenly produced a tome of martial arts from his sleeve, proclaiming, "It appears that fate has conspired for our meeting. This is a rare technique I have mastered, one that can only be cultivated by those with mutated spiritual roots. Would you care to possess it?" This was an unexpected turn for Yan Ting. He took a step back, regarding the book that was exuding dark smoke, and cautiously inquired, "May I ask, Elder, how does one practice this technique?" "By killing." Ji Fengming replied with a confidence that suggested such an act was as effortless as slicing through melons. The more lives taken, the swifter the cultivation. I truly hope you can become the direct disciple of our master, so that you may challenge the 4th elder and crush him into dust. Yan Ting understood. The 4th elder was the former spouse of the 5th elder and was also Ji Fengming's initial mentor. The enchanting matriarch stirred feelings within Ji Fengming, leading him to contemplate the dark notion of usurping his master for her affections. Yet, the rules of their sect dictated that a direct disciple from one peak could not challenge the elder of that same peak. Thus, Ji Fengming, seeking a more attainable goal, had come to Qianqifeng in search of promising candidates capable of defeating the 4th elder. "You have spoken of the merits of your technique," Yan Ting said, "but what are its drawbacks?" With a prolonged tone and a gleeful grin, Ji Fengming responded, "The drawback is that one cannot live beyond 100 years. But what does that matter? Trading a worthless life for a valuable cultivation. Do you not find that a worthy bargain?" Yan Ting silently scoffed at the absurdity. It seemed Ji Fengming had lost his wits. Only a fool would covet a technique that hastened one's demise. If he continued to squander his life in such a manner and succeeded in winning the matriarch's heart, the 5th elder would inevitably find herself in mourning. This revelation struck Yan Ting unexpectedly. The more he observed Ji Fengming, the more he perceived him as a mere jester, just as he began to feel a twinge of sympathy. A commotion of spiritual energy erupted in the distance, followed by the anguished cries of disciples. Instinctively, Yan Ting turned his gaze towards the direction of the Shuoming forest, realizing that the so-called welcoming gift was indeed fraught with peril. Hearing the sounds of chaos, Ji Fengming exhibited a gleeful countenance, relishing the cacophony of despair as if it were divine music. He reveled in the scene, retracting his tome with a nonchalant air, stating, "Consider it further. Should you wish to practice my technique, come seek me at my residence. I must now observe my masterpiece." With that, he vanished from sight, fearing for Song Qingzi's safety. Yan Ting hurriedly followed. Upon reaching the Shuoming forest, and witnessing the devastation before him, he could not help but draw in a sharp breath. He had anticipated Jifaming's madness, yet he had not foreseen such a degree of insanity. A vast expanse of trees lay uprooted, and amidst the chaotic rubble, disciples were strewn about, some mutilated, others lifeless. Yan Ting heard the sound of something being chewed. Looking up, he beheld a purple avian creature soaring overhead, a sword embedded within its body, seemingly oblivious to its own pain. After consuming a severed limb, it swooped down to snatch up a corpse. The sword upon him is shrouded in darkness, whereas Song Qingzigan, Yan Ting, in a state of panic, scanned his surroundings, his palm instinctively clenching tightly, until he finally spotted Song Qingzi lying upon a broken log. The latter was injured, his eyes tightly shut, a deep gash running along his arm, blood cascading down his fingertips and splattering upon the ground, creating a series of small crimson blossoms. He appeared utterly disheveled, having lost consciousness. At that moment, the monstrous bird also took notice of him, having finished devouring its previous prey, and it swooped down directly towards Song Qingzi. Its sharp beak was inherently designed for the purpose of consuming flesh. A mere peck could result in severed limbs. Yan Ting, disregarding everything else, fused his dual spiritual roots, causing a sphere of light to explode against the creature's wings. The explosion occurred so swiftly that the bird was momentarily caught off guard, plummeting to the ground in a cloud of dust, landing awkwardly on its back. However, the disparity in cultivation between man and beast remained insurmountable. Even though Yan Ting had exerted all his strength in merging his roots, he could only inflict damage upon one of the bird's wings, failing to harm its body at all. This act only served to enrage the creature further. It let out a thunderous roar, its blood-red eyes fixated on Yan Ting with an intensity that seemed to threaten to strip him of his very skin and bones. Before veering in his direction and charging recklessly toward him, Yan Ting raised his sword in defense, but the monstrous bird easily brushed him aside. His body was sent hurtling through the air, on the verge of tumbling over the cliff behind him, as the terror of impending death loomed over him. Ignoring the excruciating pain radiating from his wrist, Yan Ting instinctively formed a one-handed seal, executing the movements with an ease and proficiency as if performed 1,000 times before, summoning a colossal sword array guided by a beam of light. In an instant, the heavens illuminated brilliantly. A multitude of translucent spiritual swords surged through the clouds, infused with rich spiritual energy, their resonant clangor echoing throughout the forest, hurtling toward the monstrous bird with an unstoppable force. The creature's massive form had no time to evade, and it could only watch in horror as the spiritual swords pierced through its body, creating a myriad of bloody orifices. Its shriek was a hoarse lament, blood pooling beneath it in a vast sea, its former might dissipated. It staggered to the ground, trembling as it raised its wings in a final, futile struggle, only to have them weakly fall back down. Its eyes widened, refusing to close in death. Yan Ting barely managed to steady himself, his back painfully colliding with the rough trunk of a tree, yet he paid no heed to the pain, staring in a daze at his still trembling hand. The sword technique he had just executed was not part of the narrative transmitted by the system. It felt more like an instinct long buried within the depths of his mind. Given his current cultivation, it was inconceivable for him to inflict such high damage. What could be the reason for this? Before he could ponder the matter further, a hand suddenly landed upon his neck, its icy touch sending a shiver down his spine. Before coming to Chinchou Peak, I had perused the records. Yan Ting was an orphan, bereft of parents, born into humble origins without any backing, yet endowed with an exceptional water spiritual root, which led the previous Grand Elder to select him as the chief disciple. Ji Fengming appeared behind Yan Ting, his voice grave, his gaze sharp as a blade, scanning Yan Ting from head to toe. With such a formidable artifact, and your spiritual roots not aligning, you are not Yan Ting. Who exactly are you? Chapter 80, The Ailing Senior Brother. Beautiful and fierce, 13. Almost simultaneously with the tightening grip of that icy hand, Yan Ting maneuvered the flying light sword, the sword patterns on the back of his hand faintly glowing. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, I am not Yan Ting. I am your father. The luminous orb erupted between Ji Fengming's legs, striking directly at his most vulnerable area. Seizing the moment, he withdrew his hand from Yan Ting's neck to clutch his wound. The latter swiftly evaded, initially intending to execute the sword formation once more. Yan Ting found himself unable to recall how the seal was formed, despite his fervent efforts. The disparity in their cultivation levels was too great. In mere moments, Ji Fengming had already healed his wound, furiously summoning the soul-seizing banner, his expression bordering on madness. "Since you are so ungrateful, enter my banner and be refined by me." A suffocating black mist instantaneously enveloped the dream continuation forest. Yan Ting inquired of System Lulu, "If I were to perish here, would I be able to watch a 30-second advertisement to revive?" "Don't worry, Daddy, you won't die," the system reassuringly responded. As if to validate System Lulu's words, the dark sword tore through the air, creating a gaping hole in the soul-seizing banner. The black mist dissipated. Song Qingzi rose, 9 tails unfurling gracefully from behind him. Enigmatic patterns extended from his collar and cuffs, nearly engulfing his entire form. His crimson eyes, devoid of warmth, emanated a chilling aura as he regarded Ji Fengming with disdain, akin to gazing upon a puddle of mire. The dark sword curved back into his grasp, its blade exquisitely sharp, shimmering with a silvery sheen. Ji Fengming was taken aback. He had only reviewed the files of the top 3, entirely unaware of Song Qingzi's existence. Yet he thought, after years of arduous cultivation, how could he possibly be inferior to a mere novice disciple? With renewed confidence, Ji Fengming unleashed the surging black mist from the soul-seizing banner, releasing countless spirits that surged towards Song Qingzi. Yan Ting raised an eyebrow. The dark sword was a weapon of utmost ease, inherently absorbing the souls it cleaved, and Ji Fengming foolishly offered them up, as if he were eager for Song Qingzi to annihilate him. Sure enough, as the spirits drew closer to Song Qingzi, he calmly raised his sword. Dark mist emanating from the blade, even denser and darker than Ji Fengming's. The spirits were scattered by the mist, their anguished screams twisting as they were absorbed by the dark sword, becoming sustenance for the ultimate Yin weapon. With the dark sword fully activated, the black mist clung to the blade, leaving behind pale traces. Before Ji Fengming's incredulous gaze, Song Qingzi appeared before him with ghostly swiftness, his 9 tails ensnaring him like the most resilient of ropes. All of Ji Fengming's spiritual power was suppressed. He was rendered incapable of retaliation, helplessly watching as the dark sword sliced through his neck, blood gushing forth. As the tails released him, he crumpled to the ground, raising his hand to find his wrist covered in dark marks. In that fleeting moment of contact with Song Qingzi, he had already been implanted with a curse that hindered his movements. No wonder he had been unable to react to Song Qingzi's earlier attack. As the blood flowed away, the curse marks gradually faded. Ji Fengming painfully clutched his bleeding neck, gasping, "You're certainly not an ordinary demon. What exactly are you?" Yan Ting, silently observing from the side, could not help but murmur, "Of course, he is no ordinary demon. He possesses the bloodline of the Demon Emperor." No sooner had the words left his lips than a dark sword was suddenly thrust before his face. Blinking in surprise, Yan Ting looked at Song Qingzi, who had appeared before him, and nervously swallowed. "What is this? Are you so blinded by rage that you would even kill me?" Clearly, Song Qingzi's mind was entirely suppressed by the demon blood. At that moment, he was acting solely on the instincts of his demon lineage. He dropped the sword, his crimson eyes fixated on Yan Ting's snow-white neck, a deep yearning for blood evident in his gaze. Just before he could bite down, Yan Ting swiftly bit his own tongue and leaned in to kiss him. As their lips met, the myriad of demon tattoos on his body gradually faded, and Song Qingzi's scarlet eyes regained their clarity. He was momentarily taken aback, but did not push Yan Ting away. Yan Ting, believing he had not fully awakened, felt compelled to deepen the kiss. Despite their similar heights, Song Qingzi inexplicably seemed to have grown taller under the influence of the demon blood, forcing Yan Ting to rise on tiptoe to reach him. His feet ached, and upon releasing the kiss, he discovered that Song Qingzi had already returned to his senses. Yan Ting let out a sigh of relief. He intended to spit out the blood in his mouth, but reconsidered, fearing it would tarnish his image, and swallowed it instead. Ignoring Song Qingzi, he approached Jifanming and, raising his sword, plunged it into the man's body, declaring, "Thank you for the welcome gift. Here is my gift to you. Be sure to accept it." After stabbing him 18 times, leaving him riddled with wounds, Yan Ting finally ceased, then joined Song Qingzi in assessing the injuries of their fellow disciples. Truly, the dead were dead, and the dying were dying. Of the more than 90 disciples, only 40 remain alive, most of whom were grievously injured. When one disciple awoke and saw Jifanming's sorry state, he cried out. Yan Ting quickly covered his mouth and warned in a hushed tone, "Don't make a sound. Do you want to summon Elder Fuyu?" Jifanming orchestrated this to eliminate us all. If he fails, we are doomed. Gradually, more disciples regained consciousness, surrounding Yan Ting, their faces filled with terror as they implored, "Senior brother, what should we do?" "Do not panic." Yan Ting shook his head, speaking softly. "Listen to me." "Listen to what?" The disciples listened intently. Suddenly, they witnessed the aftereffects of his spiritual energy usage take hold. His head tilted, and he collapsed into Song Qingzi's embrace. The disciples' faces fell in despair. Some could not help but quietly weep. Their senior brother was unreliable. With Jifanming in such a state, the sect master would not spare them. They were doomed. Perhaps it was better to proactively confess their mistakes to the sect master. He might grant them a complete corpse. One disciple stood up, determined to head out to Zemenglan. But at that critical moment, Song Qingzi called out, "Do not leave. We must wait for senior brother to awaken." The disciple turned back, revealing himself to be the one who had previously soaked in the hot spring. He gritted his teeth and declared, "I can see it clearly. It was you and the senior brother who acted against the elder. If I were to present this truth before the sect leader now, he might just spare me." A few other disciples, motivated by his words, eagerly prepared to leave, supporting one another due to their injuries. Song Qingzi cradled Yan Ting in one arm while wielding the dark sword in the other, swiftly positioning himself before the group. A gentle breeze tousled the loose strands of hair on his forehead, and his eyes, as dark as ink, surveyed all the living present. No one is permitted to leave. Whoever dares to report to the sect leader shall face death. Chapter 81. The Ailing Senior Brother. Beautiful and fierce. 14. Boundless greenery extended from all directions, enveloping everyone in a natural prison. The disciples, poised to lodge their complaint, turned back with mocking expressions directed at Song Qingzi. "Were you? How dare you obstruct our path? It was you and the senior brother who caused the elder's plight. Why should we stay behind to share the blame with you? Enough talking, let us proceed." The last disciple shouted, cleaving through the obstructing vines with his sword, one foot already stepping beyond the barrier. In the next instant, the dark sword pierced through him from behind, impaling him completely. Scalding blood splattered across Song Qingzi's face, causing his long lashes to tremble violently. This was his first murder while fully conscious, yet surprisingly, he felt no trace of fear within. It seemed that as a demon, he was inherently destined for such acts. Despite any innate compassion, the scent of blood would awaken the dark, murderous instincts hidden deep within. He withdrew the sword, coldly observing the fallen disciple. Standing before the gaping wound, he reiterated his earlier proclamation, "No one is allowed to leave. Whoever dares to report to the sect leader shall face death." The two disciples who intended to report were rendered speechless, trembling as they crouched beside their fallen companion, reaching out to check for his breath. There was none. He was utterly lifeless. "Song Qingzi, have you lost your mind?" They screamed in terror. "The sect rules prohibit personal combat. You dare to commit murder in broad daylight. Do you have no regard for the Brahmin Sound sect or the sect leader?" Song Qingzi's gaze swept over the fallen Jifanming, and he coldly replied, "At this juncture, I can no longer concern myself with such matters. If you wish to seek justice for him, then step forward." Although his strength had significantly waned after the suppression of his demonic blood, the dark sword had absorbed numerous souls moments ago. Here, none among the living could rival him. The two disciples found themselves trapped, unable to advance or retreat. After exchanging glances, they ultimately resolved to confront Song Qingzi. Summoning their magical artifacts, they charged at him together. only to meet their demise as the dark sword severed their necks, leaving them lifeless and unblinking. As they witnessed Song Qingxi's frenzy, the remaining disciples stood frozen, huddled together in a small cluster, striving to diminish their presence. Junior brother, we want to leave. Please sheathe your sword. I will keep watch over them. No one will depart until the senior brother awakens. He will surely find a way. Indeed, are you thirsty? I possess the water spirit root. You may have a drink. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Yan Ting awoke from his slumber. At the moment of regaining consciousness, a profound sense of despair enveloped him. Why had he chosen to faint at such a critical juncture? Surely, Master Fusion must have already learned of the events transpiring in the dream continuation forest. Yet, as he opened his eyes, his heart heavy with desolation, the scene before him rendered him momentarily speechless. The moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the surroundings. The disciples remained obediently within their confines, huddled around a few fire element disciples for warmth. In an unexpected turn of events, he found himself cradled in Song Qingxi's arms, who seemed concerned for his comfort, summoning their tail to serve as a blanket, covering him tenderly. Yan Ting's expression shifted to one of astonishment, yet a long sigh of relief escaped him as his previously tumultuous heart began to settle. He gently lifted Song Qingxi's tail, and despite the subtlety of his action, Song Qingxi withdrew his intense gaze from the disciples, exclaiming in delight, "Senior brother, you are awake." Upon hearing this, the disciples rushed over in a flurry, encircling him with eager curiosity. "Senior brother, how is your health? Senior brother, what shall we do next? Senior brother, is there a way for us to escape the Vanine sect? Why do we need to leave?" Yan Ting extricated himself from Song Qingxi's embrace, smoothing out the creases in his attire as he stood and surveyed the gathered disciples. "From this moment forth, I shall dictate the affairs of Qianqiu Peak. All of you need only to focus on your cultivation under my guidance." One disciple hesitated, pointing towards Ji Fengming. "What about the Great Elder? If the sect leader discovers our actions behind his back, he may reduce the entire Qianqiu Peak to ruins. What is there to fear?" Yan Ting replied nonchalantly. "To speak candidly, the previous elder never entered seclusion. Rather, I rendered him incapacitated and now he lies in bed, unable to rise. Since the sect leader remains unaware of my actions, rest assured he will not discover Ji Fengming's fate either." The disciples were taken aback, unable to fathom that their seemingly aloof and ethereal senior brother could engage in such audacious deeds behind the scenes. They collectively gasped in shock, while Song Qingxi, seemingly contemplative, quietly inquired, "So, when we first met, had you just dealt with the Great Elder?" He vividly recalled that day. The senior brother's silhouette was as picturesque as a painting, and when he turned, his face was astonishingly beautiful. At that moment, Song Qingxi had been so captivated by his looks that he only later noticed the blood on Yan Ting's face. He had been on the verge of asking, only to hear Yan Ting call his name. The senior brother's voice was enchanting, like the sound of jade beads cascading, and listening to him felt akin to being caressed by a gentle spring breeze. Lost in his reverie, Song Qingxi felt his ears grow warm, a noticeable contrast against his dark hair. Yan Ting, keenly observant, noticed this change and was momentarily surprised. What a curious display, he mused. Though puzzled, his priority was to stabilize the sentiments of the gathered disciples. He spoke slowly. "Other matters are of little significance. Reflect on this. The world is in chaos. And to survive, one must become a cultivator. We all chose to come to the Vanine sect because we could not enter the righteous path." He paused, lowering his voice, and spoke with an unprecedented seriousness. "But this place is a den of demons. Have you all forgotten? On the very first day of our cultivation, the elder instructor unleashed ferocious beasts in the square, resulting in the tragic deaths of several of our companions. And upon his recent appointment, the newly appointed Grand Elder deceived you into the dream continuation forest, leading to the demise of many." His impassioned words left the disciples with tear-filled eyes. "Indeed, I merely sought a sanctuary for my cultivation. The righteous sects reject me, while the demonic cults conspire to bring about my ruin. What am I to do? My dearest friend was killed by a monstrous bird. He perished while trying to protect me. And it is all the fault of that beast, Jifaming. His current state is a result of his own actions. As the emotions of the crowd intensified, Yan Ting interjected timely. Trust me, from this day forth, Chinchou Peak shall become a sanctuary in this world. I swear, for anyone who sincerely follows me, I will devote my utmost efforts to safeguard you. Should I fail, may the heavens strike me down. Chapter 82. The beautiful and powerful, sickly senior brother. It is well known that oaths in the realm of cultivation should not be taken lightly. For one day they will surely be fulfilled. Song Qingxi raised his finger, the first to respond. I wholeheartedly wish to follow the senior brother. Should I ever harbor thoughts of betrayal, may I suffer a terrible fate. An increasing number of disciples joined in the oath, and Yan Ting was greatly pleased. He instructed everyone to dig graves to bury the surrounding bodies before returning to the disciples' quarters. He personally dragged the barely conscious Jifaming and cast him into the confinement chamber atop Chinchou Peak. This place, where disciples were sent after transgressions, was serene and rarely visited, making it quite suitable for imprisoning Jifaming. Upon returning to his quarters, Yan Ting lay down on the bed, intending to rest. However, the moment his back made contact with the mattress, he was startled into sitting up. Pain surged through him. He must have scraped against the rough bark of a tree in the dream continuation forest. Previously, he had been too tense to notice the pain. But now, with his mind settled, he felt an intense, burning sensation on his back. He removed the layers of clothing, planning to use his spiritual energy to heal the wound. But just as he reached for his back, Song Qingxi unexpectedly barged in. This child truly had no regard for knocking. Yan Ting, too weary to don his garments, turned to face him. The ghastly abrasions on his back were laid bare before Song Qingxi's eyes, stretching densely from his shoulder blades to his waist. The stark contrast of white and red causing him to gasp in shock. Senior brother, I am here to help you. He approached the bedside, and without awaiting Yan Ting's consent, he extended his fingers and gently placed them on Yan Ting's back. The warm pads of his fingers emanated a subtle flow of spiritual energy, gradually mending the wounds until the pain vanished entirely. Once the healing was complete, gazing at Yan Ting's now smooth and delicate back, Song Qingxi swallowed hard and, in a moment of impulse, pinched it. The senior brother's waist is so slender, he thought. I could encircle it with just one hand. His mind raced with thoughts. But fortunately, Yan Ting remained oblivious to his peculiar behavior and inquired curiously, "What brings you to find me?" Almost forgetting the matter at hand, Song Qingxi coughed twice, feigning nonchalance. Moments ago, Yushi had stealthily attempted to escape, seemingly intent on reporting to the esteemed Master Fuyu. I apprehended him and confined him within the room. Well done. Yan Ting nodded, donning his disheveled garments, instantly obscuring all traces of spring's radiance. Let's now go and have a look at him. Upon reaching the door, Yan Ting forcefully pushed it open, revealing Yushi bound tightly like a zongzi. As a half-breed of human and demon, he stood no chance against Song Qingxi. And even while restrained, he lacked the strength to free himself. Yan Ting's mood soured. Despite having sworn an oath today, Yushi still harbored treachery in his heart. Recalling Yushi's past transgressions against Song Qingxi only deepened his discontent. Without waiting for a response, he seized Yushi by the hair and slammed his head forcefully against the ground. Blood gushed forth, and fear flickered in Yushi's eyes. Senior brother, please spare me. I was merely frightened and thought to report you. I assure you, I shall never do so again. Yan Ting listened in silence, then grasped his hair once more and delivered another brutal strike. Yushi's face was now smeared with blood, his vision swimming in darkness as he fervently begged for mercy. Observing from behind, Song Qingxi could not help but inquire, "Senior brother, are you intending to kill him?" "Kill him? That would be too merciful," Yan Ting thought darkly, yet wore a facade of kindness. "Of course not. I merely wish to employ this method to induce amnesia, so he forgets these matters and refrains from reporting." With that, he delivered another blow, then cheerfully asked, "So, have you forgotten yet?" Blood trickled down into Yushi's eyes as he vigorously shook his head, then nodded emphatically. It seemed he had yet to lose his memory. As Yan Ting continued, he perceived a small hammer behind the door. This tool would certainly save considerable effort compared to manual strikes. He retrieved it, and in response to Yushi's terror-stricken expression, brought it down upon his head. This time, Yushi convulsed violently, spewing blood before losing consciousness. Oh, Yan Ting blinked. Did I strike him too hard and kill him? He reached to check Yushi's breath, only for the latter to suddenly open his eyes, pupils dilated, mouth agape, drooling and bloodied, gazing blankly at Yan Ting with a foolish smile. It seemed he had rendered him simple-minded. Unperturbed, Yan Ting rose, discarding the hammer. Let's return to sleep. All right. Song Qingzi promptly stepped forward to support him, his eyes sparkling. Shall we sleep in your room, or together in mine? Who said anything about sleeping together? Yan Ting turned to him, as if to voice a protest, but ultimately swallowed his words. Never mind. It is only natural for a child to cling to others. Please come to my room, Yan Ting replied, but I must take a shower first. You can wait for me inside. Song Qingzi nodded obediently, not forgetting to inquire, Master Brother, can you teach me dual cultivation today? What kind of child is preoccupied with dual cultivation? Yan Ting firmly rejected her, saying, do not mention those two words in my presence again. Song Qingzi did not dare to argue, feeling aggrieved as she lay on the bed. As Yan Ting carried his clothes to the bathhouse, halfway through his shower, he suddenly realized with dismay. He had not fed him blood tonight. It's all right, father. You can still make it back in time. Yan Ting couldn't help but sigh. Is there any way to keep his demon blood suppressed indefinitely? The system, Lulu, fell silent for a moment before suddenly emitting a dark chuckle. Dual cultivation. Yan Ting decisively dried himself with a cloth and, after dressing, changed the subject. What about the after effects of using spiritual power that would cause me to faint? Is there any way to resolve that? Dual cultivation. So, dual cultivation is indeed the strongest practice in the world, capable of resolving all issues with mere training. Is it? The corners of Yan Ting's mouth twitched slightly. His beautiful eyes closed briefly, revealing a hint of helplessness. It wasn't that he didn't want to, it was simply that Song Qingzi was far too young. Father, the system Lulu, relishing the unfolding drama, encouraged him further. Dual cultivation not only strengthens the body, but also cures all ailments. Any difficulties can be easily resolved through dual cultivation. This is your best choice, father. Do not let Song Qingzi's youth lead you to pity him. Chapter 83. The Ailing Master Brother, Beautiful and Capable, 16. Yan Ting lowered his gaze in contemplation, a glimmer of uncertainty appearing in his features, clearly pondering the system's suggestion. Seizing the moment, Lulu continued, Father, members of the nine-tailed demon wolf clan are born as cubs and take 3 years to transform into human form. By this timeline, Song Qingzi is, in fact, already an adult. Upon hearing this, the guilt that had plagued Yan Ting for contemplating the corruption of a child evaporated completely, and he retorted with mild reproach. Why didn't you say so earlier? I wasted so much time in confusion. However, it wasn't too late now. Yan Ting removed the hair tie that bound his hair and adjusted his collar, revealing the perfectly shaped lines of his shoulders and neck before confidently striding toward the room. Father, the system Lulu kindly reminded him. The bracelet on your wrist, made from entwined plants, was crafted from Song Qingzi's life with source. This means that the bracelet can resonate with him. As the words fell, Yan Ting had already pushed open the door. The dark room was instantly flooded with soft moonlight, and Yan Ting entered against the light, slowly walking to the bedside. His disheveled hair concealed his sharp features, softening his usual aloofness, transforming him into a figure of warmth and allure, his face breathtakingly beautiful, as if he were a moonlit demon appearing only at night. Captivating the essence of life, Yan Ting cleared his throat softly, and with his movement, the already loose collar dipped further, failing to conceal the enchanting spring scenery it revealed. The face of Song Qingzi was blushing fiercely, almost as if it might ignite, yet he maintained a demeanor of utmost sincerity. Swiftly grasping his slipping collar, he addressed Yan Ting. Senior brother, you must be freezing without a shirt. Allow me to fetch a cloak for you. Yan Ting pressed his lips together, and unlike Song Qingzi, who was flushed with warmth, he felt an overwhelming urge to simmer with frustration. However, he deemed it unwise to engage in a contest with the younger one, and thus he swallowed his ire, leaning in to nibble at Song Qingxi's ear. I intentionally exposed myself for your viewing pleasure. Do you not find it appealing? With a sudden surge of affection, Yan Ting felt a gratifying swell as his affection meter increased. Just as he prepared to advance further, Song Qingxi reached for his waist sash first. As the sash was untied, layers of garments cascaded away like the fleeting bloom of a night flower. The doors swung open, shutting out all light, plunging the room into darkness. Yan Ting, momentarily puzzled by Song Qingxi's newfound assertiveness, was suddenly aware of a soft, furry tail brushing against his leg. One tail, two tails, three tails, they ensnared him completely. It dawned on him that he had neglected to feed Song Qingxi blood. Transformed into a more proactive being, Song Qingxi playfully nudged his wolf ears against Yan Ting's neck, his movements tender as if they were flirting. This cannot be. Yan Ting trembled slightly from the sensation, muddled thoughts swirling in his mind. He should be the one to take charge, not allow Song Qingxi to reverse their roles. He leaned down, intending to offer some blood, but his counterpart clearly had other intentions, seizing his chin with a hand, warm fingers gliding over his lips. Yan Ting, Song Qingxi called out. The first instance Yan Ting had heard him speak since his transformation. The voice resonated with an echo, devoid of the youthful clarity it once possessed, now deep and magnetic, akin to a rich, aged wine that made one weak at the knees. Yan Ting chuckled softly. In the enveloping darkness, his lips brushed against Yan Ting's neck, sharp teeth hovering above his porcelain skin, capable of drawing forth blood with but a slight push. Yan Ting swallowed nervously. What should have been a harmonious exchange was on the verge of becoming a scene of chaos, a prospect that would terrify anyone. He reached out, wishing to caress Song Qingxi's wolf ears to comfort him, but Song Qingxi captured his wrist with his free hand, rendering him immobile. Oh no! This could truly lead to a perilous bite. Unsure if Song Qingxi could comprehend his words, he tentatively proposed, "Do not bite my neck. It will be seen by others. Instead, bite my shoulder where it can be concealed." Song Qingxi continued to smile, his tail wrapping around Yan Ting's ankle, his breath warm against his neck. "Very well. But you must plead with me." "Please," he uttered, his voice soft and devoid of bravado, a far cry from his usual self. At last, the sharp teeth withdrew from his neck. The weight that had hung heavily in his heart lifted, and Yan Ting exhaled with a sense of triumph. However, at that moment, Song Qingxi gently licked along the pulse of his neck. Yan Ting thought that his opponent had not yet relinquished the intention to bite through his throat and was already prepared to plead for mercy once more. Yet, Song Qingxi seized his hand, flipped him over, brushed aside his silky black hair, and clamped down on the soft nape of his neck, his sharp teeth grazing delicately. "Wait!" Yan Ting exclaimed in panic, his tone abruptly shifting, his body forced to lean forward, nearly losing himself in the moment. The night was long. The wolf pack below stirred restlessly, howling in a cacophony that reverberated through the air, only dispersing when dawn broke. Yan Ting was awakened by the chime of the elder's bell. He stared vacantly at the rafters for a while before regaining his senses. Last night, in his muddled state, he had not focused on the dual cultivation incantations, which meant that everything had proven futile. Oh no, there was still some merit in it. At least it confirmed that Song Qingxi was indeed an adult. Dazed, Yan Ting wished to sleep a little longer. But the elder's bell rang in his ears like an incantation, compelling him to rise with great effort. Turning his head, he saw Song Qingxi obediently squatting by the bedside, gazing at him with wide, innocent eyes. Yan Ting opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. After a moment of mutual gaze, Song Qingxi tightened his fingers, a flustered expression crossing his face, and said timidly, "It's all my fault. Master brother, you may punish me as you wish. Even if you were to slay me with a sword, I would have no objections." His wolf ears and tail had yet to retract, drooping pitifully and enhancing his vulnerability. This sight softened Yan Ting's heart, and he sighed to comfort him. "It is not your fault. It is the demon blood within you that plays tricks, and you need not feel guilty about it." After all, before being demonized, Song Qingxi had been someone who would find him clothes even when he was bare-chested. Such a well-behaved junior disciple could only have all the blame placed on the demon blood. Hearing Yan Ting's lack of blame, Song Qingxi's drooping wolf ears perked up immediately. Joyfully wagging, his dark eyes sparkling anew, he hurriedly busied himself with finding clothes, combing Yan Ting's hair, and putting on his shoes, supporting him as they made their way to the square. Chapter 84. The sickly master brother is beautiful and powerful. 17. Today, the square was exceptionally desolate. The elder surveyed the remaining 30 or so disciples with a furrowed brow, perplexed. Where are the others? Dead, a disciple answered first. Yesterday, the grand elder sent us to the dream continuation forest, and half of us were killed by the strange birds within. The elder's eyelids flickered. He thought he had been sufficiently cruel, but it seemed that Ji Fengming was an even more formidable tyrant. He had intended to release a demon beast today to test the disciples, but now, seeing the sparse gathering of students, he felt that if he proceeded with that plan, they would surely be wiped out entirely. With this thought, the elder, feeling merciful, waved his hand. Then today we shall conduct physical training. You will run 200 laps around Chinchou Peak. He spoke as if it were a simple task. For these disciples who had just embarked on their cultivation journey, running 200 laps was akin to a torturous ordeal. Among the remaining disciples, at least 5 or 6 are destined to work themselves to death, while the rest, though they may survive, will be left with half their lives extinguished. The Brahmin sound sect indeed resembles a fiery abyss. The disciples exhibited expressions of despair, ready to comply with the elder's directive to run, when suddenly Yan Ting coughed. As if receiving a silent signal, they regained a semblance of spirit, only to witness Yan Ting approaching the elder. Although his gait appeared somewhat peculiar, the disciples chose to overlook it, focusing intently on their senior brother's performance. Elder, Yan Ting whispered mysteriously, I have something regarding the grand elder to disclose. Oh, the elder raised an inquisitive brow, surveying the surroundings and noting the absence of Ji Fengming. He leaned closer and instructed Yan Ting, speak up. Yan Ting drew near, their proximity narrowing to the utmost. In a moment of unguarded vulnerability, Yan Ting fused his spiritual roots, unleashing a radiant sphere that erupted before the elder's eyes. Seizing the fleeting opportunity of distraction, Yan Ting shouted, cast away all that hinders. Do not allow him to survive. With this command, vegetation erupted wildly, swiftly entwining around the elder. Water cascaded down, ice formed, and metal, accompanied by swirling dust, bound the elder's limbs, while shadows and luminescence conspired to pin him to the ground. The disciples, once regarded as mere ants by the elder, had transformed into the very harbingers of his demise. He glared with a ferocious intensity, emitting guttural sounds from his throat, his lips trembling in futile protest. Are you plotting rebellion? And what of it? Yan Ting, noting the elder's lingering capacity for speech, twisted the light further into his flesh. Such a morally bankrupt sect ought not to exist. The elder raised a hand, but it was crushed under Song Qingxi's foot, ground mercilessly. Bones shattered with a resounding crack. Yet he could not even cry out in pain, only silently weeping tears of regret as life gradually ebbed away. At the floating jade venerable's residence, only 5 elder soul lamps remained, excluding the teaching elder. Thus, his demise bore no consequence. A disciple of the fire spirit root stepped forward, incinerating the body to ashes. A disciple of the water spirit root followed, cleansing away all traces. Upon completing this grim task, they all turned in unison to Yan Ting, senior brother. What shall we do next? Naturally, we must diligently cultivate, striving to overthrow the Brahmin sound sect at the earliest opportunity. Yan Ting mused, intending to seek out suitable cultivation methods in a library. Just then, the System 66 made an unexpected appearance in his mind. Father, your current condition is unsuitable for extensive movement. I have already procured a cultivation method for you. As the words resonated, a thick tome materialized in Yan Ting's hands. He opened it to find a foundational practice, first refining the body, then the spirit, steadily solidifying his cultivation. A disciple peered over, revealing a look of confusion. This seems to be the righteous path of cultivation. Indeed, Yan Ting nodded, I have stated that Qianqiu Peak is a sanctuary within the Brahmin sound sect. Henceforth, we shall cultivate in accordance with the righteous ways. It is well known that the cultivation methods of the demonic sect are exceedingly swift, yet they are fraught with peril, often leading one to the brink of death before rebirth. The risks involved are immense, with a staggering 90% chance of failure during the practice. And even after attaining mastery, instances of losing oneself to madness frequently occur. In contrast, the orthodox path of cultivation is notably gentle, devoid of such dangers. Although advancement may be slower, one's spiritual power becomes robust, and their foundation remains steadfast. The disciples, however, expressed hesitation. If this is the case, how shall we compete with the other 4 peaks during next month's cultivation assessment? How will we survive the ensuing chaos? United as one, there are no obstacles we cannot overcome, Yan Ting proclaimed. Moreover, my junior brother and I possess exquisite magical artifacts. With us present, no one shall be harmed. Indeed, the senior brother has vowed to protect us all. They were already bound together in shared fate, whether to thrive or perish. Inspired by this camaraderie, the disciples raised their arms in fervent cheer, vowing to diligently cultivate and not hinder the senior brother's progress. Seeing their earnestness, Yan Ting felt reassured. Song Qingxi approached to examine the cultivation technique, but Yan Ting pulled him aside. "Let us depart. I have other plans for you." Perplexed, Song Qingxi blinked in confusion as he was hobbled back to the disciples' quarters. In the bright light of day, with the heavens clear, it was an opportune time for cultivation. Why return indoors? Song Qingxi, though puzzled, remained silent, awaiting Yan Ting to speak first. Yan Ting settled beside the bed, massaging his sore back. After a brief moment of respite, he finally looked up. "How much do you remember of last night?" Song Qingxi shook his head. "Once the demon blood retaliates. My consciousness is thoroughly suppressed, and I cannot recall what transpired." He fidgeted with his sleeve, his voice dropping several octaves. "However, when I awoke this morning, I saw you disheveled and bruised, lying in bed. It seems I'm the only one capable of reducing you to such a state." Overwhelmed with guilt, Song Qingxi exhaled deeply, speaking earnestly. "I apologize to you, senior brother. I promise that from now on, I shall remain in my room once night falls and will not cause you any more trouble." Compared to the previous night's turmoil, he now appeared exceedingly obedient. Yan Ting beckoned him closer, and once he complied, he embraced him, ruffling his hair. "I have never blamed you. I merely wish to say that if you remember nothing, I shall have to teach you the dual cultivation method anew. As long as the senior brother does not hold it against me, I will surely study diligently." Song Qingxi seemed particularly enamored with the warmth of his embrace, resting his chin upon Yan Ting's shoulder and speaking softly. In a place unseen by Yan Ting, a pair of eyes gradually transformed to a crimson hue, a pleased smile gracing his lips. Chapter 85. The ailing senior brother, strikingly beautiful and formidable unbeknownst to Yan Ting. After soothing the child's emotions, he sat quietly at the bedside. Having just unleashed his spiritual power to injure the elder instructor, he should have succumbed to slumber by now. Yet, he remained seated, his legs numb, the familiar sensation of dizziness never arriving. "Father, I have told you before that dual cultivation can resolve all issues. The after effects have vanished. Even if you overexert your spiritual energy in the future, it will merely result in dizziness, and you will never faint again." Yet, he did not practice the dual cultivation technique last night. How can this be? This indicates that your bodies are perfectly attuned to one another. It is only natural for you to engage in dual cultivation. The reasoning was sound and persuasive. Yan Ting regained her composure and instinctively turned a glance at Song Qingxi beside her. He was bowing his head, idly toying with a strand of her hair. The silky locks entwined around his fingers, and his long, raven-like eyelashes reflected in her gaze. For some inexplicable reason, he exuded a different aura than a few days prior, tinged with a hint of gloom. Song Qingxi? Yan Ting could not help but call his name. He suddenly lifted his head, reverting to his obedient and endearing demeanor, his dark eyes glimmering with a trace of confusion, as if her earlier impression had merely been a figment of her imagination. "What is it, senior brother?" Song Qingxi released her hair and stood upright, perfectly composed. Though he appeared unchanged from before, an unsettling feeling lingered in Yan Ting's heart. However, there were more pressing matters at hand, so she chose to set aside her unease and instructed him, "Please secure the doors and windows." Song Qingzi complied, locking the doors and windows, employing his spiritual energy to establish barriers, ensuring not a whisper could escape, nor a fly could enter. Upon his return to the bedside, Yan Ting softly inquired, "Have you seen the dual cultivation technique? Do you know what to do?" Song Qingzi remained silent, merely reaching for his garments to remove them. In the dimly lit room, Yan Ting struggled to see clearly. Taking a deep breath, she followed suit, shedding her clothes and nestling into the warm embrace of the blankets. Song Qingzi drew closer, seemingly intending to kiss her, but she halted him. "Stay still. Let me guide you." Upon hearing this, Song Qingzi indeed ceased his movements. Yan Ting pressed her lips against his cheek, and then his mouth. It was a delicate touch, akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. And as quickly as it had occurred, it was over. Song Qingzi instinctively leaned forward, yet found only emptiness. The fleeting warmth dissipated rapidly, as if nothing had transpired. Yan Ting was absorbed in recalling the incantations required for dual cultivation, entirely oblivious to the narrowing of Song Qingzi's eyes, which momentarily flashed with a hint of ferocity. After much effort, she finally recited the incantation in her mind from start to finish. Yan Ting rose and positioned herself over Song Qingzi. The pain nearly rendered her unsteady. But thankfully, Song Qingzi reached out to steady her waist, allowing her to stammer through the dual cultivation incantation. As the technique illustrated in the scriptures, dark runes swirled around them both. The pain quickly subsided, replaced by an unprecedented sense of ease, and even the spiritual energy within her surged considerably. It appeared that this technique indeed bore fruit. Just as Yan Ting was about to attempt the incantation once more, Song Qingzi suddenly stirred. Wah! She looked down, only to witness a scene that could only be described as horrifying. In the dim light, Song Qingzi's body was adorned with demonic patterns, his blood-red pupils reflecting the purity of Yan Ting's skin, and a mocking smile curled at the corners of his lips. It was still early afternoon. What gone awry? How could he now be afflicted by the backlash of demonic blood? Yan Ting sought to inquire, yet the words escaped him in fragmented utterances. The demonized Song Qingzi would not easily release the prey brought to his lips. He wished to flee. However, as he reached out from the edge of the bed, he was abruptly pulled back by his wrist. The gauze curtain fell, and within the confines of the tent, his muffled sobs could be heard. Yan Ting was unaware of when he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon awakening, the night had already settled, the bright moon hanging in the sky, and the world outside cloaked in darkness. Exhausted, he opened his eyes to find the innocent visage of Song Qingzi before him. Despite feeling utterly drained, Yan Ting mustered the strength to turn away, presenting a tightly wrapped back to him. Song Qingzi, relentless, circled to the other side of the bed, looking at him with a pitiful expression. "Senior brother, are you angry? I do not understand why the demon blood would suddenly revolt. I have truly done my utmost to suppress it." As he spoke, he cautiously observed Yan Ting's expression, his fingers curling in sadness. "Perhaps I should leave this place to avoid harming you once more. Where will you go?" "I shall remain in the confinement chamber, though it is cold and perilous there, and one night, as sleep may freeze my mind, as long as it brings you peace, I am willing to endure the hardship." With that, he turned as if to gather his belongings and head to the confinement chamber. Yan Ting's anger had subsided significantly. He grasped his hand, exclaiming helplessly, "You have not yet consumed blood tonight." "It is unnecessary," Song Qingzi replied, shaking his head. "The demon blood can revolt at most once within a day. Tonight, I will not be affected." Observing his dejected demeanor, Yan Ting could no longer bring himself to chastise him, not wishing to forgive too readily, lest he become complacent. He awkwardly shifted the topic. "I am hungry. Please fetch me something to eat." "Of course." Song Qingzi exited, returning with some fruits. "It is late. The dining hall is closed. Thus, I can only offer you these, senior brother." Yan Ting was unperturbed, nibbling on the fruit while instructing Song Qingzi to wash his face and feet. The latter, ever obedient, displayed not a hint of impatience throughout, and upon completing the task, he gently wiped away the remaining droplets on Yan Ting's skin with his sleeve, as if handling an unparalleled treasure. After fulfilling these tasks, Song Qingxi gazed deeply at Yan Ting before departing without a backward glance. Suddenly recalling what System Lulu had mentioned about the bracelet entwined with flora around his wrist resonating with Song Qingxi, Yan Ting tentatively reached out and nudged it. The latter paused, bewildered, and turned back. "It's so cold," Yan Ting said, patting the empty space beside him. "Come warm my bed." Almost instantly, fluffy wolf ears sprouted from Song Qingxi's head, and he exclaimed in delight, "Are you not angry with me anymore, senior brother?" "I was never truly angry," Yan Ting replied as he welcomed him to the bed. Grasping the wolf ears, his voice was slightly hoarse yet melodious. "The misdeeds of the demon blood have nothing to do with you. Current affection level, 37. Then, senior brother, Song Qingxi asked eagerly, "May I still hold you while I sleep?" Yan Ting nodded. With the permission granted, Song Qingxi embraced his waist, drawing him into his arms. There was no reckless touching, no unwarranted contact, nor any incessant flipping of Yan Ting. From dusk till dawn, he remained exceedingly well-behaved, almost unnaturally so. Chapter 86, The Ill Master Brother. Beautiful and capable, 19. This remarkable compliance lasted until the next morning. Yan Ting was awakened abruptly. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the sight of Song Qingxi, adorned with intricate demon patterns, with crimson pupils and an expression of haunting intensity. Darkness clouded his vision, nearly lulling him back into slumber. The torment finally ceased around noon, and Yan Ting, bracing himself against his waist, painstakingly made his way to the square, where he encountered the disciples diligently practicing their skills. In contrast to their previous lethargy, they now exuded a semblance of vitality, their faces no longer marred by frowns, but instead radiating hope for future success and recognition. Upon seeing him, the disciples flocked around, offering their concern. "Master brother, your eyes are so red. Have you been crying? Who has upset you? We can help you vent your frustrations." "Master brother, what is wrong with your waist? Have you injured yourself from overexertion? I have medicine for back pain." "Master brother, what are those red marks on your neck? I've heard rumors of giant rats prowling the mountain, specifically biting people's necks. You must be cautious." Gratefully accepting their well-meaning inquiries, Yan Ting refrained from divulging the true cause of his predicament. He believed that Song Qingxi's peculiar behavior, seemingly a consequence of the demon blood's backlash at an inopportune moment, was merely a coincidence. However, in the ensuing fortnight, the latter's erratic behavior became increasingly unpredictable, catching Yan Ting off guard time and again. In one moment, they would be engrossed in discussing martial techniques, and in the next, Song Qingxi would fixate on Yan Ting with a darkened gaze. One moment, they would be contemplating meals together, and the next, Song Qingxi would treat Yan Ting as if he were sustenance, kissing and biting him. One moment, he would be practicing swordplay with a somber blade, and in the next, his fingers would venture into forbidden territories. As these occurrences multiplied, Yan Ting began to discern a pattern. Each instance of Song Qingxi succumbing to the demon blood's influence transpired only when they were alone together, a coincidence that appeared almost intentional. Yet, apart from the shifts in behavior induced by the demon blood, Song Qingxi remained largely unchanged, leaving Yan Ting without any tangible evidence to support his suspicions. Any further conjecture seemed futile. "Dad, I don't think there's anything wrong with him. Why do you doubt him?" To love someone is to trust them. The system, Lulu, attempted to dispel Yan Ting's uncertainties, but once the seed of doubt had been sown, he felt compelled to uncover the truth. Days passed, and finally an opportunity arose. That night, as he drifted in and out of slumber, he vaguely sensed the embrace around him loosening, followed by a gradual withdrawal. Moments later, the space beside him became vacant. Song Qingxi had presumably risen, donned his outer garments, and pushed open the door. The movements were subtle, yet the wind that swept and did not lie. At the instant the door closed, Yan Ting opened his eyes. Stealthily following behind, arriving at the dream continuation forest alongside Song Qingzi. The forest was marred by a significant clearing, interspersed with mounds of varying sizes, graves that housed the remains of disciples who had perished here. As the chilling wind blew, Song Qingzi's high ponytail swayed, and the dark fabric of his attire rustled ominously, rendering him an unsettling figure. Concealed behind a tree, Yan Ting couldn't help but wonder what purpose brought him here on such a late hour. It is unlikely that he has come merely to admire the scenery, nor to pay homage to anyone, for he is perpetually entangled with Yan Ting and has no other friends on Qinshu Peak. Under the gaze of his perplexed eyes, Song Qingzi swept his gaze across the surrounding graves, his attention fixated on one particular mound. The shovel used for burial was crafted on-site by a disciple with golden spiritual roots, and after its use, it had been carelessly discarded here. Song Qingzi retrieved the shovel, digging away at the grave with fervor until the bones, long concealed beneath the earth, were swiftly exposed to the moonlight. A tattered corner of clothing appeared somewhat familiar to Yan Ting. It belonged to the third disciple of Qinshu Peak. Their paths had crossed without conflict, and there were no grievances between them. What could Song Qingzi possibly intend by exhuming the body? Yan Ting's confusion deepened, and he cautiously concealed himself, revealing only his eyes to scrutinize Song Qingzi's every move. Then, he beheld Song Qingzi summon a dark sword, dismembering the decaying body, which was already infested with maggots. Into pieces, as if that were not sufficient, he raised his hand, and dozens of white wolves emerged from the forest, rushing towards the remains. Standing amidst them, he observed quietly as the skeletal remains were devoured by the pack, then crouched down to gently stroke the ear of one white wolf. There are no demonic markings, no crimson eyes, yet the expression of mockery on his face mirrored that of someone who had been tainted by demonic blood. As he stroked, a thought seemed to dawn upon him, and the curve of his lips ascended further as he gestured for the wolves to depart. The sudden notification nearly caused Yan Ting to gasp, but he swiftly covered his mouth. Song Qingzi rose, his figure silhouetted beneath the pale moonlight, remaining motionless. Yan Ting exhaled in relief. It appeared that Song Qingzi had not detected his presence. The increase in affection points was merely a result of his recalling the moments when he had stroked Song Qingzi's ears. Yet, Yan Ting remained puzzled as to when this transformation had occurred. Initially, Song Qingzi had genuinely appeared sincere in front of him. At the outset, his protective demeanor towards others did not seem feigned. Yan Ting held his breath, while Song Qingzi continued to crouch silently after the wolves departed. The two parties exchanged no words, and the system buzzed anxiously with distress. Father, although I too am uncertain why he has changed, there must be a valid reason behind it. Please do not let this make you dislike him. His act of digging up the corpse today was merely a response to the incident in the dream continuation forest, where he had the opportunity to slay the monstrous bird, but that disciple, fearing for his life, pushed him, causing him to collide with a tree and lose consciousness. Had he not arrived in time, he would have been consumed by that creature. His actions stem from frustration, which is why he has come to vent his anger. Upon hearing this, Yan Ting felt a vague suspicion arise within him. The offspring of humans and demons possess extremely unstable bloodlines, and even the slightest provocation can lead to unforeseen circumstances. Yan Ting had initially dealt with the Grand Elder and later deliberately spoke ill of she in front of Song Qingzi, all to shield him from harm by those individuals, hoping to ensure his happiness. Despite all precautions, it was unexpected that Jifeng Ming would strike within the dream continuation forest. It must be the actions of the third disciple that led Song Qingzi to merge with the demon blood, resulting in a ferocious transformation. Yan Ting intended to visit the library to seek out relevant texts. This would serve both to validate his suspicions and to discover a means of reversal. As he contemplated this, he set off, but as soon as his foot touched the ground, a loud crack resonated beneath him. A brittle, sun-dried branch had snapped underfoot. Classic tropes of melodrama. Eavesdropping would surely lead to exposure. Who? Song Qingzi had evidently heard the commotion, narrowing his eyes as he approached, wielding a dark sword. Chapter 87. The ailing senior brother, beautiful and capable, 20, a flock of birds soared through the azure woods, their calls echoing in the wind. The sound of Song Qingxi's footsteps was particularly pronounced, each step resonating with Yan Ting's heartstrings. At that moment, a small cat, whose origin was unknown, dashed past Yan Ting and collided with Song Qingxi, lifting its injured paw and mewling pitifully. "Ah, it's merely a cat." Song Qingxi's expression softened considerably as he crouched down, gently cradling the little creature in his arms. He tenderly grasped its tiny paw, using his spiritual energy to mend its wound. Hidden behind a tree, Yan Ting let out a sigh of relief and cautiously made his departure. A flash of white robes swept past, which Song Qingxi perceptively noticed. However, he showed no inclination to pursue, continuing to hold the cat, his slender fingers absent-mindedly stroking its small head until it began to purr contentedly. Yan Ting hastened to the library. It was late. Everyone had already retreated to their quarters, leaving the vast Xinqiu Peak devoid of life, and the library was enveloped in silence, so still that one could hear a pin drop. He raised a candle, searching the shelves by its dim light, and eventually unearthed more than a dozen tomes concerning the hybridization of demon and human blood. Leaning against the bookshelf, he sat cross-legged, turning page after page, his expression growing increasingly grave. His suspicions had not been unfounded. The gentle and endearing Song Qingxi he usually encountered possessed only half of his soul. The other half lay dormant within the demon blood, awakening upon stimulation, causing the fragmented soul to gradually merge. That half would bestow upon him formidable demonic power, while simultaneously devouring his kindness and empathy, transforming him into a cold, unpredictable being. If left unchecked within half a year, Song Qingxi could commit acts of massacre against entire sections. This was intolerable. The system had stated that the dark sword could sever all ties, except those of affection. Yet, Song Qingxi's affection for him stood at a mere 40. Should he become consumed by rage, dispatching him would be a mere afterthought. Anxious, Yan Ting continued to leaf through the texts in search of methods to suppress the demon blood. A gust of wind swept through the window, causing the candlelight to flicker. And at that moment, a shadow enveloped the book in his hands. His long lashes fluttered, and as his hand lingered on the page, he lifted his gaze to find Song Qingxi before him, transformed by demonic influence. With red eyes and black hair, his expression was devoid of emotion, and demonic patterns writhed and flourished across his skin. Strangely, the nine tails did not rise behind him, but instead drooped lifelessly to the ground. The candle in his hand had extinguished, and Yan Ting found himself caught in a dilemma, neither sitting nor standing, staring into the eyes of Song Qingxi. Ordinarily, when Song Qingxi transformed, he would insist on dragging him along, but today he simply observed him for a long while before earnestly asking, "Do you dislike me?" Yan Ting was momentarily taken aback. When he remained silent, Song Qingxi took it as acquiescence, a self-deprecating smile curling his lips. "You really need not seek a way out. If you agree to accompany me down the mountain for a day of leisure tomorrow, I shall thereafter retreat into slumber, returning that obedient little junior brother to you." Yan Ting blinked. "It seems you have consented," Song Qingxi remarked. "Then we shall meet tomorrow." "What did I agree?" Yan Ting closed the book. "In truth, if you could control yourself and refrain from attacking me, I wouldn't insist on your other half falling into slumber." Alas, it was a futile endeavor. Yan Ting rose, but Song Qingxi had long since vanished. Around him, not a soul stirred, not even a ghostly shadow. He returned to the disciples' quarters, scouring both rooms, even peering beneath the bed and into boxes, yet he could find no trace of him. A weight settled heavily on his heart, an indescribable sensation. Yan Ting lay back onto the bed, burying his head beneath the pillow. "Father, it seems that no matter how he transforms, you will accept him." The little junior brother before his transformation was well-mannered and upright, which was certainly admirable. Yet the transformed version, standing there, exuded an undeniable sense of security, equally commendable. Previously, Yan Ting had been too hasty, convinced that once Song Qingxi transformed, he would become an unrecognizable killing machine, wreaking havoc indiscriminately. However, that was not the case. Song Qingxi remained Song Qingxi, regardless of his form. As his thoughts began to clarify, Yan Ting felt a sudden enlightenment, rolling over twice on the bed. Tomorrow, I shall tell him directly that I like Song Qingzi, I like both halves of him, and I cherish the entirety of him. Oh, he will surely be delighted to hear this. The system, with its chipmunk-like shriek, echoed in his mind before vanishing contentedly. Yan Ting embraced the pillow and drifted into a relaxed slumber. The following day, upon opening his eyes, he found Song Qingzi already waiting by his bedside. Though his body instinctively rose, his mind remained clouded. Yan Ting rubbed his eyes, just about to speak, when Song Qingzi handed him a washcloth for his face. He reached out, took it, and then tossed it back, saying, "You wash my face." Perhaps due to just waking, Yan Ting's voice was sticky and particularly petulant. Not only did Song Qingzi assist him with washing his face, but he also helped him rinse his mouth, dress, and put on his shoes. Yan Ting complied entirely, like a marionette at the mercy of its puppeteer. After completing these tasks, Song Qingzi produced the elder's token, snatched from Ji Fengming. With this token, they could pass through the mountain gate without hindrance. He extended the token to Yan Ting, who caressed its engravings, smiling brightly at him. "Let us not rush down the mountain. I have something to say." Song Qingzi turned his head, "But I do not wish to hear it." "Don't." Yan Ting's tone softened unconsciously. "If you let me finish, you will surely be very happy." Song Qingzi finally turned back, his dark eyes reflecting his silhouette. Yan Ting cleared his throat, on the verge of speaking, when Song Qingzi suddenly leaned in and captured his lips, silencing the words he had rehearsed countless times in his dreams the previous night. Yan Ting initially intended to push him away, but the urgency of the kiss, coupled with the warmth of his breaths and the proximity of their bodies, made his heart race like a drum, as if Song Qingzi was determined to sever all ties with him forever. Suddenly, he felt weak, and Yan Ting allowed him to kiss until he finished. Afterward, he licked his soft lips and said, "Actually, what I wanted to say was," before he could finish, Song Qingzi kissed him again. When he finally pulled away, Yan Ting touched his slightly swollen lips and said, "Wait for me to finish speaking." Yet, before he could utter another word, Song Qingzi leaned in to kiss him once more. His mind felt dizzy, as if his feet were walking on ethereal clouds, creating an unreal sensation. Yan Ting finally understood. The reason was that Song Qingzi had no intention of letting him speak. Thus, when they parted again, he decisively chose silence. Indeed, Song Qingzi did not kiss him again, but instead took his hand and led him down the mountain. Chapter 88. The beautiful and capable sickly senior brother, 21. With the token in hand, the enforcing elder at the mountain gate did not obstruct their passage. Though he regarded Song Qingzi, adorned with demonic patterns, with a frown of confusion, evidently unable to comprehend his ostentatious display. Below the mountain lay a small town, where the Fanning sect, a demonic faction, resided, predominantly inhabited by demons and nefarious individuals, making brawls of frequent occurrence. Living here necessitated discretion. It was best to tread lightly and avoid provoking anyone. As Song Qingzi swaggered into the town, he quickly attracted the attention of many demons. Observing the whispers surrounding them, Yan Ting cautioned, "Perhaps you should conceal your tale." Song Qingzi merely cast him a glance, continuing unabated in his demeanor. Yan Ting sighed, reminiscing about the obedient junior brother who would never stray from the path if instructed to go east. At that moment, a corpulent pig demon approached, scrutinizing Song Qingzi from head to toe, revealing a lewd grin. "Nine tails? Kid, are you a vixen?" He seemed to lack the allure typical of the fox spirit lineage, his expression sour enough to frighten anyone. Nearby, a dog demon crossed his arms, his gaze falling upon Yan Ting beside Song Qingzi. "Now he resembles a vixen," he mused, eyeing Yan Ting's slender waist. Before he could finish his sentence, a dark sword sliced through the air, directly gouging out the dog demon's eye. Blood spattered, the dark orb rolling into the dust, causing the surrounding demons who had been secretly watching to recoil in terror, no longer daring to gaze directly at Song Qingzi. The pig demon, initially speaking, was now petrified, stammering, "Is it forbidden to look at you?" Utterly incredulous. As he spoke, the bloody dark sword gleamed ominously once more, this time piercing the pig demon's throat, rendering it mute. A sharp-eyed demon recognized the weapon, exclaiming, "That's the Dark Blade." Its previous master was an exorcist who vanquished many of our kin, yet fell for a nine-tailed white wolf and was ultimately slain by those righteous sects. He possesses 9 tails. He is by no means a mere seductress. He is the descendant of a demon slayer and a 9-tailed white wolf. His father is a hypocrite. My sister, for merely consuming 2 individuals, was mercilessly struck down by his father with the dark sword, reduced to ashes. Yet his mother, a tyrant who rules her territory, forbids any demon from entering her domain, threatening brutal death to any who dare defy her. How could she be so malevolent? And yet his father fell in love with her. Together they soared. Even in death they left behind descendants. Why should that be the case? A debt incurred by the father must be repaid by the son. Kill him. Avenge our kin. The demons roared and charged forward, but Song Qingzi cast a calm glance. And suddenly the surrounding flora erupted into frantic growth, countless vines surging from every direction, binding them tightly. Avenge? With a mere flick of his fingers, the vines tightened their grip, choking them one by one until they gasped for breath. His expression remained icy. The demons residing at the foot of Fanning Mountain are all fugitives from righteous pursuit due to their murderous deeds. What good could they possibly embody? Daring to threaten me? My father indeed erred in not sending you to hell sooner. With that, the vines constricted completely. Though merely plants, they became as sharp as blades, severing the demons into segments, blood splattering the ground. Yan Ting stood in stunned silence. In less than a stick of incense's time, Song Qingzi had ruthlessly dispatched over 10 demons, employing exceedingly brutal methods. He could not help but exclaim, "Have you consumed explosives?" Song Qingzi turned his head to look at him, revealing the first expression of the day. A cruel smile graced his lips, his voice heavy. "I have always been this kind of person. Are you frightened, senior brother?" He was smiling, yet within those dark, abyssal eyes lay an absence of emotion, even hinting at self-destruction. Yan Ting observed him quietly for a moment before praising him. "Well done. Facing evil must be done decisively, leaving no opportunity for them to continue their wickedness." Listening to the commendation, Song Qingzi's smile faded, and even his long, delicate eyelashes could not conceal the disappointment in his gaze. Did Yan Ting truly despise him that much? Did he loathe him enough to fabricate lies, hoping to lead him willingly into slumber? He lifted his head. The sun shone brightly. It was a rare, beautiful day, yet he found the light blinding, and the people around him bothersome. Nothing felt right. He took Yan Ting to release lanterns. Although Yan Ting was earnest, his writing was crooked, appearing to Song Qingzi as mere perfunctoriness. He led Yan Ting to buy candied hawthorns. The first hawthorn was the sweetest, and Yan Ting wished to feed it to him. Yet, in Song Qingzi's eyes, it became an act of distrust, as if Yan Ting feared he might poison it, insisting he taste it first. He took Yan Ting to the wishing tree. Yan Ting clasped his hands in prayer, wishing for safety for everyone, but to Song Qingzi. It seemed as though Yan Ting longed to distance himself from him so fervently. Before nightfall, Song Qingzi had already worked himself into a furious state, veins throbbing at his temples. There had originally been plans to admire the flowers, grass, stars, and moon atop the mountain, but at this moment he wished to go nowhere. Grabbing hold of the eager Yan Ting, he lowered his voice to ask, "Do you truly wish to complete everything and then rid yourself of me?" "Huh?" Yan Ting blinked in confusion, looking up at him with an air of bewilderment. In their simple exchange of glances, the tension dissipated by half. Song Qingzi gently cradled Yan Ting's face, as if preparing for a poignant farewell, examining him with meticulous care. In truth, he yearned for Yan Ting to take the initiative and kiss him. Yet, fearing it might only aggravate the other's disdain, he refrained from voicing his desire. He released his hold, closed his eyes, and channeled the flow of his demonic blood into his dantian. The fusion of their souls was irreversible. Any forced separation would inflict excruciating agony, potentially leading to death. However, Yan Ting had made it clear that he disliked this version of him. And if that half of his soul did not slumber, it would only drive them further apart. Song Qingzi was prepared to form a seal. At that moment, Yan Ting unexpectedly leaped into his embrace, wrapping his arms around Song Qingxi's neck and planting a gentle kiss on his cheek. He opened his eyes in astonishment, his pupils trembling slightly, filled with uncertainty. Today, in the room, I have something to say. Although you may not wish to hear it, I must tell you. Yan Ting smiled at him, and the bracelet of entwined flora on his wrist blossomed with pristine white flowers. Song Qingxi was perplexed. Did he not despise him? Why then? Was he smiling? Why was he kissing him? An overwhelming tide of questions surged in his mind, and his lips quivered as he finally spoke. What do you wish to say? Song Qingxi. Yan Ting called his name with solemnity, his tone still gentle, akin to poison sweetened with sugar, beckoning one to willingly succumb. Let us become partners in this journey, wholly united. Chapter 89. The ill master brother, beautiful and strong. 22. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting golden flecks of light into Song Qingxi's eyes. He paused, incredulous as he asked, "Did you not claim to dislike the person I am now?" Yan Ting shrugged innocently. "Did I ever say that?" Upon reflection, it seemed he had not. Yet you would rather forego sleep in the middle of the night to seek ways to suppress your demonic blood. Could you not even spare a glance? Yan Ting turned the tables, displaying a look of grievance. Besides, I hadn't even finished when you interrupted me. I should blame you for startling me with your sudden appearance. He continued, when you were writing just now, you purposely made your characters look atrocious. My handwriting has always looked like this. It's not ugly. It has been this way for years. Yan Ting bit his lip, suppressing the urge to bite him in return, pouting, "Are you not upset? Yet, when I bought you candied hawthorn, you made me take the first bite to test it." Song Qingxi, eager to ascertain the truth, pressed, "When you made your wish, you seemed so earnest. Were you not pleading to distance yourself from me?" Upon hearing this, Yan Ting wore an expression of utter disbelief, astonished enough to warrant an award for the best imaginative response. He gazed at Song Qingxi for a long while before suddenly covering his mouth with a low chuckle, his radiant features brightening like a landscape after rain, dispelling the usual chill of detachment. I had always thought that after being consumed by demonic blood, you would become a ruthless fiend, striking down anyone who crossed your path. But it turns out you're still a child, a rather awkward one at that. Yan Ting grasped Song Qingxi's hand, their fingers interlaced in an intimate display. Song Qingxi yearned to retort, yet was silenced when Yan Ting rose on his toes and planted a gentle kiss upon my lips. Thus, all my words were swallowed back, my mouth agape yet voiceless. "Come," Yan Ting said, "there's still time. Let us repeat what we just did." He led me to the place where the river lanterns were set, having just remarked on the inadequacy of my calligraphy. This time, he approached it with utmost seriousness, each stroke deliberate and measured. As the distance between his face and the paper diminished, I hastily grasped the nape of his neck, pulling him back to spare him from smudging ink upon his face. I then observed the characters he penned with great focus. Alas, they remained an eyesore, a chaotic beauty reminiscent of a flurry of chickens and dogs. Yet, where I once felt vexation at his handwriting, I now perceived something different, a subtle smile gracing my lips. Leaning closer to his ear, I whispered, "Master brother, allow me to teach you how to write." I guided his hand, holding the brush's shaft, as we slowly traversed the paper, leaving behind a series of elegant strokes. Compared to Yan Ting's script, my characters were divine, exuding brilliance where it was warranted and exhibiting restraint where necessary, truly exquisite. However, when I released my grip to let Yan Ting attempt on his own, his writing reverted to its previous state. I thought to myself, perhaps scattering some rice on the paper for a chicken to peck it would yield a more pleasing result than his handwritten attempts. Yet, Yan Ting, oblivious to the inadequacy of his work, looked up and asked, "How do I write now?" Although framed as a question, his eyes sparkled with hope, those beautiful orbs blinking eagerly, clearly wishing for my praise. Fortunately, my spirits were high, and I found myself, albeit untruthfully, extolling, "You've made tremendous progress, Master Brother. Your cleverness is evident, grasping the nuances with but a single lesson." Delighted by the flattery, Yan Ting took my hand and led me to experience another delight, candied hawthorn. He devoured the first berry, chewing eagerly, followed by the second and third. The thin sugar coating melted on his lips, glistening with a watery sheen, rendering his pale lips translucent and delectable. My throat tightened in anticipation as I prepared to accept the candied hawthorn he offered. Yet, I was taken aback when Yan Ting suddenly leaned in, kissing me as he fed me the last berry, smiling as he asked, "How does it taste? Do you still believe I'm trying to poison you?" I shook my head, savoring the sweetness, my mood lifting further. We then returned to the wishing tree from earlier. Night had finally fallen. The lanterns around us glowed softly, while thousands of fireflies flitted through the darkness, forming clusters of green luminescence. The shimmering light danced in the night breeze, causing the red ribbons and bells hanging from the treetops to sway, their rustling mingling with the clear chimes. Yan Ting extended his hand, watching as a firefly rested upon his fingertip. He gently caressed it, then turned back to me with a smile. "Do you know what wish I made here before?" I shook my head. Yan Ting then remarked, "The cultivation assessment is about to commence, and I wish for everyone's safety, especially for you and me. I hope we can remain together until the mountains crumble and the seas dry, until the very fabric of existence is undone." Song Qingzi pressed his lips together. Thus, while Yan Ting envisioned a multitude of futures with him, he mistakenly believed that the other sought to rid himself of his company. It was his arrogance, his lack of trust in Yan Ting. Current love value, 60. The sudden notification was an unexpected delight for Yan Ting. He stepped closer, nearly brushing against Song Qingzi's body, and inquired, "Tell me, do you perceive anything different about me today?" Song Qingzi lowered his gaze. This attire was personally donned by him, soft white robes layered with a veil of fishnet, seemingly unremarkable, yet under the light, they shimmered with vibrant colors. His hair, too, had been styled by Song Qingzi, its dark strands flowing smoothly, appearing effortlessly tidy, reflecting a gentle silver glow beneath the moonlight. Beyond this, what else was different? Song Qingzi suddenly realized. Usually, his elder brother was gentle and dependable, but today, he seemed somewhat petulant. Whether it was his request for praise while writing or feeding him hawthorn candy, his eyes were veiled with a delicate sparkle, exuding an unexpected softness. Yet, he dared not voice this fear of inciting Yan Ting's ire. Nevertheless, Yan Ting grasped his meaning and continued, "Do you prefer the old me or the me of today?" "I like both," Song Qingzi hastily replied, his fingers trembling slightly, calming only after he grasped Yan Ting's wrist. "No matter what kind of you, I cherish it all." Precisely so. Yan Ting leapt into his embrace, under the vast expanse of stars, raising his gaze to reveal a genuine smile. "Regardless of how you change, I shall always adore you. Song Qingzi, I will love you as you love me." Chapter 90. The Ailing Senior Brother. Beautiful and capable, 23. Current love value, 70. All shadows dissipated as Song Qingzi tightened his hold on Yan Ting's hand, and together they returned to Chinchou Peak. The disciples had just completed their training and were preparing to rest. Upon seeing the two hand in hand, they couldn't help but exclaim, "The senior brother treats the junior brother so well. Holding hands like this ensures he won't fall." Since they were to become partners, everyone at Chinchou Peak should know. In front of the gathered crowd, Song Qingzi entwined his tail around Yan Ting. The two stood shoulder to shoulder, a picture of intimacy. Amidst the bewildered gazes, he declared, "I am to become partners with my senior brother." This statement was akin to casting a stone into still waters, stirring up a tempest. "Weren't you good brothers?" They stared in astonishment. What transpired? How did it suddenly shift to partners? Indeed, one disciple wiped away tears of frustration. "I had been planning to invite the senior brother to become partners in due time, and yet you, young lad, have stolen a march on me. Such thoughts are inconceivable." Song Qingzi could hardly tolerate such words. All his tales enveloped Yan Ting, entwined around him like an octopus. "The senior brother is mine, solely mine." The soft fur brushed against Yan Ting's nose, causing him to sneeze several times in irritation, exclaiming, "Let go." Yet, Song Qingzi refused to relent, prompting Yan Ting to reach out and tug at the wolf's ear. At last, the fluffy tail ceased to obscure Yan Ting's face, granting him the opportunity to speak. "Considering the significance of forming a partnership, I wish for a modest ceremony. Would you all care to partake?" The disciples nodded vigorously, engaging in animated discussions. I shall prepare the attire for the senior brother and junior brother. I will arrange the refreshments and pastries. I will adorn the venue. It was rather late, a time when they ought to have returned to their quarters for rest. Yet their enthusiasm remained undiminished. With their assistance, the ceremony unfolded smoothly. Outside the disciples' quarters, a celebratory feast was laid out, while within, Yan Ting and Song Qingzi, clad in resplendent red garments, sat by the bedside. The room was festooned with festive decorations, red tables, crimson drapes, and even 2 dragon and phoenix candles flickering brightly. Yan Ting, typically garbed in white, seldom donned such vivid colors. The blood-red attire accentuated his snow-white skin, rendering him breathtakingly beautiful, reminiscent of a blossom that outshines all others in bloom. Song Qingzi, usually dressed in dark attire, appeared transformed in his red garments, youthful innocence eclipsed by his striking features and sharp profile. The two exchanged silent glances, neither willing to break the silence. Unbeknownst to them, Song Qingzi's tail had already wound itself around Yan Ting's waist. As the candle flames flickered in the breeze, crackling softly, Song Qingzi finally took the initiative to speak. Senior brother, according to the customs of the 9-tailed wolf demon, to forge a partnership, one must sever a tail as a token of betrothal. As he spoke, he drew forth a dark sword. The intent was clear. Should Yan Ting not intervene, he might indeed sever his tail. No, Yan Ting interjected. On such a joyous occasion, there should be no bloodshed. Besides, what use would I have for your tail? To hang it behind me, and feign being a wolf demon? Finding some merit in this reasoning, Song Qingzi pondered for a moment. Then I shall offer you a wolf claw instead. Keep it hidden, and if danger arises and you cannot wield the flying light sword, you may use it to vanquish your foes. Yan Ting's eyelids twitched. I do not want a dog claw. It is a wolf claw, Song Qingzi retorted defiantly. But witnessing Yan Ting's deepening frown, he reluctantly conceded, very well, if you say it is a dog claw, then it shall be a dog claw. Seeing him so compliant, Yan Ting's furrowed brow finally relaxed, and he comfortingly stroked Song Qingzi's ear. This gesture brought Song Qingzi immense joy, as he reveled in the affection. He pondered deeply. Aside from his tail and the dog claw, he had nothing else to offer his senior brother. Of course, you have something. Yan Ting retracted his hand and leaned in closer. You can give me a promise. Song Qingzi felt uneasy. Merely uttering words of commitment was something anyone could do. If Yan Ting wished to hear, he could recite a litany of vows throughout the night without repetition. He desired to present something tangible to substantiate his love for Yan Ting. Yan Ting, unwilling to concede, reluctantly accepted the tumultuous thoughts that left him bloodied in spirit and inquired, "What promise does the elder brother desire? I assure you that I can fulfill it." Upon hearing this, Yan Ting blinked and replied, "I wish for you to obey my every command from this day forth. If I ask you to fetch the moon, you are not permitted to bring me stars instead. Is that all?" Song Qingzi was taken aback, pondering whether this was not the most fundamental respect owed to a companion. While you had indeed been compliant in the past, I find myself unable to command the current version of you. Yan Ting pouted. Just the other day, I asked you to tuck your ears and tail away, yet you refused. His tone was tinged with dissatisfaction. To Song Qingzi's ears, however, it sounded like nothing short of a playful pout. Unable to resist, he embraced the other, whispering a promise. "Very well, from now on, whatever the elder brother says shall be law. Even if it means traversing a mountain of blades or descending into a sea of flames. I shall not utter a word of protest. Why would I want you to engage in such perilous acts?" Yan Ting mused, toying with the bracelet adorning his wrist. Leaning against Song Qingzi's shoulder, his eyes radiating a gentle, sweet smile. "I merely wish for you to grant me some dignity in front of others. After all, I am the elder brother of Qinqiu Peak. Indeed, I shall ensure that you are accorded due respect, establishing your grand image before others," Song Qingzi responded, though his other hand audaciously caressed the soft flesh at Yan Ting's waist. "But what of our private moments? Must I still treat you with utmost reverence then? That is unnecessary." Before he could finish his thought, A sly smile crept across Song Qingxi's lips, only to swiftly transform into his true form, a majestic nine-tailed white wolf, towering over Yan Ting. Its fur was immaculate, its physique elegant and powerful, with a fiery red mark at its brow resembling a flickering flame, and its ears adorned with long, soft fur. Yan Ting recalled modern pet influencers mentioning the stubbornness of such ear fluff, explaining why the transformed Song Qingxi was so unmanageable. As his thoughts wandered, Song Qingxi pounced upon him. With such a heavy weight, Yan Ting fell onto the bed, his hairpins dislodging, cascading his silky black locks across the bedding. In exasperation, he patted the wolf's ears and rubbed its face, saying, "Enough of your antics, swiftly revert to your original form." Reluctant, Song Qingxi nuzzled Yan Ting's waist with his soft paw. The sensation was slightly ticklish, and Yan Ting chuckled while attempting to evade him, not sensing any underlying issues until the wolf's paw began to tug at his clothing. Only then did he belatedly grasp the situation, a question mark slowly rising in his mind. Chapter 91. The beautiful and strong yet ailing elder brother, 24. The flickering candlelight blinded him, and Yan Ting, growing anxious, clutched the sheets tightly, his slender, delicate ankle pressing against one of Song Qingxi's tails, enhancing its fair beauty. He had thought that Song Qingxi would not engage in such audacious acts. A person simply shouldn't. Yet, contrary to expectation, events unfolded otherwise. With tears welling in his eyes, Yan Ting cried, "I shall never again insult your paws as dog paws. Can you not pause for a moment?" After a while, his sobs intensified, his voice hoarse as he shouted, "Return my adorable and charming junior brother to me." You wicked dog. The outcome was evident. Not only did it fail to halt the other, but it also only served to delight him further. Before succumbing to slumber, Yan Ting languidly pondered that he would never again bestow any goodwill upon Song Qingxi. Song Qingxi, possessing a keen self-awareness, understood this sentiment. Thus, when Yan Ting eventually roused from his dreams, he beheld the adorably innocent visage of the initial version of Song Qingxi. The fury that had been ignited within him was swiftly extinguished, and the subdued Yan Ting inquired, "Where is your other half of the soul?" "It is temporarily asleep," replied Song Qingxi, eagerly extending his hand to assist Yan Ting in rising. "Allow me to serve you, master brother." Those who dare to commit misdeeds, yet shy away from facing the consequences, are hardly heroes, Yan Ting retorted, indignantly nudging Song Qingxi with his foot. The gentle push, lacking in force, resembled more a reward, yet inadvertently stirred other hidden sensitivities, sending a wave of soreness coursing through his limbs, momentarily distorting his expression in pain. Alarmed, Song Qingxi quickly retrieved Yan Ting's foot back under the covers, channeling spiritual energy through his fingertips to soothe his entire being. At last, the pain subsided. Yan Ting, still irritable, yanked the blanket over him, shrouding his head completely. "I was wrong," Song Qingxi lamented smoothly, subtly slipping a hand beneath the covers to grasp Yan Ting's wrist. His voice tinged with a pitiful tone, "Master brother, will you forgive me?" Seeing Yan Ting remain unmoved, he revealed his tail, gently swaying it at the edge of the blanket. "Remove it." Yan Ting's voice was frigid. "I detest all things furry." Yet his hand, betraying his true feelings, clutched the errantly swaying tail and drew it into his embrace. The distance between them suddenly diminished, and Song Qingxi cautiously lifted the blanket, nuzzling his chin against Yan Ting's forehead, assuring, "From this day forth, I shall diligently cultivate and strive to control that half of my soul, ensuring it obeys your commands and refrains from inciting your anger." Yan Ting regarded him with skepticism, observing how his lips drooped. As if on the verge of tears, should Yan Ting withhold his forgiveness. Engaging in a romance with him was indeed intriguing. One moment he was the innocent young disciple, the next a mischievous demon emperor. "Very well," Yan Ting conceded with a nod, "I shall reluctantly forgive you." Upon hearing this, Song Qingxi did not press further, but instead blushed, his eyes sparkling as they gazed at Yan Ting. "Splendid. Then, master brother, let us commence our cultivation." Indeed, Yan Ting feigned an attempt to rise, only to be firmly pushed back into the covers by Song Qingxi. A sudden, ominous premonition washed over him, prompting him to furrow his brow and ask, "How does one cultivate while lying in bed?" Song Qingzi, with an expression of pure innocence akin to an unadulterated sheet of paper, beamed with unblemished joy. Why? Through dual cultivation, of course. Help! Yan Ting exclaimed, realizing that his once innocent disciple had been led astray. The sole source of solace was that the half of Song Qingzi's soul, now in charge, was gentle and considerate, never recklessly disregarding his feelings, but rather attentively tending to Yan Ting's comfort. The tender and soft pressure enveloped him, making him feel as though he were adrift in the clouds, as the waning spiritual energy gradually flowed throughout his being. Indeed, dual cultivation was the most formidable technique within the realm of immortality. When the day of the cultivation assessment arrived, Yan Ting brimmed with confidence, convinced he could protect all disciples of Qianqiu Peak. The assessment was to take place at the main peak where Master Fuyu resided. Before their departure, Yan Ting addressed the group. "Once we ascend the stage, let us strive to remain united and avoid dispersing, lest we grant our adversaries an opportunity." "Understood. We shall heed Master Brother's words." The disciples eagerly echoed one another, interlocking their hands. "Our goal is to survive. No one shall be harmed." Yan Ting gripped the Feiguang sword tightly, leading everyone towards the main peak. The disciples from the other peaks had arrived early, and the four elders, who had not seen each other for a long time, exchanged pleasantries with forced smiles. "I heard you have become obsessed with your cultivation." The second elder remarked to the third elder, "How are you still alive?" "Good people don't live long, but calamities last for 1,000 years, the fourth elder shrugged. "Looking at your shifty eyes, the two of you can at least live another 500 years. And you think you're in a better position?" The fifth elder sneered, his gaze derisive. "Could you not take better care of that face while cultivating? It's as sunburned as a monkey's backside. It makes me nauseous. Now you look down on me?" The fourth elder laughed instead of getting angry. "Who was it that wanted to dedicate their life to me back then? How quickly you turn your back." With the presence of Master Fuyu, they dared only to exchange barbs without escalating to blows. Yan Ting envied their spirited banter. With a tongue as sharp as poison, he wished to experience such biting wit. As they continued their jests, they finally noticed Yan Ting leading the group and inquired, "Where's the Grand Elder? Is he afraid that you all will be beaten and lose face?" Yan Ting maintained his previous stance. "The Grand Elder is in seclusion." The second elder scoffed, "He should be cautious. I heard the last Grand Elder met his demise in seclusion, displeasing the sect leader and turning into a pool of blood. He must not follow in those footsteps." "Thank you for your concern, second elder." Yan Ting nodded. "I shall convey your words to the Grand Elder verbatim." Finding Yan Ting's submissive demeanor unamusing, the second elder waved him away. Yan Ting, naturally, did not linger and quickly returned to the side of the disciples from Qianqiu Peak, scanning the others from the four peaks. When his gaze landed on a certain spot, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. "Why is there an old man?" The others followed his gaze to see an elderly figure among the vibrant young disciples of the third elder, standing out conspicuously. He was exceedingly old, his skin tightly drawn over his bones, wrinkles crisscrossing his face, his eyes clouded, and his body hunched, making him seem more elder-like than the third elder himself. That was Qin He, the eldest disciple of the third elder. Song Qingzi, with keen eyes, recognized him. He practices a technique that burns lifespan to enhance spiritual power. Yan Ting clicked his tongue. "So he is similar to Ji Fengming?" "No. Ji Fengming's technique primarily revolves around killing, with burning lifespan as a supplementary aspect." Song Qingzi shook his head. "Whereas this Qin, he focuses entirely on burning lifespan, which is why he ages so rapidly. Everyone should keep their distance. He will drain your lifespan." Chapter 92. The ailing senior brother, beautiful and skilled, 25. Upon hearing this, Yan Ting displayed an expression of exasperation. The Fanning sect truly produced remarkable talents. Some transformed their very essence for the sake of power, while others burned their lives away. No wonder it could claim the title of the foremost demonic sect in the realm of cultivation. Before ascending the stage, he anxiously reiterated, "Everyone, do not scatter. Stay tightly grouped." The disciples obediently nodded, as the esteemed Master Yue proclaimed the commencement of the assessment. The second elder inserted an incense stick into the censer atop the high platform, declaring, "All disciples of the 5 peaks ascend the stage. Those who remain alive when this incense burns out shall be deemed successful in this cultivation trial." Yan Ting led the charge onto the stage, with disciples from the other peaks following suit. In stark contrast to the camaraderie displayed by the disciples of Qianqiu Peak, the atmosphere among the other peaks was palpably discordant, particularly at Sangxue Peak, under the leadership of the second elder. The second disciple of Sangxue Peak immediately thrust a blade into their elder brother. His face contorted with malice as he erupted into a boisterous laugh, exclaiming, "At last, the opportunity to eliminate you has arrived. Who told you to always overshadow me?" Yet, before he could relish his triumph, a dagger pierced his body, courtesy of the third disciple lurking behind him. "I did not wish for such a fate, but your example compelled me to emulate your actions," the third disciple sneered, kicking aside the fourth disciple who attempted to stab him from behind. "Did you think I would be as foolish as those two, leaving my vulnerable back exposed?" The disciples of Sangxue Peak soon devolved into chaos. And the same could be said for the disciples of Huailing Peak and Mianchuan Peak, led by the 4th and 5th elders, respectively. The 2 elders, a pair of resentful companions, continually instilled hatred in their disciples, resulting in a fierce animosity whenever the 2 peaks crossed paths. Amidst the fray, Yan Ting believed she might slip through unnoticed, but just then, Clingy bellowed, enveloped in a shroud of black smoke. As a formation far larger than the arena itself materialized beneath everyone's feet. All fighting ceased as alarmed shouts erupted. This is a life-draining formation, if left unchecked. With so many disciples on stage, even a mere sip of life force from each would suffice to elevate his power to an unimaginable level. At that point, he could choose who lives and who perishes, leaving some to see the dawn while others would meet their demise. Yet concealed within the black smoke, he was invisible. 2 audacious disciples ventured into the smoke with swords drawn, only to emerge as desiccated corpses, their blood completely drained, their bones twisted grotesquely. This horrific sight caused those nearby to gasp in horror, their steps faltering. "What are you hesitating for? Hurry and slay Clingy, or none shall find respite," they urged, fully aware of the peril, yet unwilling to act. Amid the clamor, standing within the vast formation, they watched helplessly as strands of white essence drifted from their bodies, consumed by the encroaching black smoke. In a critical moment, Clingy's second disciple, stricken with fear, cupped his hands to form a trumpet and shouted. Once he unleashes his power, no one can harm him. Approaching the black smoke will only drain one's spiritual energy and blood, but we can attack him with souls. The crowd exchanged anxious glances. Mastering soul-based techniques demanded an exceedingly high level of proficiency. Over the years, only one such disciple, Ji Fengming, had emerged. Yan Ting turned to her companion, Song Qingzi, who immediately understood. Summoning the dark sword, he approached the periphery of the black smoke. Channeling his spiritual energy into his fingertips, he gently caressed the blade, causing countless souls to surge forth, merging with the encroaching smoke. The air was filled with the anguished cries reminiscent of a wailing ghost. And as the dark smoke dissipated, he was left sprawled on the ground, blood oozing from his features. Instead of casting a glance at his vanquisher, Song Qingzi, he looked incredulously at his second disciple, his eyes betraying a sorrow born of betrayal. "Last night, I bestowed upon you talismans to shield you from the array's harm. Why then have you chosen to betray me?" The second disciple, still wearing an expression of abject terror, trembled as he nestled into the embrace of the third disciple, tears brimming in his eyes. "I was simply afraid. What if the talismans proved ineffective? You know how much I cherish my beauty. I refuse to become as old and ugly as you." The third disciple smirked, raising the large blade in his hand. "My apologies, senior brother. From now on, I shall take your place. I shall also claim your bed." As the blade plunged into Clingy's body, it felt as though everything had settled into silence. The onlookers no longer focused on him, but instead resumed their violent skirmishes. having just severed ties with the Qinqiu Peak team to defeat Clingy. Song Qingxi found himself obstructed, unable to reunite with the main group. Watch your back. Yan Ting could only warn him, while simultaneously guarding the disciples behind him and fending off the approaching foes. Upon the high platform, Master Fu Yu remained clad in a strikingly vivid red robe, reclining on a small couch, propping his chin with one hand. A cryptic smile playing on his lips, it seems that Qinqiu Peak is rather different. The second elder, eager to curry favor, approached him, massaging his shoulders while discreetly swallowing hard at the sight of the exposed alabaster leg. In what way is it different? While the other peaks engaged in mutual slaughter, all disciples of Qinqiu Peak looked solely to Yan Ting, demonstrating an unusual reverence for their senior brother, with no thoughts of rebellion among them. Master Fu Yu disdainfully swatted away the second elder's hand, leisurely remarking, "But does he not possess an exceptional water spirit root? Why have I yet to witness him employing water-based techniques? Moreover, what purpose do the light spheres he conjures serve? In the midst of battle, Yan Ting skillfully parried incoming attacks with his flying sword while conjuring an abundance of light spheres, casting them haphazardly about. Yet those spheres inflicted no harm whatsoever. Wherever they landed, they lay quietly. Initially, the disciples from other peaks regarded the spheres with trepidation, but upon realizing that standing or lying upon them bore no consequence, their awe gradually waned. The incense stick in the burner had dwindled to a mere third of its length. This brutal test of cultivation was nearing its conclusion. After once more repelling a close-quarters enemy, Yan Ting surveyed the field littered with light spheres, sensing the moment was ripe. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In a startling turn, the myriad light spheres erupted simultaneously, accompanied by a colossal mushroom cloud, sending disciples from the other four peaks soaring into the air before they plummeted back down, plunging the scene into chaos. Song Qingxi, having previously constructed a wooden cage from vines for protection, now faced no obstacles in his path, finally seizing the opportunity to return to Yan Ting's side. As he just stepped forward, an unexpected sensation crawled up his ankle. Chapter 93, The Ill Master Brother, Beautiful and Strong, 26. Song Qingxi looked down, and to his astonishment, a segment of a black wing ensnared him. In this Brahmin sound sect, besides him and Yushi, there were others of mixed blood? With such a puzzlement, he followed the wing's path and met the murky, aged eyes of Clingy, connecting